In an unjust twist of fate, a valiant act of heroism saw him falsely accused of murder by the family of the school belle. After a decade of confinement, Chao Kun finds himself reborn on the fateful night that altered the trajectory of his life. As he witnesses the school belle's mother being dragged into an alley by three ruffians once more, this time, instead of grabbing a brick, Chao Kun quietly retrieves his phone and begins recording. Chapter 1. Lay down the brick, pick up the phone. Am I truly reborn? He muses. And on the very day I acted bravely a decade ago. In the dimly lit alley, Chao Kun clenches his fists as he gazes at the date and time displayed on his phone. 10 years. This was a day he had longed to return to. 10 years prior, while passing through this alley, he encountered Bai Jing, the mother of the school belle Wang Shanshan, who was being harassed by three thugs. Wang Shanshan was not only his classmate throughout high school, but also the object of his affections for 3 long years. In a bid to pursue her further, he had even chosen the same university and major as her during the college application process. When he observed the thugs' clear intent to assault her, without a moment's hesitation, he seized a brick and charged forward. Thanks to his regular training and a height of 6 feet, he was undeterred by the odds stacked against him. In the ensuing chaos, he managed to overpower all 3 assailants. After subduing the thugs, he intended to call the police, but Bai Jing intervened, fearing for her reputation. Although she had not been sullied by those ruffians, the mere whisper of the incident could spiral out of control, leading to unfounded rumors among the neighbors. After considering her predicament, Chao Kun chose not to alert the authorities. However, the very next morning, the police arrived at his doorstep and arrested him. It turned out that one of the thugs had sustained fatal injuries during the scuffle. Chao Kun remained untroubled, for he had studied the laws regarding self-defense. In instances where one is intervening against ongoing crimes such as rape or murder, resulting injuries or fatalities do not fall under excessive defense, thus absolving him of any legal repercussions. He should have been celebrated as a hero. Yet, he was ultimately sentenced to life in prison. Bai Jing denied that she had been assaulted, claiming that the thugs were merely asking her for directions when Chao Kun, like a madman, attacked them. Thus, a commendable act of bravery was twisted into a murder case through her deceit. From that moment on, Chao Kun bore the heavy burden of being labeled a murderer, embarking on a 10-year sentence. Reflecting on these memories, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. 10 years. Do you know the torment I have endured? He seethed. Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu, prepare yourselves, for I shall ensure that you suffer endlessly. Initially, Chao Kun believed that the treachery stemmed solely from Bai Jing's actions. It was only after his imprisonment that he discovered the conspiracy involved not only her, but also her daughter Wang Shanshan and her husband Wang Yifu. They were all complicit, with Wang Shanshan, the very goddess he had pursued for 3 years, being the mastermind behind the plot. Thus, throughout those 10 years, he had dreamt of exacting revenge upon Bai Jing and her family. Yet, he knew he would not stoop to their level, as such a fate would be too lenient for them. As the adage goes, to quell the heart's resentment, one must use a dull knife to slay the foe. He intended to meticulously orchestrate their demise, piece by piece, until his heart's vengeance was satisfied. As time pressed on, Chao Kun glanced around before discreetly hiding behind 2 trash bins. If his memory served him right, Bai Jing was soon to be dragged into the alley once more. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after concealing himself, he heard the telltale sounds of struggle accompanied by raucous footsteps. At the alley's end, 3 thugs were forcefully pulling a curvaceous woman inside Bai Jing herself. With muffled cries and desperate pleas, the thugs swiftly overpowered her, drawing her within mere feet of Chao Kun's hiding spot. Half an hour later, Chao Kun emerged from behind the bins, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he reviewed the video captured on his phone. I trust you wouldn't want your husband to see this video, would you? He chuckled before striding away in the opposite direction. 30 minutes later, within the confines of a dilapidated apartment, Chao Kun stepped out of the bathroom, his hair still damp. He stood before the mirror, admiring his bare form, a smile creeping across his face. What a splendid age, what a magnificent physique. Gone were the grotesque scars that marred his skin, and absent was the disfiguring stitch that once traversed his face like a centipede. Everything felt so wonderfully perfect. After gazing at his reflection for nearly a minute, He lit a cigarette and sank into the sofa, contemplating his next move. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was resolute in his quest for vengeance. The Wang family would not escape his wrath. However, he also recognized that life offered more than just retribution. There were pleasures to savor, delectable cuisine, fine wines, and the company of women. The decades spent in prison had cost him dearly, leaving behind countless regrets to reconcile. Thus, in this new life, alongside seeking revenge, he would relish every moment. Yet, be it culinary delights, exquisite wines, or enchanting women, all required one common element: money. Therefore, while revenge was paramount, acquiring wealth was equally essential. Of course, he was not inclined to earn a living through menial labor. His years in prison had acquainted him with various paths to fortune, albeit most were rather dubious. Thus, he needed to sift through these avenues, discerning which might lead to prosperity without leading him astray. Chapter 2: The Golden Secret Unknown to All Time passed gradually. After a decade filled with overwhelming information, Kai Kuan found himself at a standstill, having not yet discovered a lucrative method of earning money. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, lighting a second cigarette to ponder further. After enduring 10 years of imprisonment, he had weathered countless storms. His composure was as steadfast as ever. At last, halfway through his second smoke, a spark of inspiration illuminated Kai Kuan's eyes. Indeed, at this very juncture, the cache of gold buried by Old Lei San had yet to be uncovered. Old Lei San was Kai Kuan's cellmate, serving a life sentence for robbing 2 jewelry stores and rendering a shop assistant paralyzed in the process. If Kai Kuan's memory served him right, Old Lei San had already spent over 2 years behind bars. However, his case remained unresolved, for he had concealed the stolen gold and never revealed its whereabouts. It was not until Kai Kuan's 3rd year in prison that the police managed to extract the information from Old Lei San, leading them to a staggering 54.7 kilograms of gold. A smile crept onto Kai Kuan's lips at the thought. Ordinarily, apart from Old Lei San, no one else knew the location of that gold. Yet, Kai Kuan was not in an ordinary situation. Having spent a decade alongside Old Lei San, he was acutely aware of where the gold was hidden. After the discovery of the gold, Old Lei San had transformed into a relentless chatterbox, lamenting, "How foolish I was. If I had not revealed the location at XXXX, they would never have found it." Kai Kuan had listened to this refrain so often that it had become ingrained in his memory, making it impossible for him to forget the location of the treasure. Old Lei San, consider this gold as your protection fee from a past life, Kai Kuan mused, recalling the times he had shielded Old Lei San, who would have perished long ago without his intervention. With a smirk, he took a drag from his cigarette and retrieved a piece of paper, jotting down notes regarding the time, place, and methods of potential wealth accumulation. As time progressed, a plethora of pathways to prosperity unfurled on his paper, growing from 1 to 2, then 3, until the entire sheet was filled with intricate details. The notes encompassed various strategies, which stocks to purchase at specific times, which funds to invest in, and even plans to rescue certain individuals at designated moments. There were even projects involving high-interest loans. Finally, when he could think of no more schemes for wealth generation, Kai Kuan set down his pen. Gazing at the paper before him, a smile blossomed on his face. This was his capital for enjoying life. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something that made his brow furrow. 18 days remained until the establishment of the Yundong Economic Zone. This revelation seemed paramount, and Kai Kuan scrutinized the information, contemplating the implications for several seconds before speaking again. It appeared that adjustments to his plans were necessary. The inception of the Yundong Economic Zone was an opportunity that could not be overlooked. With only 18 days left, he had to ensure the establishment of this venture. Otherwise, the losses would be insurmountable. Let Bai Jing and her family enjoy their peaceful days for a few more days. After I attend to matters in the Yundong area, I shall deal with them. Initially, Kai Kuan intended to confront Bai Jing's family first, but the urgency of the situation in Yundong took precedence. Having made a decision, he promptly took out his phone and booked a train ticket to Baihe City for the following day. The next morning, Kai Kuan awoke luxuriously in his soft bed, stretching comfortably. The absence of threats and the absence of guards' wake-up calls made this the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in 10 years. After freshening up, he entered the living room, adopting a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi, moving slowly, yet the motions were entirely unrelated to the martial art. He had learned this practice from a Taoist he met during his 3rd year in prison. The Taoist, Yang Ping, was imprisoned for multiple cases of coercion. He had served as a priest in a small temple in Yun's province, where women seeking fertility would often visit. Yang Ping exploited these women's vulnerabilities, claiming their inability to conceive was due to curses that needed to be eradicated. Many women, believing his words, sought his assistance, often paying exorbitant sums for his so-called exorcisms. Eventually, one woman reported him, leading to his imprisonment alongside Kai Kun. By this time, Kai Kun had established a certain standing within the prison, becoming one of the untouchables, with a few loyal followers. Aware that individuals like Yang Ping were at risk of severe consequences without protection, he willingly sought Kai Kun's guardianship upon entering the prison. The techniques Kai Kun practiced were one of the many benefits of this arrangement. Yang Ping had claimed these exercises were designed to strengthen the body. Initially, Kai Kun thought Yang Ping was simply out of useful offerings, but after practicing, he discovered the exercises indeed had a remarkable effect. After each session, he felt invigorated, impervious to the cold of winter and the heat of summer. However, Kai Kun remained puzzled, sensing that this set of exercises was incomplete. Despite practicing for 7 or 8 years, he felt there was more to these techniques than what he had learned. He had questioned Yang Ping multiple times about this feeling, but each time, Yang Ping insisted that he had revealed everything. Shaking his head after a moment of contemplation, Kai Kun decided to visit Yun's province again. Perhaps Yang Ping had not fully mastered the techniques, and he needed to acquire that nameless book for himself. Chapter 3: A Single Slap. To settle matters at 9:30 a.m., Kai Kun donned a black backpack and boarded the train bound for Baya City. Perhaps due to the ongoing summer vacation, many students are traveling, resulting in a scarcity of vacant seats within the carriage. Soon, Chao Kun located his designated spot, a 3-seat row, with his seat positioned by the window. However, a scruffy-looking middle-aged man, appearing rather menacing, was seated in his place. The man was engrossed in watching videos on his phone while munching on sunflower seeds, one foot propped up on the adjacent seat, exuding an air of utter rudeness. At the outermost seat of the row sat a girl in a short skirt, visibly uncomfortable due to the presence of such an inconsiderate passenger. Approaching the middle-aged man, Chao Kun smiled and politely stated, "Excuse me, it seems you are sitting in my seat." He believed he had conveyed his message clearly and courteously. Yet, the man merely glanced at him before returning his attention to his phone, casually spitting out the sunflower seed shells. Ignored, Chao Kun's smile faltered, and he reiterated, "Sir, you are in my seat. Could you please move?" Concerned that the man might not have heard him, Chao Kun raised his voice. This caught the attention of nearby passengers, who sensed the tension in the air. The girl in the short skirt appeared anxious, as if she wished to intervene, but ultimately held back. The middle-aged man, seemingly irritated by Chao Kun's insistence, frowned and put down his phone. "What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm sitting here? Are you blind?" His words prompted more onlookers to turn their heads, particularly the girl beside him, who tugged at Chao Kun's sleeve, signaling him to avoid conflict. After all, the man did not seem like someone to provoke. However, upon hearing the man's retort, Chao Kun suddenly burst into laughter. It had been a long time since someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. If his former prison mates were to hear this, they would surely find it amusing, considering the formidable reputation he held. Seeing Chao Kun's amusement, the middle-aged man assumed he had intimidated him and rolled his eyes dismissively, picking up his phone once more. Just as he prepared to resume his snack and video, a powerful hand struck his face with a resounding slap. Taken by surprise, the man was thrown off balance, his upper body colliding violently with the train's interior, leaving a distinct handprint on his face, which quickly turned red and swollen. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and as he instinctively covered his face, his eyes met Chao Kun's. In that instant, the man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his blood running cold. What a terrifying gaze! It was filled with lethal intent, steeped in bloodlust and violence. He could scarcely fathom the experiences that had shaped such a gaze. Almost instantaneously, he made a decision. Surrender. He must concede, for this man truly seemed capable of murder. He felt as if one foot was already on the precipice of death. A single step further would seal his fate. Clean this up and get lost. Chao Kun's expression remained calm, his tone leaving no room for argument. The middle-aged man, jolted awake, hurriedly gathered the nearby trash, stuffing it into a bag before fleeing the carriage as though for his life. A stunned silence enveloped the surroundings. Passengers watched in disbelief, particularly the girl in the short skirt, who gazed at Chao Kun with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the transformation of the seemingly charming young man into a figure of violence. As thoughts of admiration filled her mind, Chao Kun remained unfazed by the surrounding gazes, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. He returned to his seat and closed his eyes, preparing for the lengthy journey ahead, which would not conclude until 4:30 p.m. in Bias City. He needed to conserve his energy for the evening's activities. However, just as he shut his eyes, he sensed movement beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a well-dressed young man nervously occupying the seat between him and the girl in the short skirt. Chao Kun recognized him from earlier, standing beside the girl. The young man, anxious and eager to explain, said, this is my seat. We have tickets together. He gestured towards the girl. Oh, you're together. Chao Kun acknowledged with a nod and closed his eyes again. The young man visibly relaxed, producing a snack from his bag and offering it to the girl. Ting Ting, here are your favorite snacks, enjoy. Yet, for reasons unknown, the girl felt an inexplicable irritation. All you ever do is eat. When someone occupies your seat, you would rather stand than confront them. Are you even a man? The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, and in a fit of frustration, she pushed away the snacks. What are you doing? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. With that, she shut her eyes. The young man, embarrassed, could only sheepishly return the snacks to his bag. At 4:30 p.m., at Bias City's bullet train station, Chao Kun, shouldering his backpack, exited the station alongside the crowd. With time to spare, he took a taxi to circle the outer ring of Bias City. After confirming something, he finally disembarked in the city center. As evening fell and the clock struck 7, just as he was about to find a place to eat, a cheerful voice called out from behind him. What a coincidence. We meet again. Turning instinctively at the sound, Chao Kun was greeted by the sight of the girl in the short skirt, beaming as she waved at him. Surprised to encounter her again, he responded with a smile. Hey, what a coincidence. Yes, indeed. Are you here alone? She asked, approaching him. Yes, Chao Kun nodded with a smile. What about you? Where's your boyfriend? She pouted. We had an argument. I didn't want to be with him today. Chao Kun chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. By the way, have you eaten yet? She continued. Not yet, he replied. I was just about to go. How about you? I haven't either, she said with excitement. Since we're both free, why don't we eat together? Together? Chao Kun assessed her appearance. While her facial features rated a solid 80, her physique was commendable, slim waist, curvy hips, and long legs, easily earning a 90. If only her bust were a bit more generous, she might score higher, but alas, she barely reached a B cup. Sure, he replied. Chao Kun pondered briefly before agreeing. It was perfect. Two people dining together allowed for conversation and alleviated boredom. Upon hearing this, the young woman beamed with delight. By the way, I've heard there's a restaurant nearby known for its delectable dishes. Shall we give it a try? Sure, lead the way. Time flew by, and soon it was 9 o'clock in the evening. At the restaurant, seated by the window, Chao Kun contentedly placed his chopsticks down. He couldn't deny that the food was indeed exquisite. Although, to be precise, everything he tasted seemed delightful at this moment, having endured the prison fare for 10 long years. As long as it wasn't some culinary abomination, he found it all palatable. During this meal, he gathered some information about the young woman before him. Her name was Li Tingting, a sophomore who was traveling with her boyfriend during the holiday. Currently, she had been left behind, her boyfriend mysteriously absent. Delicious, I assent it, Li Tingting observed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she watched Chao Kun relish his meal. Indeed, he nodded, giving a thumbs up. I haven't enjoyed such splendid food in at least a decade. While this was the truth, it elicited a laugh from Li Tingting. 10 years without such delicious food. You must have had a rather harsh life. By the way, what do you plan to do next? Next? I suppose I'll just wait until late at night when there aren't many people around, and then dig for gold. Of course, Chao Kun couldn't reveal the truth. He had no real plans. Having just eaten, I might need to find a place to rest for a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Tingting almost instinctively suggested, why don't you rest at the hotel where I'm staying? As soon as she uttered those words, it seemed she realized the implication, and her lovely face flushed a deep red as she hurried to clarify. I didn't mean it that way. I meant you could come to my room to sit for a while, enjoy the air conditioning. Please don't think too much of it. While explaining, she stole glances at Chao Kun, feeling profoundly embarrassed. Chao Kun chuckled. All right, I'll come over for a bit, but your boyfriend won't be angry, will he? As the saying goes, 2 years in prison, and a pig could outshine Diao Chan. after spending a full decade in prison. It would be a lie to say he didn't yearn for female companionship. In fact, just last night, when he witnessed by Jing and the three ruffians, he nearly rushed out to join them. Now, with a beautiful woman inviting him, he certainly wouldn't decline. No, he doesn't even know which hotel I'm at. He wants to find out about us, Li Tingting quickly replied, her cheeks reddening even more. Realizing she was revealing too much, Chao Kuan smiled and said nothing more, simply leaving the restaurant with Li Tingting to head to her hotel. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in the hotel room, Chao Kuan lit a cigarette, puffing away while putting on his clothes. Li Tingting lay on the bed, exhaling wearily. Actually, my boyfriend treats me quite well. He's just too timid. He doesn't act like a man at all. If only he were as bold and masculine as you, I would fall in love with him, truly. Chao Kuan chuckled while dressing. Well, one shouldn't be too one-sided in judgment. You see, timidity has its advantages, and boldness can have its downsides. At the very least, timid people don't attract trouble. Moreover, in today's society, the safety is quite commendable. How often does one truly need to be bold? Hence, being a bit timid isn't a bad thing. As long as he treats you well, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Li Tingting contemplated for a moment and then burst into laughter. You're quite something, aren't you? You play around with someone's girlfriend, yet still manage to throw in a few good words for him. Of course, one shouldn't take advantage of someone else's girlfriend without some decorum, Chao Kuan replied with a hearty laugh. All right, you should get some rest. I'm leaving. Seeing him prepare to depart, Li Tingting felt a twinge of reluctance. Oh, you're really leaving? It's so late. Where will you go? Chao Kuan waved his hand dismissively, offering no reply as he exited. After watching him leave, Li Tingting reflected for a while before pulling out her phone to remove a number from her blacklist. As soon as she did, the phone rang. With a pout, she answered the call. Hello, Tingting, where are you? A worried male voice inquired. Fool. Of course, I'm asleep in the hotel. It's already 1 in the morning. Do you really think I'm still wandering outside? The male voice chuckled. So, you're not angry anymore? I've long since stopped being angry. Li Tingting replied in a teasing tone. Seriously, you could borrowed a phone to call me after I blocked you. Haha, the male voice chuckled foolishly again. Li Tingting pouted and continued. Hey, when you ride your bike, can you stand up while pedaling? Huh. The male voice paused. Ride a bike? Tingting, do you want to ride a bike? Li Tingting sighed in exasperation, covering her forehead. What do you mean? I'm saying that men who stand up while pedaling are truly manly and charming. Oh, the male voice replied, sounding somewhat innocent. Tingting, do you want to see me ride a bike? Li Tingting was left speechless. Who wants to see you ride a bike? I just wanted to tell you that your bike is about to be ruined by someone else. Now go to sleep. With that, she hung up the phone, fuming. Meanwhile, on the other end, her boyfriend stared at his phone, utterly confused. My bike is about to be ruined by someone else? That can't be. It's always been at home, perfectly fine. I've never lent it out. Did my parents borrow it while I was away? And Tingting just happened to see that person riding it? Yes, that must be it. She must have seen that person standing up and pedaling, or she wouldn't have mentioned it. With this thought, he felt warmth in his heart. Tingting is really thinking of me, he mused. What a virtuous wife she is. Chapter 5. The Golden Harvest at 2 o'clock in the morning. In the third-tier city of Baihe, where nightlife was rather subdued, the city had long settled into silence. Even the city center was quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of passing cars. The outer ring road of Baihe was even quieter, with sometimes 20 minutes passing without a single vehicle. Only darkness and silence prevailed. At this moment, on the western section of the outer ring road, a figure with a backpack pedaled a shared bicycle swiftly along the roadside. Chao Kuan was determined to excavate the batch of gold hidden by Lei Laosan tonight. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Thus, to ensure discretion, he opted for a shared bicycle instead of hailing a taxi. Before long, he arrived at a fork in the road on the western section. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he rode his bicycle toward the fork. Traveling about 200 meters, he stopped in front of a boundary stone marked Heezy Village. The base of the stone was nearly 2 meters long and about 70 to 80 centimeters wide, while the stone itself was over a meter tall and 30 to 40 centimeters thick, detailing the origins of Heezy Village. This time, Chao Kuan didn't change locations. He first hid the shared bicycle in the nearby woods, and then retrieved a military shovel he had purchased in the city earlier that afternoon. Standing about a meter behind the boundary stone of Heezy Village, he began to dig. At this hour, the outer ring road was deserted, and this small fork was even more desolate. Finally, After battling for 30 minutes and digging over a meter deep, when Chao Kun struck down with the shovel once more, a resounding sound echoed from the bottom. Upon hearing this sound, Chao Kun felt a surge of joy and quickly began to dig with his hands. Soon, he uncovered a tattered cloth bag, and within it lay several uneven gold bricks. The sight of these gold bricks caused a smile to involuntarily spread across Chao Kun's face. "Damn it, Lei Laosan, you scoundrel, burying it so deep. I almost thought I was digging in the wrong place, but fortunately, I persevered." As he spoke, Chao Kun opened the backpack he had brought and stuffed all the gold bricks inside. After completing this task, he climbed out of the pit, glanced around, and seeing that it was still quiet and deserted, he slung the backpack over his shoulders and rode away on his bike. At 3 in the morning, an inconspicuous DD ride departed from Bias City. In the back seat sat none other than Chao Kun. The batch of gold that Lei Laosan had hidden was now in his possession, and there was no longer a reason to remain in Bias City. His next step was to convert the gold into cash. To accomplish this, he needed to travel to another city. The reason for choosing a DD ride was that he was carrying over 50 kilograms of gold, which would not pass through security checks on high-speed trains or airplanes. 2 days later, in Myong City, over 700 kilometers away from Bias City, a black Volkswagen car came to a stop in front of the antique street. The driver, his eyes bloodshot and weary, had just endured a 2-day drive, which was no small feat. Of course, the compensation was quite substantial. In addition to the standard fare, Chao Kun had tipped him an extra 2,000 yuan. It was worth it. "Brother, we've arrived at the destination. Please hurry and get out of the car. I really can't hold on any longer. I need to find a place to sleep. My backside has gone numb from sitting." Hearing the driver's words resonated with Chao Kun, as he too had spent 2 days in the car. "I completely understand, master," he replied with a smile as he opened the car door to exit. "You should find a hotel and get some good rest. All right, you take care as well." After exchanging farewells, the driver pressed the accelerator and drove away. Watching the driver leave, Chao Kun turned his attention to the antique street behind him. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and the street was relatively deserted. Not wanting to delay any longer, he shouldered his backpack and ventured inside. As he passed by various stalls and shops, he soon found himself deep within the antique street. Suddenly, in front of a shop named Wenbao Zhai, Chao Kun halted and pointed at a painting. "Boss, how much for this painting?" The shop owner, noticing a customer had arrived, hurried over. Upon seeing the painting that Chao Kun was pointing at, the owner instantly displayed an expression of admiration. "Ah, young brother, you have a keen eye? This painting is indeed our store's prized possession. To be honest, it was created by Zhang Wei." Before the shop owner could finish, Chao Kun interrupted him by extending 5 fingers. 500 yuan, will you sell it?" The shop owner's expression shifted slightly, appearing a bit embarrassed. "Could you add a bit more? This is a high-quality replica, complete with a seal." "Just 500, Chao Kun insisted. "If you want to sell it, I'll just go look elsewhere." "Fine." Realizing that Chao Kun was firm on the price, the owner decided to sell it to him, as 500 yuan was still a profit. After purchasing the painting, Chao Kun did not linger and continued deeper into the antique street. Eventually, he stopped in front of a shop that specialized in buying jewelry, gold, and antique paintings. The store was modestly decorated and, compared to typical recycling shops, it was quite plain. The only distinctive feature was the signboard, which was entirely black with a white lotus flower in the center. If not for the shop's name written above, one might easily mistake it for a funeral home. Chao Kun stood outside the door, glanced up, and then pushed the door open to step inside. The quiet shop exuded a faint scent of sandalwood, and behind the counter sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wore frameless glasses and had a slender build, exuding an air of refinement. Upon seeing Chao Kun enter with his backpack, the man immediately stood up with a broad smile. "Young brother, are you looking to buy or sell?" The recycling shop not only bought items, but also sold them, though buying was the main focus. Chao Kun observed the middle-aged man and the surveillance camera in the shop before speaking. "Boss, I was referred by a friend. If it's convenient, could we talk elsewhere?" He gestured toward the door behind the shopkeeper. The middle-aged man appeared surprised for a moment, but said nothing. Instead, he stepped out from behind the counter and locked the shop door. After hanging a sign indicating that the shop was closed, he approached Chao Kun and gestured elegantly for him to enter. Throughout this exchange, he remained silent, leading the way through the door behind the counter. Chao Kun followed closely behind him. Chapter 6, Transaction of 22.45 million. In contrast to the shop's ordinary decor, the room behind the door was lavishly appointed. As Chao Kun followed the middle-aged man through the door, it felt as though he had entered a high-end reception area. A soft carpet muffled their footsteps, and a magnificent chandelier illuminated the space as brightly as daylight. The walls were adorned with various famous paintings and calligraphy. Additionally, there was a tea station, a wine cabinet, and a humidor for cigars. A stunning woman clad in a revealing qipao was preparing tea. Upon seeing her, Chao Kun's eyes widened involuntarily. What a breathtaking woman! Judging by her age, she appeared to be in her mid-20s. Not only was her appearance striking, but her figure was also remarkable, curvaceous and alluring, with a tiny waist that seemed delicate enough to grasp with one hand. As she moved, she exuded a gentle grace, reminiscent of a breeze caressing willow branches, evoking a sense of softness and fragility. To put it mildly, compared to Li Tingting, whom he had met just 2 days prior, this woman outshone her by a considerable margin. Especially given her stunning figure, she wore a qipao that was scandalously high-slit, revealing glimpses of her form with each step. Who could possibly resist such temptation? Chao Kun took a slow, deep breath and shifted his gaze to the surroundings. He admonished himself to avert his gaze from the woman. Further scrutiny would surely lead to an embarrassing reaction, even though he had recently sought release with Li Tingting. That moment of relief was merely a drop in the bucket. It was far from sufficient. He needed to distract himself by recalling the harsh realities of prison life and the violent scenes that unfolded there. Vivid images of bloodshed flashed through his mind, effectively quelling the rising heat and impulse within him. Once inside the room, the middle-aged man transformed, a broad smile gracing his face. I didn't expect that you would be one of us, young brother. In that case, let us not beat around the bush. Let us first inspect the goods. Shall we? All right. Chao Kun nodded and casually tossed his backpack onto the floor. The dull thud resonated, instantly piquing the middle-aged man's interest. He rushed forward, crouched down, and opened the backpack. With the backpack now open, the sight of gleaming gold bars caused the middle-aged man to gasp in astonishment. The next moment, he turned to the woman in the qipao and exclaimed, "Shao Qi, prepare the finest tea." The woman smiled and nodded, proceeding to brew 2 cups of tea, which she then brought over. A middle-aged man inspected the goods and gestured invitingly towards Chao Kun. It was only after they were seated that the man spoke up, expressing surprise at the firmness of the wares. "Let us discuss. How much do you have?" 54, 7 kilograms, Chao Kun replied. "All of the highest purity, 999. The man nodded slowly, deep in thought. "And what price do you seek?" Chao Kun smiled. "That depends on the market here. What can you offer?" The man's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. "Since you were referred by a friend, I'll offer you a friendly price of 410. This is the highest I can provide." Upon hearing this, Chao Kun felt a surge of indignation. How unfair. Before arriving, he had checked the gold price, which was 478 yuan per gram. Typically, a regular gold exchange would offer at least 440, 450, or even 460 per gram. Yet here, only 410 was offered. Nevertheless, he chose to proceed with the deal, as he urgently needed cash and was eager to liquidate his gold. Regular gold exchanges would lack the capacity to handle such a substantial amount. Selling it piecemeal was also impractical, as such a large influx of funds into his bank account would likely attract unwanted scrutiny. Here, however, he could avoid such complications, as this establishment specialized in such transactions. All right, Chao Kun finally agreed. 410 it is. Seeing Chao Kun's acceptance, the middle-aged man's smile broadened. "Please wait here while I verify the goods." He then transported the gold in 3 trips to a workbench in the corner. Given the weight of 54, 7 kilograms, he could not manage it all at once. After approximately 20 minutes, he returned to Chao Kun, beaming with satisfaction. "The goods are as promised, 54, 7 kilograms indeed, which totals 22,427,000. I'll round it up to 22,450,000. How does that sound? Generous?" Chao Kun thought, almost ready to punch him. This transaction should net me at least 2 to 300,000. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he refrained from voicing his displeasure. "Thank you, sir," he replied with a smile. "I also have a painting here. Perhaps you could take a look?" With that, Chao Kun unfurled the replica of a Zhang Wei painting he had purchased for 500 yuan. Clearly a fake. However, the middle-aged man examined it with great interest. And after a thorough appraisal, he exclaimed, "What a treasure! I didn't realize this was an authentic piece by Zhang Wei. In that case, I'll offer you 22. 450,000 for it. What do you say? Chao Kun chuckled. Of course, that works for me. The next steps involved issuing an invoice and transferring funds. The invoice stated that the establishment had purchased a Zhang Wei painting for 450,000. As for the gold, what gold? Chao Kun was merely selling a painting and had never possessed any gold. Whether the painting was indeed genuine mattered little. Antiques rely on the seller's skill and luck. While some may find hidden treasures, others may overlook them. Thus, if the shopkeeper paid 450,000 for a counterfeit, it was entirely reasonable. No one could contest this transaction. Consequently, the 450,000 in Chao Kun's possession was earned honestly and could withstand any investigation. At 5:30, Chao Kun exited the antique street, feeling lighthearted. Glancing at the recent bank notification, a smile crept onto his face. 450,000. He had secured this initial capital just in time, ahead of the news from Yundong District. Missing this opportunity would not only forfeit potential earnings, but also jeopardize his subsequent plans. With this in mind, he hailed a taxi straight to the airport. This place was unfamiliar to him. Now that he had the funds, there was no reason to linger. However, he had yet to decide his next destination. Initially, he had intended to go to Haiqing, but its proximity to Kuan City in Yun Province complicated matters. Chapter 7. The Pretentious Taoist. Yang Ping heading to Haiqing was ultimately aimed at reaching Yundong District, which is merely a district of Haiqing. Chao Kun had been rushing around these past few days, eager to convert his gold for Yundong District's benefit. Conversely, his trip to Kuan City was to seek out Yang Ping. At that moment, Yang Ping was serving as a Taoist priest in a small temple in Kuan City, Yun Province. If Chao Kun took a flight, he could reach Yang Ping's temple before 9 o'clock tonight, which would allow him to acquire the coveted secrets he had been practicing for 7 or 8 years. However, this meant he would miss his trip to Haiqing, postponing it by a day. Thus, he hesitated. Should he go to Haiqing or seek out Yang Ping? Ultimately, as the taxi reached the airport, Chao Kun made his decision. He would first retrieve the secrets from Yang Ping. At 8:55 p.m., a taxi stopped in front of a modest temple, roughly double the size of a typical farmhouse. Chao Kun stepped out, glanced at the closed doors, and knocked several times. Before long, a young Taoist priest in his 20s opened the door. "Esteemed believer, our temple is closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow." With that, he attempted to close the door, but Chao Kun swiftly stopped him. "I know your master Yang Ping. I have urgent business with him. Please allow me to enter." Seeing how earnest Chao Kun appeared, the young priest hesitated but ultimately allowed him inside. The temple was small. It wasn't long before they arrived at a door. The priest gently knocked twice and said, "Master, there is a believer here who claims to know you and has urgent matters to discuss." "Let him in," came a familiar voice from within. The young priest opened the door, stepped aside, and gestured for Chao Kun to enter. Chao Kun did not hesitate, walking in as the young priest turned to leave. Inside the room, incense burned in a burner, and a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed. It was Yang Ping. Seeing Yang Ping's pretentious demeanor, Chao Kun nearly lost his composure. "What a show," he thought. "You think I can't see through your act? Were you not the lackey calling yourself Scar Brother back in prison?" Yang Ping did not keep him waiting long. After what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes, perhaps sensing Chao Kun's impatience as he toyed with the incense burner. He discerned that the newcomer was no ordinary individual. Continuing to feign ignorance could result in dire consequences. Yang Ping offered an apologetic smile and spoke, "I beg your pardon. I was preoccupied with my studies earlier and may have neglected you." Chao Kun, with a forced smile, placed the incense burner down. No, it is I who should apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." "Not at all," Yang Ping replied, waving his hand generously as he rose. "May I ask what pressing matter brings you here?" The Taoists have various terms for addressing ordinary people, such as benefactor, believer, and layperson. Thus, regardless of whether one is a believer or a benefactor, the connotation remains the same. "In truth, it is not an urgent matter," Chao Kun stated, steering straight to the point. "I seek the book that you possess, Yang Ji." "A book?" Yang Ping's expression reflected surprise. "Indeed," Chao Kun nodded. "A book without a title, containing techniques for enhancing physical strength." Upon hearing Chao Kun mention a nameless book, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Yang Ping's eyes. Though it was fleeting, Chao Kun caught it. Feigning contemplation, Yang Ping shook his head. "Esteemed benefactor, I possess various texts, but they are all Taoist scriptures. I do not have the book you seek. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place? Chao Kun was unsurprised by Yang Ping's denial. After all, in his timeline, they were complete strangers. It would be unreasonable for anyone to readily part with something when approached by an unidentified individual. I can purchase it, Chao Kun asserted. Yang Ji, please name your price. I am willing to buy that book. Having just received a windfall of 22.45 million, Chao Kun felt emboldened. Yang Ping chuckled wryly and shook his head. Good benefactor, this is not a matter of money. It is simply that I do not possess the nameless book you seek. Seeing that Yang Ping still refused to acknowledge the existence of the book, despite his willingness to pay, Chao Kun's demeanor shifted to displeasure. You arrogant fool. Do you think you're being clever? You do not practice that nonsense. Why keep it hidden? You refuse to give it to me, is that it? Very well. Chao Kun chuckled softly, closing the distance between them, and whispered, Yang Ping, would you like me to tally how many respectable women you have seduced over the past 4 years? Chao Kun was well aware of Yang Ping's situation. His criminal activities spanned 7 years, meaning he had been active for 4 years thus far. Of course, Chao Kun had no knowledge of how many innocent women Yang Ping had targeted, nor did he know the identities of the victims. However, this was enough to instill fear in Yang Ping. Indeed, upon hearing Chao Kun's words, Yang Ping trembled, his eyes wide with panic, as if he had seen a ghost. Chao Kun smiled slightly and continued, according to our country's laws, care to guess how many years you could be sentenced to? Chao Kun's words struck Yang Ping like the final straw that broke the camel's back. After a desperate gulp, he uttered not a single word and fled in haste. 2 minutes later, Yang Ping returned in a fluster, unlike before. In his hands was an aged book. He extended it towards Chao Kun with trembling hands and stammered, I apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please, grant me another chance. I swear I shall turn over a new leaf. Seeing Yang Ping appear as a frightened bird, beads of sweat trickling down his chin, Chao Kun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Serves you right for being obstinate. You refuse to accept my offer and now face the consequences. Without uttering a word, he merely grunted nonchalantly, accepting the book from Yang Ping's hands. Chapter 8. An unforeseen appetite, how heavy. Upon grasping the book, Chao Kun realized it was crafted from an unusual type of paper, one made from cowhide, dating back to ancient times. The paper had visibly hardened and discolored, clearly indicating it had aged significantly, at least several decades, if not a century or two. Such cowhide paper, if preserved properly, could indeed last for such a long time. He had not anticipated acquiring a tome of such antiquity. As he carefully perused the book before Yang Ping, his frown deepened with each page. Eventually, he felt a surge of frustration towards Yang Ping. This volume detailed a total of 72 movements, of which Chao Kun had only mastered 14. Shockingly, 3 of those were incorrect. In that moment, Chao Kun felt his blood pressure spike. For 7 or 8 years in his previous life, he had inquired countless times, only for Yang Ping to adamantly insist that those 14 actions constituted the entirety. 72 movements. And he had referred to 14 as everything? Moreover, among those 14 movements, 3 were erroneous. No wonder he had always felt something was amiss during practice. For 7 or 8 years, what had he truly been practicing? In addition to the 72 movements, the book contained 36 special movements, akin to those featured in erotic illustrations. Yang Ping had never even mentioned these 36 movements. Chao Kun, observing Yang Ping trembling before him, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, ultimately restrained his impulse to lash out. Enough. Given our connection, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Remember, do not exploit those women any longer. They are already pitiable in their quest for children, and your actions are despicable. Furthermore, I am not merely attempting to frighten you. Should your deeds come to light, you would spend a lifetime in prison. Now, you must reflect on your actions. With that, Chao Kun tucked the book under his arm and strode out. Yang Ping, startled, hurriedly followed. Brother, why the rush? Stay a little longer. By the way, I have 2 jars of fine tea. Let me fetch them for you. I also have shopping vouchers worth tens of thousands. Take them, brother. I have no use for them. Chao Kun grumbled to himself, realizing that Yang Ping had not been truthful. However, he had not anticipated the extent of his omissions. At 10:30 in the evening, in a 5-star hotel room in Kun City, Chao Kun lay on the bed, simultaneously cursing Yang Ping while flipping through the nameless book. After years of training with half the techniques, he had finally obtained the complete version and was eager to master it. After all, He understood better than anyone the potential of this set of techniques. Moreover, a decade of incarceration had taught him that possessing formidable combat skills could sometimes be more valuable than immense wealth, perhaps due to years of practice. Despite having only learned the initial 14 movements, the adage "once one understands, all becomes clear" rang true. Chao Kuan found no difficulty transitioning into the subsequent 58 movements. Soon, after familiarizing himself for half an hour, he rose from the bed to attempt the first round. Due to the abundance of new movements, he struggled to remember them accurately, taking nearly 20 minutes to complete the 72 movements. The second round, however, was considerably smoother, taking only around 14 to 15 minutes. By the third round, he achieved a seamless performance, finishing in roughly 10 minutes. 10 minutes was the limit for this sequence. Any faster might compromise the execution of certain movements. One must prioritize quality over speed. After completing the 3 sets of movements, Chao Kuan immediately sensed a marked difference from his previous experiences. Similar to before, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, yet this warmth was infinitely more comforting, akin to being submerged in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, and bones seemed to transform into parched earth, eagerly absorbing this invigorating energy. Although Chao Kuan acknowledged the peculiarity of his description, he could not deny the authenticity of his feelings. Moreover, it felt as if every pore on his body had opened up, granting him unparalleled ease. Noticing that it was still before midnight and feeling no fatigue, he contemplated practicing a 4th set. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow, and his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. To his astonishment, he felt hungry. How could he be hungry so soon? Just before arriving at the hotel, he had indulged in a hearty meal of 3 pounds of cooked beef. How much time had passed? Goodness, how could he be so ravenous already? Chao Kuan rubbed his belly in confusion and shook his head, reaching for the bag on the tea table. Before departing from Yangping, he had purchased some cooked beef from a deli, intending to buy only a small amount. However, upon tasting it, he found it so delectable that he ended up purchasing 3 pounds to satiate his hunger. In fact, he had enjoyed it so much that he had packed another 3 pounds to take with him for the following day. Now, he was about to devour that very portion. How strange it was. Could this beef possess some high-tech properties that made him feel hungry again so rapidly? As he chewed heartily, he muttered to himself, and before long, he had consumed the entire 3 pounds of cooked beef. Dismissing any further thoughts on his hunger, he resumed practicing the 72 movements. First set, second set, third set. His movements became increasingly fluid, with each set taking around 10 minutes. Just as he prepared for the 4th set, he suddenly halted, his expression shifting once more to one of peculiarity. What the heck? Hungry again? Silently assessing his now empty stomach, his face bore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? It had only been half an hour. Just 30 minutes prior, he had devoured 3 pounds of cooked beef, and now he was hungry again? Could it be that he had encountered something supernatural? Chao Kuan had always considered himself an atheist, but the events of today compelled him to entertain such notions. Half an hour after consuming 3 pounds of beef, feeling hungry again was utterly absurd. Wait. Suddenly, another possibility struck him, and his demeanor turned serious. Could this be a side effect of his rebirth? Chapter 9. The gluttonous 72 movements. Aside from the possibility of encountering the supernatural, Chao Kuan considered the second scenario, that his identity as a reborn individual was the cause. After all, aside from supernatural occurrences and rebirth, there seemed to be no other peculiarities in his situation. Comparatively, he would prefer to believe he had merely encountered something supernatural. If the hunger was indeed a side effect of rebirth, he could hardly fathom what his future days would entail. 3 pounds of beef, fully satisfying. And yet he felt the need to eat every half hour? That would equate to 48 meals a day. What a daunting prospect, spending each day solely eating. Such a life, merely centered around consumption, seemed utterly devoid of meaning. Therefore, he would rather believe he had encountered something supernatural than accept the notion of rebirth as repercussions. Contemplating these ideas, Chao Kuan gloomily opened the cupboard in his room, retrieving 2 bowls of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to fill his stomach first, as he was indeed hungry. 5 minutes later, the noodles were ready. Feeling somewhat agitated, he had little inclination to savor each bite, devouring the 2 bowls of noodles with haste. After finishing the noodles, he did not return to practice the nameless techniques, but instead lay on his bed, timing himself as he waited quietly. Despite his agitation, since the situation had already unfolded, it was necessary to confront it. Thus, he intended to conduct an experiment to ascertain how long it would take for hunger to return after he was full. Time passed gradually, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Surprised, Chao Kun sat up. Half an hour had gone by, yet he still felt a strong sense of satiety. With no hint of hunger, a look of suspicion crossed his face as he murmured, "Could it be that I was overthinking? Perhaps it was not a side effect of rebirth after all." After talking to himself, Chao Kun continued to wait. Finally, after another half hour had passed, he had been waiting for a full hour, and his mind began to ease. An hour had gone by, and still, there were no signs of hunger. It seemed that his earlier hunger was not a result of his rebirth. However, if it was not due to rebirth, what could have triggered such rapid hunger? 3 pounds of cooked beef in half an hour? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Could it be truly a supernatural encounter? Though the notion of a supernatural encounter was among the explanations Chao Kun had prepared, as an atheist, he found it somewhat difficult to accept. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the nameless book beside him. In an instant, his mind buzzed with an incredible hypothesis. Staring at the book in astonishment, he uttered, "Could it be that these techniques are the cause?" Chao Kun vividly remembered the sensations he experienced after completing the entire 72 movements. Warm and cozy, as if immersed in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs greedily absorbed that comforting warmth, akin to parched earth yearning for moisture. He had previously found that description somewhat odd, but now he believed he might not have mischaracterized it. The reality of the situation could indeed align with his sentiments. The genuine effect of this set of movements might be to facilitate rapid digestion of ingested food, converting it into a unique form of energy that the body could directly absorb. If this were the case, it would perfectly correlate with his sensations. Of course, the specifics would require experimentation for confirmation. With this thought in mind, Chao Kun promptly adopted a starting posture and began practicing the set of movements once more. 10 minutes later, having completed the series, a smile crept across his lips. Indeed, it was the practice of these movements that had caused his newfound hunger. Just moments ago, he had felt no hunger at all, yet now, after the practice, he could distinctly sense his appetite returning. So, this was the true unlocking mechanism of these movements, converting food into energy, which the body then absorbs to enhance physical well-being. How exhilarating! This meant that from now on, he no longer needed to rigorously train his body. As long as he had enough food, he would be fine. With this realization, Chao Kun grinned broadly and immediately picked up the hotel phone to call the front desk. "Hello, what food do you have available at the hotel?" "Oh, we have a chef on duty, but he can only prepare simple dishes." "Then, I would like 300 eggs, 200 boiled, and 100 fried." "Yes, 300. You heard me correctly. Please hurry it up and have it sent to my room as soon as it's ready." After hanging up, Chao Kun joyfully picked up the nameless book on his bed. Who would have thought that these seemingly unremarkable 72 movements, when combined, could yield such miraculous results? If that were the case, then the subsequent 36 movements described in the book, involving interactions between men and women, must also possess more than mere suggestive connotations. If only Li Tingting were here, she would certainly be willing to let him experiment on her. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Chao Kun exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to the airport. He realized that for quite some time recently, he had no desire to eat eggs. Consuming 300 eggs had thoroughly satisfied him. In fact, by the time he reached the final 20, he could scarcely suppress the urge to vomit. It was peculiar. Although his stomach was indeed hungry, he found himself unable to eat, overwhelmed by nausea. He never anticipated that after enduring a decade of imprisonment, his appetite would become so finicky just days after his release. However, the outcome was positive. Following a night of indulgence, his physique had undeniably improved. Previously, carrying the weight of 54.7 kilograms felt burdensome. Now, he could effortlessly manage objects of similar weight, or even those exceeding 54.7 kilograms, without feeling any strain. It was evident that his physical condition had significantly enhanced. Not only that, but his physique had also become more refined. Although he had previously maintained a commendable figure, the transformation that transpired overnight elevated his appearance further. His muscle definition was more pronounced, and he appeared more vigorous and robust than ever before. Remarkably, this transformation was merely the result of a single night. Furthermore, the variance in food types resulted in a stark difference in the energy they provided. For instance, after consuming beef, he could practice his routine 3 times to fullness. Conversely, indulging in instant noodles would only sustain him for 1 practice session, leaving him ravenously hungry by the completion of the final move. Eating eggs to satiation allowed him to practice just over 2 times. While he could manage 2 sessions, it was insufficient to support a third. He could only reach around the 20th move before hunger rendered him incapable of continuing. Thus, when relying on eggs, he had to pause after every 2 sessions to consume a few to replenish his energy, or else he could not endure through the 3rd round. Consequently, he aptly named this series of moves the Rice Bucket 72 Styles. Chapter 10. Lu Yuling's exceptional service at 3 in the afternoon, at the exit of Haicheng Airport. Chao Kuan emerged amidst the bustling crowd. Standing on the steps of the exit, he gazed towards the city center, his heart filled with poignant reflections. The place where he had been incarcerated in his past life was Haicheng's second prison, a facility designated for serious offenders. And now, he had returned. Yet this time, he was no longer a murderer. He wondered if the absence of him would leave Haicheng's second prison feeling empty and desolate. Mr. Chao Kuan, over here. Just as Chao Kuan was lost in thought, a woman's voice snapped him back to attention. He turned to see a stunning woman clad in a white blouse, a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, adorned with a wedding ring, waving at him from a distance. It was Lu Yuling, the real estate agent he had contacted online that morning. Indeed, after several days of effort, his purpose for coming to Haicheng's Yundong district was to purchase a property. Although the current real estate market was declining, lacking the fervor of previous years, with prices plummeting in many areas, Yundong district was poised to become an exception. In just a few days, an announcement would be made designating Yundong district as an economic zone. Many might not grasp the significance of this. A recent example illustrates the point. In 2017, a place named Xiong'an was designated as an economic zone, and that very night, property prices skyrocketed from 5 or 6,000 to 50 or 60,000. In one night, prices multiplied tenfold, with some areas witnessing increases exceeding tenfold. Even less desirable locations saw prices rise by 6 or 7 times. That night, real estate speculators and investors from across the country flocked to Xiong'an. It is no exaggeration to say that securing tickets to Xiong'an was nearly impossible. Many arrived with entire vehicles filled with cash, driving thousands of kilometers overnight. Yundong district, following in Xiong'an's footsteps, was expected to be even more frenzied. This was because the current global economic climate was bleak, with many holding money yet unable to find investment opportunities, merely watching as their wealth diminished daily. The emergence of Yundong district provided these individuals with a target for their investments, ensuring that it would be even more chaotic than Xiong'an. Of course, this knowledge came from one of Chao Kuan's prison mates, who had been incarcerated for economic crimes. Though Haicheng's second prison housed serious offenders, such individuals were not solely defined by violent crimes. Economically, one could also qualify as a serious offender. This friend of Chao Kuan's, having made significant financial miscalculations, ended up in Haicheng's second prison. As he was well versed in economic matters, their conversations often revolved around economic topics, including stocks and funds. In fact, 1/6 of the profitable ventures listed on Chao Kuan's paper were suggested by this individual. Seeing Lu Yuling waving at him, Chao Kuan smiled and strode towards her. Yundong district was at least an hour's drive from Haicheng Airport, and during their morning conversation, Chao Kuan had not explicitly stated his intent to buy a property, but merely expressed a desire to take a look. Yet, Lu Yuling had come all the way to the airport to meet him. It seemed that the real estate business was indeed challenging these days. Manager Lu, you are far too courteous. Why would you come to the airport to greet me? Chao Kuan chuckled as he approached her. Oh, it's only proper. Lu Yuling responded warmly, opening the passenger door of her Volkswagen for him. In our service industry, we must provide excellent service to esteemed clients like you. Chao Kuan laughed heartily as he settled into the passenger seat. Your service is incredibly thorough, coming all the way to the airport to meet me. If I don't buy a property from you, I would feel guilty. Is that true? Lu Yuling's smile broadened. If you genuinely purchase a property from me, I can guarantee even more exceptional service. Really? What kind of service? Lu Yuling playfully winked at Chao Kuan, her tone mysterious. You'll find out once you purchase a property from me. I assure you, you'll be satisfied. With that, Lu Yuling closed the passenger door for him. Observing this, Chao Kuan smiled as he licked his lips. Indeed, there was something captivating about mature women. In terms of looks and physique, Lu Yuling was comparable to Li Tingting. Yet she exuded a greater sense of intellect, maturity, and allure. Her every gesture, every smile, and even her words radiated a unique charm. To put it bluntly, she was enchanting. 1 hour later, Lu Yuling drove Chao Kuan to Yundong District. As a first-tier city, one would expect Yundong District, part of Haiqing, to be equally impressive. Yet, in reality, Yundong District was rather lacking. Haiqing's focus was westward, leaving Yundong District in an awkward position to the east. Consequently, it lagged behind in entertainment, healthcare, and education compared to other districts. This disparity was evident in the property prices. In other districts, prices had soared past 10,000, with many areas reaching tens of thousands per square meter. In contrast, Yundong District had only a handful of locations where prices exceeded 10,000. The majority of neighborhoods had prices below 10,000, with some even as low as 7 or 8,000 per square meter, far from the pricing one would expect in a first-tier city. By the way, Mr. Chow, what made you consider looking at properties in Yundong District? Lu Yuling continued to drive while engaging in conversation. To be honest, while Yundong District is part of Haiqing, its development is rather mediocre, even falling short of many third-tier cities. Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. I understand, but the properties here are quite affordable. I intend to take a gamble. If this place develops in the future, the property I purchase will surely appreciate. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible excitement. As a seasoned real estate agent with years of experience, she had a keen sense of who genuinely wanted to buy a property and who was merely browsing. From the words that Chao Kuan had just spoken, she astutely sensed that he was indeed serious about purchasing a home in the Yundong District. Having encountered such an interested client, she was determined not to let him slip away. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuling discreetly unfastened a button on her blouse, revealing a subtle glimpse of her curves. Chapter 11. A 24 million gamble. Of course, this so-called discreet act was merely Lu Yuling's own delusion. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Kuan had observed every little maneuver. He unabashedly gazed at her, thinking, if someone is intentionally presenting such a view, it would be a disservice not to appreciate it. Moreover, he offered a candid remark, truly fair and ample. Taken aback, Lu Yuling feigned surprise, gasping and hastily covering her chest in a bashful manner. How could you look so indiscriminately, Mr. Chow? She chided, yet her tone and demeanor resembled playful flirtation. Chao Kuan chuckled, but you were the one who unfastened it. What do you mean? Lu Yuling replied shyly. I was just feeling warm. You must be thinking of something else. Chao Kuan nodded with a smile. All right, my mistake. Let's focus on driving safely. After another 10 minutes, Lu Yuling halted the vehicle. Upon exiting, Chao Kuan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Despite being in the Yundong District, they found themselves in a relatively remote area. The landscape bore no resemblance to a bustling metropolis. It looked more like a struggling small town. The suburb's ambience was palpable. Yet, who would have anticipated that this secluded neighborhood would one day become the heart of the Yundong Special Zone? In the future, property prices in this area would start at several hundred thousand per square meter, and it had already seen the steepest price hikes since the announcement of the Special Zone. As Lu Yuling joined Chao Kuan outside, she became even less restrained, deliberately opening her collar wider, revealing a significant portion of her figure. She had resolved to secure this client at all costs. The real estate market had become exceedingly bleak, and finding a genuine buyer was a rare stroke of luck. Chao Kuan cast a glance at her exposed skin and teased, Manager Lu, quite the asset you possess. Indeed, she responded proudly. But her expression soon turned somber as she sighed. Alas, it is all that remains of my dwindling capital. What's the matter? Chao Kuan inquired, intrigued by her tone. Sensing trouble. What's the trouble? It's a lack of funds, Lu Yuling confessed with a bitter smile. During the prosperous days of real estate, I did earn some money. However, I foolishly took a loan to purchase a property in the city, part investment and part for my future child's schooling. That loan spans 20 years at 8,000 a month. Who would have thought that just 2 years in, the market would plummet and my husband's job would falter as well? Our combined income barely covers the mortgage, and we are on the brink of financial ruin. At this, Lu Yuling cast a pitiful glance at Chao Kuan, adopting a heart-rending expression. Observing this, Chao Kuan chuckled to himself, recognizing the charm of a mature woman, whose subtle gestures were undeniably alluring. He contemplated, since Manager Lu has laid her plight bare, how could I, in good conscience, not purchase a property from you? Upon hearing his words, Lu Yuling's expression became even more woeful. Indeed, Mr. Chow, If you do not buy from me, I might truly be left to fend for myself. You cannot abandon me. Chao Kun nodded with a smile. All right. Let us discuss the terms. Discuss terms? Lu Yuling's eyes dimmed with disappointment. In this location, acquiring a property would barely reach 1 million. Given the current market rates, she would receive a mere 1.5 commission from both the buyer and the seller. Therefore, for a 1 million property, her maximum commission would be 30,000. However, that was the most optimistic scenario. Typically, she would not receive the full 3 commission because it was a buyer's market. There were more sellers than buyers. Thus, the buyers were in a position of power, often demanding the seller's agent to forfeit their commission entirely. Consequently, Lu Yuling would likely take home no more than 15,000 or 20,000. And for such meager earnings, did he truly believe he could manipulate her? Unthinkable. She was a woman with principles. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Yuling sought to negotiate further, adopting a playful tone. Mr. Chao, given my dire circumstances, why must we haggle? For you, purchasing this property should be a trivial matter. Chao Kun nodded. Indeed, acquiring a property is a minor affair. However, who said I only intended to buy one? What? Lu Yuling's expression froze. You plan to buy 2? Not at all. Chao Kun shook his head. I intend to buy based on funds. Based on funds? Lu Yuling was bewildered by this novel concept. What do you mean by buying based on funds? Chao Kun looked into Lu Yuling's eyes and earnestly explained. Buying based on funds means I currently have 24 million at my disposal, and I intend to invest this entire sum into properties in this vicinity, regardless of the quantity, until the 24 million is entirely spent. Do you understand? Although the gold had fetched only 22.45 million, Chao Kun still possessed additional savings, a total of approximately 1.5 million, painstakingly accumulated by his grandfather. Altogether, this amounted to precisely 24 million. Chao Kun was determined to wager this entire sum on properties in the Yundong district. After all, it was a surefire investment. Every additional penny spent now would yield returns manifold in the near future. In such circumstances, even a fool would recognize the wisdom of taking a gamble. Chapter 12. What boundaries? Unfamiliar beside the vehicle, Lu Yuling stared blankly at Chao Kun, her mind swirling in disbelief. To invest 24 million entirely in local real estate? Rationality told her that Chao Kun was undoubtedly jesting. Regardless of the garments adorning him or the shoes he wore, he bore no resemblance to someone capable of investing 24 million. Moreover, this was the Yundong district of High City. If it were merely a necessity, the sum wouldn't be significant. Lu Yuling could easily comprehend purchasing a home here. However, she found it utterly incomprehensible that someone like Chao Kun would consider pouring 24 million into real estate speculation in this area. The entire populace of High City was aware that the focal point of development was shifting westward. The Yundong district was akin to a neglected stepchild, unlikely to receive attention in the foreseeable future. It was entirely plausible that even after 5 or 10 years, the landscape would remain unchanged. The development in the West was just beginning, and it was inconceivable that the focus would shift in the coming years. Thus, for at least the next 5 years, significant change in Yundong district appeared improbable. Even when the Western development concluded, it did not guarantee that Yundong district would benefit, as High City had several other districts that could be prioritized. Investing 24 million in real estate speculation here was not only a reckless venture, but also an act of folly. With such wealth, one might as well deposit it in a bank to earn interest. Therefore, rationality dictated to Lu Yuling that Chao Kun was undoubtedly speaking nonsense. He could not possibly invest 24 million here. Yet, her intuition suggested otherwise, that Chao Kun was, in fact, serious. When he made that statement, she sensed he was genuinely contemplating this course of action. The thought alone sent a shiver of excitement through Lu Yuling. 24 million. If it were all invested in property, even without a penny of commission from Chao Kun, the fees from the landlords would be more than sufficient for her sustenance. A commission of 1.5 on 24 million amounted to a staggering 360,000. This was not merely enough to eat. It was a feast. With such an income, she could afford to take a break for the next 2 years. Manager Lu? Noticing Lu Yuling's stunned silence, Chao Kun called her name. Startled, she fixed her gaze upon him, swallowing hard. Mr. Chao, you can't be serious, can you? You really intend to invest 24 million in real estate here? Chao Kun smiled, producing his mobile phone to reveal his bank account balance. This gesture was primarily to reassure Lu Yuling, The upcoming workload would be substantial, and any doubt on her part might hinder her performance. To preempt any potential delays in his plans, he sought to calm her nerves. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000. Lu Yuling silently counted the funds in Chao Kuen's account, instantly invigorated. Goodness, he truly had 24 million. See, Chao Kuen remarked, putting away his phone with a smile. The funds are prepared. Now it's up to you to decide if you wish to profit. Of course. I dream of this opportunity. Please, let me earn. Lu Yuling, disregarding any implications, eagerly grasped Chao Kuen's arm, her expression a mix of eagerness and allure. I want to profit. Chao Kuen chuckled. No problem. I can certainly make that happen, but I have conditions. Accepted. Without waiting for him to specify his terms, Lu Yuling interjected fervently, whatever the conditions, I accept. If it were merely a commission of 15,000, she would have had reservations. However, with a commission of 360,000, there was no room for hesitation. Chao Kuen laughed heartily. Rest assured, this task is yours, but I still need to outline my conditions. Lu Yuling was taken aback. Having already agreed to any conditions, she wondered what more there could be. What are the conditions? She inquired. Firstly, I need to purchase all properties within a week. Lu Yuling gasped. A week? That is too short. Under normal circumstances, the transaction of a property, from initial meeting to completion, would take several days. In the relatively remote Yindong district, 24 million could buy approximately 30 properties. That would mean ensuring the transfer of 4 or 5 properties daily, or rather, a minimum of 6 daily, since the property center was closed on weekends. The pressure was immense. Substantial preparation of documents would be necessary. Secondly, Chao Kuen continued. The properties I wish to buy must be restricted to a few nearby complexes. I am not interested in properties outside this range. Lu Yuling glanced around and nodded. This was manageable. The real estate agency indeed operated within specific boundaries, which aligned with why Chao Kuen had approached her. Thirdly, the properties must be fully paid. If they require loans, you know the complications involved, making it impossible to finalize within a week. Lu Yuling nodded. I understand. I want to consider properties with loans. And fourthly, Chao Kuen continued, it is preferable that the landlords are not locals, ideally those who appear to be outsiders looking to speculate. Originally priced at 7 or 8,000 per square meter, properties that suddenly jumped to 70 or 80,000, or even over 100,000, would be hard for many to accept. Local landlords might rally friends and relatives to cause trouble, either pressuring for a refund or demanding excess profits. Though Chao Kuen was not intimidated by such confrontations, they were still a nuisance. Thus, he preferred to avoid locals and target those who obviously came from afar to speculate. While these outsiders might also create disturbances, they were generally easier to manage than a horde of local relatives. Lu Yuling was puzzled by this peculiar stipulation, but nodded in agreement. Following this, Chao Kuen and Lu Yuling discussed further details regarding the property purchases. Once they had resolved all issues, they parted ways on the spot. It was not due to Lu Yuling's physical limitations for deeper engagement or Chao Kuen's lack of interest. Rather, Lu Yuling had an overwhelming amount to attend to. Firstly, she needed to promptly return and select properties, avoiding those with loans or owned by locals. Next, after identifying suitable properties, she would need to contact each one to arrange meetings. Lastly, preparing the necessary documentation for the transfers was no small task. In summary, she would not be able to engage further with Chao Kuen that day. Indeed, if she began her tasks now, it would be fortunate if she could sleep by dawn. At 5:30 in the afternoon, a taxi halted before a sprawling, imposing building in the outskirts of High City. The door swung open, and Chao Kuen emerged. As he gazed upon the cold, solemn edifice, he took a deep breath, lighting a cigarette and leaning against the taxi, lost in contemplation. This was the very place where he had been incarcerated for 10 long years in his previous life. High City's second prison. Inside, he recognized several familiar faces, including the elusive Lei Lao San, who had concealed 54.7 kilograms of gold, Sun Fengdou, who had witnessed his mother's murder as a child and subsequently annihilated the entire family of the perpetrator, Lu Daijiu, imprisoned for the assault of numerous young girls, who had become a bus driver within the prison, and Li Biao, the superhuman with an extra Y chromosome, who had committed heinous acts against his mother, left his father disabled, and thrown a neighbor from a building, rendering them paralyzed. A tempestuous individual, embroiled in a perpetual cycle of violence, either engaged in brawls or on his way to instigate one. Ultimately, it was only when Chao Kun extracted his 2 eyes that he found respite. However, in this lifetime, Chao Kun was destined to remain unconfined, leaving one to ponder who would ultimately subdue this irascible Superman. As echoes of his previous life replayed in his mind, he stood upright only after finishing 3 cigarettes. Casting one last glance at Haiching's second prison, a silent farewell, he entered the taxi, instructing the driver to head to Haiching University. In his past existence, Chao Kun harbored 3 significant regrets. The first regret was being wrongfully imprisoned, unable to clear the stain of his unjust accusations. The second was his inability to exact revenge on the Wang family. The third regret was never having attended university. For Chao Kun, pursuing higher education represented not merely the acquisition of knowledge and credentials, but also fulfilled a lifelong aspiration of his grandfather. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, who believed that gaining a university education would secure a stable future. Thus, enrolling Chao Kun in university was a cherished dream of the elder. Even 2 years prior, on his deathbed, the elderly man's primary concern remained whether Chao Kun would gain admission to a university. Yet at that time, he was merely in his second year of high school and had not taken the college entrance examination. Although he later succeeded in gaining admission to university, he was subsequently wrongfully imprisoned due to the machinations of the Wang family. Consequently, he had never fulfilled his grandfather's wish for him to pursue higher education. In this new life, however, he finally had the opportunity to realize that dream. Coincidentally, the university he applied to was Haiching University. Thus, he felt compelled to visit this place he had been denied in his previous life. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chao Kun emerged from the taxi in front of Haiching University. It was the summer break, and most students had returned home, leaving only a handful behind. As a result, the campus appeared somewhat desolate. Perhaps due to lax security or the school's open policy towards visitors, Chao Kun effortlessly entered the university grounds. It was indeed beautiful. Lush green football fields, rows of basketball courts, and clusters of bamboo and phoenix trees adorned the landscape, complemented by artificial lakes and various academic buildings. It far surpassed the confines of Haiching's second prison. As he strolled through the sparsely populated campus, reveling in the tranquility, something caught his eye. Beside the dense bamboo grove, a woman of exquisite beauty, both in form and visage, was drinking from a bottle of Jiangxi Bai, tears streaming down her face. What a captivating goddess! Chao Kun rarely used the term goddess to describe women, as he believed that to be worthy of such a title, one must possess extraordinary qualities. The woman he had previously encountered, clad in a cheongsam, was merely a stunning beauty in his eyes. Yet, upon seeing this woman, he immediately deemed her a goddess, for she eclipsed the former in both allure and physique. Amusingly, a thought crossed his mind. Some girls are born into wealth, while this girl, though less affluent, had 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Noticing Chao Kun's gaze, the woman, still weeping, snapped at him. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman cry?" Taken aback by her fierce tone, Chao Kun pondered, "Is she scolding me? How endearing." He chuckled softly, and instead of retreating, he approached her. "What's the matter? Did someone break your heart?" Alone in her sorrow, she wiped her reddened eyes and retorted, "Do you even know how to speak? I'm the one who ended it, not the other way around. With my looks and figure, would anyone dare to reject me?" Chao Kun contemplated her words and nodded in agreement. Indeed, with such beauty and physique, she was undeniably a treasure. He couldn't speak for others, but if she hadn't crossed any lines with him, he certainly wouldn't let her go. Just the thought of those 2 G-Class vehicles was enough to keep him intrigued for a lifetime. "Then why are you crying so sorrowfully?" Chao Kun inquired. This time, the woman ignored him and took another swig from her bottle. Observing her demeanor, he sighed and turned to leave. After 3 years of being a sycophant in his previous life, which ultimately led him to prison, he had had enough of that role. He wouldn't indulge her anymore. Beauty and an exquisite figure didn't grant her the right to be treated with undue reverence. Suddenly, as he took a few steps away, her voice called out from behind. "Hey, do you want to come?" Chao Kun paused, turning back to her. "Come where?" "Just to see the scenery deep within the bamboo grove," she replied. "What scenery?" he asked, puzzled. "Why are you being so tedious?" "Either come or don't," she said, rising to enter the bamboo thicket. Watching her retreating figure, he innocently rubbed his nose. "Wow, this girl is fierce. What gives her the right to demand that I follow her?" Resolute, he stepped forward, determined to confront her about her attitude. 2 hours later, standing before the bamboo grove, Chao Kuan reflected on the complex emotions stirred within him as he watched the girl depart. He had never anticipated that she would be a novice at receiving criticism. If she had extensive experience, he would have felt no qualms. Their encounter would have merely been a friendly exchange, devoid of any obligation. However, the fact that she was inexperienced left him feeling less detached, even though she had left without demanding any responsibility from him. It felt as though she were the one who had been wronged. The more she acted this way, the more compelled he felt to do something for her. But what could he do? He didn't even know her name. He had asked, but she had refused to disclose it. He had also inquired why she was drinking alone and crying, wondering if someone had mistreated her, but she had brushed him off, urging him to leave because the campus security patrolled harshly at night. This puzzled Chao Kuan. How did she know he wasn't a student at Haicheng University? Did he appear to be an overly mature individual? That couldn't be. Despite the wisdom of his soul, he was still just 18 years old. He had even asked her how she discerned he wasn't a student, yet she had not answered. As he watched her figure fade into the distance until she vanished from sight, he chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. How ridiculous. She can remain so carefree. Yet here I am, a man, fretting like a lovesick girl. With that, he shook his head and began to walk away. At 10:30 that evening, in a five-star hotel room in Haicheng, Chao Kuan entered, laden with various snacks. After experiencing the delights of his rigorous training regimen, he found himself increasingly eager to discover the extent of his physical capabilities. Thus, he devised a training plan for himself, committing to at least 3 hours of exercise daily. At his pace of performing the 72 forms of the food bucket routine every 10 minutes, he could complete 18 rounds. Each round required a base of 1 pound of cooked beef, which meant he would need to prepare a minimum of 18 pounds of beef. However, he did not actually intend to procure that much. Having experienced the nauseating aftermath of indulging in eggs the previous night, he was determined not to repeat such a folly. Thus, this evening, he procured a delightful array of culinary delights: dumplings, steamed buns, skewers, steak, pizza, burgers, and crayfish, ensuring a diverse feast that guaranteed he would not err with eggs again. The following morning, at 7:30, Lu Yuling yawned as she assisted Chao Kuan in opening the passenger door of her vehicle, observing the weariness etched across his features, with bloodshot eyes betraying her fatigue. Unable to resist a playful jab, Chao Kuan quipped, "What? Did your husband return last night?" During their previous conversation, Chao Kuan had learned that Lu Yuling's husband had been away on business for 2 days and would not return for several more. Lu Yuling shot him a resentful glance. "Humph. Do you know when I finally went to bed last night? 3 o'clock in the morning. I barely managed 3 hours of sleep before rising at 6. I'm utterly exhausted." Seeing Lu Yuling's disheartened expression, Chao Kuan burst into laughter. "I understand. I know you worked hard last night. But think about it. All this effort is for making money. In light of the financial rewards, what is a little fatigue, right?" His words elicited a smile from Lu Yuling, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The reason for my exhaustion is precisely to earn a living. Moreover, in the face of a brokerage fee of 360,000, this weariness is trivial. I would endure sleepless nights for an entire month if it meant securing that kind of profit." With a chuckle, Lu Yuling climbed into the car. "In any case, let's have breakfast first, and afterward, we shall meet the first landlord." With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away from the hotel. By 9 o'clock, in a CAF located in the Yundong district of Haicheng, Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling approached a window-side table where a middle-aged man in his 40s awaited them. This was Huang Jiahao, the first landlord Chao Kuan was to meet. Originally from Guangdong province, Huang had invested in 8 properties when the real estate market was flourishing. Acquiring them at 8,500 per square meter, convinced he was making a wise investment. However, several years had passed, and the value of his properties had not only stagnated, but had depreciated to 700 per square meter. With an average size of 130 to 140 square meters for each unit, he faced a loss of approximately 800 per square meter, totaling a staggering loss of nearly 900,000. Seeing no signs of recovery in the housing market, Huang Jiahao resolved to sell, but the market had other ideas. His 8 properties had languished unsold for nearly 3 months under Lu Yuling's efforts, leaving him increasingly anxious. He was not a wealthy man, and should he fail to convert this investment into cash, his financial stability would be in jeopardy. Therefore, when Lu Yuling called him the previous night with news of a potential buyer, he immediately took a train to meet her. "Mr. Huang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce Mr. Chao Kuan, the individual I mentioned in our conversation. Lu Yuling began, facilitating the introduction. Huang Jiahao, clearly more anxious than Chao Kuan, grasped his hand with enthusiasm. Mr. Chao, it's a pleasure. I must say, you are just as Manager Lu described, youthful and accomplished. With your looks, you could easily have a street full of admirers back in Guangdong. Chao Kuan chuckled at Huang's flattery. Mr. Huang, you flatter me. A street's worth of admirers would be quite overwhelming. Half a street would suffice. His witty retort elicited laughter from both Lu Yuling and Huang Jiahao, easing the atmosphere. Once seated, Lu Yuling poured coffee for both men, and Huang Jiahao initiated the conversation. I understand from Manager Lu that you intend to purchase a batch of properties. May I inquire if you've caught wind of any particular news? As someone who had successfully acquired 8 properties a few years prior, Huang Jiahao was not naive. He sensed the current market climate was unfavorable for speculation. However, Chao Kuan's timing raised questions. Could it be that he had insider information prompting his interest in real estate? Chao Kuan's expression turned wry at Huang's inquiry. Mr. Huang, there's no special information. I'm merely at a loss for better investment opportunities. If there was a promising project, who would be engaging in real estate speculation? Truthfully, I'm taking a gamble. With a serious demeanor, he extended 3 fingers. I will give this area a maximum of 3 years. If, after that period, the property values show no significant improvement, I will exit decisively, regardless of my financial outcome. Huang Jiahao appeared to take his words to heart, taking a deep breath and reflecting. Indeed, the overall economic climate is quite lackluster, leaving little room for profitable investments. After some preliminary conversation, Chao Kuan shifted the topic directly to the 8 properties. Mr. Huang, Manager Lu has briefed me on the 8 units you have. To be frank, I find them quite appealing, yet I believe the asking price is a bit steep. Huang Jiahao's face fell at this comment. Mr. Chao, 700 per square meter is a reasonable price. I purchased them at 500. Selling to you at this rate incurs an 800 loss per square meter. Chao Kuan nodded in understanding. I appreciate your sentiment, Mr. Huang, but the figures don't lie. While you bought at 500, the market conditions in Yundong district do not support such valuations now. Even 700 feels excessive. Perhaps Manager Lu can corroborate this. As the buyer's representative, Lu Yuling certainly aligned with her client. With a bittersweet smile, she interjected, Mr. Huang, I must speak candidly. The price of 700 is indeed not low. These 8 properties have been listed with me for 3 months. While there have been inquiries, once potential buyers hear the price, they invariably lose interest. Huang Jiahao's expression grew somber. He furrowed his brow and turned to Chao Kuan. Mr. Chao, what price do you deem appropriate? 500, Chao Kuan replied decisively. If you are willing to sell at that price, I will take all 8 units today, and we can proceed to the real estate center for the transfer. The funds will be transferred to your account today. Initially hesitant about the 500 price point, Huang Jiahao quickly reconsidered upon hearing that the money would be available that day. He had no choice. He desperately needed the funds, and suffering an additional loss of 200 per square meter was a small price to pay. Very well, Huang Jiahao declared, slapping the table. If Mr. Chao insists, then let it be 500. However, I have one stipulation. We must proceed to the transfer immediately. Due to pressing matters in Guang province, I must return promptly. Today is Friday, and if I miss this day, I will have to wait another 2 days to complete the property transfer. I cannot afford to linger here. No problem. Chao Kuan smiled. As long as Manager Lu has all the necessary documents ready, I see no issues on my end. No problem. I have no issues either. Lu Yuling exclaimed joyfully, her smile widening as she patted her bag. I have all the materials prepared. Let us head to the property center now. 8 properties, each spanning a generous 130 to 40 square meters, roughly calculating. The agency fee will be at least 100,000. If it weren't for Huang Jiahao's presence, Lu Yuling would have been so ecstatic that she might have jumped onto Chao Kuan's back in delight. Time flew by, and it was soon 4:30 in the afternoon. In the Yundong district of Haicheng, Huang Jiahao departed in a taxi, escorted by Chao Kuan and Lu Yuling. Finally, it was completed. Each property required a separate number for transfer, and with one of the clerks absent due to illness, the process was slower than anticipated. Thus, it took an entire day to finalize 8 properties. Nevertheless, it was all done. At a unit price of 500, Chao Kuan spent a total of 1 million. Lu Yuling, on her end, received a commission of 1.5 from Huang Jiahao, totaling over 120,000, which she rounded to a neat 120,000. 000. Observing Lu Yuling's beaming expression, Chao Kun playfully patted her on the rear and remarked, "Manager Lu, earning 120,000 from a single deal. Wouldn't it be improper not to celebrate?" Lu Yuling turned to Chao Kun, her smile laced with meaning. "What is the rush? It's not even mealtime yet. How about we first take a look at the 8 properties? You've completed the transfer, yet you've yet to see what they look like. It wouldn't be right now to take a look." Noting the significance in Lu Yuling's gaze, Chao Kun nodded earnestly. "Indeed, let us go see the properties." Half an hour later, they arrived at the first property, a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Previously rented to a young couple, it still contained some modest furniture and appliances. The master bedroom had a bed, mattress, and air conditioning. The kitchen featured a rice cooker, and the washroom had a water heater, remnants left by the couple. After exploring, they returned to the master bedroom. As Chao Kun pulled the curtains shut and turned on the air conditioning, Lu Yuling, seemingly anticipating the forthcoming events, shyly bit her lip and deftly locked the bedroom door. Chapter 16. Returning home to settle scores with the school, bell time passed swiftly. And 2 days had gone by. At 5 in the afternoon, as the door swung open, Chao Kun and Lu Yuling finally emerged. Since entering the room at 5 on Friday, they had remained inside for a full 2 days. Aside from a few deliveries and the occasional opening of the door, the room had been tightly sealed. I still recommend that you negotiate with them individually. Discussing with them one by one makes it easier to lower the price. If you negotiate all together, their numbers will not make it easy for you to push down the price, Lu Yuling suggested as she leaned against the wall. Descending the stairs and glancing back at Chao Kun, Huang Jiahao had consumed a third of the funds in Chao Kun's possession. However, there was only one individual like Huang Jiahao. Among the landlords Lu Yuling was scheduled to meet next, each possessed a maximum of 2 or 3 properties, with some owning only 1. Thus, it meant that Chao Kun would need to meet several, perhaps even over 10 landlords, to purchase properties with the available funds. Meeting each one individually felt cumbersome, so he preferred Lu Yuling to arrange a collective meeting. At 7,500 per square meter, if they accept, they sell. If they don't, that is fine too. After all, Lu Yuling has other landlords waiting to sell, so I'm not worried about acquiring sufficient properties. He shook his head. Meeting one by one seems too time-consuming. With that time, I might as well engage in something more enjoyable, don't you think? As he said this, Chao Kun winked at Lu Yuling. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuling burst into laughter, rolling her eyes. "Honestly, it seems nearly impossible to earn a commission from you." "What do you mean?" Chao Kun replied with a chuckle, lighting a cigarette. "What I mean is, with this time, we might as well explore nearby eateries and find something delicious. After 2 days of takeout, I'm not satisfied at all." "Oh, that is what you meant." Lu Yuling blushed slightly. "I do know of some good places nearby. Let us discuss that after our meetings. If time allows, I'll take you there." Before long, Chao Kun met with the several landlords wishing to sell their properties. 9 landlords in total, holding 17 properties. However, unlike Huang Jiahao's spacious units, these 17 properties were not as large. While there were a couple of units around 130 to 40 square meters, most were around 100 square meters or even 80 to 90 square meters. Faced with these 9 landlords, Chao Kun declared a flat price of 7,500 per square meter. Those willing could sell, and those unwilling need not feel pressured. Ultimately, only 6 landlords agreed to sell, while the remaining 3 found the price too low and wished to observe the market further. After arranging the transfer times with the 6 landlords, Chao Kun and Lu Yuling grabbed a quick bite outside before returning to the property under Chao Kun's name. Days passed smoothly. Under Lu Yuling's guidance, everything proceeded systematically. On Monday, they spent the entire day at the property center for transfers, followed by dinner and sleep with Lu Yuling. Tuesday entailed morning transfers at the property center, afternoon meetings with landlords, and then shopping, dining, and sleeping with Lu Yuling. Wednesday mirrored Tuesday, and Thursday involved more transfers and the same routine. The reason for not meeting landlords on Thursday was that Chao Kun had finally purchased all the properties he intended. However, he did not exhaust his entire 24 million. He ultimately spent 23.8 million, leaving 200,000. This remaining sum was evidently insufficient for further purchases. Friday passed without any outings. Saturday saw no excursions either. Finally, on Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, after 3 days of seclusion, Chao Kun and Lu Yuling stepped out of the property. They could no longer remain hidden. Lu Yuling's husband would return that evening around 8. If he discovered her absence, he would undoubtedly become suspicious. Chao Kun, considering himself a person of moral integrity, would never engage in actions that could disrupt someone else's family. Hence, he decisively chose to conclude matters. As before, Lu Yuling carefully descended the stairs with her right hand on her bag and her left hand on the wall, moving cautiously. Chao Kuan, on the other hand, appeared more spirited and invigorated. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the community, Chao Kuan watched as Lu Yuling drove away. Once she departed, he too left. Hailing a taxi, with matters in Yundong district resolved, he was ready to pursue other endeavors. For instance, exacting revenge on Wang Shanshan and her family. Had it not been for the urgent matters in Yundong district, he would have already initiated his vengeance against them. The delays had granted Wang Shanshan's family a few more days of peace. Now that affairs in Yundong district were concluded, it was time to send Wang Shanshan's family into chaos. However, before leaving Haicheng, Chao Kuan had one more task to complete: to rent a property near Haicheng University, with approximately 2 weeks until the start of the semester. Whether to rectify the regret of not attending university in his previous life or to fulfill his grandfather's long-standing wish, he was determined to enroll. Naturally, he would not reside in the school dormitory. It is not that he is incompatible with others, but rather that he has deemed the rice bucket 72 techniques a closely guarded secret. Living in the dormitory, not only does it hinder his practice of the rice bucket 72 techniques, but the risk of exposure is intolerable. Chapter 17. Conversations at the cemetery. The process of renting a house went smoothly. Thanks to the summer vacation, there were ample housing options available, and in less than an hour, Chao Kuan secured a residence. It is a property located just a 10-minute walk from Haicheng University, featuring 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, fully furnished and equipped with appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. With the renting matter resolved, his affairs in Haicheng came to a formal conclusion, and Chao Kuan took a taxi to the train station. At 11:30 at night, in Shi County, at the exit of the train station, Chao Kuan emerged alone, carrying his bag. As a small county, Shi County's foot traffic certainly pales in comparison to a first-tier city like Haicheng. Moreover, given the late hour, the number of passengers venturing out was minimal, resulting in him being the sole passenger disembarking from the train. It felt as though the entire station had been constructed solely for him. Upon exiting the station, he noticed just 2 or 3 taxis idling outside and promptly approached one of them. Where to, handsome? The driver, who was smoking outside, hurriedly opened the passenger door for him. To the South Cemetery, Chao Kuan replied. Noticing the driver's cigarette, he felt a craving and lit one for himself. Upon hearing the destination, the driver paused in his smoking. At this hour, to a cemetery? That feels a bit unsettling, he remarked, slightly taken aback. Chao Kuan chuckled and reassured him. I'm just visiting my grandfather. What, are you afraid? The driver regained his composure and laughed. Why would I be afraid? I mean, it's a bit odd to go at this hour, but it's fine. Let us go. Half an hour later, they arrived at the South Cemetery. Do you need me to wait? The driver inquired. The South Cemetery is located on the southern outskirts of Shi County, surrounded by nothing but the cemetery itself. Thus, even during the day, vehicles visiting the site are scarce. Without the driver waiting, Chao Kuan would undoubtedly struggle to find another ride tonight. Chao Kuan smiled and shook his head. No need. I haven't spoken to my grandfather in a while, so I might take some time. You can go. After saying this, he exited the vehicle. The driver said nothing further, turned around, and drove back into the city. Once the driver had left, Chao Kuan turned to face the South Cemetery. Being a small county cemetery, it was quite rudimentary, and there were no caretakers present even at night. Standing before the towering cemetery gates, Chao Kuan took a running start and leaped high, pressing his hands against the top, effortlessly vaulting over. Fortunately, there were no guards present. Otherwise, they might have thought they were witnessing a ghost. Upon landing, he was momentarily stunned by his own agility, realizing that his physical condition was even better than he had anticipated. This thought brought to mind a figure, Yang Ping. If that scoundrel Yang Ping had shared the rice bucket 72 techniques with him in his previous life, he would not have spent 10 years in prison. Having long since escaped, after muttering to himself, he chuckled and shook his head. Forget it. Yang Ping cannot bear the blame for this. For he simply did not know either. Although that unnamed book remained in his possession, he had only grasped the basics and not the entirety. A treasure trove yet barred to him. That must be fate. As these thoughts lingered, he soon reached the northeastern corner of the cemetery. Gazing at the small mound before him, his eyes involuntarily welled with tears. If there was anyone in this world who genuinely cared for him, apart from his late grandfather, he could scarcely think of another. This frugal and humble old man had harbored the simple wish for his grandson to live a safe and sound life. Yet, this modest aspiration ultimately went unfulfilled. Not only that, but even his own grave had been desecrated, his ashes scattered, leaving him with a fate devoid of remains. Every time he recalled this, a deep-seated rage surged within him. What audacity! What fury! It was directed toward those who dared to disturb the resting place of an elderly man. The deceased had turned to ashes. Why could they not be left in peace? Reflecting on the scenes of his past life, Chao Kuan clenched his teeth and fists, kneeling before the grave with a thud. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved offerings of roasted chicken and duck from his backpack, speaking softly. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. In my previous life, your grandson was a fool, imprisoned and causing your grave to be desecrated. But rest assured this time, your grandson will not engage in such reckless heroics." He continued, "Those who wronged us will be held accountable. Rest easy, for I remember them all. None shall escape." After uttering these words, Chao Kuan felt a weight lift from his heart, a sense of relief washing over him. He settled before the grave, smoking, drinking, and consuming offerings, recounting tales from his past life. "Grandfather, it's not that your grandson didn't wish to attend university. He was wrongfully accused and thrown into prison. Do you remember Wang Shanshan? The girl you said was exceptionally beautiful, and you hoped I would marry her? Little did you know how wretched her family truly is. When her mother was in danger, I intervened, only to be accused of murder by her family. Grandfather, is that something a human can do? It's utterly despicable. You know your grandson's looks, chiseled features, tall and handsome, fair-skinned. When I first arrived in prison, I assure you, at least half the inmates had their eyes on me. And so it was, I clenched my fist and crushed his 2 eggs, turning that man into a shell of his former self. From that day on, no one dared to lay a finger on me. You know about the super males, right? They possess an additional. Well, never mind, you wouldn't understand. Just know they possess a stronger desire and violence than ordinary men, like crazed beasts. Of course, not all super males are mad. But those who end up in our high-security prisons certainly are a breed apart. We had over a dozen super males in our prison, and every day was a riot. There was never a day without bloodshed. I distinctly remember a super male named Wang Haoran, a real savage, who hung his father up to beat him while forcing his mother to watch. His demise was equally grim, killed by another super male, found almost cleaved in half. Chapter 18. Editing videos. 10 long years had passed without a visit to his grandfather's grave, and Chao Kuan had so much to express. He sat there, and once he began to speak, he lost track of time, unaware that dawn was breaking in the east. As the last sip of wine was consumed, Chao Kuan gazed at the scattered cigarette butts and the offerings he had devoured with abandon, a broad smile breaking across his face. Lost in the revelry of the moment, he had unknowingly finished the gifts meant for the old gentleman. "Next time, I'll bring you something even better," he declared, rising to his feet to continue speaking. "Dear grandfather, after all we've shared, I wish to assure you not to worry. Your grandson will undoubtedly live a life of safety and fulfillment. As for the pleasures of life, such as fine dining and companionship, leave it to me to handle. Just watch my performance. I'm off now, so don't fret. I shall return to visit you again." With that, Chao Kuan directed a radiant smile towards the grave, waved goodbye, and departed into the dawn's early light. At 5 in the afternoon, Chao Kuan emerged from the bedroom, his bare form traversing the aged room towards the wash area. Having scarcely rested during his days in Haicheng, and having pulled an all-nighter the previous evening, he took a moment to rejuvenate after returning from the cemetery. A little over 10 minutes later, once refreshed, he stood before the full-length mirror in the living room. Gazing at his reflection, his physique appeared sculpted, with defined angles and prominent muscles, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The results of the Rice Bucket 72 style were undeniably impressive. In just a few short days, his body had transformed to rival that of his past life. Indeed, it was even more striking and handsome. Gone were the unsightly scars, replaced by a smooth, clean surface exuding a masculine beauty, particularly highlighted by his well-defined abdominal muscles, radiating power and vigor. Habitually inspecting his form, Chao Kuan smiled before returning to his bedroom, where he powered on his computer. With the house in Yundong district secured, the offerings to his grandfather completed, and his spirit restored, it was high time to seek vengeance. Once the computer fully booted, he adeptly navigated to the C drive and opened a video. The footage began in a dim alley, where a charming young woman was forcibly dragged by 3 ruffians. It was a video depicting by Jing, Wang Shanshan's mother, being bullied. In his haste to manage affairs in Yundong district, Chao Kun had recorded the video the previous evening without truly watching it. After viewing it, inspiration struck him. Although Bai Jing was coerced, the coercion was not evident throughout the entire clip. By removing the beginning and end, leaving only the middle portion, it could easily be construed as an illicit video. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "My dear Uncle Wang, I hope you find this to your liking." With that, Chao Kun launched a video editing program and swiftly began his work. In mere minutes, he completed the editing process, meticulously reviewing the clip twice to ensure its integrity before transferring it onto a USB drive. At that moment, his phone rang, the caller ID displaying Zhang Wei. Upon seeing the name, a sinister glint flickered in Chao Kun's eyes, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent. Chapter 19. Do you truly understand what your wife is like? If one were to inquire who Chao Kun most yearned to exact revenge upon, the unequivocal answer would be the Wang family trio. Had it not been for them, he would not have borne the unjust label of a murderer, enduring 10 long years of imprisonment. Apart from the Wang family, the caller on the other end, Zhang Wei, would undoubtedly rank a close second, perhaps even contending for the top position. Zhang Wei had been Chao Kun's classmate for 3 years in high school. They had shared countless nights studying, watching films, and indulging in cigarettes and alcohol, a bond that could only be described as brotherhood. Yet, it was this very brother who, after Chao Kun's wrongful incarceration, had neither visited him in prison nor defended him, but rather spread slander to distance himself from the association. Had Zhang Wei merely tarnished Chao Kun's reputation, he might have been able to overlook it, understanding the stigma that accompanied the label of a murderer. However, what Zhang Wei could never have anticipated was that in his haste to sever ties with Chao Kun, he and another so-called friend had desecrated Chao Kun's grandfather's grave, scattering the old man's ashes. For Chao Kun, his grandfather was his only family. The regret of not honoring the old man in life weighed heavily on him. To have his grandfather denied a proper resting place was an affront Chao Kun could not abide. What was the purpose of his grandfather raising him if not to ensure his peace in death? Better to have raised a dog. In his past life, had he had the opportunity, he would have long since dealt with both Zhang Wei and his accomplice. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chao Kun glanced at the incessantly ringing phone on his desk and answered it. "Hello?" The dark clouds on his face dissipated, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. "What is up, Zhang Wei? Kongge, what are you up to?" Zhang Wei's voice was muffled, as if he were chewing. "Nothing much," Chao Kun replied. "I pulled an all-nighter reading novels and only just woke up after sleeping until now." "Wow, Kongge, you're living a bit too indulgently during the holiday." Zhang Wei laughed. "Come play cards, we're short one player." If Zhang Wei had a passion, it was undoubtedly playing cards. Be it Do Diju, Paijio, or Jia Jian, he was addicted to them all, often playing through the night without a care for meals. Chao Kun had previously remarked that he seemed possessed by the cards. In that fleeting moment, an idea for dealing with Zhang Wei formed in Chao Kun's mind. His weaknesses were glaringly apparent. However, the timing was not right. He would need to wait a bit longer. "Which game are you playing?" "You know I'm not very good, and besides, I still need to read," Chao Kun replied with a smile. "Come on, Kongge," Zhang Wei pleaded. "Just join us for a bit. Watching you read is no fun. It doesn't matter if you can't play. Just come to liven things up. We're not betting money." No, Chao Kun insisted. "I'm about to fall asleep again. I need to catch some more rest." Seeing that Chao Kun was resolute in his refusal, Zhang Wei sighed. "All right then, I'll see if anyone else is available." With that, the call ended. Chao Kun looked at the disconnected phone, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "My dear brother, cherish these fleeting moments of joy. Soon, you shall find no reason to be cheerful." Later that evening, at 8:30, in the bustling food street of the North District of Xia County, Chao Kun approached a crowded stall selling snacks. At that moment, a man in his 30s was attempting to settle his bill. He pulled out his phone, attempting to unlock it with his fingerprint. Yet, whether due to grease on his fingers or a malfunctioning screen, he failed several times and resorted to entering his password. After unlocking the device, he opened WeChat to complete the transaction, executing the process smoothly apart from the initial hiccup. He paid, collected his items, and left, unaware that he had brushed past a young man slightly taller than himself. 5 minutes later, Chao Kun exited the food street on foot. Upon arriving at a desolate location, he rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a mobile phone. It was unmistakably the device belonging to the man in his 30s he had encountered earlier at the food stall. After a decade behind bars, Chao Kun was no stranger to the art of petty theft. Such skills had become second nature to him. In the prison milieu, individuals adept at these tactics were plentiful, and he had unconsciously absorbed their methods. Chao Kun swiftly unlocked the phone using the 6-digit passcode 020304. Without perusing the device for any compromising images or videos, he opened WeChat and initiated a friend request, entering a series of digits. The mobile number of Wang Shanshan's father, Wang Yifu. As a devoted admirer of Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Chao Kun possessed not only her contact information but also that of her parents. Thus, sending a video to Wang Yifu would be a mere formality. However, such an action would also expose him, necessitating the use of an alias. To ensure Wang Yifu would accept his friend request, he appended a note. Wang Yifu, add me, urgent matter. Within 3 minutes, a notification confirmed that Wang Yifu had accepted the request, accompanied by an inquiry from him. Who are you? What urgent matter? Observing the messages from Wang Yifu, a smirk crept across Chao Kun's face. He transferred a video he had edited to this phone via Bluetooth before responding. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is whether you truly understand the nature of your wife. Thanks to his prolonged infatuation with Wang Shanshan, Chao Kun had gleaned sufficient insight into Wang Yifu's character. Wang Yifu was a staunchly masculine man, plagued by jealousy. In fact, he had coerced his wife, Bai Jing, to resign from her well-paying job simply because it required occasional travel, fearing she might engage in infidelity. Therefore, Chao Kun was confident that his message would ensnare Wang Yifu. As anticipated, Wang Yifu promptly replied, Who are you really? And I know my wife better than you do. Don't think you can manipulate me with a few insinuations. Our relationship is solid. Faced with Wang Yifu's retort, Chao Kun struggled to contain his amusement. How could a man so insecure as to demand his wife quit her job dare to make such claims? With a sardonic grin, he responded, You are truly a pitiable man. Frankly, I almost feel sorry for you as you confront this harsh reality. Wang Yifu shot back, What harsh reality? Stop posturing. I have absolute faith in my wife. Chao Kun laughed heartily. At your age, your naivety is almost charming. Very well, if you trust your wife so unequivocally. I won't trouble you with the video of her in the throes of ecstasy with another man. Farewell. Almost instantaneously, Wang Yifu replied, Wait. You can't just leave it at that. What video of her with another man? You must clarify. I assure you, that is not my wife. It's merely someone who resembles her. Send me the video now. At that moment, Chao Kun could no longer restrain his laughter. This was the essence of Wang Yifu's trust, words of faith concealing a heart full of doubt. Without further ado, he sent the video along with a message. I bet your wife has never been so blissfully happy with you as she is with another man. After dispatching the message, Chao Kun promptly removed Wang Yifu from his contacts, deleted the video from the phone, and with a decisive twist, shattered the device into several pieces. Disposing of the broken phone in a trash bin, he strolled away as if nothing had transpired. Simultaneously, in a residential bathroom in Xia County, Wang Yifu sat on the toilet, watching the video on his phone, his fists clenching tighter with each passing moment, veins bulging on his forehead. He had initially assumed it was merely a lookalike of his wife, but upon viewing the video, despair washed over him. After years of intimacy, he recognized every detail of Bai Jing's body. The woman in the video mirrored her perfectly, from her features to the expressions she bore in moments of pleasure. The realization struck him. His wife had been unfaithful, engaging with not just one, but 3 men. Betrayal surged within him, and as the 11-minute video concluded, he could no longer contain the wrath ignited by this treachery. Forgetting to dress properly, he stormed out of the bathroom clad only in his boxers. In the living room, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan sat together, enjoying a television program. Upon seeing Wang Yifu emerge from the bathroom, Bai Jing's brow furrowed with concern. She intended to chide him for his inappropriate attire in front of their daughter, but before she could speak, he lunged at her. You treacherous wretch. I'll end you. Without hesitation, he slapped her across the face, rendering her momentarily dazed. Before she could regain her composure, he seized her hair and unleashed a torrent of blows. How could you be so shameless? Can't you survive without a man? The sounds of slaps and Bai Jing's screams filled the air, leaving Wang Shanshan, who had never witnessed such violence, utterly bewildered. As she came to her senses, Wang Shanshan burst into tears, rushing to strike her father. Dad, what are you doing? Let go of Mom. Enraged, Wang Yifu turned his ire toward her. I work hard to provide for this family, and you side with your mother? You ungrateful wretch. He kicked Wang Shanshan in the stomach, sending her sprawling across the room. Seeing her daughter harmed ignited by Jing's maternal instincts. With a fierce cry, she clawed at Wang Yifu's face, drawing blood. As the chaos escalated, Wang Shanshan, overwhelmed and desperate, dialed emergency services. Hello, 110? My dad is trying to kill my mom. Please hurry. We're at Huayuan Community. After hanging up, witnessing her mother being assaulted again, Wang Shanshan screamed and seized the television, hurling it at Wang Yifu's head. The screen shattered upon impact, yet her efforts fell short of incapacitating him. Wang Yifu, with a shard of shattered LCD embedded in his forehead, slowly turned his gaze toward Wang Shanshan, his eyes a crimson hue reminiscent of a ravenous beast. After all the toil I endured to raise you, how dare you strike me? In the next moment, he cast aside Bai Jing and with 2 swift strides approached Wang Shanshan, delivering a resounding slap. You ungrateful wretch, I've wasted my efforts on you. The sight of her father striking her reignited Bai Jing's latent fury, and with a primal scream, she lunged forward, clinging to Wang Yifu's leg and biting down. Wang Yifu howled in agony, momentarily disregarding Wang Shanshan as he lifted his leg to shake her off, narrowly escaping a severe bite to his calf. This only fueled his rage further, and he aimed to kick at Bai Jing's head. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, stung by the slap, found herself in a reckless state of despair. Damn it, to hell with this. I can't endure this life any longer. She seized decorative bottles and liquor from the cabinet and hurled them at Wang Yifu. 5 minutes later, a police car pulled up outside. Given the proximity of Wang Shanshan's residence to the precinct and the gravity of her report regarding an alleged homicide, the officers arrived promptly. 3 policemen emerged from the vehicle and ascended the stairs with urgency. Upon entering Wang Shanshan's home, they were taken aback by the chaos that unfolded before them. The coffee table lay in ruins, the television shattered, glass fragments littered the floor, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol, mingled with blood. On the ground, 3 figures entwined in a struggle continued to grapple and strike at one another. Chapter 21. Seeking refuge with Chao Kun observing the tangled mass of bodies. The officers swiftly intervened, each one restraining an individual, effectively separating Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu remained irate, even after the intervention, glaring at Bai Jing with venomous insults. You shameless harlot, after all these years of exhausting labor to support this family, is this how you repay me? Damn your entire family. Although Bai Jing was no match for Wang Yifu in strength, this altercation ignited her righteous indignation. With the barrier of fear lifted, she hurled insults back at him. You pathetic waste, how dare you speak? You squabble over mere pennies each month, while beggars would earn more than you. You can't satisfy me in bed, nor can you earn a living. I have never encountered such a useless man. Go be a dog instead. Meanwhile, witnessing her parents' bitter exchange, Wang Shanshan's cries grew louder. What on earth is happening? They were once such a loving couple, a harmonious family. How did it all descend into this chaos? The officers recognized that this was not a situation amenable to mediation and promptly took the 3 individuals back to the station. As Wang Yifu and Bai Jing continued their vitriolic exchanges, the officers separated them for individual questioning. Wang Yifu was placed in one room, while Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were taken to another. A brief inquiry revealed the root of the familial discord. According to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, they had been peacefully watching a movie on the sofa when Wang Yifu, like a rabid dog, erupted in violence without any provocation. Even now, they remained oblivious to the cause of his outburst. With this understanding, the officers sought to uncover the underlying issue directly from Wang Yifu. However, he remained obstinate, refusing to divulge the reasons behind his actions, resorting instead to a barrage of insults directed at Bai Jing. The officers deduced that Bai Jing must have provoked his ire, prompting them to question her regarding any misdeeds that may have incited Wang Yifu's wrath. In that moment, Bai Jing briefly recalled an incident involving 3 thugs who had assaulted her, but she dismissed the thought. She felt no connection to the current situation. There were no witnesses, no recordings of the event, and Wang Yifu could not possibly be aware of it. Moreover, if he were aware, he should comprehend that she had been coerced, and thus, he should offer her comfort rather than resorting to violence against her. How could a husband, upon learning of his wife's assault, react with such brutality? Surely, that would align him with the assailants themselves. Firm in her conviction, she denied any wrongdoing. I, Bai Jing, have done nothing to betray Wang Yifu. He is merely a mad dog. Thus, the mediation reached an impasse, persisting into the late hours of the night. Ultimately, the officers allowed Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing to leave, while Wang Yifu was retained at the station for further resolution. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the Summer County Police Station, Wang Shanshan, supporting her mother Bai Jing, was enveloped by a gentle breeze that stirred her emotions once more, prompting tears to flow. She surveyed her surroundings, feeling lost. Home. But is that really a home anymore? If Wang Yifu is released, wouldn't we be trapped like fish in a barrel? Yet, where else could they go? At that moment, both Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing felt adrift, uncertain of their next steps. Despite her steadfast demeanor, Bai Jing grappled with an undeniable truth. She could not best Wang Yifu in a confrontation. The fear of returning home, should Wang Yifu also return, loomed large. His strikes were merciless, far more brutal than those of the assailants. If she were to endure another beating, she feared she might not withstand it. In the midst of their uncertainty, Wang Shanshan suddenly had an idea. Mom, why don't we stay at my classmate's house for a while? I'm really scared to go home. Your classmate's house? Bai Jing furrowed her brow, hesitating. That might not be appropriate. You could manage on your own. But I don't think their parents would welcome me. Mom, let's go to Chao Kuen's house. Wang Shanshan said with a slight smile, despite her swollen lip. You forgot. He lives alone. Oh, that devoted admirer of yours. Bai Jing's eyes lit up with interest. Yes, Wang Shanshan replied with a hint of pride. The one who has been my devoted admirer for 3 years, bringing me breakfast and gifts for 3 years. If I tell him we need a place to stay, he'll be overjoyed. Bai Jing considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, call him and see. Also, remember to give him some incentives. That way, he'll remain devoted to you. Wang Shanshan grinned. Don't worry, Mom. I know what to do. I'll give him the rewards when the time is right. With that, Wang Shanshan took out her phone and dialed Chao Kuen's number. Meanwhile, in his modest living room, Chao Kuen had just completed his last set of the 72 forms of the rice bucket. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, intending to head to the washroom for a refreshing shower before retiring to bed, a sudden cacophony of a ringing mobile phone interrupted him. The name displayed on the caller ID read Goddess. For a moment, Chao Kuen found himself bewildered, but soon realization dawned upon him. It was Wang Shanshan. He almost forgot that he was still her devoted admirer. To his surprise, she had called him in the dead of night, which caused a smile to break across his face. He instinctively knew that something serious must have happened at her home. Otherwise, Wang Shanshan would never have reached out to him at such an hour. It appeared that Wang Yifu was even more formidable than he had imagined. With this thought racing through his mind, Chao Kuen promptly answered the call, his tone gentle as he spoke. Hello, Shanshan, what's the matter? Why are you still awake at this hour? Wang Shanshan's voice was choked with emotion as she replied, Chao Kuen, please come pick us up. My mother and I have nowhere to go. At this, Chao Kuen was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a grin. Goodness, had things escalated to such an extent? They needed to seek refuge at his home? This was truly a case of heaven presenting a path untraveled, while hell offered no escape. He suppressed his rising excitement and spoke urgently. What do you mean? You have nowhere to go? What is happening? Where are you now? Don't ask questions right now. We are outside the police station. Hurry and come get us. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Half an hour later, a taxi pulled up outside the police station. Chao Kuen alighted and quickly approached Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. The sight of them nearly made him laugh. Bai Jing appeared disheveled, her hair a tangled mess, her cheeks swollen, a distinct bruise marking her lip, and dark circles under her eyes. Wang Shanshan looked a bit better, though her hair was also unkempt, and her cheeks were visibly puffy, yet it was clear she fared better than Bai Jing. These were merely the visible injuries. It was evident from their walking posture and the way they supported each other that both bore unseen wounds. Shanshan, Aunt Bai, what happened? Who did this to you? Chao Kuen's expression was a mix of shock and concern, resembling a devoted admirer. Don't ask right now, Wang Shanshan said, pouting, looking as though she would cry. Just let us stay at your place. We're in so much pain. All right, let me help you into the car. 20 minutes later, Chao Kuen assisted by Jing and Wang Shanshan into his home. Eager to please, he tidied their room, prepared warm water for their baths, and even had a delivery person bring some ointments for their bruises. Under his attentive care, Wang Shanshan finally revealed a fragment of the story. Her mother, Bai Jing, had gotten into a fight with her father, Wang Yifu. Standing by her mother's side had led to her being struck as well, although Wang Shanshan did not articulate it. Chao Kun was already aware that both women had suffered at the hands of Wang Yifu. Given what he knew of Wang Yifu, it was no surprise. After viewing a certain video, he understood that Wang Yifu would not have been able to restrain his temper. However, he had not anticipated the outcome would be so severe, with Wang Yifu resorting to physical violence immediately without confronting Bai Jing first. This brute did a commendable job. Upon realizing this was a domestic conflict, Chao Kun refrained from voicing too many opinions. After all, one was Wang Shanshan's mother, while the other was her father. As a devoted admirer of Wang Shanshan, he could not afford to offend either side. Thus, he opted for a diplomatic approach, assuring them that he would do his utmost to help resolve the misunderstanding between Wang Shanshan's parents and bring them back together. He also expressed that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan could stay as long as they needed, with all their meals and comforts on him. They continued this way until past 2 in the morning, when Chao Kun finally returned to his bedroom, leaving space for Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing to bathe and apply their ointments. Time slipped away, and soon a night had passed. Inside the police station, Wang Yifu, who had spent the entire night there, appeared somewhat subdued, his anger dissipating, revealing signs of exhaustion and weariness. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the officer assigned to mediate their family dispute entered. Observing Wang Yifu's weary demeanor, he offered him a cigarette. Wang Yifu accepted it without hesitation, placing it between his lips. The officer, seeing this, produced a lighter to ignite it, lighting one for himself as well, and spoke earnestly. Wang Yifu, it's been a night. What are you thinking? I'll repeat what I said before. Regardless of your grievances or frustrations, you must express them. Only then can we assist you. But if you remain silent, how can we help you? Wang Yifu furrowed his brow and exhaled a puff of smoke. Why can't you let me go? What have I done? You've assaulted someone. The officer retorted sharply. Wang Yifu, do not assume that beating your wife is merely a domestic affair. Given your current attitude, we still suspect you may pose a danger to her. On that basis alone, we have ample reason to detain you. So, you must speak up. How can we address this if you stay silent? Uncertain whether he desired freedom or a resolution, Wang Yifu took a couple of puffs from the cigarette before finally exhaling a deep sigh. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's so humiliating. I can't bring myself to say it. Upon hearing this, the officer perked up. There was hope. He settled beside Wang Yifu, softening his tone. Consider this. What kind of place is this? It's a police station. This is where issues are resolved. Who cares if you feel embarrassed? Even if you do feel ashamed, you must speak up. We need to resolve the matter. As if swayed by the officer's encouragement, Wang Yifu fell silent for a few moments before finally admitting, Bai Jing cheated on me. What? The officer narrowed his eyes. Your wife cheated on you? Wang Yifu nodded emphatically. I truly didn't want to say it. Damn it, it's so humiliating. That shameless woman. You can't even imagine how sordid she is. Behind my back, she asked with another man. No, 3 men at the same time. Officer, do you think I was wrong to hit her? A woman like her deserves no mercy. The officer couldn't help but recall his previous questioning of Bai Jing, where she had denied any wrongdoing towards Wang Yifu. In that moment, he realized that one of them was lying. Yet, discerning who was telling the truth proved challenging. As both Wang Yifu and Bai Jing's expressions, gazes, and tone seemed sincere, the officer cautiously probed, Wang Yifu, are you certain your wife cheated? Could there be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Wang Yifu scoffed, pulling out his phone and slamming it onto the table. There's video evidence. What more could there be to misunderstand? With that, he opened the video on his phone and thrust it forward for the officer to see. The officer did not scrutinize it carefully. Instead, he glanced at the progress bar, watching a minute of the 11-minute video. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. Bai Jing had indeed been unfaithful, and it was shocking how brazen she was, engaging with 3 men simultaneously. As the officer handed the phone back to Wang Yifu, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, Officer, you tell me, does that woman deserve to be hit? The officer furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness. Wang Yifu, I understand your current emotions. However, violence is ultimately unjustifiable. I believe it is best for you and your spouse to have a face-to-face conversation. If you can continue living together, then start anew. If not, part amicably. In any case, resorting to violence is absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 23. Indeed, at the adulterer's house in such circumstances, the police find themselves at a loss for effective measures, as infidelity does not fall within their jurisdiction. Regardless of Bai Jing's entanglements with 3 men, her private affairs are her own, at most reflecting a lack of moral integrity. However, Assault is a different matter entirely. Violence undeniably falls within the purview of law enforcement. Thus, while they cannot intervene in Bai Jing's extramarital affairs, they can certainly address Wang Yifu's aggression. During subsequent discussions, the police merely reiterated to Wang Yifu the prohibition against violence. Wang Yifu recognized that the police were indifferent to Bai Jing's infidelity or any culpability on her part. Their sole concern was that he refrained from physical aggression. As for how they resolved their issues, that was of no consequence to them. As long as he refrained from violence, they could resolve their matters however they saw fit. Therefore, what could he expect from such mediation? Rest assured, officer, I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes, and I promise I will not act impulsively again. Under the police's stern admonitions against violence, Wang Yifu appeared to be persuaded, engaging in a deep self-reflection. Precisely. Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to violence is always wrong, and it is not a solution to any problem. Ultimately, communication is essential. Why bother? Indeed, Wang Yifu nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Wang Yifu had genuinely acknowledged his errors, the police decided not to press him further. This is, after all, your domestic dispute. I do not wish to complicate matters for you. Since you have recognized your mistakes and shown remorse, you may leave. Remember, do not resort to violence again, not even against your wife. Otherwise, if you return, it will not be so easy to leave. Understood. Wang Yifu nodded vigorously, assuring, Officer, you need not worry. I will not resort to violence again. For that is ultimately not a solution. Exactly. The officer concurred. It is commendable that you recognize this. Violence will not resolve any issues. You must engage in a calm and heartfelt discussion with your wife. Now, be on your way, and refrain from all forms of aggression. Rest assured, I shall not resort to violence. After bidding farewell to the police, Wang Yifu turned to leave the precinct. However, as he turned, his expression darkened once more. Clearly, the police had not genuinely swayed him. A little over 10 minutes later, Wang Yifu returned home. Upon entering, he surveyed the disarray around him. And with no changes since the previous night, his fury reignited upon discovering that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were not at home. That wretched woman did not spend the night at home. She must be at her lover's place. And she took our daughter with her. I swear, if I catch her, I will make her pay. His rage surged to unprecedented heights, and without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, at Chao Kuen's residence, he, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan were having breakfast together, deliberately avoiding any mention of the altercation involving Wang Shanshan's family. However, Chao Kuen found this breakfast unusually challenging, as he struggled to suppress laughter. After a night of fermenting emotions, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's injuries were now even more pronounced. Bai Jing's entire face appeared swollen, her eyes reduced to slits, and her lips were red and swollen, the lower lip at least twice its normal size, making eating a laborious task. Wang Shanshan fared slightly better, with one eye appearing normal while the other was barely open. Seeing the two of them resembling swollen pigs, Chao Kuen found it increasingly difficult to contain his amusement. He had to feign concern, which made the situation all the more unbearable. Aunt Bai, Shanshan, how about I take you both to the hospital for a checkup? Uncle Wang's blows were rather severe. Upon hearing Chao Kuen's suggestion, Bai Jing trembled with rage. This madman not only struck her with such ferocity, but also laid hands on their daughter. Even an outsider like Chao Kuen recognized the brutality of his actions. Look at the child's face, swollen as if stuffed with dumplings. No need, Bai Jing forced a smile. It's just a bit of swelling. I don't feel dizzy or nauseous. There's no need for a hospital visit. Wang Shanshan quickly agreed. Yes, there's no need to waste money on a hospital visit. A few days of rest will suffice. To an outsider, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan appeared frugal and practical. In reality, both were merely concerned about being seen by acquaintances in their current state, fearing they would become the subject of ridicule. After all, both women valued their dignity, especially Wang Shanshan, who had reigned as the school belle for 3 years. Being seen in this condition would be far more humiliating than any other scandal. Thus, they resolved to avoid going out at all costs. Chao Kuen was about to speak again when suddenly, a phone call interrupted. It was Bai Jing's phone. A glance at the screen darkened her expression, for it was Wang Yifu calling. Initially reluctant to answer, she reconsidered, thinking it might be an apology from him, and ultimately decided to take the call. As she switched to speaker mode while eating, she irritably asked, "What do you want?" On the other end, Wang Yifu's furious voice erupted. "Bai Jing, you shameless woman. Are you spending the night at your lover's place? How can you be so promiscuous? Can you not stay idle for a moment? Did you take Shanshan with you? Are you looking to die? Bai Jing had anticipated an apology from Wang Yifu, believing that after the senseless violence of the previous night, he had come to realize his wrongdoing. However, she was taken aback as he not only failed to apologize but also escalated his tirade, even threatening her life. This cannot continue. No matter who it is, I cannot endure this anymore. Bai Jing, already pushed to her limits, snapped back. You guessed it correctly. I am indeed at my lover's house. You have no idea how passionate he was last night. It was a pleasure far beyond your capabilities. A man who cannot satisfy his woman deserves to wear a green hat. Bai Jing's retort sent Wang Yifu into a complete frenzy. Bai Jing, you. Before he could finish, Bai Jing abruptly hung up and blocked him on all platforms, calls, WeChat, everything. Observing this, Wang Shanshan asked with a quivering voice, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? What's wrong? He's just gone mad. Your father is a rabid dog now. Don't let it bother you. Hand me your phone. I'll block this madman to spare you any fright. Chapter 24. Adding fuel to the fire. The phone call from Wang Yifu abruptly ended what had been a harmonious breakfast. Bai Jing chose to retreat to her bedroom for some much-needed rest, while Wang Shanshan remained in the living room, watching television with Chao Kuan and seeking solace. I confess that even now, I remain oblivious to the unfolding events, overwhelmed by the inexplicable nature of this conflict. Everything seemed to be going well until, quite suddenly, it all transformed. In the living room, Wang Shanshan leaned against Chao Kuan, her voice choked and her eyes glistening with tears. Observing her sorrowful visage brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Chao Kuan's heart. In his previous life, he had been wronged by Wang Shanshan's family, imprisoned by their deceit, and he had longed for their downfall for a decade. While there still existed a chasm between this moment and their ruin, he could finally perceive a glimmer of hope. Chao Kuan offered Shanshan a tissue, whispering, Shanshan, please don't cry. Would you like me to check on your father? Upon hearing this, Shanshan halted her tear-dabbing, shaking her head vigorously. No. If you go, my dad will surely find out that my mom and I are here with you. If he comes over. You heard what he said on the phone. I truly fear he might harm my mother. Please, do not seek him out. Chao Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Shanshan, do not worry. Your father has never been to my place. He wouldn't know where to find us. Shanshan paused, realizing this was indeed true. Neither her father nor her mother possessed knowledge of Chao Kuan's address. Only she was privy to that information. Furthermore, Chao Kuan continued, I assure you, I am not defenseless. Even if your father were to come, he would not dare lay a finger on either of you in my presence. He flexed his arm, showcasing his bicep with a grin, and then added, moreover, Shanshan, he is still your father. Regardless of the turmoil between him and your mother, that fact remains unchanged. You mentioned that you remain unaware of what transpired between them. Have you considered that perhaps it was your mother who erred? What if the fault lies with her, and you sided with her against your father? Can you fathom the disappointment and hurt he would feel? Upon hearing Chao Kuan's words, Shanshan's brow furrowed, and she gazed intently into his eyes, hesitating. I honestly hadn't considered that it might be my mother's fault. Precisely, Chao Kuan replied. You currently lack clarity on who is at fault. You cannot be blindly biased. Your mother loves you, but does that mean your father does not? At least your mother is here with you, but your father, he is all alone. Do you not see how pitiable he is? After listening to Chao Kuan, Shanshan could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, Chao Kuan, please go check on my father. I feel terrible for having hit him last night. He must be so disappointed in me. Chao Kuan gestured calmly, tenderly wiping the tears from her cheeks. Rest assured, I will take good care of your father. You only need to look after your mother. Let us both strive to mend the rift between them. Moved by his words, Shanshan suddenly embraced Chao Kuan, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Thank you, Chao Kuan, for being so supportive. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Chao Kuan stood momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin. With a kiss like that, everything is worthwhile. Await my good news. I must take my leave. With that, he departed with an invigorated spirit. However, as the door closed behind him, the excitement faded from his expression. In his previous life, such a kiss from Wang Shanshan would have won his heart, but now he felt nothing but amusement. He had seen through her true nature, realizing that this kiss bore no significance, merely a bait to keep him as a devoted admirer. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Kuan arrived at Wang Shanshan's building, carrying 2 bottles of Maotai and some delicacies. After a brief glance upward, he stepped inside. Soon, He stood before her door and knocked. After a few seconds, the door swung open, revealing a furious Wang Yifu, who appeared ready to unleash his wrath. Wang Jingyu. He froze upon seeing Xiao Kun. Xiao Kun, what brings you here? In front of others, Wang Yifu maintained a facade of dignity, quickly straightening his attire and forcing a smile. Yet, the moment he smiled, it only evoked laughter from Xiao Kun. His face bore the marks of violence, with numerous scratches resembling cat scratches, covering nearly his entire visage. Shanshan is not here. You should come back another day. Aware of his disheveled appearance, Wang Yifu attempted to dismiss Xiao Kun. However, before he could shut the door, Xiao Kun stopped him, raising the bottles and delicacies. Uncle Wang, Shanshan asked me to keep you company. Wang Yifu hesitated, taken aback for a moment, but ultimately stepped aside to allow Xiao Kun entry. As he surveyed the chaotic living room strewn with cigarette butts and debris, Xiao Kun paid it no mind, clearing a small spot on the battered coffee table to place his offerings before turning to Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before retrieving 2 small glasses from a cabinet and sitting across from Xiao Kun. In a low voice, he inquired, "Are Shanshan and her mother with you?" "No," Xiao Kun replied, shaking his head as he opened a bottle of Mao Dai. "Shanshan called me, briefly explaining the situation and asking me to check on you." Noticing the sincerity in Xiao Kun's eyes, Wang Yifu's brow furrowed. "They truly aren't with you?" "Absolutely not." Xiao Kun reassured him. "Shanshan only mentioned she was at Aunt Bai's friend's place. And you need not worry, they are well. I even heard Aunt Bai laughing on the phone, along with a male voice. They were having a good time together." Chapter 25. The impending misfortune of the blonde youth. Xiao Kun's words, seemingly meant to comfort Wang Yifu, were, in fact, akin to adding fuel to the fire. As the instigator of this entire affair, he was acutely aware of the dynamics between the three of them. Wang Yifu, a man of machismo and pride, was prone to losing his temper when confronted with such information. Would he not become enraged upon suspecting that Wang Shanshan and her mother had spent the night with her lover? Indeed, men like Wang Yifu, who were both patriarchal and particularly concerned with their image, were prone to emotional outbursts when faced with such circumstances. Just as honest men often resort to extreme measures when provoked, so too would Wang Yifu. Based on Xiao Kun's decade-long experience in prison, he understood that anger could easily blind a person, making them susceptible to manipulation. This was a tactic he had employed many times before, and it had proven effective. As anticipated, Xiao Kun's remarks struck a nerve in Wang Yifu, especially when Wang Yifu learned that Bai Jing was having a good time with her male friend. His heart brimmed with murderous rage. "Here I am, seething at home, while you frolic with your lover. Bai Jing, you shameless creature. Have you completely discarded any pretense and brazenly placed a green hat upon me? Very well. Just wait. I will find this pair of adulterers and exact my vengeance." Sitting across from Wang Yifu, Xiao Kun observed the bulging veins on Wang Yifu's forehead and his clenched fists, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He was aware that he had successfully ignited Wang Yifu's fury. For the remainder of the evening, Xiao Kun played the role of a dutiful younger relative, occasionally interjecting provocative remarks that kept Wang Yifu's anger simmering. Finally, the clock struck 7. 2 bottles of Mao Tai had long been consumed, and they had polished off 4 crates of beer, cigarette butts strewn across the floor. If it had been anyone else, they would have been inebriated by now. Yet both Xiao Kun and Wang Yifu remained composed. Xiao Kun had significantly increased his alcohol tolerance through rigorous training, while Wang Yifu was simply a heavy drinker. Moreover, Xiao Kun was well aware of Wang Yifu's limits, meticulously controlling the pace of their drinking to ensure that Wang Yifu would not become intoxicated, as that would jeopardize his subsequent plans. At this optimal state of mild inebriation, where one feels emboldened and daring, Xiao Kun took a sip of beer and addressed Wang Yifu. "Uncle, I find it quite perplexing. Your relationship with Bai Yi has always been harmonious. So how could there be such a significant conflict?" Wang Yifu felt a deep-seated satisfaction with this younger relative who had spent the better part of the day drinking with him. Whether in conversation or in drink, he was well-rounded and, importantly, he understood the struggles of a man. Xiao Kun's earlier remarks about the hardships men face to provide for their families nearly moved Wang Yifu to clasp his hand and proclaim him a confidant. "Look, even a younger generation recognizes how challenging it is for men to support their families. What about the woman with whom I have lived for nearly 20 years? This wretched Bai Jing truly deserves her fate." Thus, in Wang Yifu's heart, Xiao Kun had become his bosom buddy. Confronted with the inquiries of his newfound confidant, Wang Yifu felt no hesitation in responding. He gulped down a couple of swigs of beer and took a deep drag from his cigarette before declaring, "Why is there conflict?" "Huh. It's all because that wretched Bai Jing has been unfaithful. You have no idea how depraved she truly is." Chao Kuan was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Wang Yifu. "Uncle Wang, you can't be serious. Surely you must be mistaken. My Bai Yi could never be that kind of person." Wang Yifu scoffed, exhaling a plume of smoke as he retrieved his phone, opened a video, and pushed it towards Chao Kuan. "Little Kuan, today I shall impart a truth to you. No woman is without her faults. If you don't believe me, just take a look for yourself." Chao Kuan, though skeptical, picked up the phone and began to watch. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds. Finally, after less than a minute, his expression morphed into one of shock as he lowered the phone. "Bai Yi, she actually." Observing Chao Kuan's astonished demeanor, Wang Yifu exhaled a derisive laugh and said, "Did you not expect her to be so debased, so promiscuous, entangled with 3 men?" Chao Kuan stared blankly at Wang Yifu, nodding slowly. "So, this is what I wanted to teach you. Women are inherently flawed. Never treat them too kindly, do you understand?" Chao Kuan continued to nod, his expression dazed as he murmured, "Uncle Wang, I think I recognize that guy with the yellow hair." In the video, there were 3 ruffians, each with distinct hairstyles, one of whom sported a buzz cut that was dyed yellow. Upon hearing Chao Kuan's revelation, Wang Yifu furrowed his brow. "You know him?" "Yes," Chao Kuan affirmed with certainty. "Back in school, this guy approached me near the school gate, inquiring about Shanshan, wanting to pursue her romantically. You know I've been chasing after Shanshan myself. I could tell he was trouble, so I didn't disclose anything to him. In fact, I almost got into a fight with him right there." Chao Kuan had even taken the initiative to investigate this yellow-haired troublemaker, discovering his address, but the matter had dissolved without further action. "I never imagined he would be connected to Bai Yi." At this juncture, concern creased Chao Kuan's features as he added, "Uncle Wang, do you think Bai Yi has taken Shanshan to live with that yellow-haired guy? If so, Shanshan could be in danger. That guy has had his eye on her for a long time and might take advantage of the situation." Despite the fact that Wang Shanshan had clashed with Wang Yifu the previous day, any animosity had long been smoothed over by Chao Kuan. He had come to Wang Yifu under the banner of Wang Shanshan, regretting his earlier actions and wishing to apologize profusely. Hence, in Wang Yifu's eyes, Wang Shanshan remained his beloved daughter, and he had already forgiven her in his heart. Now, upon hearing Chao Kuan's anxious words, Wang Yifu's expression turned grave. Losing his wife to that yellow-haired fool would be one thing. If his daughter fell victim as well, he would find life utterly unbearable. "Where does that yellow-haired scoundrel live?" he demanded fiercely. "In Hongfu community. I only know he resides in that complex, but I don't know which building," Chao Kuan replied. Wang Yifu, darkly silent, grabbed a bottle of liquor and stormed out. Watching him leave, a smile crept onto Chao Kuan's lips. All his earlier claims about encountering the yellow-haired thug at the school gate and his intentions towards Wang Shanshan had been fabrications. However, one truth remained. That yellow-haired ruffian indeed lived in Hongfu community. Chao Kuan was aware of this because, in a previous life, he had inadvertently killed that very thug. The memory of his first kill was etched into his mind, never to be forgotten. As for the other 2 ruffians, they had long faded from his memory. Chapter 26. The yellow-haired thug is dead again. In stark contrast to Wang Yifu's hasty departure, Chao Kuan remained unperturbed. He finished his beer, leisurely savored a few bites of food, and after swallowing, took his time lighting a cigarette. As the pale smoke curled around him, he continued to smoke until about a third of the cigarette had been consumed before finally rising from the sofa, straightening his clothes, and leaving the premises. At 9:30 in the evening, outside Hongfu community, Wang Yifu, cigarette in mouth, silently scrutinized every individual entering or exiting the complex. Hongfu community was a newly constructed residential area, with occupancy barely reaching 1/7 of its capacity, resulting in a sparse population. Its somewhat remote location further diminished foot traffic. At this moment, over 100 meters away, a young man wearing a cap was intently watching Wang Yifu. It was none other than Chao Kuan. He had been observing Wang Yifu for an hour. But since the yellow-haired thug had yet to appear, nothing had transpired thus far. Chao Kuan glanced at the time on his phone and murmured, "It's already 9:30. I may not wait for that yellow-haired thug any longer." Today's luck seems to be running thin. Although he had orchestrated Wang Yifu's pursuit of the yellow-haired thug, Chao Kun did not truly expect Wang Yifu to encounter him that evening. After all, the seeds of hatred had been sown, and as long as Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing remained in his grasp, the situation was firmly under his control. In other words, he currently has ample time. If one day does not suffice, then 2 days will do, or even 3, as long as that yellow-haired thug does not change his location. Wang Yifu will undoubtedly encounter him. Once the two meet, Chao Kuen's plan will succeed. As he contemplated these thoughts, Chao Kuen was about to keep watch a little longer before heading home when suddenly, his eyes narrowed and a smile crept onto his lips. At the entrance of Hongfu Community, a carefree young man donned in slippers, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt was exiting the complex, engaged in a phone conversation as he walked. It was indeed the yellow-haired ruffian. Chao Kuen, recognizing the thug from 100 meters away, knew that Wang Yifu, who was lurking at the entrance, would certainly identify him as well. Observing the yellow-haired thug leaving the complex and heading in another direction while on the phone, Wang Yifu seized a bottle and followed closely behind. Given the somewhat secluded position of Hongfu Community, the streetlights and infrastructure were not particularly well developed. Finally, upon reaching a dimly lit area, the yellow-haired thug hung up his phone. At that moment, seizing the opportunity with no one around, Wang Yifu rushed forward and smashed the bottle over the thug's head. Bang! The bottle shattered instantly, causing the thug to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shaking his head vigorously, before he could regain his balance, Wang Yifu kicked him away and mounted him, delivering a furious barrage of punches. "You dare touch my woman? I'll make you pay." With a flurry of enraged strikes, the thug's face was left bruised and bloodied. Grabbing the thug by the collar, Wang Yifu growled, "Where's Bai Jing? And my daughter?" Blood pouring from his mouth and nose, the thug, dazed, replied, What Bai Jing? I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know?" Wang Yifu believed the thug was feigning ignorance and unleashed another series of blows. After repeating this several times, Wang Yifu finally ceased his assault. He couldn't continue. The thug would not survive much more. However, the fact that the thug refused to admit anything suggested that neither Bai Jing nor Wang Shanshan was with him. Looking at the nearly unconscious thug, Wang Yifu stood up and spat contemptuously, "Damn it." After cursing, he kicked the thug once more before breathing heavily and departing. Yet, shortly after Wang Yifu left, a figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask appeared at the scene. Chao Kuen glanced at the nearby surveillance cameras, nearly laughing out loud. What a stroke of luck, just perfectly kicking the thug out of the camera's view. Regarding the scope of surveillance cameras and their blind spots, Chao Kuen was quite the expert. In prison, fights would incur punishment, so one often had to maneuver their target into a blind spot before acting. Having spent 10 years in prison, Chao Kuen had developed an instinctual understanding of which angles cameras could monitor and where the blind spots lay. The location where Wang Yifu initially struck the thug was indeed within the surveillance range. However, the spot where he kicked and assaulted the thug was outside the camera's view, as that kick had fortuitously sent the thug into the blind spot. "It seems even fate is aiding me," Chao Kuen murmured as he bent down to pick up a shard of beer bottle about 4 or 5 centimeters long, all while wearing gloves. He then approached the bloodied thug, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. The thug, seeing someone approach, could only perceive a figure but could not make out the face. "Help me, please call 120. Chao Kuen did not respond to the thug but instead knelt down, measuring the shard against the thug's head. "Brother, remember to be a good person in your next life. Understand that forcing women is wrong." At 10:20 p.m., Chao Kuen gently opened the door to his home. In the living room, Wang Shanshan was still seated on the sofa watching television, while Bai Jing was in the bedroom, seemingly asleep. Upon seeing Chao Kuen enter, Wang Shanshan hurriedly jumped up from the sofa and rushed over. "Why are you back so late? How's my dad?" Chao Kuen forced a smile, rubbing his temples as he replied, "Goodness, Uncle Wang can really drink. I ended up getting completely wasted. When I opened my eyes, it was already this late. But don't worry, I told Uncle Wang that you regretted what happened yesterday, that you slapped yourself several times in frustration, and that you wanted me to buy 2 bottles of good wine to accompany him." Uncle Wang seemed quite pleased to hear this. He said he no longer held anything against you. Hearing this, Wang Shanshan's face lit up, but then she lowered her voice and asked, "Did my dad say why he fought with my mom?" Chao Kuen's brow furrowed, appearing troubled as he replied, "Well, let's leave that for Uncle Wang to explain to you. Furthermore, I genuinely think you should go check on Uncle Wang. He has quite a few injuries, especially on his face from the scratches. After all, he is your father, and he doesn't blame you at all. You should visit him tomorrow, and I will accompany you. Wang Shanshan nodded earnestly. Yes, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. Is he asleep now? I don't know, Chao Kun replied. I was completely out of it after Uncle Wang got me drunk. When I woke up, I was alone at home and had no idea where Uncle Wang went. Perhaps he went to the hospital for treatment before I returned. Wang Shanshan nodded again, looking at Chao Kun with a smile. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Hee, thank you. Go take a shower. I've already prepared the water for you. Chao Kun grinned, feeling a bit sheepish. All right, I'll go clean up. I smell of smoke and alcohol, which is quite unpleasant. You should get some rest too. Chapter 27. Wang Yifu's arrest for murder. Watching Wang Shanshan bounce back to her bedroom, a smirk crept onto Chao Kun's face as he stepped into the washroom. Wang Shanshan actually planned to visit Wang Yifu tomorrow morning? How naive. As long as the police station in Xia County is not filled with incompetence, Wang Yifu will certainly be arrested tonight. Once he is apprehended, seeing him will not be so easy. The suspicion of murder hanging over him is inescapable, and until he is sentenced, he will not be allowed to meet family members. In his previous life, Chao Kun had been wrongfully accused of murder, so he was well aware of the process involved. Before sentencing, Wang Yifu would be unable to meet anyone except his lawyer, including Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. The timeline from arrest to sentencing for a murderer typically spans about 6 months. This means that during this period, Wang Shanshan will not be able to see Wang Yifu unless she waits until his verdict is delivered, which would allow her to visit him in prison. Therefore, Wang Shanshan's desire to see Wang Yifu would likely be postponed for at least 6 months. Contemplating all this, Chao Kun let the cool water cascade over him, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. 10 years. This pent-up frustration had lingered in his heart for a decade, and now, a portion of it had finally been released. Next up were Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. Wang Shanshan should remain untouched for now, as Chao Kun still needed to use her to bait another enemy. As for Bai Jing, she could be dealt with at will. This alluring mature woman should offer quite a different experience. With this thought, a smile involuntarily spread across Chao Kun's face. Meanwhile, outside Hongfu community, on a dimly lit street, a girl just finishing her night shift was riding her electric bike. Suddenly, upon seeing someone lying a short distance ahead, she quickly slowed down. Initially thinking it was a drunken man, she intended to ride past, but as she drew closer, the light from her bike illuminated the figure, causing her pupils to dilate in horror. Murder, murder. The following morning, the atmosphere remained harmonious during breakfast. Having stayed at Chao Kun's residence for 2 days, and given their prior acquaintance, Wang Shanshan increasingly felt at home. Bai Jing, too, grew more familiar with Chao Kun and would occasionally exchange light-hearted banter with him. Furthermore, after a night of recovery, the bruises on their faces had improved significantly compared to the previous day. The swelling had subsided considerably due to their application of medication, and by the following morning, it would be nearly imperceptible. Of course, while the swelling could diminish, the bruises would take a few more days to fade completely. Do you really have to visit your father, that madman, today? Bai Jing inquired, having become aware of Wang Shanshan's intention to see Wang Yifu. Noticing that Wang Shanshan had not mentioned it, she brought it up herself. Wang Shanshan turned to Bai Jing, nodding weakly. Mom, I understand you despise him right now, but he is still my father. I feel guilty for what happened that night when we fought him together. Please, let me see him. Bai Jing hesitated, her lips parting to speak, but ultimately nodding in agreement. True, regardless of how deranged he may be, he is still your father. If you don't visit him, the neighbors will surely gossip about you, labeling you as an unfilial daughter. Thus, it is prudent to check on him. However, your father is currently highly unstable, so please exercise caution. If he shows signs of madness, do not hesitate to flee and call the authorities. Understood. With her mother's consent, Wang Shanshan beamed with relief, saying, Mom, don't worry. Chao Kun will accompany me. If anything happens, he will protect me. Right, Chao Kun? Chao Kun. Redirecting his gaze from Bai Jing's alluring figure to Wang Shanshan, smiled, Absolutely. I will safeguard you with my life. Half an hour later, the trio finished their delightful breakfast. Just as Wang Shanshan was preparing to leave with Chao Kun to purchase some items before visiting her father, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. It was Bai Jing's phone. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, she answered without hesitation. Hello, who is this? Good day, came a serious male voice from the other end. May I ask if you are Ms. Bai Jing, a relative of Wang Yifu? The gravity of the voice sent a chill down Bai Jing's spine as she responded, Yes, I am Bai Jing. What is the matter? Ms. Bai Jing, greetings. This is the Xia County Police Department. I regret to inform you that your husband, Wang Yifu, has been formally arrested on charges of intentional homicide. From this moment until the court renders a decision, family members are not permitted to visit. However, you may seek legal counsel. Bai Jing stood frozen, clutching her phone as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, who had been eager to visit her father, stood in shock. Chao Kuan, too, wore a face of astonishment. Though his was feigned, he had already surmised the outcome upon witnessing the yellow-haired individual leave the community the night before. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Bai Jing finally managed to say as she ended the call, her mind in a daze. Tears streamed down Wang Shanshan's face, and she approached her mother. Her voice choked with emotion. Mom, could it be a scam? Please don't believe them. They might just be after money. Seeing her daughter's distress, Bai Jing pressed her lips together, choosing silence as she embraced Wang Shanshan. It was only at that moment that Wang Shanshan broke down, weeping uncontrollably in her mother's arms. Moved by the scene, Chao Kuan stepped forward and enveloped both women in his embrace. After some time, the trio prepared themselves and made their way to the Xia County Police Department. Despite having received the call, they felt the need to confirm the truth. Upon arrival, Wang Shanshan's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Wang Yifu had indeed been arrested for intentional homicide the previous night. It was unimaginable that in just 2 days, their once harmonious family had devolved into such chaos, nearly causing Wang Shanshan to faint from grief. Inside the police station, she pleaded with the officers to allow her to see Wang Yifu, but they coldly denied her requests, citing procedural regulations. In contrast, Bai Jing remained remarkably composed. Perhaps the physical altercation had severed any lingering affection between them, or perhaps the long-standing familiarity had dulled her feelings. Regardless, Bai Jing's indifference to Wang Yifu's predicament was palpable, while Wang Shanshan's heart-wrenching sobs tugged at her heartstrings. Mom, we need to hire a lawyer. We must secure the best one. I refuse to believe my father is capable of murder. He must be innocent. Among the trio, it was undeniably Wang Shanshan who bore the greatest sorrow. The bond of paternal love she shared with her father was genuine and profound. Upon exiting the police station, her emotions overflowed as she clung to Bai Jing's arm, tears streaming down her face, insisting on hiring legal representation. Bai Jing, however, appeared somewhat lost. Although she was Wang Shanshan's mother, she had never encountered a situation of this nature before. Faced with such circumstances, she was at a complete loss as to how to proceed or where to find a lawyer. It was then that Chao Kuan interjected, Shanshan, please don't cry. We absolutely need to hire a lawyer, and I also believe Uncle Wang is innocent. However, before that, I think we have a more pressing matter to address. At his words, Wang Shanshan ceased her weeping, and Bai Jing turned to Chao Kuan, puzzled. Could there be something more urgent than securing legal counsel? Meeting their curious gazes, Chao Kuan explained, given that the evidence against Uncle Wang is now substantial, it is imperative that both you, Shanshan, and you, Aunt Bai, relocate to my place immediately. You cannot return home for the time being. Bai Jing gasped slightly as she processed his words. You mean the family of the deceased might seek retribution against us? Chao Kuan nodded gravely. There exists that possibility. The family is undoubtedly in a state of emotional turmoil following their loss, and we cannot assume they will act rationally. Given that you and Shanshan are both vulnerable, we must err on the side of caution and prepare for the worst. Therefore, it is essential that you move in with me and refrain from returning to your home for the foreseeable future. Bai Jing, recognizing the seriousness in Chao Kuan's eyes, nodded in agreement. Turning to Wang Shanshan, she said, Shanshan, Chao Kuan is right. Your father is incarcerated, and his situation will not resolve quickly. Thus, there is no urgency in hiring a lawyer. Our immediate concern is to relocate. Your father is in trouble, and if anything were to happen to you, I would be utterly devastated. We cannot take that risk. Though Wang Shanshan was heartbroken, she ultimately retained her composure. She understood the wisdom in Chao Kuan's counsel. Should the family of the deceased redirect their fury towards them, the two women would be ill-equipped to withstand the fallout. With this thought, she wiped her tear-streaked face and replied, All right then, let us move at once. At 4 in the afternoon, after a long day of labor, Chao Kuan, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan finally completed their move. They had not managed to transport all the items from the house, primarily some clothes, cosmetics, and valuable jewelry belonging to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. However, even with just these belongings, Chao Kuan's modest 2-bedroom apartment was now filled to the brim. Bai, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Taking advantage of the moment while Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan organized their belongings, Chao Kun called out to Bai Jing from his bedroom door. Bai Jing glanced at him, leaving Wang Shanshan to sort through her things, and approached. Wang Shanshan merely assumed they were discussing the matter of hiring a lawyer, not giving it much thought. Once Bai Jing entered the room, Chao Kun promptly locked the door behind them. Unfazed, Bai Jing inquired, "Chao Kun, what is it?" Chao Kun remained silent for a few seconds, furrowing his brow as he lit a cigarette. "Bai Yi, I am truly conflicted and troubled within." Bai Jing was taken aback, her eyes reflecting confusion. "What do you mean? What is troubling you?" She sat beside him, cautiously probing. "Chao Kun, has something happened?" "It's all right, you can share with Bai Yi." Chao Kun looked into Bai Jing's eyes and retorted, "Bai Yi, do you genuinely not comprehend why Wang Shu has descended to the act of murder?" Bai Jing stared at him blankly, shaking her head. "I do not know, should I?" "You." Chao Kun was at a loss for words, lowering his voice. "It's all because of you, Bai Yi. The reason Wang Shu has reached this point is entirely your fault." "What?" Bai Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chao Kun, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Wang Yifu's crime has nothing to do with me. Are you suggesting that I incited him to murder?" Chao Kun took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, frowning. "Though Wang Shu's act of murder was not instigated by you, it indeed stemmed from you." "From me?" Bai Jing's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Chao Kun nodded emphatically. "Yesterday, when I went to find Wang Shu for drinks, he revealed to me why he suddenly turned violent towards you. It was because you had betrayed him." Bai Jing's eyes widened once more. "I betrayed him?" Chao Kun remained silent, instead retrieving his phone and showing her a video. The moment Bai Jing laid eyes on the video, her expression froze. Time passed slowly until the video concluded. Staring blankly at the phone, she swallowed hard and murmured, "So, Wang Yifu transformed into a madman upon seeing this video?" Chao Kun nodded. "When Wang Shu shared this footage with me, he insisted that I show it to Shanshan, so she would understand that it was not her father at fault, but her mother. However, I returned home yesterday, and I could not bring myself to tell Shanshan the painful truth, so I chose to conceal it for the time being. Yet, I never anticipated that. Merely a night later, Wang Shu would embark on an irreversible path. Do you know who he murdered?" Bai Jing shook her head, looking into Chao Kun's eyes. "The man in the video, the one with the yellow hair." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's expression turned pale. "It was him," Chao Kun affirmed with a nod. "When I visited the police station today, I happened to glance at Wang Shu's file, and the victim was indeed that man from the video. So, Bai Yi, I am genuinely tormented and distressed. I do not know whether I should reveal the truth to Shanshan, given her nature. If she learns that it was because of you that Wang Shu chose this path, she would certainly never forgive you. Yet, the thought of hiding the truth from her brings me immense anguish." Chapter 29. Bai Jing takes initiative at that moment. Chao Kun seemed to embody the role of a dramatic actor, his features contorted, his right hand pressed against his chest, conveying the depth of his internal suffering. Bai Jing, on the other hand, felt as if she were a cat with its tail stepped on, her fur bristling in alarm. In her mind, one thought resonated. She must not reveal anything to Wang Shanshan. Under no circumstances should Wang Shanshan learn the truth. Although she had not committed infidelity and was a victim, forced into a situation, the existence of this video rendered her unable to articulate her innocence. Wang Yifu would not believe her. Chao Kun would not believe her. Wang Shanshan would also never believe her. Thus, she felt hopeless, unable to shed the label of infidelity. If Wang Shanshan were to discover the truth, as Chao Kun indicated, she would undoubtedly resent her. It was her betrayal that ignited the family conflict. It was her betrayal that drove Wang Yifu to confront her lover in a fit of rage. It was her betrayal that led Wang Yifu to commit murder and end up imprisoned. All of this transpired as a result of her unfaithfulness. The weight of this realization bore heavily on her. In Wang Shanshan's heart, while a mother was undeniably important, a father held significance as well. Upon discovering that it was her mother's actions that propelled her father to commit murder and embark on a path of no return, how could Wang Shanshan accept or forgive such a reality? Therefore, she must ensure that Wang Shanshan remained oblivious. Her family was already in tatters. Wang Shanshan was her sole daughter. If she were to lose her daughter as well, she could not fathom how to continue living. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Jing locked eyes with Chao Kun, swallowing hard. "Chao Kun, we cannot tell Shanshan. You know her well. If she discovers the truth, she won't just refuse to forgive me. She may even abandon me. She has already lost her father. She cannot lose her mother as well. You must not be so cruel to her. Chao Kuen's face reflected a deep inner conflict and anguish. Bai. It is precisely because I have considered this that I have not yet told Shanshan. However, the burden of keeping this secret is unbearable. I am at a loss for how to face her. 2 hours later, the bedroom door opened, and Chao Kuen and Bai Jing emerged. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, who had been tidying up outside, had finished packing her belongings. Upon seeing her mother and Chao Kuen exit, she walked over. Mom, how did your discussion with Chao Kuen go? At this question, Chao Kuen and Bai Jing exchanged a glance. It was Chao Kuen who reacted first, frowning and sighing. Well, let us hold off on that. Wang Shu's situation is a bit complicated, and neither Bai Yi nor I are ready to make a final decision yet. Especially since things are a bit chaotic on Bai Yi's end. Wang Shanshan immediately appeared to understand. Right, Mom must be feeling quite heartbroken. She must have been putting on a brave face in front of me. Perhaps she even shed tears while in the room with Chao Kuen. With this thought, she embraced Bai Jing tightly, saying, Mom, do not be sad. You still have Shanshan. I will always be with you. Bai Jing tenderly embraced Wang Shanshan while subtly winking at Chao Kuen as a silent expression of gratitude. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as Bai Jing set several steaming dishes on the dining table, the three of them began their dinner. Mom, you and Chao Kuen have discussed for so long. How did it go? What kind of lawyer should we hire? Wang Shanshan, still concerned about hiring a lawyer, eagerly asked after taking a bite of her meal. Bai Jing paused, casting a somewhat innocent glance at Chao Kuen. What did we discuss? Even after spending over 2 hours in Chao Kuen's room, they had not actually talked about any lawyers, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Chao Kuen, noticing Bai Jing's pleading look, picked up the conversation while eating. Actually, we were just about to discuss that with you. After a serious discussion with Aunt Bai, I concluded that we need not hire an overly expensive lawyer at this stage, as we are not yet at the point of going to court. Instead, we should engage a general attorney to initially liaise with Uncle Wang, to ascertain whether he has suffered any grievances during his detention and if he requires any basic necessities, such as bedding or other personal items. Furthermore, by hiring this lawyer, we can also gain insight into the progress of the case, allowing us to adapt our response accordingly. If Uncle Wang is indeed innocent and there are ambiguities in the case, we will promptly enlist the services of a top-tier attorney. Conversely, if Uncle Wang is guilty of the crime, we must consider compensating the victim's family and strive to obtain their letter of forgiveness. This way, the judge may take this into account during sentencing, potentially leading to a more lenient outcome for Uncle Wang. Chao Kuen's articulate and well-structured remarks left Bai Jing quite impressed. She had not anticipated that a boy who had merely graduated from high school could possess such understanding, as if he had lived through similar experiences. In contrast, she found her own daughter, while beautiful and well-formed, to be rather naive. Bai Jing smiled gently and turned to Wang Shanshan, saying, Yes. This is the conclusion I reached with Chao Kuen. That single statement seemed to dismiss her own efforts. Chapter 30. The murder case with irrefutable evidence at 8 o'clock in the evening, following their dinner. Chao Kuen and the others concluded their discourse on the murder case involving Wang Yifu. Engaging in idle discussions proved ultimately futile. The pressing matter at hand was to hire a lawyer to gather information about the situation. This decision had already been made. Shanshan, you and Chao Kuen should stay at home and rest. I'll take a stroll to clear my mind, Bai Jing said as she emerged from the kitchen, removing her apron while glancing at Chao Kuen and Wang Shanshan, who were seated on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately stood up. Mom, I'll go with you. Bai Jing smiled softly. No need. Moving today has been exhausting. You and Chao Kuen can watch television at home while I take a walk alone. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Chao Kuen, accompanied by a subtle smile. Wang Shanshan was about to protest, but before she could speak, Chao Kuen gently pulled her aside. He leaned in and whispered, Shanshan, it's better if Aunt Bai goes alone. Given all that has transpired recently, she deserves some personal space to process everything. Wang Shanshan furrowed her brow slightly and replied in a hushed tone, I understand your point, but I'm concerned that my mom might do something reckless. Chao Kuen pondered for a moment and then suggested, how about I accompany Aunt Bai? With me around, I can assure her safety, so you can rest at home. Wang Shanshan found no fault in Chao Kuen's plan. In fact, she appreciated his thoughtfulness. After all, two girls walking alone at night would have little means of defense should trouble arise. In contrast, having a tall and robust young man like Chao Kuen alongside would provide a sense of security. Wang Shanshan flashed him a sweet smile. Thank you for doing this. Don't mention it, Chao Kuan replied with a grin, giving her waist a light pat. It's the least I can do. Now, you take care and rest well. Turning to Bai Jing, he added, Aunt Bai, I was also hoping to get some fresh air. Shall we go together and let Shanshan rest at home? Bai Jing hesitated momentarily but then smiled. All right, let's take a walk together. After a brief tidying up, the two stepped outside. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, watching Chao Kuan and her mother depart, wore a smirk of satisfaction. She murmured to herself, Thank goodness for this devoted admirer, otherwise, my mom and I would truly be at a loss. It must be said, he truly is a good friend to me, but alas, he does not meet my standards. However, rest assured, I won't leave him empty-handed. Perhaps I shall treat him to a few gifts in return for his years of kindness. As time passed, it soon became 1 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, Chao Kuan and Bai Jing returned home. Wang Shanshan, nearly asleep on the living room sofa, stirred at the sound of their arrival. Shanshan, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Bai Jing asked as she approached her daughter. Rubbing her eyes, Wang Shanshan smiled. I'm not sleepy yet, Mom. Why did you two come back so late? Bai Jing paused for a moment, forcing a smile. Oh, just feeling a bit troubled. I went for a brief jog. Many people resort to physical activity to alleviate stress and frustration, so Wang Shanshan saw nothing amiss. Mom, don't worry. I'm here for you. She reassured, then turned to Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan, thank you for staying out so late with my mom. What is there to thank? Chao Kuan waved dismissively, laughing. I willingly accompanied Aunt Bai. You needn't express gratitude. Honestly, I found it quite enjoyable. Hearing this, Wang Shanshan perceived no oddity in his words. It was merely typical behavior from a devoted admirer, seeking to impress her through kindness towards her mother, a common tactic to gain favor. The three exchanged a few light-hearted words in the living room before retiring to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, the trio departed their home early. Wang Yifu remained in police custody, and they needed to urgently consult a lawyer to gather more information. Ultimately, they secured the services of a relatively unknown criminal attorney. Perhaps due to a lack of current cases, the lawyer promptly visited the police station after signing the engagement agreement. After spending 2 hours at the precinct, he emerged with grim news for Chao Kuan, Wang Shanshan, and Bai Jing. The evidence in the murder case against Wang Yifu was overwhelmingly conclusive. The police possessed video footage of Wang Yifu assaulting the victim and had located the weapon, the shard of glass measuring approximately 4 to 5 centimeters, bearing Wang Yifu's complete fingerprint. Additionally, Wang Yifu himself had confessed, stating that he had not intended to kill anyone. However, having consumed alcohol, he had acted recklessly and accidentally killed the victim. Regardless of whether Wang Yifu's actions were intentional or accidental, the fact remained that he had committed murder, a truth substantiated by irrefutable evidence. According to the lawyer, there was little point in mounting a defense. In cases with such clear-cut evidence, even the most esteemed attorney would not significantly alter the outcome. Chapter 31. The devoted admirer bites back. The lawyer's comments were not meant to dissuade Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan from seeking assistance, but rather to inform them that, given the current state of Wang Yifu's case, they should not place their hopes solely in the hands of the lawyer. In such cases, the lawyer's influence is typically minimal. Their immediate priority should be to secure a letter of forgiveness from the victim's family. In the present circumstances, obtaining such a letter would prove far more beneficial than hiring a prestigious lawyer. With the victim's family's forgiveness, Wang Yifu would be unlikely to face the death penalty. Conversely, without this letter, given Wang Yifu's conduct in the case, he stood a strong chance of receiving a death sentence. However, procuring a letter of forgiveness from the victim's family was no simple task, due to the fact that the victim's family had already visited the police station. The lawyer took the opportunity to inquire further. Based on his findings, it was clear that the victim's parents were not financially struggling. In other words, the Huang family was quite affluent, and the victim was their only child. Under such circumstances, obtaining a letter of understanding from his parents would require at least 3 to 5 million yuan. Anything less might lead them to refuse to negotiate, preferring instead to see Wang Yifu pay for his actions with his life. Indeed, the reality aligned perfectly with the lawyer's expectations. With the consent of Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, the lawyer obtained the contact information of the victim's parents from the police station and reached out to them. The response was resolute: 3.5 million yuan, and not a penny less if they hoped to receive their forgiveness. Upon learning this figure, both Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan fell into despair. 3.5 million. They couldn't even gather that much by selling themselves. Not to mention that even 1.5 million yuan was beyond their means. Wang Shanshan's family owned an apartment of over 80 square meters, which, given the market value in this small county, was worth at most around 500,000. Additionally, they had savings of about 250,000. All totaled, they could muster at most 800,000. A far cry from the required 3.5 million. Mom, you have to borrow some money. If we can't, Dad will die. In a private room at the CAF, after seeing the lawyer off, Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing with tear-filled eyes. In that moment, she deeply felt the helplessness and pain of being impoverished. If they could produce 3.5 million, Wang Yifu would live. If not, he would die. Undoubtedly, Wang Shanshan wished for her father to survive, as he had loved her for 18 years. However, she truly could not come up with that amount. What could she do? She had to borrow. Faced with Wang Shanshan's almost pleading sobs, Bai Jing furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that her daughter was being inconsiderate, showing no understanding of their situation. With all their resources combined, they could barely scrape together 800,000, leaving a staggering 2,700,000 short of the demand. Where could she possibly borrow that much? Moreover, why should she borrow that amount? The lawyer had stated that even if they secured a letter of understanding from the victim's family, Wang Yifu would most likely receive a life sentence. This meant that Wang Yifu would not be able to repay the 2,700,000. The burden of this debt would fall solely on her. 2,700,000. If she were to shoulder such a debt, she could forget about living her life. Her only hope would be to repay it before she died. So, was her daughter being thoughtless or foolish? Did she truly want to drag her mother into the abyss? If it weren't for her daughter's current sorrow, she would have wanted to scold her. Just then, sitting across from Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, Zhao Kuan spoke up. Shanshan, please remain calm. You cannot manipulate Aunt Bai like this. At this, Wang Shanshan was taken aback. Had she been manipulating her own mother? When had this happened? Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Bai Jing felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Finally, someone understood her. Zhao Kuan, what do you mean? How am I manipulating my mother? Wang Shanshan clearly had not realized that she was engaging in a form of moral coercion against her mother. No, familial manipulation. Using their mother-daughter bond to compel Bai Jing into doing something she was reluctant to undertake. You are indeed manipulating your mother, Zhao Kuan said bluntly. Shanshan, you only think about having Aunt Bai borrow money. Have you considered that this money is ultimately a loan and will need to be repaid? Who will be responsible for repaying it? Wang Shanshan opened her mouth, but said nothing. Zhao Kuan continued, you certainly have not thought about repaying this debt yourself. If you had, you wouldn't speak of borrowing so lightly. This is a staggering sum of 2,700,000. If Aunt Bai is burdened with this debt, have you considered how she will live the rest of her life? I can tell you quite frankly that once she takes on this debt, her remaining years will be spent in repayment. Therefore, you cannot drag Aunt Bai into the depths of despair to achieve your own ends. She raised you. She owes you nothing. If you wish to repay Uncle Wang's kindness and do not want him to die, that is entirely understandable, as he is your father. However, this debt should not fall upon Aunt Bai, but should be yours to bear. It is you who owe Uncle Wang for his nurturing, not Aunt Bai. Zhao Kuan's words left Wang Shanshan blushing and speechless. She even began to question whether this Zhao Kuan was still her devoted admirer. How could he speak to her like this in front of her mother? He expected her to bear the burden of 2,700,000? This was not a trivial amount. It was 2,700,000, not 200. At just 18, if she were to shoulder such a colossal debt, her life would be irrevocably ruined. How dare he? What had happened to this loyal admirer that he was now turning on her? Was it possible that she had not rewarded him sufficiently for his efforts? That must be it. He had been running around, organizing things for her. Yet she had not given him a proper acknowledgement, leaving him dissatisfied. Sighing, she thought she should find an opportunity to treat him better. Though he was merely a devoted admirer, she genuinely still needed him. In that fleeting moment, numerous thoughts flashed through Wang Shanshan's mind. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, her eyes moist, kept dabbing at them with a tissue. She cried, partly because Zhao Kuan had voiced her inner feelings, and partly out of gratitude. For the first time today, she felt the warmth of being protected. Her foolish daughter wished to push her into a pit of despair. Yet Zhao Kuan had shielded her with his strong arms and kicked the foolish daughter away. This feeling of being safeguarded was truly difficult for a woman to resist. It stirred emotions within her. Indeed, had the occasion been more fitting, she would have eagerly invited Zhao Kuan to accompany her. Just for his words today, he had earned her admiration many times over. Chapter 32. The next plan, mother and daughter at odds in the CAF's private room, after a brief silence. It was Wang Shanshan who spoke first. She looked at Bai Jing with a pitiful expression and said, "Mom, that's not what I meant. I never intended for you to bear this debt alone. You are my mother, and of course, I will repay it with you. I just can't seem to find that much money. Besides, he is my father. I cannot just stand by and watch him die, can I?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jing wiped her eyes one last time and forced a smile. "Mom understands, Shanshan, but you must understand me too. I do not wish to spend the rest of my life in debt, so I cannot borrow money to save your father. Our family has these limited resources. If they can save him, so be it, but if not, there is nothing I can do. Moreover, I have already done my utmost for you and your father. After all, half of the family's assets amounting to 800,000 belong to me, but now, for your sake, I am willing to sacrifice it all to save your father." With that, Bai Jing offered Wang Shanshan one last smile and stood to leave. Watching her mother walk away, Wang Shanshan felt as if she might burst into tears. She could sense that with her mother's parting words, an invisible barrier had arisen between them, and their relationship could never return to what it once was. But what had she done wrong? She, as a daughter, wishes to save her father. Is there any fault in that? Meanwhile, Chao Kuan silently observed the unfolding drama, a smile almost breaking free at the corners of his mouth. The mother and daughter had already grown estranged. If they could turn against each other, would that not be a delightful spectacle? With her father imprisoned and the mother-daughter bond shattered, the mere thought of such revenge sent a thrill through Chao Kuan. As his mind raced to devise a plan to incite animosity between Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan suddenly turned to him, her eyes brimming with tears. And in a pitiful tone, she asked, "Chao Kuan, is this how you perceive me?" In the past, whenever Wang Shanshan displayed such a heart-wrenching demeanor, Chao Kuan would invariably relent, apologize, and shower her with gifts. However, this time, he did not yield. "Shanshan," he said with a serious tone, "I never claimed you were that kind of person, but you must understand that you were indeed using familial ties to manipulate Aunt Bai. You are only concerned with saving your father, but have you considered the price Aunt Bai might pay? Why should she bear the burden of your father's situation? Is that fair to her?" Upon hearing Chao Kuan's words, Wang Shanshan felt her heart plummet. She had not anticipated that, in the privacy of the room, he would confront her so directly. It appeared that the extent of his devotion had exceeded her expectations, and she needed to reel him back in. After all, he was the only loyal ally she had. If he slipped away, she would be left without any support. With this thought, she pouted and burst into tears. Collapsing into Chao Kuan's embrace, sobbing, "Woo-woo. You say I. Woo-woo. I truly did not mean it this way. I only wished to save my father. Woo-woo." Seeing her so emotionally distraught, Chao Kuan instinctively held her close, softly murmuring, There. I did not intend to accuse you. I simply felt that your actions placed Aunt Bai in a difficult position. It's all right." After a lengthy period of soothing her, Wang Shanshan finally ceased her sobbing, allowing herself to be cradled in his arms. Her voice still trembled as she asked, "Chao Kuan, do you no longer like me?" Chao Kuan's lips curled slightly. How infuriating. Was she attempting to play the same game again? Throughout the 3 years he had pursued her, he had often contemplated giving up. Yet, each time he considered it, Wang Shanshan would throw him a sweet morsel of hope, compelling him to continue his role as the devoted admirer. Now, it was clear she intended to employ the same tactics once more. However, Chao Kuan was no longer the same desperate suitor he once was. This time, a simple sweet would not suffice. He required something far more substantial. "Not at all," he replied, stroking her hair. "You know, you have always held a special place in my heart." By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Kuan and Wang Shanshan emerged from the CAF's private room. With a tone of helplessness, Wang Shanshan implored, "Chao Kuan, what should I do now? I truly cannot bear to watch my father perish, yet I cannot raise the 3.5 million. My mother refuses to help, and I feel utterly powerless." Chao Kuan believed that Wang Shanshan's feelings for Wang Yifu were genuine, albeit superficially so. Based on his understanding of her character, her fundamental nature was inherently selfish. For instance, if it were suggested that Bai Jing borrow money to save Wang Yifu, she would undoubtedly agree wholeheartedly. However, if the responsibility fell to her to secure the funds, she would unhesitatingly abandon her father. In essence, she wished to save her father but would not accept the burden of debt. If forced to choose, she would opt for the latter. "Do not worry," Chao Kuan reassured her, grasping her hand. I will speak with the victim's family to negotiate the compensation amount. Rest assured, I will do everything possible to ensure Uncle Wang survives. Chao Kuen's words were not mere platitudes to comfort Wang Shanshan. He genuinely did not wish for Wang Yifu to face the death penalty. After all, death would be too simple a resolution for him. Moreover, if he had truly desired Wang Yifu's demise, he could have orchestrated it long ago through various unfortunate accidents without complicating matters. Therefore, he was determined to keep Wang Yifu alive, for only in life could one truly experience the depths of despair. Upon hearing Chao Kuen's declaration, Wang Shanshan was immediately moved, not by the content of his words, but by the return of the familiar, devoted admirer she had known. Her efforts in the CAF had not been in vain. Chao Kuen, you were so kind to me, but do you truly believe they would reduce the compensation from 3.5 million to 800,000? Wang Shanshan questioned. She considered a reduction from 3.5 million to 3 million plausible, but a drop to 800,000 seemed utterly unrealistic, especially given the well-off background of the other party. Surely they would not release the murderer of their son for a mere 800,000. Not necessarily. Chao Kuen replied with a smile. They have not ruled out the possibility of negotiation. We must at least try. Who knows what might come of it? Wang Shanshan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, regardless of the outcome, they had no alternative but to attempt it. 20 minutes later, Chao Kuen and Wang Shanshan returned to his residence. It was nearly 6:30 p.m., yet Bai Jing, who had returned earlier, had not prepared dinner and seemed disinterested in doing so. She lay alone on the bed in her room, door ajar, eyes closed, appearing either asleep or lost in thought. Observing this, Chao Kuen handed Wang Shanshan 200 yuan bills and quietly instructed, go to a nearby restaurant and order some of Aunt Bai's favorite dishes to take back. And be sure to sincerely apologize to her. Wang Shanshan was not foolish. She could tell that her mother was upset due to her request for a loan to save her father. Acknowledging that she had indeed caused her mother distress, Wang Shanshan said nothing further and took the money, heading out. With her departure, Chao Kuen strode into Bai Jing's room. As he saw her feigning sleep on the bed, a smirk crossed his lips. Still angry? He teased, sitting beside her and placing his hand on her smooth thigh. Bai Jing had not actually been asleep. She was fully aware that Wang Shanshan had gone out to buy food. She abruptly tightened her legs, trapping Chao Kuen's wandering hand, and then opened her eyes, adopting a pitiable demeanor. Well, it's not exactly anger. I'm just quite disappointed today. Chao Kuen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Bai Jing continued. I understand Shanshan's desire to save her father. After all, he is her dad, and there are bound to be feelings involved. However, to save him at the expense of pushing her own mother into the fire is something I simply cannot comprehend or accept. Reflecting on all I have done for her over the years, I feel quite wronged. In truth, my heart feels so weary. Observing Bai Jing in this state, Chao Kuen could barely contain his laughter. What a perfect opportunity to sow discord between her and Wang Shanshan. Chao Kuen smiled faintly, reclined sideways, propping his head with one hand while gently caressing Bai Jing's face with the other. It's quite normal, he remarked, because you have ceased to live for yourself. Ceased to live for myself? Bai Jing gazed at Chao Kuen in confusion. Indeed, he replied, every individual is an independent entity, meant to live for oneself. Yet, you have allowed much of your life to be consumed by Shanshan. Even your preferences in clothing, cosmetics, and cuisine have all transformed into those that Shanshan favors. You buy only what she desires. Thus, you are no longer living for yourself, you are living for Shanshan. This existence is distorted and abnormal, which is why you feel so exhausted at heart. Bai Jing stared blankly at Chao Kuen, feeling as if she had encountered a sage. Indeed, ever since Shanshan entered my life, my focus has shifted almost entirely onto her. Whatever she wishes to eat, I prepare. Whatever she wants to wear, I would rather forego new clothes myself just to buy for her. Wherever she wishes to go, even if I have never been, I ensure she has the means to go. It feels as if my very existence is solely for Shanshan. If Chao Kuen hadn't pointed it out, I might never have realized how devoid of self I had become. Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuen, uncertainty etched on her face. What should I do then? Of course, you must reclaim your self-identity, Chao Kuen stated firmly. Remember, you owe nothing to Shanshan. Rather, it is she who owes you a debt of gratitude for your nurturing. Henceforth, you must live for yourself, savor the foods you desire, wear the clothes you love, purchase the cosmetics you enjoy. In short, pursue what brings you joy. Do not let others drag you down. Only in this manner can you rediscover your true self. Chao Kuan's voice was deep and resonant, as if he were unveiling a portal to another realm for Bai Jing. In this world, she envisioned a wholly different version of herself, dressed in attire she adored, adorned with jewelry she cherished, striding confidently, her face illuminated by a genuine smile. Unfettered, liberated, living entirely for herself. She radiated brilliance, captivatingly vibrant and enchanting. After a moment of reverie, Bai Jing looked at Chao Kuan, uncertainty lingering in her gaze. Do I truly have the chance to become myself again? Chao Kuan offered her an encouraging glance. Absolutely. You are merely 37, the prime of a woman's life. In a bustling metropolis, many women remain unmarried at this age. Moreover, if you can enchant an 18-year-old, does that not reflect your allure? The opportunities lie before you. It is merely a matter of whether you desire to reclaim yourself. Bai Jing gazed at Chao Kuan, deeply moved by his words. She bit her lip and said, Chao Kuan, meeting you is undoubtedly the luckiest event of my life. I wish to return to myself. I no longer want to live for others, but for myself. Chao Kuan nodded affirmatively. No problem. I wholeheartedly support you. Then, Bai Jing hesitated, her smile tinged with shyness. How long until Shan returns? Well, Chao Kuan chuckled. It is dinner time, and the restaurant is busy. I gave her 200 yuan, so she should at least be preparing 4 or 5 dishes, accounting for the time taken to enter and exit the community. She should be back in about an hour. Just an hour? Bai Jing, her cheeks flushed, bit her lip. Is that a bit too short? Chao Kuan laughed lightly. Not to worry, consider it a pre-dinner snack. When we go out for a stroll in the evening, we can enjoy a proper feast. Chapter 34. Meeting Huang Mao's parents an hour later, Wang Shanshan returned to Chao Kuan's home, carrying 5 dishes. Chao Kuan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, while Bai Jing was busy washing bed linens and other items. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as Bai Jing was not lying in bed, but rather engaging in chores, it indicated that her anger had dissipated. This was evident from Bai Jing's radiant, smiling face. If she were still upset, such happiness would not grace her features. Mom, why did you suddenly wash the sheets? Didn't you just change them yesterday? Wang Shanshan asked as she placed the purchased dishes on the coffee table and skipped over to Bai Jing, who was using the washing machine. Oh, I accidentally got them wet, Bai Jing replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Wang Shanshan's hair. I thought it best to wash them and replace them with new ones. I see. Wang Shanshan did not think much of it, cheerfully saying, Mom, just let the washing machine do its job. I bought all your favorite foods today. Let us hurry and eat. All right. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a delightful dinner concluded, and as usual, Bai Jing went for a stroll, with Chao Kuan accompanying her. This left Wang Shanshan alone at home. Sitting on the sofa, she appeared to be watching television, yet her gaze was vacant, her thoughts evidently wandering elsewhere. After a moment, she shook her head in confusion. For some reason, she felt that her mother was different from before. The atmosphere during dinner had been warm and delightful, with laughter shared among the three, and Wang Shanshan could see that her mother was genuinely happy. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed a distance between them. Although her mother's demeanor and mood seemed good, it felt as though they were drifting apart. Perhaps it was simply that so much had transpired in recent days. Unable to articulate the changes she sensed in her mother, Wang Shanshan chose to attribute it to the recent events, casting the matter from her mind as she returned her focus to the television. At 1 o'clock in the morning, just like the previous night, Chao Kuan and Bai Jing returned. They seemed to have gone for a night run, as Bai Jing's face was flushed, clearly having engaged in vigorous exercise. Wang Shanshan did not perceive anything amiss. It was entirely normal for her mother to release her pent-up emotions through physical activity, given the recent upheaval. The only concern was that their return was perhaps a bit late. Yet, it was not a grave issue, especially with Chao Kuan accompanying her mother, ensuring her safety. Reflecting on this, Wang Shanshan felt a surge of self-approval. She believed that one of the wisest decisions of her life had been to accept Chao Kuan as a devoted companion. He proved invaluable in every situation where assistance was required. Of course, he had his drawbacks. His appetite had grown accustomed to her generosity. Following the events at the CAF earlier, she felt that her usual treats would no longer suffice to entice him. Henceforth, any indulgences she offered would need to match the lavishness of their CAF experience to have the desired effect. The following morning, Chao Kuan and Wang Shanshan departed together, having arranged to meet Huang Mao's parents for a discussion. Even though Wang Shanshan could only propose 800,000 yuan, A significant gap from the 350,000 they demanded. It was her last resort. Regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to make the attempt. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had scheduled an appointment at a nearby beauty salon for a makeover. After being awakened by Chao Kuen's words the previous day, she had resolved to reclaim her identity and no longer wished to save Wang Yifu. Deep down, she had never truly wanted to. The years spent with him had not brought her happiness or fulfillment. Even without the presence of Wang Shanshan, she might have long since divorced. Therefore, she would not consult with Wang Shanshan about negotiating compensation with the victim's family. Instead, she was more concerned about her own appearance. The area struck by Wang Yifu still bore faint bruises that had yet to fade, prompting her to seek beauty treatments to swiftly eliminate them while also pampering her delicate skin. Although Chao Kuen remarked that she was as youthful as an 18-year-old girl, even more dewy and luscious than they were, her age remained an undeniable reality. Thus, self-care was of utmost importance. Upon learning that Bai Jing was not going to seek compensation from Huang Mao's parents, but instead intended to indulge in beauty treatments, Wang Shanshan was utterly bewildered. Her father was still detained at the police station, his fate uncertain, and yet her mother chose to prioritize cosmetic care? Was that appropriate? However, faced with Wang Shanshan's look of confusion and shock, Bai Jing offered no explanation, merely smiling before confidently striding out of the house. Chao Kuen had asserted that she was an independent individual who must live for herself, and thus she would no longer be troubled by Wang Shanshan's matters. Helping Wang Yifu was Wang Shanshan's own choice, a matter that rightfully belonged to her alone. Hence, Bai Jing had no intention of intervening. Wang Shanshan, clearly unaware that Bai Jing had, with Chao Kuen's assistance, begun to reclaim her self-identity, remained perplexed until she stepped outside with Chao Kuen. Chao Kuen, what on earth is my mother thinking? We are supposed to discuss compensation with the victim's family, yet she goes off to get beauty treatments. Is she even in her right mind? Listening to Wang Shanshan's dissatisfaction with Bai Jing, Chao Kuen nearly chuckled. He had merely suggested to Bai Jing the night before that she should reclaim her identity and not live for others. To his surprise, she had taken his words to heart, clearly delineating boundaries with Wang Shanshan. You save your father, and I will attend to my beauty. We shall not interfere with one another. If this situation continued, Chao Kuen felt he wouldn't even need to instigate a rift. The mother and daughter would soon become estranged. What an intriguing pair of exceptional women. Reflecting on this, Chao Kuen sighed. Perhaps Aunt Bai had her own burdens to bear. What burdens could she possibly have? Wang Shanshan retorted. Today concerns my father's life or death. No matter her personal struggles, she cannot simply disregard everything and head off for beauty treatments. Chao Kuen smiled and nodded. All right, do not be upset. Although Aunt Bai is not here, you still have me. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan appeared somewhat touched. Yes, you're a good person. I'm grateful to have you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. 20 minutes later. In a CAF in Xia County, Chao Kuen led Wang Shanshan to a window seat where two individuals were already seated. A man and a woman in their early 40s glared at them with fierce expressions. These were the parents of the victim, Huang Mao. This was not Chao Kuen's first encounter with them. In a previous life, he had fatally struck Huang Mao, and he had met them then. Chapter 35 now. I call the shots. Confronted by the hostile gaze of Huang Mao's parents, Wang Shanshan visibly trembled, clutching Chao Kuen's hand as she nearly hid behind him. In contrast, Chao Kuen remained unfazed by their fierce looks. Having spent 10 years in a maximum security prison, he had witnessed far more intimidating stares. The intensity of Huang Mao's parents was trivial to him, even endearing. Do not fear. I am here, he softly reassured Wang Shanshan as he guided her forward. You must be Huang Jianren's parents. Chao Kuen greeted them with natural ease. Huang Jianren's father scoffed. So you are the relative of Wang Yifu? Not quite yet. Chao Kuen replied with a gentle smile, pulling Wang Shanshan forward. This is Wang Shanshan, my uncle's daughter, and I am her suitor. Wang Shanshan, shyly gazing at Huang Jianren's parents, bowed deeply. Uncle and aunt, I apologize. I know that no words can suffice, but I still wish to sincerely express my regrets on behalf of my father. How dare you? Huang Jianren's mother retorted angrily. Your family's apologies are unwelcome. A life for a life. Your father's life must pay for my son's. Having just graduated from high school, Wang Shanshan, while possessing some talent in the art of manipulation, found herself at a loss in this intimidating situation. Faced with the harsh rebuke from Huang Jianren's mother, she was utterly speechless. Chao Kuen smiled faintly, disregarding the hostile glares of Huang Jianren's parents, and guided her to sit down. Today, we are here to discuss the matter of a letter of understanding. Chao Kun began. Therefore, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Regarding the compensation amount of 3.5 million you proposed, we are unable to meet that demand. Instead, let us negotiate for a reduced amount of 800,000. That is something we can strive to gather. What? Huang Jinren's parents were momentarily stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. A mere 800,000 to obtain their understanding? It was ludicrous. The issuance of the letter would essentially guarantee that Wang Yifu would not face the death penalty. If Wang Yifu were to escape death, what would that mean for their son? Was it tantamount to purchasing their son's life for 800,000? Are you mocking us? Huang Jinren's father growled. 800,000 for my son's life? If I were to offer 1.6 million now, could I then buy both of your lives? Chao Kun replied calmly. Please do not be agitated, dear relative. I understand that this compensation amount will not meet your expectations. However, how much we can offer is contingent upon our own means. Your proposed compensation is utterly insufficient, Huang Jinren's mother retorted furiously. 800,000 is absolutely unacceptable. At the very least, we require 2.8 million. That is our bottom line. Anything less, and you can prepare for the execution of that murderer. As time passed, half an hour slipped away. Wang Shanshan had anticipated the negotiations would be fruitless, given the drastic reduction from 3.5 million to 800,000. However, she never expected the situation would be so hopeless. The obstinate and aggressive stance of Huang Jinren's parents left her feeling suffocated. Thankfully, with Chao Kun supporting her, she felt she might otherwise have crumbled under their pressure. 2.6 million. Huang Jinren's father declared firmly. That is our final bottom line. Anything less means you can let Wang Yifu die. After half an hour of relentless negotiation, the compensation had finally settled at 2.6 million, from an initial 3.5 million to 2.6 million. A reduction of 900,000 was significant. Yet, no trace of joy appeared on Wang Shanshan's face. Whether it was 2.6 million or 3.5 million, the outcome was inconsequential to her. She simply could not afford either amount. As the compensation amount dwindled to this figure, it reached the threshold for Huang Jinren's parents. Chao Kun glanced at Wang Shanshan beside him and said, Shanshan, why don't you step outside for a moment? Wang Shanshan was taken aback, unsure why Chao Kun would ask her to leave at such a time, but it suited her just fine. Remaining any longer felt suffocating. She merely nodded at Chao Kun and rose to exit the CAF. Once she departed, Chao Kun stretched lazily and turned his attention back to Huang Jinren's parents. Now, we can engage in a formal discussion. What? Huang Jinren's parents looked utterly bewildered. Only now are we starting to talk formally? What was the past half hour then? Spare us your words, Huang Jinren's mother retorted. 2,600,000 is our final offer. Not a penny less will earn you our forgiveness. No. With a casual crossing of his legs, Chao Kun shook his finger at Huang Jinren's parents and smiled. It seems you two have yet to grasp the situation. The power to decide no longer rests with you. It is I who holds the reins now. You hold the reins? Huang Jinren's father furrowed his brow. Who do you think you are? Merely a suitor of a murderer's daughter. Do you truly believe you are someone of significance? Listen, if I wish to talk with you, then you may consider yourself a person. If I do not, you lack the qualification to even sit here and converse with me. Receiving such an impolite response from Huang Jinren's father, Chao Kun merely smiled faintly, retrieving his phone. He plugged in his earphones, opened a video, and handed it to Huang Jinren's mother, gesturing for her to watch. Hesitantly, she accepted the phone and inserted the earphones. Huang Jinren's father leaned in, taking an earphone for himself, and they began to watch together. As the video played, their expressions darkened within mere seconds. With the continuation of the footage, their countenances grew increasingly grave. By the time 3 minutes had elapsed, Chao Kun took the phone back from them. This was the original video of Bai Jing being dragged into an alley by the trio. The first 3 minutes depicted how they had threatened her and commenced to remove her clothing. The subsequent segment, detailing the formal assault on Bai Jing, was deemed unnecessary for viewing. After all, Huang Jinren's parents had seen enough in their lives to understand what would transpire next. Chapter 36. Playing both sides. The once arrogant and aggressive Huang Jinren's parents, after witnessing the 3-minute video, resembled wilted eggplants, their bravado evaporating instantly. Both were left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Chao Kun maintained his calm demeanor, as if everything had remained well within his control from the beginning. Under their watchful gazes, he leisurely tidied his earphone cable and took a sip of his coffee. Only then did he address them. The woman in the video is named Bai Jing. the wife of Wang Yifu. Now, do you understand the entirety of this situation? Because your son, in collusion with others, assaulted Wang Yifu's wife. Wang Yifu sought retribution against your son. However, having consumed alcohol at the time, he lost control and accidentally killed someone. Given this scenario, if Wang Yifu were to hire a competent lawyer, how do you suppose the court would rule? Huang Jinren's parents stared blankly at Chao Kun, speechless. I dare say, he continued with a smile, the judge would likely show leniency. After all, your son was the one who assaulted another's wife first. Concepts like the death penalty or life imprisonment are simply out of the question. They are utterly impossible. I will venture a guess. If the lawyer performs adequately, Wang Yifu might receive a sentence of 3 years or more, but likely around 8 or 9 years. With good behavior, he could be out in 5 or 6 years. And this is only under average circumstances. If the lawyer excels, he might even receive a sentence of 3 to 4 years, and with good behavior, he could be released in about 2 years. So, do you two comprehend the situation now? Chao Kun's words were not mere conjecture, having spent years in prison. He had encountered numerous similar cases. He recounted a case involving a fellow inmate named Zhang Wei, who, after suffering a similar tragedy, had only been sentenced to 5 years, ultimately serving just over 4 years before his release. Chao Kun could cite many similar instances, as long as the judge was compassionate and the lawyer possessed some skill. Cases with unique circumstances like this would not be heavily penalized. Thus, he was not merely attempting to intimidate them. The case involving Wang Yifu could either escalate significantly or be reduced to a mere flicker. With the conclusion of Chao Kun's remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the trio. Both Huang Jinren's father and mother were in a daze, unsure what to say or do. Their son had been killed, and his assailants might only serve 2 or 3 years. This was utterly unacceptable. Finally, Huang Jinren's mother broke the silence, her voice shaky. Impossible. Young man, stop spouting nonsense. How could a murderer receive such a light sentence? Is my son's life not worth anything? Chao Kun shrugged, smiling gently. Madam, I regret to inform you that sometimes human life indeed holds little value. Allow me to illustrate. If your husband were to be assaulting that woman outside, and I, in an attempt to intervene, accidentally killed him, what do you suppose my sentence would be? Huang Jinren's mother opened her mouth, but found no words, as she could not fathom the implications. You might think I would be sentenced to years in prison, but in reality, not only would I not face any sentence, I would be commended for my bravery. Similarly, if your son and his accomplices were assaulting Wang Yifu's wife and I intervened, accidentally killing them in the process, they would have died in vain. I would not owe a single cent in compensation nor bear any responsibility. In fact, I would receive recognition for my gallantry. Madam, do you still believe your son's life is valuable? He inquired. You must understand that the law protects the virtuous, not someone like your son, who forces himself upon others. Once I hand this video over to the authorities, Wang Yifu will undoubtedly evade severe punishment, leaving your son to have died in vain. Chao Kun's words plunged the atmosphere into a profound silence. Huang Jinren's mother gazed at him with a mix of disbelief and frustration, her lips parted several times. Yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Ultimately, it was Huang Jinren's father who broke the silence. He fixed his gaze on Chao Kun and said, Young man, you just claimed that if you submit the video, Wang Yifu will not face severe sentencing, implying my son's death will be in vain, correct? Chao Kun nodded calmly, absolutely accurate. And what if you choose not to submit it? Huang Jinren's father probed. Upon hearing this, a grin spread across Chao Kun's face. Mr. Huang, you are indeed a businessman, getting right to the point. It is evident that if I withhold the video, Wang Yifu will face harsh consequences, either the death penalty or life imprisonment. The outcome hinges entirely on whether you two provide a letter of leniency. At this juncture, both Huang Jinren's father and mother comprehended the implications. The decision to release the video rested solely on their understanding of the situation. Huang Jinren inhaled deeply and stated, Young man, let us speak plainly. Name your price. My son cannot die in vain. Without hesitation, Chao Kun held up 3 fingers. 3 million. Provide me with 3 million. And the existence of this video shall remain between us. Should the amount fall short, it will make its way to the police today. Additionally, I have one more demand. Wang Yifu must not be sentenced to death. In other words, you must issue a letter of leniency at the previously discussed price of 800,000. After hearing Chao Kun's terms, even Huang Jinren's father, seasoned as he was in the business realm, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Incredible. To think this seemingly innocent young man is such a shrewd player. In contrast to Huang Jinren's mother, his father, having weathered numerous storms in business, recognized the depth of Chao Kuen's intentions. He quickly discerned that this seemingly upright young man harbored ulterior motives. Although he merely requested 3 million, he was undoubtedly claiming a larger share. His demand for an 800,000 leniency letter implied that the Wang family would also contribute, effectively making them conduits for funds that would ultimately flow into Chao Kuen's hands. Moreover, the father pondered why Chao Kuen, who could easily rescue Wang Yifu, chose not to do so. What was his true motive? Was it merely the 3 million? No, it was far more complex than that. Huang Jinren's father, drawing on his years of experience, sensed that Chao Kuen's interest in the money was minimal. His demeanor when stating the sum was too composed for someone who genuinely craved wealth. If money were not his motivation, then what was? A woman? It was undeniable that Wang Shanshan was indeed an exceptional beauty, both in appearance and physique. If Chao Kuen were enamored with her, it would be entirely understandable. Yet, why would he allow Wang Yifu to languish in prison? Shouldn't he strive to secure Wang Yifu's release? Especially since doing so would make Wang Yifu his father-in-law should he win Wang Shanshan's affections? A daring thought crossed Huang Jinren's mind, causing him to gasp once more. Was it possible that Chao Kuen coveted not just Wang Shanshan, but her mother, Bai Jing, as well? Having just viewed the video, he vividly recalled Bai Jing's striking beauty and alluring figure, which rivaled Wang Shanshan's. Bai Jing's maturity and grace added yet another dimension to her appeal. Could it be that Chao Kuen intended to ensnare both mother and daughter? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Why would he, capable of rescuing Wang Yifu, choose not to? Clearly, he had designs on both Wang Yifu's daughter and wife, making it counterintuitive for him to disrupt their potential arrangements. Moreover, why demand an 800,000 leniency letter? Because that sum represented all of Wang Shanshan's family's wealth. Once relinquished, mother and daughter would find themselves in a vulnerable position, desperately needing support. If Chao Kuen presented himself as their ally at that moment, the prospect of them catering to him would soon become a reality. As these thoughts raced through Huang Jinren's father's mind, he became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. What a ruthless character! To toy with the lives of others' wives and daughters. Willing to let someone rot in prison for eternity. Such a person was undoubtedly callous. Fortunately, he and Chao Kuen were not adversaries. They shared a common enemy, Wang Yifu. Otherwise, facing such a man would leave Huang Jinren's father feeling uneasy, as if he needed to leave a light on to sleep peacefully. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Huang Jinren's father declared, "No problem, we can provide the 3 million you seek. But we expect you to uphold your end of the bargain and prevent this video from reaching the police." Huang Jinren's mother, momentarily stunned by her husband's agreement, questioned, "Just like that? No guarantees? No haggling? 3 million is no trivial sum for us. Our son was murdered, and we must pay this amount while ensuring that Wang Yifu, the killer, does not face the death penalty. This sounds utterly unjust." Before she could continue, Huang Jinren's father interrupted, "Enough, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Trust my judgment." He then exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, a subtle signal indicating that danger lurked. The moment he conveyed this message, she understood that she must comply with his directives without question. After all, in such an urgent matter, Huang Jinren's father must remain particularly vigilant. Observing the subtle exchanges between the two, Chao Kuen smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Huang, rest assured, as long as the 3 million reaches my hands, this video will never see the light of day at the police station, I guarantee it." As he spoke, Chao Kuen turned the wooden beads on his wrist. He had purchased them for 8 yuan at a street stall the previous night, claiming they were sandalwood. Chao Kuen removed the beads and said, "Mr. Huang, this string of beads has been passed down from my ancestors, and it has been polished for nearly 200 years in my family. Selling it for 3 million is not excessive, is it?" Huang Jinren's father twitched his lips, at a loss for words. How could he have the audacity to claim these brand new beads had been polished for over 2 centuries? Furthermore, was the practice of polishing beads even popular 200 years ago? Although these thoughts lingered in his mind, he could not voice them. He forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Not excessive at all, absolutely not. Collectibles are subjective. As they say, one man's treasure is another man's trash. To those who appreciate them, they may be worth a fortune, while to others, they may hold no value at all. This string you possess speaks to my heart. Thus I am willing to pay 3 million for it. However, I wonder if Brother Chao would be willing to part with it." Chao Kuen laughed heartily and tossed the beads over. "Since Mr. Huang likes it so much, I have no qualms letting it go. 3 million it is. My bank account is Chapter 38. Bewildered Wang Shanshan. 5 minutes later. Chao Kun looked at the notification on his phone confirming the arrival of 3 million in his bank account and smiled as he tucked his phone away. Meanwhile, Huang Jianren's parents wore expressions devoid of cheer. Caution. Too much caution. In the transfer records, Chao Kun had them explicitly state it was a transaction for the beads, leaving no room for suspicion about any illicit dealings. He was leaving no trace of vulnerability, every sin accounted for, entirely unafraid of any investigation. Shall I summon Wang Yifu's daughter for further discussion? Chao Kun smiled. Yes, Huang Jianren's father eagerly nodded, ready to continue the conversation. 10 minutes later, at the CAF entrance, Wang Shanshan entered, holding a half-eaten ice cream cone, her expression somewhat innocent. She had been preparing to go shopping. After all, she was no fool, given Huang Jianren's parents' demeanor. They would not issue a letter of understanding for less than 260,000. Yet she could not produce that amount. Thus, she had already given up hope. Since negotiating seemed futile, she might as well enjoy a little retail therapy. However, before she could leave, Chao Kun's phone call summoned her back. She was reluctant to return. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the outcome seemed unchangeable. What was the point of returning? Nevertheless, since Chao Kun had called her, she felt obligated. As this was ultimately her family's affair. How did it go, Chao Kun? Did the negotiations collapse? Wang Shanshan inquired softly as she approached. No, quite the opposite. Chao Kun replied with a smile. Huang Jianren's parents have agreed to provide your father with a letter of understanding for an 80,000 compensation. What? They agreed? Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could they possibly agree? Wasn't the minimum 260,000? How did it drop to 80,000? Observing Wang Shanshan's shocked expression, Huang Jianren's father smiled and said, Miss Wang, you truly ought to express your gratitude to Mr. Chao. If it weren't for his unwavering advocacy on your behalf, there is no way we would have agreed to an 80,000 compensation. Wang Shanshan was somewhat dazed. So, you really agreed? Indeed, Huang Jianren's father replied. The moment you provide us with the 80,000, we will issue the letter of understanding for your father. It's settled. The four of them conversed a bit longer in the CAF, but Wang Shanshan remained in a daze, even as Huang Jianren's parents departed. At that moment, only one question occupied her mind. How did they come to this agreement? They had firmly stated a 260,000 bottom line, yet now they accepted 80,000? Just 80,000. It felt as though she was buying their son's life for a mere 80,000, and they accepted it without hesitation? Were they out of their minds? They drove luxury cars worth over $1 million. How could they settle for this paltry sum of 80,000? Chao Kun, observing Wang Shanshan's bewildered expression, struggled to contain his amusement. He had previously noted her inherently selfish nature, and now it was laid bare. When faced with the impossibility of obtaining a letter of understanding for 80,000, she had been a devoted daughter, filled with filial piety, eager to offer the money to save her father, even at the cost of her relationship with her mother. Yet, upon hearing that the other party was willing to accept 80,000, she was left utterly stunned. Her professed desperation to save her father was revealed to be a facade. How could she possibly surrender all her family's wealth to rescue Wang Yifu? What about her university tuition, living expenses, and the cosmetics and beautiful clothes she desired? All of these required funds. From where would they come? Thus, Chao Kun had long anticipated that, between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, it was Wang Shanshan who would be most reluctant to part with the money. However, in light of her dramatic tendencies, Chao Kun decided to indulge her, allowing her to maintain her image as the dutiful daughter. Moreover, she was now in a position where she could not refuse the 80,000. Came on, Shanshan. Let us go grab a bite, Chao Kun suggested. Wang Shanshan stared vacantly at Chao Kun, her expression still dazed. Chao Kun, how did they come to agree? Chao Kun raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Shanshan? Shouldn't you be happy they agreed? Wasn't that your goal all along, to secure the letter of understanding? Wang Shanshan snapped back to reality, stammering, Yes, I definitely want them to issue the letter. But didn't they say the minimum was 260,000? How did it suddenly drop to 80,000? It was your filial piety that moved them, Chao Kun replied with a radiant smile. In fact, after you left, I hardly spoke to them. I merely recounted your experiences over the past few days, emphasizing how you had exhausted every means to save your father. They were particularly touched when they learned that your family could only muster 80,000, and that you were willing to sacrifice it all for your father's sake. Your genuine father-daughter bond moved them profoundly. Upon hearing Chao Kun's explanation, Wang Shanshan felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. How could this couple be so foolish? They took my performance seriously. I was merely acting, and yet they believed it. I'm supposed to give away 80,000. What will I eat or drink? Don't they have any sense? All right, Shan Shan, Chao Kuan, seemingly oblivious to her dismay, cheerfully said, at least we have good news today. Come, let me treat you to lunch. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan forced a smile. Chao Kuan, maybe we should skip it. I had that ice cream earlier, and my stomach feels a bit off. I think I'd like to head home and rest. Oh, really? Chao Kuan expressed concern. Shall I accompany you? Should we stop by the hospital for a checkup? No, Wang Shanshan quickly declined. I just feel a bit unwell and would prefer to rest alone. You go ahead and eat. I'll head home. After speaking, Wang Shanshan did not wait for Chao Kuan's response and hurriedly left the scene. Chao Kuan, watching her retreating figure, could not help but smile. Regret? Dream on. He would not grant her that opportunity. With that thought, Chao Kuan took out his phone and called Bai Jing. Hello, Aunt Bai, have you finished your beauty treatment? Oh, I see. Shall I come to find you? Haha, all right. I'll check into a hotel and wait for you. I have nothing planned for the afternoon anyway. Chapter 39, Chao Kuan's surprise an hour later. In room 1108 of the Blue Flag Hotel in Xia County, Chao Kuan opened the door to find Bai Jing standing outside, carrying some food. He smiled and welcomed her inside. You mentioned you had a surprise for me. What is it? When he had called Bai Jing, she had instructed him to book a hotel, claiming she had a surprise in store. However, upon seeing her, Chao Kuan found no indication of a surprise. She looked the same as she had in the morning, wearing a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and a pair of shiny black high heels. Where was the surprise? Surely, a more delicate complexion from her beauty treatment could not be the extent of it. Bai Jing, smiling as she placed the food on the small table in the room, said mysteriously, take a guess. Guess? I really can't tell. You look just like you did this morning, Chao Kuan replied, shaking his head after scrutinizing her. Bai Jing playfully pouted, rolling up her blouse sleeves. Feel it. Chao Kuan hesitated but then reached out to touch her arm. As soon as he did, his expression changed dramatically. To be fair, he had explored every inch of her before, yet today, upon contact, he felt an undeniable difference. Bai Jing's arm seemed smoother and more delicate than before. Seeing Chao Kuan's astonished reaction, Bai Jing beamed. Did you notice? It feels smoother, right? Did you use some kind of oil? What? Who would slather oil on themselves? I had a full body waxing at the beauty salon, Bai Jing exclaimed. Chao Kuan's face lit up with surprise. Wait, you mean the kind I'm imagining? Bai Jing playfully bit her lip. Exactly the kind you're imagining. Surprised? Indeed. This is quite the surprise. Chao Kuan exclaimed excitedly. You're playing with fire, you know? This could increase your attack speed and durability by 20. Be careful not to get burned. Bai Jing laughed. Is that so? Don't say it if you can't follow through. Not a chance. Chao Kuan retorted confidently. When I say something, I mean it. This afternoon. Get ready for the consequences. After some playful banter, they finally sat down to eat. As Chao Kuan savored a grilled kidney skewer, he asked, how does it feel to be back to yourself? At his question, Bai Jing paused, her face lighting up with happiness. It's wonderful, absolutely amazing. You have no idea how I felt when I stepped out of the beauty salon, basked in the sunlight. It was like being reborn. Do you know how long I've wanted to do this? But every time I saw the exorbitant fees, I would talk myself out of it. Thinking, I am a mother now. Why waste money on myself when I could buy something for my child instead? For years, I've lived for others. But today, I finally lived for myself. I discovered how blissful and wonderful it is to do so. So, Chao Kuan, I refuse to live for others any longer. I despise the old me. I want to be my true self and live for myself. Seeing the emotion in Bai Jing's eyes, which were now glistening with unshed tears, Chao Kuan smiled gently and wiped away her tears. Keep it up. I believe in you. As long as you bravely take this step and sever ties with your past self, you will undoubtedly reclaim your true self. Sever ties with my past self? Bai Jing keenly noticed Chao Kuan's unfamiliar phrasing and inquired, what do you mean by that? Quite literally, Chao Kuan replied, you don't think you've truly returned to yourself, do you? Don't forget, you are still Wang Yifu's lawful wife. If you wish to become that free-spirited, self-living person, you must first sever your relationship with Wang Yifu. Bai Jing suddenly realized the gravity of his words. Oh, I almost forgot. I am still Wang Yifu's wife. Regardless of how he is judged, I currently lack true freedom. As his spouse, if anything happens to him, I will be the first person the police come to. I will have to prepare and clean up after him. The thought of it fills me with an inexplicable nausea and frustration. Why is it so difficult for me to live for myself? Why do these people cling to me like leeches, draining my life? I simply want to be free and unrestrained. Why can't they let me go? Sensing Bai Jing's inner turmoil, Chao Kun took her delicate hand and said, "Actually, I have a surprise for you as well." Bai Jing looked at him, her initial excitement and joy fading. She managed a weak smile. "What surprise?" Chao Kun smiled slightly and replied, "An opportunity for you to sever ties with your past self." "What?" Bai Jing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What opportunity? How can I sever ties with my past self?" Chao Kun gestured for her to calm down and explained. "Today, Shan Shan and I met with Huang Jinren's parents, and the negotiation results are in. They agreed to provide a letter of understanding for Wang Yifu in exchange for 800,000 yuan. As he spoke, Chao Kun summarized the details of the negotiation with Huang Jinren's parents, carefully omitting sensitive information regarding any under-the-table dealings. While this 800,000 yuan is joint property between you and Wang Yifu, and thus half belongs to you, Wang Yifu's predicament is undeniably linked to you. My suggestion is to take this 800,000 yuan, secure the letter of understanding for Wang Yifu, and save his life. By doing this, regardless of your feelings toward him or your shared history, you will have done your utmost for him, allowing you to formally sever ties. Moreover, this action would fulfill Shan Shan's wish, as you know how much she wants to save Uncle Wang. After this, you can honestly say you owe nothing to either of them. And that will be your moment to sever the past and embrace a new life." Chapter 40. Foolish daughter. Though Bai Jing had previously told Wang Shanshan that she did not want her half of the family fortune, how could she truly let go? Do not concern yourself with what she eats or drinks, nor how she will navigate the days ahead. The reason for such sentiments, akin to Wang Shanshan's, lies in the belief that Huang Jianren's parents would never agree to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000, as long as that sum remains unspent. Half of it still belongs to her. She merely speaks of it, yet nothing truly changes. However, the situation is now different. Chao Kun and his associates have successfully negotiated, and the other party has consented to the 800,000 for the letter of understanding. Consequently, the 400,000 that rightfully belongs to her is at risk of vanishing. Had this been a time prior, Bai Jing would have outright refused without a moment's hesitation. What a jest! With the house gone, the money depleted, and everything lost, only she and Wang Shanshan remain. What will they eat, drink, where will they live, and how will they survive? Moreover, what of Wang Shanshan's university tuition, living expenses, and accommodation? Thus, had it been before, Bai Jing would have certainly rejected the notion, as there were too many practical considerations to bear in mind. Yet now, she wishes to cast aside these thoughts. She yearns to sever ties with her former self and embrace a new beginning, particularly with Wang Shanshan. She has grown weary of this foolish daughter. All the family's finances poured into saving her father? Indeed, such filial piety. A devoted daughter indeed. Bai Jing is compelled to inquire. With the house lost and savings depleted, where will this mother reside, and what will she eat and drink? She has shown devotion to her father, but what of her mother? Is she to be left to fend for herself? Since the daughter has gone this far, the mother has nothing left to lament. A daughter like this is better cast aside. In any case, Bai Jing will no longer tolerate Wang Shanshan leeching off her. She even wishes to sever all ties with the Wang family for good. It is best to be decisive and cut all connections. Furthermore, she is curious to witness how her foolish daughter will manage from here on out, as the university semester approaches. With all the family's funds allocated to saving Wang Yifu, from where will her living expenses, tuition, and accommodation be sourced? Surely, she does not intend to beg her mother for it, does she? Apologies, but there is nothing left. Not a single dime remains. As for her maternal love for Wang Shanshan, it has reached its definitive end. From this day forth, she shall live for herself, no longer for others. With this thought, Bai Jing felt as if a vital channel within her had been unblocked. Her body felt liberated, and her mind was at ease. She smiled at Chao Kun and said, "Chao Kun, you are absolutely right. This truly is an opportunity to sever ties with my past self. Though I may face considerable hardship as a result, I believe that reclaiming my identity and embracing a new life renders it all worthwhile. Therefore, to my new life, cheers." Observing Bai Jing raising a glass of water in place of wine, Chao Kun beamed and raised his own cup in response. Cheers. At 3 in the afternoon, Chao Kun and Bai Jing appeared at the residence of Bai Jing and Wang Yifu. Initially, Bai Jing intended to sell the house, gather the 800,000, and then approach Huang Jianren's parents for the letter of understanding. However, Chao Kun could not afford to wait that long. In this current sluggish real estate market, selling a house is no easy feat. It could take half a year or more. To prevent any prolonged complications, Chao Kun simply made a phone call, summoning Huang Jianren's parents directly. Rather than selling the house, they would transfer ownership immediately, and with Bai Jing's savings, they could consider it as the 800,000. Mr. Huang, you have seen the condition of the house. It is a well-structured property. You can verify the market price online, so using the house as collateral is perfectly acceptable. Correct? Chao Kun acted as if he were a real estate agent, guiding Huang Jianren's parents around the room. Upon hearing Chao Kun's proposal, a wry smile appeared on Huang Jianren's parents' faces. Under normal circumstances, they would never agree to such a proposition. The current market trend for housing is declining, and there is often a significant gap between the market and actual transaction prices. Properties advertised at 600,000 or 700,000 may only fetch 500,000 or 550,000. In reality, no one would agree to such a blatant loss. However, this was Chao Kun, and they found it difficult to refuse. After all, they had just engaged in a discreet transaction with him at noon, and now, just a few hours later, it would be unwise to deny him. Very well, very well. Having already received 2 million, a few thousand here or there is inconsequential, Huang Jianren's father replied with a forced smile. In essence, the current state of the house is akin to cash. Transferring ownership is nearly equivalent to a monetary transaction. The only difference is that selling the house may take longer, whereas using it as collateral expedites matters. Chao Kun nodded in agreement. Mr. Huang, do you believe that these assets, combined with my Aunt Bai's savings, can equate to 800,000? Huang Jianren appeared somewhat hesitant, pondering for a moment before glancing at Bai Jing. Of course, he was not leering at her, but rather assessing the gold earrings, necklace, and ring she wore. While he certainly wanted to show respect for Chao Kun, he could not afford to be taken advantage of. Bai Jing's house and all her savings indeed fell short of 800,000, so he needed to find a way to make up the difference. Bai Jing, not one to be oblivious, immediately understood Huang Jianren's gaze. Without further ado, she removed her gold earrings, necklace, and ring, handing them to Huang Jianren's father. He weighed them in his hand, estimating their value to be around 10,000, and nodded. All right, I will reluctantly consider these to bring the total to 800,000. Let us proceed. I will draft the letter of understanding. The letter of understanding is not merely some trivial note. It is best conducted under the auspices of the police, as it ultimately needs to be submitted to their authority. Thus, they decided to head directly to the police station to draft it and leave it there upon completion. At 4 in the afternoon, Huang Jianren's parents were the first to depart the police station. With the letter of understanding completed, it could be said that their involvement in the case had concluded, awaiting only the court's ruling regarding Wang Yifu. Meanwhile, Chao Kun and Bai Jing remained at the police station, as their visit was not solely for the letter but also to finalize Bai Jing's separation from Wang Yifu. However, Wang Yifu was not someone they could meet directly. They had to rely on their lawyer to communicate on their behalf. The lawyer they had engaged was the same as before, who had now entered to negotiate with Wang Yifu. Chao Kun, what if Wang Yifu refuses to agree to the divorce? With the house gone, savings depleted, and even the jewelry lost, Bai Jing had sacrificed everything to sever ties with her past, to reclaim her identity, and to embrace a new life. Now, only the final step remained, divorcing Wang Yifu. If he were to refuse, it would be an utter calamity. Rest assured, Chao Kun comforted, holding her hand as he observed her unease. I believe Uncle Wang will agree to the divorce. At this stage, the decision of whether to divorce no longer lay solely with Wang Yifu. Throughout his 10 years of imprisonment, Chao Kun had witnessed many such situations. When a husband is incarcerated, the wife merely needs to petition the court for divorce, and it is granted without fail. He had just spoken with the lawyer about the situation and asked him to relay the message to Wang Yifu. If Wang Yifu consents to the divorce, he will still have the opportunity to part ways with dignity and respect. However, should he refuse, within 6 months, a court notice will be issued, informing him of the divorce. At that point, the situation would be far less dignified. Upon realizing that the outcome could not be altered, Wang Yifu would undoubtedly opt for a more dignified method of parting. Meanwhile, within a room at the police station, Wang Yifu sat motionless, gazing intently at his lawyer, his expression profoundly affected. She has used all her savings to obtain a letter of understanding for me? Indeed. The lawyer nodded affirmatively. The letter was drafted at the police station just moments ago, and I was present throughout the process. Ms. Bai Jing has relinquished your jointly owned property to Huang Jinren's parents as a means of settling the debt, along with your savings of over 200,000. Additionally, she has surrendered her gold earrings, necklace, and rings. All these items amount to approximately 800,000, which were given to Huang Jinren's parents, who in turn provided you with the letter of understanding. This implies that you can sleep soundly from now on. While I cannot guarantee 100%, I can assure you with 99% certainty that you will not face the death penalty. After hearing the lawyer's words, Wang Yifu sat in stunned silence, unable to react for an extended period. He found himself at a loss regarding his feelings. Was he happy? Perhaps, since he would not be sentenced to death. Yet, he felt no joy whatsoever, especially upon learning that Bai Jing had sacrificed their home, savings, and even her jewelry to secure his letter of understanding. He was overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion. He was acutely aware of the financial situation at home, understanding that this letter had cost Bai Jing everything. She was left without a place to stay, without savings, and devoid of even decent jewelry. Everything was gone. Was this the conclusion of nearly 20 years spent together? In an instant, Wang Yifu felt a profound sense of failure as a man. A woman who had devoted so many years to him had ended up destitute. At that moment, he suddenly found peace regarding Bai Jing's affairs with 3 other men. Although she had wronged him, he ultimately felt he had wronged her more. As Wang Yifu gradually regained his composure, the lawyer continued, "There is one more matter to discuss, Mr. Wang. Ms. Bai Jing believes that the bond between you two has reached its conclusion, and thus, your marital relationship should also come to an end." Anticipating this outcome, Wang Yifu calmly nodded. A woman who had been by his side for so long, reduced to having nothing, what face did he have left to keep her in his life? Furthermore, he would spend the remainder of his life in prison, while Bai Jing was still young, with a long road ahead of her. She deserved a new beginning. "I agree to the divorce," Wang Yifu stated, "but I am unable to leave at this moment. So please draft a divorce agreement on my behalf." The lawyer nodded. "That is not an issue. Since Mr. Wang has no objections, let us proceed with the writing. I believe there will be no complicated property disputes between you two." Wang Yifu forced a smile. Indeed, all their assets had been exchanged for his letter of understanding. What property disputes could there possibly be? After 5 or 6 minutes, he completed the divorce agreement and handed it to the lawyer. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, lawyer, what will happen to our daughter, Wang Shanshan, after the divorce?" He intended to inquire who would have custody of her, but before he could finish, the lawyer interjected, "Mr. Wang, I understand your daughter, Wang Shanshan, has already turned 18. Legally, she is considered an adult. Therefore, your divorce from Ms. Bai Jing does not involve her, as she is no longer subject to custody arrangements. If she wishes, she can live independently." Wang Yifu opened his mouth, ultimately nodding in silence. The lawyer then discussed other matters with him, ensuring there were no additional issues before concluding their conversation. Meanwhile, in the police station's waiting room, Bai Jing eagerly approached the lawyer upon his exit. "Lawyer, how did it go? Did he agree to the divorce?" The lawyer smiled and nodded, producing the divorce agreement written by Wang Yifu. "Ms. Bai, Mr. Wang has consented to end your marital relationship. However, due to his circumstances, he cannot come out to finalize the divorce himself and has entrusted me with this task. Furthermore, the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open, and if we hurry, you should be able to obtain your divorce certificate today." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing nearly wept with joy and exclaimed, "Lawyer, let us not delay. We must hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau." At 5:30 in the afternoon, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xia County, Bai Jing clutched her divorce certificate. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she pressed the certificate tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. The taste of freedom. The sensation of being unshackled and unrestrained. She was free. She had finally severed ties with her past self, and from that moment forward, she could live for herself. Beside her, Chao Kuan watched Bai Jing's ecstatic demeanor, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Aunt Bai, let us hurry home and share this news with Shanshan. She will surely leap for joy upon learning that Uncle Wang has secured the letter of understanding." The mere thought of Wang Shanshan filled Chao Kuan with excitement. He was eager to witness her reaction to the events of the afternoon. With their home lost and savings gone, she would suddenly find herself destitute, a thought that surely left her mind buzzing. Meanwhile, at Chao Kuan's residence, Wang Shanshan sat frustrated, watching television while munching on snacks. "I am so infuriated. How can Chao Kuan be so oblivious? Knowing I was unwell and did not join him for lunch, he still has not brought me food. Does he want to starve me? Humph. I'll give him 1 more hour. If he does not return with food, I will never let him fawn over me again. As if I depend on his servitude. Wang Shanshan felt particularly miserable that day, primarily due to the negotiations with Huang Jianren's parents. She had racked her brain, never anticipating that they would genuinely agree to provide a letter of understanding in exchange for 800,000. Please. She merely wished to cultivate an image of a devoted daughter. As news of the situation spread, everyone would see her as a compassionate and loyal woman, willing to sacrifice all for her father's life, leaving no safety net for herself. How touching. A devoted daughter, untainted by greed. Valuing emotion over wealth, such an image would surely enhance her reputation. However, Huang Jianren's parents' acquiescence disrupted her entire plan. The image of a devoted daughter could no longer be fabricated. After all, she had only pretended. She never intended to actually part with 80,000 to obtain a letter of understanding. Moreover, not only could she not create this image, but it could backfire, tarnishing her reputation. Now that the other party had agreed, and she had not, should this come to light, it would paint her as a miser who would rather see her father sentenced to death than part with money. Such a reputation would be utterly devastating. It would ruin her chances of marrying into a wealthy and influential family. However, fortunately, the stain on her reputation had yet to be confirmed. She had not voiced her dissent, nor would she, for she still had her mother. Such cold-hearted words were best left for her mother to utter. She had to ensure her image remained untarnished. Moreover, her mother would undoubtedly speak up, as the university semester was about to commence, with tuition fees, living expenses, and accommodation costs looming large. How could her mother possibly agree to relinquish 800,000 yuan for a letter of understanding? She was still young. She could be oblivious to such matters. But could her mother afford to be ignorant? As Wang Shanshan watched television, indulging in snacks, her mind raced with these thoughts when suddenly, the doors swung open, and Chao Kuan and Bai Jing entered. Upon noticing that Chao Kuan had returned empty-handed, her expression fell. What a pathetic sycophant. Did he really not know she hadn't eaten lunch? How could he come back without even a morsel? Fine, just wait. She would never allow him to fawn over her again. In the midst of this discontent, an epiphany struck her, and she exclaimed, "Mom, where is your necklace?" Wang Shanshan distinctly remembered that Bai Jing had worn a beautiful gold necklace around her fair neck when she left for a beauty appointment. Yet now, her neck was bare, devoid of the necklace. Could it have been lost? That necklace was worth several thousand, nearly 10,000. With the realization of the necklace's absence, Wang Shanshan noticed that Bai Jing's gold earrings were also missing. Even the gold ring on her finger had vanished. What on earth was happening? Where were all her jewelry? Had they been stolen? Before Bai Jing could respond to Wang Shanshan's astonished gaze, Chao Kuan eagerly interjected, "Shanshan, I have good news. We have secured your Uncle Wang's letter of understanding." What? Wang Shanshan's body trembled, as if she had seen a ghost. She turned to Chao Kuan and stammered, "Did you just say that my father's letter of understanding has been obtained?" "Yes," Chao Kuan replied, his face beaming with joy. "This afternoon. Aunt Bai and I specifically handled this matter." He then recounted the events of the afternoon in great detail, from mortgaging their house to Wang Jianren's parents, transferring all savings to them, and finally, Bai Jing handing over her jewelry to Wang Jianren's parents. He detailed how Wang Jianren's parents had provided them with the letter of understanding at the police station, ensuring he didn't overlook a single detail. After listening to Chao Kuan's account, Wang Shanshan felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Their home was gone, their savings were gone, and even Bai Jing's jewelry was gone. How would they manage to live? And with university starting soon, where would she find the funds for tuition, living expenses, and accommodation? Struggling to maintain her composure, she trembled as she looked at Bai Jing. "Mom, what Chao Kuan said isn't true, right? Our house is still standing, and our savings are intact, right?" At her words, a flash of intense disdain crossed Bai Jing's eyes. "What are you pretending for? Was it you who cried and shouted, insisting on borrowing money to save your father? Now that the letter of understanding is in hand, you act like this. Who are you trying to disgust?" Chao Kuan's words ring true, Bai Jing replied flatly. "Our house, our savings, all gone, just to obtain your father's letter of understanding. Isn't this what you've always wanted?" Hearing her mother's affirming response, Wang Shanshan staggered, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. She stared at Bai Jing as if she were a stranger, and after several seconds, she exclaimed fiercely, "Bai Jing, have you lost your mind? Our house is gone. Our savings are gone. Do you realize I'm about to start university? What will I do about tuition and living expenses? How do you expect me to attend university? Seeing Wang Shanshan's hysterical outburst directed at her, Bai Jing could no longer contain her fury and slapped Wang Shanshan hard across the face. The sound echoed, leaving Wang Shanshan momentarily stunned. Bai Jing glared into Wang Shanshan's eyes, enunciating each word. Wang Shanshan, listen carefully, no matter what. I am still the mother who raised you for 18 years. You may choose to disregard my existence, but you must respect me. If I hear you speak to me disrespectfully again, I will ruin your face. Moreover, you are now an adult, over 18 years old. You can attend university as you please. It's no longer my concern. Even if you choose to work in society, toiling in factories, or engaging in unsavory occupations, that is your freedom. Remember, your affairs are no longer my concern. I will not live for you anymore. With that, Bai Jing turned sharply and stormed out. In the room, Chao Kuan observed the dramatic confrontation between mother and daughter, nearly applauding in delight. It was spectacular. Especially the moment Bai Jing's hand struck Wang Shanshan's face, along with the fury in her eyes and the profound disappointment buried deep within. It was utterly captivating. While enjoying the spectacle, Chao Kuan did not forget his other role. As Bai Jing stormed off, he swiftly stepped in. Aunt Bai, he called out after her retreating figure, then turned to Wang Shanshan, who was still covering her face in shock. Shanshan, you have gone too far. Huh? Wang Shanshan snapped back to reality, bewildered by Chao Kuan's accusation. I've gone too far? Bai Jing has lost our house and savings. And I'm the one being blamed? Do you know how much Aunt Bai sacrificed for you? Chao Kuan lamented. She has lost everything for you. Her home. Her savings. She is now left with nothing, not even a decent piece of jewelry. All to fulfill your wish to save your father. And yet, you dare to say she has lost her mind? Wang Shanshan, don't forget, it was you who cried out to save Uncle Wang. Now that he has been saved, you turn around and blame Aunt Bai, acting as if you're the victim. You're disgraceful, truly disgraceful. I am utterly disappointed in you. After delivering this tirade, Chao Kuan did not give Bai Jing a chance to respond and hurriedly chased after her. Aunt Bai, Wang Shanshan stood there, stunned. As she watched Chao Kuan's retreating figure, her mind racing with disbelief. Everything had turned upside down. Her mother had drawn a line between them. And now even Chao Kuan, that sycophant, dared to call her disgraceful and express his disappointment. How could he, a mere sycophant, had no right to judge her? The fact that she allowed him to fawn over her was already an immense favor. How dare he turn the tables on her? In the living room, Wang Shanshan tore at her hair in frustration, crouching down in despair. Why had it come to this? Outside the community, just before leaving, Chao Kuan finally caught up with Bai Jing, grabbing her arm. Aunt Bai, please wait. Where are you going? Bai Jing's face was etched with sorrow and indignation as she gazed into Chao Kuan's eyes, exclaiming, Chao Kuan, what is the purpose of my raising her? Chao Kuan opened his mouth, but found no words to express. Bai Jing let out a bitter laugh, gritting her teeth. Honestly, I would be better off raising a dog. At least it knows to wag its tail at me. Truly, the greatest mistake of my life has been nurturing such an ungrateful wretch. Chao Kuan furrowed his brow, his tone laced with concern. Aunt Bai, please don't say that. Shanshan might just be overly excited, which could explain her thoughtless words. Excited? Thoughtless? Do you even believe that? Bai Jing sighed in resignation, shaking her head. Forget it. From now on, she can tread her own path, and I shall walk my own. I have already done enough for her. With that, she turned to Chao Kuan, continuing, Chao Kuan, I have no appetite. My mind is a whirlpool of frustration. Would you accompany me for a stroll to clear my head? Chao Kuan nodded solemnly. Of course, Aunt Bai. I am here for you. Half an hour later, Chao Kuan and Bai Jing arrived at the residence she once shared with Wang Yifu. To be precise, it now belonged to Huang Jinren's parents. However, since there were still some belongings of Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan, and Wang Yifu, Huang Jinren's parents had granted them a 3-day grace period to collect their things. After 3 days, the parents would come to change the locks, at which point the property would be entirely theirs. Thus, Bai Jing and the others had merely 3 days left to utilize the house. In the bedroom, Chao Kuan's gaze lingered on the wedding photo hanging above the bed, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. In the photograph, Wang Yifu donned a formal suit, his smile radiant, while Bai Jing, clad in a pristine wedding gown, shyly leaned against his chest. It appeared warm, blissful, and sweet. Alas, the reality had shifted dramatically. The couple was divorced, and one of them was destined to spend a lifetime behind bars. Indeed, the unpredictability of life is astonishing. Noticing Chao Kuan's fixation on the wedding photo, Bai Jing probed gently, "What troubles you?" "Just reflecting on how unpredictable life can be," Chao Kun replied. "Only a few days ago, Uncle Wang seemed fine. And now he has gone." Time slipped away, and soon it was 1 in the morning. In Chao Kun's residence, Wang Shanshan picked up the snack bag she had carelessly discarded on the floor and began munching again. After a prolonged spell of despondency, she finally found her footing once more. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to confront reality head-on. The first hurdle she faced was securing the funds for her university tuition and living expenses. She had always been resolute about attending university, for a woman with a degree stood distinctively apart from one without. With her looks and figure, obtaining a degree would easily lead her to a well-off husband. Conversely, holding only a high school diploma would severely limit her prospects, regardless of her physical attributes. However, due to Bai Jing's foolish decisions, she had lost her financial foundation for attending university. So, how could she possibly acquire the necessary funds? Asking Bai Jing was out of the question. That woman might be poorer than herself at the moment. Moreover, after Bai Jing's harsh words, there was no way she would stoop to ask her for help. Thus, her attention turned to Chao Kun. After much contemplation, Wang Shanshan concluded that she would have to rely on Chao Kun, her devoted admirer. Firstly, he was wealthy. Though Chao Kun grew up under the care of his grandfather, he inherited a considerable fortune upon his grandfather's passing. On one occasion, Wang Shanshan had secretly glimpsed his bank account balance, which exceeded 100,000. This was also the reason she had kept him around all these years without outright rejecting him. Who would refuse a man with such financial freedom willing to spend on her? Secondly, Chao Kun was indeed her admirer, and he was her best bet for acquiring funds. While she had wealthier classmates, some with multiple properties and others making millions in business, they were not her admirers, and thus, she could not expect financial assistance from them. Furthermore, even if she borrowed from them, it would necessitate repayment. In contrast, any funds obtained from Chao Kun would not require reimbursement, as he was, after all, her devoted admirer. Chapter 44. The phone call continues. In light of her current predicament, Wang Shanshan quickly organized her thoughts and devised a plan. However, it would not be as simple as she hoped. Had Chao Kun still been the same loyal admirer he once was, it would have been straightforward. A mere hint would have him eagerly covering her university expenses. Yet, it was evident that he had changed. He had expressed disappointment and disdain towards her, indicating he was nearing his breaking point. If she did not take action soon, Chao Kun might very well free himself from her control. Therefore, it was imperative to soothe him and tighten the leash before he escaped. With this realization, Wang Shanshan finished her last bite of snacks and reluctantly picked up her phone. How ironic it was that she, the esteemed Wang Shanshan, would one day find herself bowing to Chao Kun, her devoted admirer. "Bai Jing, this is all your fault. You foolish woman. If you hadn't been so reckless, I wouldn't have reached this low." Wang Shanshan cursed under her breath before finally dialing Chao Kun's number. 1 ring, 2 rings as she prepared to give up after several attempts. The call was finally answered. "Hello, Shanshan, what's the matter?" Hearing Chao Kun's voice on the other end, Wang Shanshan couldn't help but frown. "Chao Kun, what are you up to?" "Oh, I'm at an internet CAF." Chao Kun replied cheerfully. "I'm not tired today, just having some fun." "At an internet CAF, huh?" Wang Shanshan remarked. Hee hee. Chao Kun chuckled, then added, "By the way, Shanshan, why are you still awake? It's already 1 in the morning. How could I possibly sleep? My mother is about to sever ties with me. Speaking of which, where is she?" "Oh, and I parted ways long ago. I don't know where she went." "Wait, what? My mother isn't with you?" Wang Shanshan felt a surge of energy upon hearing this, granting her newfound courage. "Chao Kun, let us be honest here. Don't you think my mother is a complete fool? I've never encountered someone so dense. She traded everything we had for a letter of understanding. Does she even have a brain? Calling her a fool is an insult to the term. She is just utterly foolish, don't you agree?" After she finished her tirade, she noticed Chao Kun had not responded, only hearing the sound of him bustling about. Wang Shanshan frowned in irritation. "Hey, Chao Kun, what are you doing? Are you even listening to me?" "I'm listening, of course," Chao Kun replied, somewhat hesitantly. "But, Shanshan, I think you're being a bit harsh." "Harsh? With everything that has transpired, how could I be anything but?" "Calling her a complete fool is the least I could say," Chao Kun retorted. "Shanshan, I hold a contrary opinion. On the contrary, I believe Aunt Bai has performed admirably, exhibiting remarkable loyalty and righteousness. Have you considered the purpose for which she utilized that money? Not a single cent was spent on herself. It was entirely allocated to rescue Uncle Wang. You must recognize that Aunt Bai and Uncle Wang share a profound bond as husband and wife. How could she possibly bear to witness Uncle Wang's demise? Moreover, Shan, Uncle Wang is your father. Aunt Bai's actions were not directed towards a stranger. Others may fail to comprehend, but how can you, as his daughter, remain oblivious? Have you forgotten that it was you who once cried out to save Uncle Wang? Now that everything has unfolded as you wished, you cannot reverse your stance and blame Aunt Bai. Shan, I genuinely believe you owe Aunt Bai an apology. How about this? I will arrange for you to properly apologize to her tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Chao Kuen's words, a surge of anger welled up within Wang Shanshan. How infuriating. Was Chao Kuen truly attempting to rebel? He dared to reason with her, as if it were so difficult to align with her sentiments. Who needed his reasoning? Absolutely not. Wang Shanshan retorted furiously, Chao Kuen, you witnessed everything she did and said today. It was she who wished to sever our mother-daughter relationship. I cannot humiliate myself by seeking her forgiveness. Besides, she was in the wrong. Why should I apologize? She doesn't value me, nor do I value her. Having such a foolish person as a mother fills me with shame. I cannot face anyone. Perfectly, she desires to cut ties with me, and I shall grant her wish. Does she truly think I wish to maintain a mother-daughter relationship with such a foolish individual? I scoff at that. She should take a good look at herself. Cough. 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 Chao Kuen hastily coughed 3 times and said solemnly, Shan, do not speak recklessly. Even in anger, such words should not be uttered. Listen to yourself. If Aunt Bai were to hear this, how heartbroken would she be? I fear her heartbreak? Wang Shanshan retorted boldly. Let her be heartbroken. She deserves to be devastated for committing such a foolish act. If she were to die, I would simply haul her to the crematorium and scatter her ashes. Enough. Chao Kuen interrupted. Shanshan, listen to what you are saying. You are clearly in a fit of rage. Let's discuss this again tomorrow when you have calmed down. I still have over 10 kilometers to run, so I must hang up now? Beep, beep, beep. Watching the call abruptly end, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth to speak but ultimately abandoned the thought of calling back. Forget it. We'll talk tomorrow. Chapter 45, The Establishment of Yundong Special Zone. Wealth doubles the following morning in the garden community. Chao Kuen stepped out with a light and cheerful stride, humming a little tune. It was nearly impossible not to feel elated. Yesterday, every word Wang Shanshan had uttered during their phone conversation was distinctly conveyed to Bai Jing. Terms such as big fool, dimwit, and she should take a good look at herself, along with her threats regarding scattering her ashes, had all reached Bai Jing's ears. Although Bai Jing had remained silent, the increasing intensity of her demeanor indicated to Chao Kuen that the mother-daughter relationship between her and Wang Shanshan had irrevocably deteriorated, with no chance of repair. It was truly disheartening to witness this mother-daughter bond heading towards an end, even to hostility. Just then, an unexpected phone call came through. Chao Kuen initially thought it was Wang Shanshan, but upon checking his phone, his lips curled into a smile. It was Lu Yuling. She was the real estate agent who had closely assisted him during his home purchase in Haiqing's Yundong district. Since returning from Haiqing, they had occasionally exchanged messages on WeChat. However, it was the first time she had called him so early in the morning. There was no doubt that something significant had transpired. It was only 6 in the morning, well before work hours, entirely personal time. As a service industry professional, Lu Yuling would surely understand that calling someone at such an hour could provoke displeasure. Thus, it could only mean she had news that warranted disregarding such discomfort. The only possibility that came to Chao Kuen's mind was that the announcement regarding Yundong district becoming the Yundong Special Economic Zone had been made. With this thought in mind, Chao Kuen promptly answered the call. Hello, Manager Lu. Cut that out. Lu Yuling's tone was even more exuberant than Chao Kuen had anticipated. I'm alone right now. Chao Kuen chuckled and switched to a more casual address. Hey, what's up? You won't believe it. You are about to strike it rich. Lu Yuling exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Just now, the government issued a notice to designate Yundong district as a special economic zone. Do you understand what this means? My goodness, you are going to thrive. You are going to soar. In the brief moment that followed, all properties for sale in Yundong district were taken off the market. Within that short span, 3 individuals had already called me. Any property in Yundong district, regardless of location or condition, is being offered at 3 times the original price. And one person even proposed 5 times the original price. Furthermore, they all promised a 10 commission for me if I could facilitate a sale. It's madness, utter madness. The entire Yundong district has gone crazy. You cannot imagine how insane the property prices are right now. As I speak to you, 2 more calls have come in. But I truly have no houses available. Woe is me, all the landlords have stopped selling. Listening to the fervor and excitement in Lu Yuling's voice, a smile involuntarily spread across Chao Kuen's face. Indeed, it was the news of the establishment of the Yundong Economic Zone. However, having anticipated this outcome, Chao Kuen did not share Lu Yuling's level of enthusiasm. He responded with a hint of surprise, "Is that so? The prices have surged several times. Should I sell quickly and cash out?" Wait. Lu Yuling quickly interjected. "Do not sell. You must remain calm. While I would love for you to sell, allowing me to make a significant profit, the current prices have not yet peaked. You must stay composed and not be lured by immediate gains." "Well, it's good to see that you have some integrity and are genuinely concerned about me," Chao Kuen remarked. "So, I suppose I will wait until the prices fully rise before selling." After Chao Kuen said this, there was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Chao Kuen wondered briefly and tentatively asked, "Manager Lu?" Lu Yuling's voice finally broke the silence. "Stop testing. My husband hasn't returned yet." "Then why did you suddenly go quiet?" Chao Kuen chuckled. "I thought your husband came back, and you were unable to speak." "No, I was just a bit puzzled. Why aren't you more excited?" "I feel as if I'm as excited as a dog right now. Yet you, the investor of 23.8 million, should be more elated than me. Why are you so calm? Isn't this news sufficient to stir your excitement?" "Oh, about that." Chao Kuen laughed, licking his lips. "I'm excited, I assure you. Perhaps I've just grown accustomed to concealing my emotions. In reality, I am as thrilled as a dog inside." Regarding Chao Kuen's response, Lu Yuling reluctantly accepted it. Subsequently, the two engaged in a series of predictions concerning the rising real estate prices in Yundong district. Of course, it was primarily Lu Yuling who pressed Chao Kuen for these forecasts, as he had no genuine desire to indulge in such speculation. What was there to predict? He already had a rough estimate in mind regarding the potential price increases, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate further. After predicting the surge in property prices, Lu Yuling subtly hinted that she hoped to be entrusted with the sale of all the properties in Chao Kuen's possession. To this, Chao Kuen readily agreed, recognizing that the properties would inevitably be sold, and it mattered little who handled the transactions. Moreover, Lu Yuling was not interested in profiting from his properties, but rather aimed to earn the modest 1.5 commission from the buyers. Refusing such a request would have left Chao Kuen feeling somewhat unscrupulous. After all, Lu Yuling was not the type to renege on her commitments, and he certainly could not behave in a similarly dishonorable manner. Thus, he clearly communicated to Lu Yuling that he would authorize her exclusively to sell the properties, making them her unique listings. In response, Lu Yuling expressed her joy over the phone, showering Chao Kuen with affectionate kisses. Chapter 46. A betrayal from a mother due to Lu Yuling's lengthy phone call. What should have been a half-hour breakfast for Chao Kuen turned into a full hour. When he finally returned to the temporary residence of Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, Bai Jing was already up and preparing for the day, humming a cheerful tune, her mood evidently bright. Observing this, Chao Kuen set down the breakfast and hesitated before speaking. "Aunt Bai, if you feel the need to cry, please do so freely. You know I would never mock you." Startled by his words, Bai Jing paused her routine and burst into laughter. "Chao Kuen, do you really think I'm just putting on a brave face, suppressing my inner turmoil?" Chao Kuen wore an innocent expression, replying, "Ever since I heard what Shan Shan said on the phone last night, you've seemed rather downcast. So Aunt Bai, please don't treat me as a stranger. I can be your support during fragile moments." Bai Jing nodded with a smile. "Chao Kuen, I appreciate your concern, but I genuinely feel light and happy now. It's true that last night, when I heard Shan Shan's words, I felt anger, disappointment, and even despair. After all, an 18-year relationship between a mother and daughter cannot simply be severed. Even raising a dog for 18 years fosters a bond. I still care for her deep down. Thus, when I heard her words, my heart indeed ached. However, thanks to her remarks, I realized I had been mistaken. I thought she couldn't live without me, but in reality, she hardly values my presence or needs me at all. If that's the case, why should I be so sentimental? Today, I finally sever ties with the past, embracing a life that requires no consideration for others, only for myself. This newfound perspective fills me with strength and anticipation for the future. So, Chao Kuen, you needn't worry about me. I am genuinely happy from the depths of my heart." Chao Kuen nodded slowly, acknowledging her sentiments. Last night, he had anticipated that Wang Shanshan's phone call would irrevocably shatter the mother-daughter bond. His previous statement had merely been a probe, and indeed, the outcome was as he expected. The relationship was thoroughly broken. At the very least, Bai Jing had completely relinquished her emotional ties to it. Reflecting on this, Chao Kun smiled and said, "So that is how it is. I thought you were just putting on a brave face." "How could that be?" Bai Jing laughed. "I am genuinely happy. You cannot imagine how light I feel now." Not lingering on the subject, after a simple breakfast, Bai Jing immediately began to organize her belongings. Although she had previously moved some clothes to Chao Kun's home, it was only a portion. The majority of her summer, autumn, and winter attire remained in this house. After observing Bai Jing for a while, as she packed, Chao Kun suddenly inquired, "By the way, Aunt Bai, what are your plans moving forward?" "Plans?" Bai Jing paused her packing, contemplating seriously. "I want to explore new places and change my living environment." Chao Kun squinted slightly. "Change your living environment?" "Yes," Bai Jing replied. "To be honest, I feel rather pitiful. Born in Shi County, raised here, and married here, I have never ventured beyond this little county in my entire life. Therefore, I wish to see places outside of Shi County, to explore big cities. I do not want to be trapped in this small county for the rest of my life." As he listened to Bai Jing express her hopes for the future, Chao Kun was convinced that her words were sincere. Coincidentally, Haiqing was a burgeoning metropolis, second only to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. So why not encourage Bai Jing to move to Haiqing? Furthermore, Wang Shanshan had applied to Haiqing University, allowing the mother and daughter to continue their tumultuous relationship in the city. How thrilling. Of course, Chao Kun acknowledged that his desire for Bai Jing to relocate to Haiqing stemmed from a hint of selfishness. After all, it would indeed be quite nice. With this thought in mind, Chao Kun asked, "And Bai, would you like to go to Haiqing?" "Haiqing?" Bai Jing scoffed lightly. "Isn't that the city where my rebellious daughter is supposed to attend university? Why would I go there?" "But I will also be attending university in Haiqing," Chao Kun countered. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing paused her packing once more and looked at Chao Kun with a smile. "What? Do you not want to part with Aunt Bai? Would you miss me?" Chao Kun retorted. Bai Jing chuckled softly, taking a sip of water as she pondered. "If you want me to go, I certainly would like to, but it exceeds my plans." "What do you mean?" Chao Kun asked, intrigued. "Haiqing is a first-tier city, nearly on par with Beijing and Shanghai." Bai Jing explained. "The cost of living in such a metropolis is exorbitantly high. You know my current situation. I simply cannot afford such expenses. Therefore, my plan was to move to a second or third-tier city, not a true first-tier city like Haiqing. In those smaller cities, I still have a chance to earn a living, whereas the living costs in a first-tier city like Haiqing leave me feeling utterly unconfident. Just consider the rent in Haiqing. It must be several thousand a month. I might not even be able to afford a place to stay. Then perhaps I should look for a nearby second or third-tier city, one close to Haiqing. If you miss me, you can come to visit on weekends when you have no classes. I'll make you something delicious. And if you find a girlfriend, you can bring her along. And I'll help you keep an eye on her." Nowadays, young women are so good at disguising their true selves, they can be quite deceptive. Just look at my rebellious daughter. You pursued her for 3 years, yet she only saw you as a means to an end, never considering a genuine relationship. Chapter 47. The Good-Hearted Bai Jing. Initially, Chao Kun found no fault in Bai Jing's remarks. After all, the pressures of living in a first-tier city like Haiqing were indeed formidable. Her plan to reside in a nearby second or third-tier city, allowing for weekend visits, seemed entirely reasonable. Including having Chao Kun take his girlfriend to help him become more discerning is not unreasonable. After all, as a close elder, assisting him in avoiding deception by women is quite justifiable. However, Bai Jing's final words left Chao Kun feeling that the situation was rather inappropriate. After all, they still maintained a nominal mother-daughter relationship. Was it really suitable to expose his daughter's hypocritical facade so brazenly? Wasn't this a bit too hasty? They had only just severed their mother-daughter ties with Wang Shanshan, and now she was already thrusting a metaphorical knife into her back. Wasn't that excessively swift? Nevertheless, Chao Kun was rather pleased. The dramatic fallout between mother and daughter, especially when it unfolded within Wang Shanshan's family, was something he could not help but applaud. Splendid. Simply splendid. Truly a mother's blade, so vicious and sharp, striking right at Wang Shanshan's vulnerability. Of course, Chao Kun could not reveal his inner thoughts at that moment. He feigned an expression of shock, staring blankly at Bai Jing, unable to believe his ears. "Aunt Bai, are you joking with me?" Observing Chao Kun's demeanor, Bai Jing seemed to feel a twinge of compassion, furrowing her brow as she sat beside him. "Chao Kun, I know you hold deep affections for Shanshan, having pursued her for 3 years. However, I cannot keep this from you any longer. Shanshan has never taken you seriously. She merely views you as her devoted admirer, seeking to extract benefits from you without any intention of responsibility. In fact, when she mentions you at home, She refers to you as the dog, too lazy to even utter your name. Thus, it would be best for you to let her go. Shanshan is not a good woman and is truly unsuitable for you. If you persist, you will only end up hurt. With a heavy sigh, Bai Jing seemed at a loss for words as to how to convey her thoughts. Yet, it was this final sigh that piqued Chao Kuen's interest, for it related to a piece of information he had learned in his previous life, which still left him with lingering doubts. Now, it appeared he had an opportunity to unravel these uncertainties. Chao Kuen adopted a dazed expression, as if struck by lightning, and after several seconds, he finally spoke. So, Shanshan never considered being with me? Bai Jing, with a reluctant nod, confirmed, never. She merely viewed you as a fool. Then, Chao Kuen hesitated, his expression still struggling to accept the truth. How could she do this? It was merely Wang Yifu's fault. Bai Jing clenched her teeth, saying, when you first pursued Shanshan, she came home and told us. I advised her that as high school students, they should not engage in romantic relationships. However, that scoundrel Wang Yifu encouraged her to keep you on a string, claiming it was a test of sorts. In reality, he only wanted to save on her living expenses to indulge himself with cigarettes. Knowing I would not permit such behavior, they conspired to keep it secret from me. By the time I discovered that they had been using you as a fool for over 2 years, you were already in your final year of high school. I was furious, yet I ultimately chose not to intervene because you were only months away from the college entrance examination. If I had forced Shanshan to apologize or clarify things at that moment, it could have backfired, negatively impacting both her studies and yours. Therefore, I ordered Shanshan to maintain the status quo until after the exams, forbidding her from telling you anything about your incompatibility or asking you to stop pursuing her. After all, having been treated as a fool for 3 years was already excessive. If she were to say something like that before the exams, it would undoubtedly affect your mindset and studies, potentially leading to poor performance and failing the exam. If that were to happen, Shanshan would have committed a grave sin. Luckily, I made that arrangement because Shanshan indeed intended to tell you before the exams that you were not suitable for one another. Listening to Bai Jing's revelations, Chao Kuen remained silent for a long while, astonished by the unexpected intricacies. Furthermore, Bai Jing was playing the role of a good person. It seemed that the information he had received in his previous life was likely true. So, Chao Kuen murmured, was Shanshan's favorable attitude towards me during that period also arranged by you? And Bai Jing considered it briefly before shaking her head. I wouldn't know about that. However, once I learned of the situation, I frequently reminded her to give you a little sweetness, so you would grow more attached to her. My true intention was not quite that. I simply thought it unfair for you to have endured 3 years as a fool without any benefit. If I could ensure you gained something from it, then so be it. It was better than you having wasted those 3 years. Astonished, Chao Kuen realized it was indeed Bai Jing's arrangement. He distinctly remembered that during the latter half of their final year, Wang Shanshan seemed to warm up to him, allowing intimate gestures that she had previously prohibited. He had thought that he had finally moved her heart, only to discover it was merely a command from her mother to offer him some warmth. This revelation, yet, it also indirectly proved that Bai Jing's character was not as despicable as he had presumed. It further corroborated the veracity of the information he had received in his previous life. In his previous life, Chao Kuen had been deeply resentful of the wrongful imprisonment he suffered. He could not comprehend why, despite saving Bai Jing, her family had turned against him, falsely accusing him. Eventually, he found an opportunity to investigate what he deemed the truth. In the 4th year of his imprisonment, a new inmate arrived, a wealthy one, seeking his protection. In a maximum security prison, lacking protection often led to dire consequences. Chao Kuen agreed to shield him, but on the condition that the inmate's family would investigate the circumstances surrounding his wrongful imprisonment 4 years prior, aiming to uncover why Bai Jing's family had repaid his kindness with malice. This inquiry took the inmate's family nearly 4 months, employing multiple private investigators and spending over 2 million. Ultimately, they presented a conclusion that left Chao Kuen skeptical, asserting that Wang Shanshan was the mastermind behind his framing. Wang Yifu was the supporter, and Bai Jing had been unwittingly deceived. In other words, Huang Jianren was killed by Chao Kuen. His parents have arrived at the scene, weeping for their deceased son. Witnessing this heartbreaking sight, Wang Yifu certainly dared not to continue his assault on those 3 ruffians. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, observing Huang Jianren's parents grieving over their son's lifeless body, suddenly conceived a malicious scheme. Based on their attire and the depth of their sorrow, it was evident that Huang Jianren's family was affluent and deeply loved him. They would undoubtedly seek vengeance for their son's death. However, since Chao Kuen acted in self-defense, the death of their son would be in vain, leaving no room for revenge. Thus, a sinister idea formed in Wang Shanshan's mind. If Chao Kun were not a defender of justice, could they not exact revenge? Wang Shanshan discreetly discussed this nefarious plan with Wang Yifu. Firstly, Wang Jinren's family was likely wealthy. If they could fulfill their desire for vengeance, they would surely pay a hefty sum of 1.8 million. Secondly, Chao Kun was a man who could fend for himself, and if he were wrongfully imprisoned, no one would advocate for him. Should he be sentenced to death, it would serve as a resolution, eliminating any future threat he posed. Lastly, Wang Shanshan had seen that Chao Kun possessed considerable wealth, amounting to over 100,000. If they could seize this money, their fortunes would soar. Upon hearing Wang Shanshan's plot, Wang Yifu was immediately intrigued and went to discuss it with Wang Jinren's parents. As Wang Shanshan anticipated, they were indifferent to right or wrong. They only knew their son had been killed and sought revenge. If Wang Yifu could satisfy their demand, they were willing to offer 2 million as compensation. Hearing this, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan resolved to frame Chao Kun. Regardless of whether they could acquire his wealth, the 2 million from Wang Jinren's parents was sufficient to lead them astray. Moreover, during subsequent negotiations, Wang Jinren's parents agreed that any compensation from Chao Kun would be directed to Wang Shanshan's family, further solidifying their resolve to betray Chao Kun. However, the act of framing Chao Kun proved more complicated than Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan had envisioned, as Bai Jing would undoubtedly oppose their actions. Hence, the father and daughter concocted a deceitful narrative. Upon returning home, they informed Bai Jing that after leaving, Chao Kun had returned and assaulted the 3 men again, unintentionally killing one of them. Now, the situation had escalated, painting Chao Kun as a murderer, and they needed to help him. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Bai Jing, upon hearing this, became anxious, for it was due to her that Chao Kun had found himself in such a predicament. However, she was at a loss as to how to assist him. Wang Yifu feigned inquiries among friends and eventually discovered a way to aid Chao Kun. They needed to ensure that the police were unaware of Chao Kun's return, as it would classify the incident as intentional murder. Thus, Bai Jing was tasked with providing false testimony, claiming that the 3 ruffians were merely asking for directions when Chao Kun misunderstood and engaged them in a brawl, resulting in 1 death. This account would be more favorable than admitting that Chao Kun had returned to confront them, which would clearly indicate intent. Initially, Bai Jing resisted this notion. Why not simply state that Chao Kun fought to save her? Wang Shanshan countered that such a claim would portray Chao Kun as a selfless hero, leading to an unjust acquittal. After all, he had indeed returned with the intent to confront them, which would categorize his actions as premeditated murder. They could not allow him to escape legal responsibility. Moreover, if they testified this way, the deceased family would harbor animosity towards them, potentially leading to future retaliation. Realizing the potential repercussions from the deceased's family, Bai Jing reluctantly agreed to provide the slightly more favorable testimony. Thus, she stated that the 3 ruffians had approached her for directions, which led to a misunderstanding, igniting a conflict. Consequently, Chao Kun was arrested on charges of murder, and Bai Jing remained oblivious to the gravity of her actions. As he faced charges of homicide, he was not permitted any visitors until a legal judgment was rendered, not even family members. Had they been able to confront one another, Bai Jing would have realized that she had been deceived by Wang Shanshan and Wang Yifu. Instead of helping Chao Kun, she had inadvertently condemned him to a life sentence. This exemplifies Wang Shanshan's role as the mastermind behind the scheme, while Wang Yifu acted as her unwavering supporter. Bai Jing, on the other hand, fell victim to the elaborate ruse without full understanding. In a prior life, Chao Kun had harbored doubts regarding Bai Jing's intentions. Could it be that her well-meaning actions inadvertently led to his incarceration? That seemed implausible. Moreover, the duo of father and daughter were utterly despicable. While the mother was a virtuous soul, such a dynamic was inherently discordant. Surely, it would be more fitting if they were all of ill character. Thus, until his rebirth, Chao Kun had never fully accepted the investigation's conclusions, particularly regarding Bai Jing. He could not fathom that she had been an unwitting pawn in the deception. He remained steadfast in his belief that she, too, was culpable. However, after Bai Jing's recent revelations, he found himself reconsidering. Perhaps the findings of the private investigators he had hired years ago were indeed accurate. It was conceivable that Bai Jing had been genuinely misled. After all, anyone capable of ensuring that Wang Shanshan maintained her focus during the crucial examination period could not be wholly malevolent. Chapter 49. The Inherent Nature of a Despicable Being. Chao Kun, why have you fallen silent? Upon completing her statement, Bai Jing noticed Chao Kun enveloped in silence and assumed the news had overwhelmed him. She waved her hand before his eyes. Chao Kun snapped back to reality, glancing at Bai Jing with a sheepish smile. The tumult of vengeance within him suddenly felt disjointed. Until now, he had regarded Bai Jing as a wicked woman, deserving of her family's ruin, her husband's imprisonment, and the rift with her daughter, all actions taken without remorse. After all, she had betrayed him in their previous life, leading to his unjust incarceration. Such retribution was justified. Yet now, after having reduced her to this state, she revealed that she was, in fact, a good person. What a cruel jest. Nonetheless, this thought lingered in Chao Kun's mind for only a fleeting moment before he cast it aside. Regardless of Bai Jing's true nature, he was resolute in his intent to retaliate against Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan. Therefore, their imprisonment and subsequent misfortunes, including Wang Shanshan's homelessness and destitution, were inevitable. This outcome held no correlation to Bai Jing's character. The sole connection was that Chao Kun had perhaps been excessively violent, treating her as less than human. He resolved to be somewhat gentler in the future, considering her benevolence. However, aside from that, he recognized that he could no longer seek vengeance against her. With Chao Kun's unwavering principles, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of harming someone who, unbeknownst to him, was a good person. Although it might be a mere flicker of conscience, the thought crossed his mind. A smile graced Chao Kun's face as he said, "And Bai, thank you for sharing this with me. You truly are a good person." A good person? Bai Jing nearly laughed at Chao Kun's assessment of her. With the rapid evolution of the internet, trendy expressions emerged incessantly, and the straightforward term good person felt like a distant echo. In fact, at times, calling someone a good person could be perceived as an insult. "Just consider me a good person, dear," Bai Jing replied with a sly smile. "As for my rebellious daughter, don't waste your efforts on her. She has never contemplated being with you. However, if you have any special intentions, now might be a fine opportunity." Chao Kun was momentarily puzzled, asking, "And Bai, what do you mean by special intentions?" Bai Jing shot him a knowing look and said, "After pursuing my daughter for 3 years, are you really willing to be toyed with?" Chao Kun, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "What are you talking about? Stop pretending." Bai Jing chuckled, nudging him playfully. "You pursued her for at least half the reason to. Well, you know." Chao Kun suddenly blushed, admitting, "And Bai, it's more like 90%. Bai Jing rolled her eyes slightly and continued, "I know my daughter quite well. She is currently facing an imminent challenge. She lacks the funds to attend university. As for me, she can't rely on me anymore. Our relationship is beyond repair. And even if she were to seek me out, I would never give her a dime. The only person who can help her now is you. So she will definitely seek financial support from you for her tuition. Therefore, be wise. Do not be swayed by her sweet words or charm, lest you find yourself parting with your money. Always remember, she has always viewed you as a fool, never considering a relationship with you. If you genuinely wish to assist her, ensure she pays a price for it. As for what that price entails, that's up to your discretion. I believe 3 years of unrequited affection should not go unpaid. This is your chance to benefit, and if you miss it now, such an opportunity may not arise again." Listening to Bai Jing's counsel, which clearly diverged from her daughter's interests, Chao Kun felt a sense of disorientation. It was as if he and Bai Jing belonged to the same family, while Wang Shanshan was merely an outsider. "And Bai, this doesn't seem right. How can you advise me to treat your own daughter this way?" Bai Jing smiled softly, saying, "Consider it my last attempt to help her. Someone who toys with others' emotions is bound to face repercussions. Let her experience some setbacks with you. It may not be a bad thing. Here, she may only lose a bit, but with others, she might lose far more." Chao Kun began to understand Bai Jing's intent. However, he wanted to inform her that the consequences for Wang Shanshan with him could be equally severe. "But Aunt Bai," he interjected, "what if Shanshan decides against going to university and doesn't come to me for money?" "Unthinkable," Bai Jing asserted confidently. "I know her too well, despite any difficulties. She will certainly pursue her education. Mark my words, by tonight at the latest, she will approach you for her tuition and living expenses." As soon as Bai Jing finished speaking, Chao Kun's phone rang. It was Wang Shanshan calling. Bai Jing wore a triumphant expression. "See, I told you she would come to you for money. Answer it, and hear what she has to say." Chao Kun answered the call, switching to speaker mode. "Hello, Shanshan. Hey, Chao Kun, where are you?" Wang Shanshan's slightly coy voice came through. "You didn't return home last night, and I was all alone, too scared to sleep." Bai Jing scoffed nearby, whispering, "Listen to her nonsense. She's far more courageous than I am. Thunder and lightning wouldn't disturb her slumber." With such a dismissive mother by his side, It was difficult for Chao Kun to suppress his laughter. He managed to keep a straight face, replying, "Oh, I was at an internet CAF, pulling an all-nighter. What's up?" "Well, nothing much, just thinking about you," Wang Shanshan said. "I was a bit worried since we hadn't seen each other all night." Bai Jing rolled her eyes again, muttering, "Look at that." She's starting to play her games, making things ambiguous between you two before bringing up money. A man who values his pride will find it hard to refuse. Chao Kun wondered where this rebellious daughter had learned such manipulative tactics. Was it innate? Ultimately, after a lengthy conversation, Chao Kun hung up the phone. Wang Shanshan's need for money was clear, yet she had refrained from asking directly, opting instead to have him come home first. As he tucked his phone away, he lit a cigarette, appearing somewhat conflicted. "And Bai, what should I do when I get home?" Bai Jing smiled gently, advising, "Follow your heart. If you still harbor feelings for her, seize this chance to reclaim what's yours. You must not allow this rebellious daughter to toy with your affections for 3 years without consequence. Conversely, if her antics have enraged you and you wish to retaliate, then no matter what she says, do not give her a single penny. Right now, securing funds is her utmost priority. Withholding money from her would be a catastrophe." Chao Kun nodded as he contemplated her words. After a brief moment, he stood up, stating, "Understood, Aunt Bai. I will head back now." With that, he exited. Just as he opened the door to leave, Bai Jing called out, "Chao Kun." He halted and turned to face her. Bai Jing made a fist gesture of encouragement, saying, "Stand tall and give that rebellious girl a lesson she won't forget." Chao Kun felt a surge of determination and responded with a thumbs-up gesture before striding out. Half an hour later, he returned to his residence. The room was neat and tidy, and there sat Wang Shanshan, dressed in a fashionable outfit, kneeling on the sofa. Engrossed in the television, Chao Kun had once adored this attire on her, having expressed his fondness for it. Yet, since then, she had never worn it again until today. If she were to sport twin ponytails, Wang Shanshan, who seemed engrossed in watching television, suddenly noticed Chao Kun's return. Pouting, she hurriedly leaped off the sofa and dashed toward him, throwing herself into his embrace. "Chao Kun, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore," she whimpered. Observing the way Wang Shanshan had so eagerly thrown herself into his arms, coupled with her ambiguous words, a slight smirk appeared on Chao Kun's lips. The tricks of a vixen. He recalled how Bai Jing had just schooled him. Wang Shanshan's strategy was to first cultivate an ambiguous relationship before broaching the topic of money. Preying on a man's vanity, Bai Jing had labeled such tactics as the ploys of a seductress, asserting that only someone of that ilk would resort to such manipulations, while a virtuous woman would never behave so. Chao Kun gently patted Wang Shanshan's back, smiling as he said, all right, don't cry." Feeling the dismissive pats on her back and hearing his casual words, a troubling thought flickered through Wang Shanshan's mind. How could he be so perfunctory in his consolation after she had so boldly thrown herself into his arms? Normally, he never had the opportunity to hold her. Given that she had made herself available to him, he should have held her tightly instead of offering such a lackluster gesture. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at him. Her voice laced with feigned innocence. "Chao Kun, what's wrong with you?" Chao Kun chuckled lightly, releasing Wang Shanshan from his embrace. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and sank heavily onto the sofa, inhaling deeply. Observing him, Wang Shanshan's brows furrowed in concern. Something was off. His demeanor and the atmosphere were palpably different. Moreover, she had donned his favorite outfit, yet his gaze barely lingered on her. What on earth had happened? Why did it feel as though this devoted admirer was slipping from her grasp? After a few moments of silence in the living room, Chao Kun slowly exhaled a wisp of pale smoke and remarked, "Shanshan, do you know that I genuinely like you?" Panic surged within Wang Shanshan at his unexpected declaration. Did he somehow uncover the truth? She hurried to Chao Kun's side, asserting, "Of course, I know you genuinely like me, but you also understand that I take time to warm up to people. You need to be patient with me. Are you getting impatient again?" Chao Kun laughed softly, his gaze piercing into her eyes as he replied, "Wang Shanshan, are you truly slow to warm up? Or are you merely toying with me, treating me as a fool?" Despair washed over Wang Shanshan as she realized the gravity of his words. He must know everything. Bai Jing must have informed him. For aside from Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, no one else was privy to this matter, with Wang Yifu either at the police station or transferred to a detention center. Chao Kun could not have contacted him. That left only Bai Jing, especially since she had just severed ties with Bai Jing, and Chao Kun had pursued her. It was clear that Bai Jing had spilled the beans. How could this wretched woman be so ruthless? If she was going to end their relationship, She could at least have kept her trump card intact. Very well, Bai Jing, you shall wait. From now on, Wang Shanshan vows to be your nemesis. One day, I will make you kneel before me in repentance. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Wang Shanshan adopted a pitiable expression, saying, Chao Kun, what do you mean? How could I possibly treat you as a fool? Someone must have been whispering in your ear. Please don't believe them. Even though her deception had been exposed, Wang Shanshan stubbornly refused to admit it. Some matters, despite being understood by all, cannot be acknowledged. Once admitted, there is no room for reconciliation. With a stoic expression, Chao Kun took another drag from his cigarette and stated, we both know the truth. Frankly, had I not genuinely cared for you, you would have been out of my life by now. Therefore, for the sake of the last remnants of affection I hold for you, let us not dwell on this issue any further and preserve some dignity for both. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 51, 10,000 yuan, 8 hours in the oppressive silence of the living room. Neither Chao Kun nor Wang Shanshan uttered another word. The only sound that filled the room was the quiet crackle of Chao Kun's cigarette. Wang Shanshan gazed at him, feeling utterly despondent. She had been confident in her ability to win over Chao Kun, ensuring he would willingly shoulder her university tuition and living expenses for the next 4 years. However, Bai Jing's betrayal had completely dismantled her plans. Now that Chao Kun was aware of her intentions to exploit him, he would certainly no longer support her financially. What was she to do next? Where could she find the money? The tuition for Haicheng University alone exceeded 20,000 a year, not to mention living expenses, accommodation fees, and additional costs that could easily add up to 50 or 60,000 annually. Such a sum was unlikely to be borrowed, and even if she managed to secure it, it would only cover her first year. What about the subsequent years? After a rapid mental analysis, Wang Shanshan's gaze fell resolutely on Chao Kun. There was no alternative. He was her sole hope at this moment. Steeling herself, she adopted a pitiful demeanor, letting tears flow freely. Chao Kun, I'm sorry. The truth is, I am not who you think I am. I know someone must have told you something. You might not believe me now, but please trust that I never intended to treat you as a fool. You have been good to me for 3 years. How could I possibly think of you that way? I have always held you in my heart. Before she could finish her sentence, Chao Kun interrupted her. Enough. Wang Shanshan, spare me the meaningless words. I will not believe you anymore. Wang Shanshan stared at him in disbelief, then broke down, covering her face as she wept bitterly. This time, her tears were genuine, for she was mourning her own future. If she could not obtain money from Chao Kun, it was unlikely she would find it elsewhere. Without funds, attending university would be impossible. And without the gilded veneer of a degree, how could she ever enter the upper echelons of society? Her entire destiny was poised to be rewritten in this moment. As Wang Shanshan wept inconsolably, Chao Kun finished his cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray, before finally speaking. All right, stop crying. It's as if I've done something terrible to you. In light of the genuine affection I once held for you, I can lend you a hand one last time. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately ceased her tears and looked up at him. Meeting her gaze, Chao Kun stated clearly, You currently lack the funds for university, correct? Wang Shanshan nodded vigorously. Yes, her most pressing issue was indeed the lack of money for tuition. I can assist you in this regard, Chao Kun said candidly, but it will no longer be free. You will need to pay a corresponding price. As I can no longer be taken for a fool. Wang Shanshan's brows instinctively furrowed. She had anticipated that once Chao Kun realized her intentions, he would not offer his help for free. Yet, what price would he demand? Surely it wouldn't be exorbitantly high interest? Gathering her emotions, she straightened her posture and asked, What price do you want me to pay? Be my girlfriend for a day, and I will provide you with 10,000 yuan. Chao Kun gazed at Wang Shanshan, who was momentarily taken aback, and she slowly nodded her head. She was no child and fully comprehended what Chao Kun implied by girlfriend. However, she was reluctant to acquiesce. In her plans, she intended to preserve her integrity for her future husband in high society. After all, men are inherently possessive beings, and none would wish for their wives to have been touched by other men. Thus, maintaining her integrity was imperative for Wang Shanshan, a requisite for marrying into the upper echelon, perhaps even more significant than acquiring a university degree. Yet, after a brief contemplation, she ultimately consented. Her rationale was that while her integrity could be restored at a hospital, the opportunity to attend university was fleeting. If missed, she might forfeit her chance at a higher education entirely. Naturally, before agreeing, there were some queries she needed clarity on. For instance, how did Chao Kun define a day? Given the transformation of their relationship, Wang Shanshan no longer cared about the specifics. She wiped her eyes and, akin to negotiating a business deal, inquired, "So, 10,000 yuan for a day as your girlfriend, correct? I have one question. How exactly is this day calculated?" Chao Kun replied, "A day consists of 24 hours. If I only require you to be my girlfriend for 1 hour, you would still owe me 23 hours of girlfriend time until the full 24 hours are utilized." Upon hearing Chao Kun's explanation, Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it permissible to calculate it this way? If so, she felt undervalued. Wang Shanshan immediately realized that Chao Kun would only utilize this girlfriend time when he desired, even if it were just 1 hour at a time. It would require at least 24 instances to exhaust the day's worth of girlfriend time, all for a mere 10,000 yuan. This equated to approximately 416 yuan per hour, a price lower than that of ordinary salon attendants with average looks and credentials. She, Wang Shanshan, was on the verge of becoming a university student and had been the belle of Xiong County No. 1 high school for 3 consecutive years. She could not accept such a meager offer. With that thought, she resolutely rejected, "No, calculating it as 24 hours is simply. I disagree. Let us calculate it by the hour instead, 10,000 yuan for 5 hours, and I will be your girlfriend for that duration." 10,000 yuan for 5 hours would amount to 2,000 yuan per hour, a price Wang Shanshan could reluctantly accept. 10 hours. Chao Kun countered. 5 hours is too few. Then 6 hours, Wang Shanshan replied. 10 hours is excessive. After some back-and-forth negotiation, they finally settled on 8 hours for 10,000 yuan, a price both found bearable. Chapter 52. The final transaction with Wang Shanshan. After agreeing on the price, Wang Shanshan swiftly transitioned the conversation to the next phase. Since the price was established, it was time to discuss how much girlfriend time Chao Kun wished to purchase. The 10,000 yuan for 8 hours was merely a unit price. It did not signify a singular transaction. If Chao Kun intended to buy only 10,000 yuan's worth of girlfriend time, there was no necessity for Wang Shanshan to continue the discussion. After all, 10,000 yuan was inconsequential compared to the exorbitant tuition fees she faced. She would still fall short of the funds required for university. Chao Kun was cognizant of this too, thus it was clear this would not be a mere 10,000 yuan transaction. In response to Wang Shanshan's inquiry, Chao Kun lit another cigarette, pondered for a moment, and tossed the question back to her. "How much girlfriend time do you wish to sell?" With the question directed at her, Wang Shanshan calculated seriously. The tuition for Haicheng University exceeded 20,000 yuan annually, when factoring in living expenses, accommodation, cosmetics, and clothing. The total would easily reach 50 to 60,000 yuan each year. To enjoy a comfortable university life, she would need to add at least an additional 20,000. In total, an annual expense of 80,000 would allow her to lead a relatively comfortable and pleasant university experience. Over 4 years, this amounted to 320,000 yuan. Upon arriving at this figure, Wang Shanshan couldn't help but gasp. What a significant sum. Would Chao Kun genuinely agree to such an amount? After all, it was 320,000 yuan, no trifling matter. However, if she did not secure the funds up front, who could she turn to later if he decided against further transactions? Thus, for her own security, she needed to ensure she acquired the entire 4-year tuition at once. As for whether Chao Kun would consent, they could negotiate. After all, he must purchase at least 240,000 yuan worth of girlfriend time. Conceiving this, Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Kun and proposed, "What do you think of 320,000? Can you purchase that amount of girlfriend time at once?" Her tone bore a clear negotiating essence. After all, she believed that 320,000 was a considerable sum for Chao Kun as well. Yet, to her astonishment, Chao Kun's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded slightly and replied, "No problem. I will buy 320,000 worth of girlfriend time from you. WeChat or bank transfer." Chao Kun's swift agreement left Wang Shanshan feeling a pang of regret. Had she known, she might have asked him to purchase more. After all, an additional 10,000 would only translate to 8 more hours, a fleeting duration. Nevertheless, she did not push for more, fearing that displaying such greed might lead Chao Kun to reconsider. Thus, 320,000 it was. Better to secure that first. Besides, this was not her only opportunity for a transaction. If he wished to buy again in the future, she could accommodate him then. Though, the likelihood seemed slim, as 320,000 could procure a staggering 256 hours of girlfriend time, equating to over 1,000 yuan per hour. Spending such a sum was hardly worth it when one could simply find a girlfriend at university without any financial obligation. 5 minutes later. Upon receiving the notification of the bank transfer for 320,000 yuan, Wang Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. With this sum, her financial needs for the next 4 years of university would largely be met. Following this, she and Chao Kun established several stipulations for their transaction. Foremost was the agreement that once the transaction was finalized, neither party could retract their commitment. From that moment on, the 320,000 would belong to Wang Shanshan, while Chao Kun would possess 256 hours of girlfriend time. Regardless of whether either wished to retract or terminate the agreement, it was impermissible. This condition was mutually understood, as Wang Shanshan feared Chao Kun might reconsider and demand his money back, while Chao Kun was equally concerned that Wang Shanshan might retract the girlfriend time she had sold. Additionally, there were other terms to establish. For instance, Chao Kun could only utilize the girlfriend time when it was convenient for Wang Shanshan. He could not summon her while she was in class. Moreover, their relationship must remain discreet. They needed to safeguard their respective images among peers. Furthermore, neither could interfere with the other's romantic pursuits. Should Chao Kun date someone during university, Wang Shanshan would not intrude, and vice versa. Besides these essential conditions, there were numerous minor details to finalize. In summary, the two individuals engaged in a discussion regarding various constraints for nearly an hour before concluding. The first action taken post-discussion was for Chao Kun to request Wang Shanshan to style her hair into twin ponytails. At 6 in the evening, Chao Kun, humming a cheerful tune, stepped out of his home. After a day spent indoors, his spirits had noticeably lifted. Descending the stairs, he retrieved his mobile phone and promptly dialed Lu Yuling, a real estate agent in Haicheng. As soon as the call connected, before Chao Kun could utter a word, Lu Yuling's excited voice burst forth, proclaiming that the value of the properties had surged fivefold. Listening to Lu Yuling's exuberance, a smile crept across Chao Kun's face. A mere fivefold increase hardly warranted such astonishment. After all, the properties he had acquired were situated in the very heart of the future Yundong Special Zone, where the starting price was between 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter. It was only after the news regarding Yundong Special Zone had been announced that the excitement ensued. In a couple of days, once the fervor subsided and people began to analyze the geographical layout of Yundong District, the true potential of the properties in Chao Kun's possession would become apparent. It was evident that development to the west was constrained, while southern and northern expansions faced limitations. The only viable direction was eastward. As such, the once remote eastern suburbs of Yundong District were poised to become the future epicenter of the special zone. At that juncture, the value of the properties in Chao Kun's portfolio could potentially increase by tenfold or even 20-fold. Chapter 53. The arrangement with Beijing really, they've already multiplied 5 times? Chao Kun said, feigning surprise. Indeed, it seems I'm destined for wealth this time. Upon hearing Chao Kun's nonchalant tone of surprise, Lu Yuling fell silent for a couple of seconds before responding. So, you didn't call to inquire about property prices? Initially, she had assumed Chao Kun's call was specifically to ask about property valuations, which prompted her to share the thrilling news of the 5-fold increase. It wasn't until she noticed his indifferent reaction that she realized he was not concerned about the price surge. Oh, there is indeed another matter, Chao Kun continued, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. When you called me this morning, what did you predict the maximum price increase could be? 90%, Lu Yuling replied. I estimated that the properties you purchased could appreciate by up to 9 times. However, that is not something achievable in the short term. You'll need to wait about a year or two. 90% increase, and a wait of a year or two. Chao Kun chuckled as he exhaled a puff of smoke. It seems Lu Yuling has not grasped the intricacies of the real estate market after all these years. 90%? You say? How about this? I guarantee you a tenfold increase. This means that regardless of the selling price of my properties, you will receive at least 10 times your previous commission. Should that not suffice, I will personally supplement the difference. Upon hearing Chao Kun's promise, Lu Yuling was rendered speechless. What on earth is this? You're proposing a guaranteed 10-fold commission when I predicted a mere 9-fold increase. This feels like you're literally handing me money. Why would you do this? Are you feeling guilty for being too harsh on me a few days ago? That couldn't be the case. Despite the intensity of their previous dealings, Lu Yuling had enjoyed the process, and Chao Kun was well aware of her affinity for such high-stakes negotiations. Thus, discussing compensation would only lead to awkwardness between them. However, if it was a matter of compensation, why was he offering her a guaranteed 10-fold commission? Lu Yuling, unable to fathom his reasoning, directly inquired, what is going on? A 10-fold guarantee is equivalent to just giving me money. If you have something to say, Just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Chao Kun chuckled softly. It seems I cannot hide anything from the astute manager Lu. Indeed. I would like to entrust you with a task. Lu Yuling chuckled lightly in response. I knew it. I've experienced how difficult it is to earn your money. So you wouldn't be so kind as to just hand it over. What is it you wish to ask of me? You're working alone, right? Chao Kun continued. I would like to introduce a partner to you. A friend of mine has recently undergone significant family changes and wishes to relocate to a different city. I would like her to join you in Haicheng. However, since I have few acquaintances there, I thought of you. She will work alongside you temporarily to familiarize herself with the city. After I sell all my properties, I will arrange a new position for her. As for how you manage the sales and commissions of other properties, that's entirely up to you. For my properties, I will guarantee you a tenfold commission. And if it falls short, I will make up the difference. Any amount exceeding the tenfold, I would ask you to allocate to my friend. Would that be agreeable? After hearing this proposition, Lu Yuling could only think, could she dare to refuse? Chao Kun was the owner of those properties, and as a mere agent, she would earn nothing if he did not authorize her to sell them. Therefore, she had no leverage to negotiate. What you're saying is irrelevant. Just let her come to me directly. Honestly, I could use the company. We can split the earnings evenly. Lu Yuling was no fool. Someone whom Chao Kun would go to such lengths to arrange for must hold significant importance in his life. If she agreed to his plan, their relationship would remain merely a beneficial partnership. Once he sold his properties, any future opportunities for profit would likely exclude her. Thus, she resolved not to fixate on immediate gains, but rather to cultivate a good rapport with Chao Kun. After all, he was merely looking to assist his friend. By taking good care of her, they could split the profits fairly, and when new opportunities arose, surely he would take her along. Moreover, in a sense, Chao Kun could be regarded as her benefactor. Just from the recent property transactions, Lu Yuling had earned a substantial commission of 350,000. Without Chao Kun, how could she have made that amount? Though she had made sacrifices, the experience was exhilarating and unprecedented, leading her to feel she had gained an advantage over Chao Kun. Therefore, in the presence of her benefactor, it would be unwise to focus solely on monetary gain. One must always remember to express gratitude. Hearing Lu Yuling's response, Chao Kun chuckled softly, splitting the profits. Is that appropriate? Absolutely. What is inappropriate about it? Lu Yuling replied. Your friend is my friend, after all. Since we are all friends, how could we not share the profits? Rest assured, I will take good care of her. By the way, may I ask about your relationship with this friend? Well, Chao Kun pondered briefly. It's a rather pleasant one, quite akin to yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling burst into laughter. I understand now. You can rest assured, we are like comrades who have fought alongside each other on the same battlefield. She is one of our own, and I will certainly look after her. With Lu Yuling's assurance, Chao Kun ceased to linger on the matter, offering her a few final reminders before concluding the call. At 7 in the evening, in the garden community, which still belonged to Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, Chao Kun entered carrying a meal. The room had been tidied up. Bai Jing was seated on the sofa watching television, and 2 large suitcases lay beside her, evidently indicating that she had packed her belongings and was prepared to leave this small county. Chapter 54. The debt collection incident. You're back? Upon seeing Chao Kun return with the meal, Bai Jing greeted him with a sweet smile, reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return. As she took the food from him, she teased, I thought you might not return tonight. Chao Kun had been out since early morning and only just returned after spending the entire day outside. Bai Jing surmised that he must have brokered some sort of deal with Wang Shanshan, for otherwise, he would not have stayed out so long. Chao Kun chuckled, not denying her insinuation. Bai Jing laughed as she fetched bowls and plates from the kitchen, arranging the dishes he had bought while jesting. After 3 years of being a sycophant, you finally get to enjoy some meat. Isn't that a feat? Anything you wish to say? Perhaps a reflection on your meat-eating experience? Chao Kun smiled as he accepted the chopsticks from her, responding, well, it's not quite comparable to Aunt Bai's cooking. Bai Jing chuckled and playfully nudged him with her chopsticks, then asked, by the way, how did your conversation with that rebellious girl go? As she spoke, she picked up a grilled kidney and placed it on Chao Kun's plate, a special request from her, though she never ate it herself. After contemplating for a moment, Chao Kun decided to be forthright and shared the details of their transaction. Bai Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming a perfect O. 320,000? How could that rebellious girl dare to take that much from you? She exclaimed, her tone sharp with incredulity. Bai Jing had toiled for 20 years with Wang Yifu to accumulate a mere 800,000 in assets, and here was Wang Shanshan, a university student for only 4 years, demanding 32,000. Was she attending school or indulging in luxury? Perhaps girls simply have higher expenses, Chao Kun remarked. That doesn't justify 32,000. Bai Jing retorted, her hands trembling with anger. Her tuition is 23,000 a year, plus 1,500 for accommodation, totaling just 24,500. For 4 years, that amounts to 98,000, yet she managed to extract 32,000 from you. Does she plan to spend 220,000 on food and entertainment over those 4 years? This is madness. Seeing Bai Jing so worked up, Chao Kun tried to soothe her. All right. Didn't you say you wouldn't concern yourself with her anymore? Why the anger? My anger isn't about her. Bai Jing shot back, glaring at Chao Kun. It's about you. Chao Kun was taken aback. What? Why is this still about me? Bai Jing expressed her frustration. I told you to be cautious of her. She is nothing but a opportunist. All she wants is to extract money from you. There is no genuine affection whatsoever. I made it abundantly clear, yet you let her walk away with 320,000. How could you be so easily deceived? So that's how it is, Chao Kun chuckled awkwardly. You think I gave her too much? Not just too much, it's outrageous. Bai Jing exclaimed. I thought you'd only give her 30 to 40,000 for her tuition and accommodation, and she could work for her living expenses. For the next 3 years, she could take out student loans and find part-time work. I never imagined you'd part with 320,000. If I hadn't intervened, you'd have been completely taken advantage of. Honestly, I implore you to trust me. There are few good women out there. Don't let yourself be so easily swayed. Seeing Bai Jing's mix of annoyance and indignation, Chao Kun tried to lighten the mood. It's not so bad. Besides, I didn't just hand over the money for nothing. I purchased 256 hours of girlfriend time. Chao Kun's words only infuriated Bai Jing further. Chao Kun, I truly don't know what to say to you. Is she really that valuable to you? You could have bought 30 or so hours instead. Why waste your money like that? Moreover, why not find a girlfriend in college? Surely she would be a better choice than this opportunist. Imagine if you spent that money on a girlfriend instead. She would adore you. Doesn't that sound appealing? Unable to counter Bai Jing's arguments, Chao Kun opted for consolation. All right, let us not dwell on this. The money is already gone. Let us just eat. Isn't there a way to get it back? Bai Jing protested, unwilling to relent. I'll go with you. Let us leave her with 4,000 and demand the remaining 28,000 back. If she refuses, I'll slap her. How dare she take you for a fool? Come. Let us go confront her. As she rose, determined to confront Wang Shanshan about the money, Chao Kun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. While he didn't view the 32,000 as a significant loss, Bai Jing was clearly far more agitated than he was. Moreover, there was no possibility of a refund, not only due to the irrevocable agreement with Wang Shanshan, but also because she was the key to a much larger opportunity. One that had led to his demise 3 times in a past life. The scar crossing his nose was a testament to that danger. Had it not been for his luck, he would have perished long ago at the hands of that formidable adversary. Wang Shanshan was crucial to ensnaring that elusive prey. Thus it was imperative for him to retain control over her. However, he could not disclose this intricate truth to Bai Jing. So, when she insisted on confronting Wang Shanshan, Chao Kun simply wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her off to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Chao Kun emerged from the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth. Bai Jing, who had exited before him, was heating the food in the kitchen, dressed in a nightgown. With a gentle touch, she tucked her hair behind her ear and said softly, just a moment, it'll be ready in 3 to 5 minutes. By the way, aren't you going to confront that rebellious girl about the money? Chao Kun frowned as he inhaled his cigarette. Why are we still discussing this? Isn't it over yet? Bai Jing chuckled softly, quickly suppressing any further remarks. All right, I won't mention it again. I'm just concerned about your finances. Chapter 55, the confrontation between mother and daughter. The tumult surrounding the debt collection incident finally subsided as Chao Kun resorted to forceful measures to quell the situation. Once the food was heated, he and Bai Jing sat down to eat. By the way, Chao Kun, Bai Jing said while eating, I plan to leave Xia County in the next day or 2. As you know, my finances are dwindling and I need to find a job quickly, or else I'll be in dire straits. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for you until the university starts. Regarding Bai Jing's situation, Chao Kun is indeed well aware. She currently has just over 5,000 yuan. As she mentioned, she urgently needs to find a job. Otherwise, she will face dire consequences. Have you found a suitable place? Chao Kun paused his eating momentarily. Bai Jing smiled and replied, yes, I plan to go to Xia City. Xia City? Chao Kun quickly recalled its location. Nestled south of Haicheng, Xia City is adjacent to it. However, Unlike the bustling metropolis of Haicheng, Xia City is merely a third-tier city, barely qualifying as a second tier. Bai Jing continued, Xia City is not far from Haicheng. It takes just an hour by high-speed train. And there are numerous trains throughout the day, morning, noon, afternoon, and even evening connecting the two cities. Moreover, I have already browsed some rental listings online, and the prices are quite reasonable. A fully equipped studio apartment where I can cook for just 300 yuan is a steal compared to the exorbitant rates of 3 to 5,000 yuan in Haicheng. This afternoon, I submitted my resume to several companies in Xia City, and once I arrive in the next couple of days, I can go for interviews right away. Chao Kuan was taken aback. In his absence for just one day, Bai Jing had already organized everything. After swallowing a piece of chicken, he said, Aunt Bai, you really don't need to rush. I still have some money, if you... Suddenly, before Chao Kuan could finish, Bai Jing interrupted him. Chao Kuan, Aunt Bai knows you have some savings. That rebellious girl mentioned seeing your bank balance, over 1 million yuan, she said. But you must understand, you'll need that money for many things in the future. University, dating, buying a house, getting married, these all require funds. Besides, how could I ever use your money? If I did, what would our relationship become? I hope for our friendship to remain pure and untainted. Once money enters the equation, it risks becoming something else altogether. Seeing Bai Jing's earnest demeanor, Chao Kuan slowly nodded and replied, I understand. Then, may I accompany you? Of course, that would be wonderful, Bai Jing beamed. I have 2 suitcases to manage alone. And if you could help me, it would also give us a chance to explore the area where I'll be renting. It would make future visits easier. The ensuing conversation revolved entirely around Bai Jing's impending departure from Shi County to Xia City, discussing the type of housing and job prospects she hoped to find. They chatted until midnight before finally washing up and turning in for the night. The next morning at 8:30, Bai Jing and Chao Kuan arrived at his place. Since Bai Jing had some clothes and cosmetics there, she intended to pack them up. As they entered, they were met by Wang Shanshan emerging from the bathroom. Observing Wang Shanshan's gait, Bai Jing silently commended Chao Kuan for following her advice. Thankfully, after a night had passed, Wang Shanshan still appeared the same, indicating that Chao Kuan had indeed taken a stand. Upon seeing Bai Jing return, Wang Shanshan's anger flared. If that woman hadn't recklessly mortgaged all their family assets to Huang Jinren's parents, she wouldn't be struggling to afford university. If not for this woman's betrayal, Chao Kuan, her devoted admirer, would never have distanced himself from her. She could have easily secured the funds for her education, but now, thanks to this woman, she had to pay a price of 256 hours of labor just to afford it. What are you doing back here? Wang Shanshan spat, her resentment boiling over. Bai Jing, undeterred, shot back. How is this your home? My coming or going is none of your business. You, on the other hand, are living in a man's house. You should have some shame. Why don't you hurry up and leave so you don't tarnish his reputation? He is still single. Wang Shanshan was taken aback by Bai Jing's fierce retort, nearly left speechless. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan nodded in approval, recognizing the wisdom of experience. Wang Shanshan had much to learn if she wished to spar with Bai Jing. Chao Kuan quickly intervened. All right, enough of this. Bai Aunt, you should start packing for your 11 a.m. train. Then he turned to Wang Shanshan. Shanshan, please tone it down. Bai Aunt is leaving for out of town today and may not return to Shi County. Don't provoke her further. At this, Wang Shanshan hesitated but eventually rolled her eyes at Bai Jing, letting out a scoff. Bai Jing mirrored the gesture before retreating to pack her belongings. Only then did Wang Shanshan approach Chao Kuan and whisper, where is she going? She is heading to Xia City, Chao Kuan responded quietly. But whether it will ultimately be Xia City is still uncertain. Wang Shanshan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean it's uncertain? Because Aunt Bai is going to find a job, Chao Kuan explained. If she can't secure a suitable position in Xia City, she will undoubtedly consider other locations. Oh. She is going to look for work. Wang Shanshan nodded slowly. I thought she was so restless that she had already found a new partner to marry within just a few days. Please don't say that, Chao Kuan replied, his expression darkening. If Aunt Bai hears you, she'll be furious. Let her. Wang Shanshan shot back defiantly. Does she really think I'm afraid of her? If she dares to lay a finger on me, I will make her regret it. She vowed, just wait. I will settle the score with her eventually. Chapter 56. The train departs thanks to Chao Kuan's presence. Despite the palpable animosity between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, their conflict remained verbal, avoiding escalation into physical confrontation. As the clock struck 10, Bai Jing finally finished packing. Before leaving, she paused at the door and turned back to Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan, Let me remind you one last time. Those who engage in wrongdoing will ultimately face consequences. You would do well to curb your deceitful ways and act with integrity, or you may find yourself in tears one day." At this, Wang Shanshan bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You're the one with deceitful ways. You're the one who should learn to act with integrity. I advise you to refrain from stabbing others in the back, lest you find yourself struck down by lightning one day." Bai Jing, unimpressed by Wang Shanshan's furious demeanor, merely scoffed and chose not to engage further. Stepping out of the door, Chao Kuan sighed, shaking his head as if resigning himself to the tumultuous relationship between the two women, and he too departed with his suitcase. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan rushed to the door, yelling down the corridor, "Bai, just wait. The next time I see you, I will make you know what regret truly means." After calling out to herself and receiving no response from the hallway, only the distant sound of high heels fading away, Wang Shanshan snorted with satisfaction and firmly closed her door. "Are you still reminding me? With such thoughts, perhaps you should consider your own future instead. We have all been compelled to leave our homes in search of a livelihood, and soon enough, we may struggle to put food on our tables. What right do you have to advise me? Regardless, the icy sum of 320,000 yuan lay dormant in her bank account. She had no worries about sustenance. What could possibly be lacking in her life compared to yours? Truly laughable." At 11 o'clock in the morning, at the Xia County train station, Chao Kuan accompanied by Jing, who was burdened with 2 suitcases and a small bag, as they boarded the train bound for Haicheng and Xia City. Since Haicheng and Xia City were adjacent, many trains passed through both cities. The train they were on made stops at both. Their journey was smooth, free from the prior annoyance of having their seats occupied. Nevertheless, Bai Jing's graceful figure attracted numerous lecherous glances along the way. While Wang Shanshan had held the title of school beauty at Xia County No. 1 high school for 3 years due to her looks and physique, Bai Jing, who was equally stunning, if not slightly more so, had also inherited her mother's enviable figure. Today, as Bai Jing ventured out for the first time on such a long trip, she had meticulously applied her makeup, donning a form-fitting dress and black stockings, which drew the attention of countless admirers. Throughout the journey, Chao Kuan observed that there was not a single man who did not steal glances at her silhouette. Upon settling into their seats, Bai Jing, both anxious and hopeful, turned to Chao Kuan and asked, "Chao Kuan, do you think Xia City must be far more prosperous than our Xia County?" At this question, Chao Kuan nearly chuckled. Was there even a basis for comparison? Xia County was merely a small, dilapidated town, ranked in the lower middle tier among all the counties in the nation. If all counties were divided into 5 tiers, Xia County would barely qualify for the 4th. What could they possibly compare to Xia City? Although Xia was a 3rd-tier city, barely scraping by as a pseudo-2nd tier, it was still a city, belonging to an entirely different echelon. Of course, Chao Kuan understood that Bai Jing's seemingly absurd question stemmed from her nerves about leaving home for the unknown, facing an uncertain future. It was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. Chao Kuan smiled and gently held Bai Jing's hand, reassuring her. After all, Xia City is a city, while Xia County is just a small, run-down town. How can we even compare? Bai Jing smiled faintly, remaining silent, but grasped Chao Kuan's hand more tightly. At that moment, a burly, bald man plopped down in the empty seat next to them, his phone in hand. His tight-fitting shirt strained against his muscular frame, clearly displaying his brawn. A tattoo peeked out from under the sleeve of his shirt, but Chao Kuan could not discern its design due to his unfamiliarity with tattoos. Noticing the bald man sitting directly across from them, Chao Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered seeing this man at the back of the train car when he and Bai Jing had boarded. Now, he had moved to sit beside them. Chao Kuan did not believe for a moment that this was his intended seat. Great, it seems the train has it out for me, he thought. I've only ridden a train a handful of times, and I hope this bald guy behaves. Otherwise, the likelihood of conflict will skyrocket. During his first train ride, he encountered an unreasonable person who occupied his seat. Despite his polite request for the individual to move, the person ignored him, forcing him to resort to a slap to resolve the issue. On his second journey, returning from buying a house in Haicheng, he found himself caught in the middle of a quarrel that escalated to physical confrontation, resulting in his pants getting splashed with water by an unknown assailant. It was a trivial matter, and he chose to switch seats to give the brawler space to vent. Now, on his third train ride, if he had to deal with this bald man, the probability of a mishap would surely reach near certainty. Please, just let me enjoy this heartfelt moment without having to slap you, he silently pleaded. As he played with Bai Jing's delicate hand, he inwardly prayed for tranquility. Yet, As Murphy's Law would have it, his fears manifested. Barely seated for half a minute, the bald man grinned widely and leaned across the aisle, addressing Bai Jing, "Hey, beautiful. How about adding me as a friend?" Upon hearing this unsolicited advance, Chao Kuen's mind raced with exasperation, and he closed his eyes in disbelief. What on earth? The train truly is cursed for me. I guess I should avoid train rides in the future. Chapter 57. The Taste of Death. The bald man's sudden and brazen approach, combined with his imposing stature, startled Bai Jing, who was caught completely off guard. Chao Kuen could distinctly sense her body tremble slightly at the unwelcome attention, her grip on his hand tightening further. "Oh no. No. I'm married. Thank you," Bai Jing stammered, managing a forced smile while shaking her head. The bald man, observing her reaction, seemed to relish her fear, his grin widening. "Ah, so you're just a little lamb," he chuckled, revealing a predatory gleam in his eyes. Research has shown that many incidents of harassment are exacerbated by the victim's fear and reluctance to speak out or resist, which only emboldens the perpetrator. In this instance, Bai Jing's fearful demeanor only painted her as an easy target in the eyes of the hulking man. "What's it to me if you're married?" he leered, licking his lips in a lewd manner as he rolled up his sleeve, exposing more of his tattoo, attempting to appear more intimidating. "I just wanted to be friends and hang out sometime. After all, more friends mean more opportunities, right? When you're out and about, you need to rely on friends." Chao Kuen was at a loss for words. Why do some people believe that having tattoos makes them tough or intimidating? Yet, a significant number of individuals truly subscribe to this notion. Please, visit a high-security prison and see who the real tough guys are. The genuine hard cases don't flaunt tattoos. Only those lacking confidence resort to such displays. In the prison where Chao Kuen had spent time, not a single fearsome inmate bore tattoos. In fact, those who did had a common derogatory term: flower dogs. Such individuals often find themselves at the very bottom of the prison hierarchy, akin to the fate of a sycophant, subject to the whims of others who can kick and slap them at will. However, occasionally, a fierce character emerges. Chao Kuen recalls that during his 4th or 5th year in prison, a heavily tattooed man arrived, muscular and quite intimidating. Yet, within 3 months, after a fateful night, the skin adorned with tattoos on his chest and back was brutally flayed off, leaving him nearly devoid of skin on his upper body, a gruesome sight indeed. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital, but ultimately succumbed to a severe infection and died in excruciating pain. The tool used for this brutal act was a rusted iron piece that Chao Kuen typically employed for scraping his feet after soaking them, an instrument of utter unsanitary conditions. Although the tool belonged to Chao Kuen, he was merely a technical advisor during the grisly procedure, offering occasional guidance on how to carry out the act, while witnessing the entire skinning process. For this, he was unjustly confined to a small dark room for a week, a clear miscarriage of justice, as he had not laid a finger on anyone. Compared to those who endured confinement for 10 days to a month, his punishment was relatively lenient. "Beautiful lady. Why the silence? Why not add me as a friend? I mean no harm. If you add me, I would send you a small token of appreciation. A modest red envelope of 200. I merely wish to forge a friendship. To cross paths in the same vehicle is a significant fate. There is a saying, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, and 1,000 years to share a pillow. Since we have met in this vehicle, it implies we must have shared a bed in our past lives for at least a century. This suggests that in our previous existence, we were a couple, and by adding me as a friend, perhaps we could rekindle our past connection." Chao Kuen initially intended to observe how Bai Jing would respond to such a situation. But upon hearing the bald man's words, he could no longer restrain himself. What nonsense! To say it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat and 1,000 years to share a pillow, do you even comprehend the meaning? You risk misleading the youth. The youth represent the future of our nation. This is tantamount to indirectly undermining our beloved motherland. In such a case, I firmly believe that any descendant of the dragon, anyone with the blood of Huangdi flowing through their veins, would find it intolerable. Those who dare to insult my motherland must be dealt with, regardless of distance. Besides, the distance between us is minimal, just an aisle separating Bai Jing and myself. This offense demands retribution. Seeing Bai Jing flushed with embarrassment, resembling a sheep utterly at a loss, the bald man became even more exhilarated. Just as he prepared to escalate his verbal onslaught, he noticed Chao Kuen standing up, stepping over Bai Jing, and advancing down the aisle, throwing a punch straight at his face. Although Chao Kuen's physique was far less imposing than that of the bald man, he struck with such force that the latter's face met the ground with a thud. With an impassive expression, Chao Kuen bent down, grasped the back of the bald man's neck and effortlessly lifted his hefty frame. As the bald man's dazed eyes met Chao Kuen's, he delivered an uppercut that sent the man soaring nearly a meter into the air. Upon landing, blood streamed from his mouth and nose, 2 front teeth missing. His nose gushing blood. Chao Kuen crouched down, calmly gazing into the bald man's bewildered eyes, saying, my bald friend. It takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat and 100 years for a pillow, but it is certainly not as you have interpreted it. Who taught you your literature? Under the gaze of Chao Kuen's serene eyes, the bald man felt as though he were confronting a primeval beast. It was as if one slight movement from Chao Kuen could reduce him to mere pulp. In fact, under that piercing gaze, the bald man felt his blood run cold. Sensing the imminent taste of death, his survival instinct screamed within him, awakening the realization that he had provoked a formidable adversary. If he mismanaged this encounter, he could very well be killed in the next moment. This man truly meant to end him. The instinct for survival jolted the previously dazed bald man into full awareness. At that moment, he disregarded his bleeding nose and the air escaping from his mouth, mustering the courage to plead, Yes, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Please. Spare me. I truly regret it. I beg you. Chao Kuen shrugged, responding calmly. Spare you? Are you blind? I have no horse to let you off. With that, he seized the bald man's neck, dragging him toward the rear of the carriage. Yet, after only a few steps, he seemed to recall something and turned to glance at Bai Jing. Meeting her astonished expression, he smiled, revealing a warm and gentle smile. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned back, resuming his impassive demeanor as he continued to haul the over 200-pound bald man toward the back of the carriage. As he passed, every passenger fell silent, many too intimidated to meet his gaze, opting instead to steal glances at the unfolding scene. How astonishing! How had he managed this? The bald man was significantly larger than Chao Kuen, easily weighing 230 to 240 pounds. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable figure effortlessly dragged him by the neck as if he were a mere dead dog. What immense strength must he possess? If he were to land a punch on me, I would likely be left half dead, if not outright killed. Chao Kuen ignored the stares of the other passengers. At that moment, he resembled a sovereign surveying his domain, his gaze dismissive of those around him. Soon, he reached the back of the carriage, where a heavily made-up young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s and reminiscent of a little punk, sat in the rear, staring blankly as they approached. She was the bald man's accomplice. Chao Kuen had observed her flirting with him when he boarded the vehicle. He tossed the bald man beside her as if discarding a dead dog, coolly inquiring, What is your relationship? The young woman jolted back to reality, trembling as she replied, He is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Chao Kuen narrowed his eyes. Do you know what he intended to do? The young woman, completely intimidated by Chao Kuen's commanding presence, answered every question with haste, nodding vigorously. He said that woman, No, she is your companion, a truly exceptional beauty. You wanted to flirt with her. Why didn't you stop him? Chao Kuen pressed. I. The young woman stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Chao Kuen turned to the bald man. You speak. Blood continued to flow from the bald man's nose as he struggled to cover it with his hand, stammering, I. After repeating himself thrice, he ultimately failed to articulate the reason, prompting Chao Kuen to lose his patience. With a swift slap, he struck the bald man's face, causing even more blood to spill. If you don't speak, I'll beat you to death. Say it. After taking that blow, the bald man's mental defenses crumbled completely. Clutching his face like a 200-pound child, he whimpered. It was her idea. She said your companion, Sue, is bigger, has a slimmer waist, and is more curvaceous. And she is prettier. She was jealous, so she told me to tease her. Oh, is that so? Chao Kuen glanced at the young woman. Is that true? The young girl pouted, on the verge of tears. Yes, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I'm sorry. Damn. Chao Kuen cursed, saying, Is saying sorry really useful? Have I grown these fists for nothing? Not particularly impressive, and with a heart so unkind. If I don't properly educate you, won't you end up going astray? With that, Chao Kuen shot a glance at the girl and instructed, Go wait for me in the restroom. I need to give you a proper lesson on what it means to embody the 4 virtues and 5 moralities. The girl, her voice quivering, looked at Chao Kuen and pleaded, I truly regret it. Please, I really understand my mistake. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, Chao Kuen yanked her hair, pulling her down from her seat. Gripping her hair violently, he forced her to face him and whispered, Damn it, can't you hear me? Go wait for me in the restroom. If I hear another word from you, I'll smash your head. The fear in the girl's eyes made her tremble as if she had seen a ghost. She dared not utter another word, nearly crawling into the adjacent restroom. Chao Kun turned to the bald man, patting his face, and instructed, "Watch the door." After which, he stepped into the restroom and locked the door behind him. Soon, the muffled sound of a woman reciting a pledge could be heard from within. "I vow, from today onwards, to become a person of value to society, to contribute to the country." An hour later, Chao Kun emerged from the restroom. At that moment, the bald man's nosebleed had ceased, but he still covered his face with his hands. Upon seeing Chao Kun, he felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively shrank back. Noticing this, Chao Kun muttered, "Damn, have you never attended even the basic moral education class? I really don't understand how you two misfits ended up together." With that, he slapped the bald man. "Remember, this time is a free lesson in education. If there's a next time, you'll have to pay." After saying this, Chao Kun ignored him and returned to his seat. 3 minutes later, the girl finally emerged from the restroom, her face flushed, her gaze timid and reluctant to meet the bald man's eyes. Observing this, the bald man clenched his fists in frustration, muttering, "You too." The girl hastily shook her head. "No, nothing happened. He just educated me, told me to be a good person, to avoid trouble, and to contribute to society and the country." The bald man was filled with resentment, feeling as if the entire carriage was mocking him. Yet, the thought of Chao Kun's cold gaze sent shivers down his spine. Who on earth is he? What could have shaped such a terrifying gaze? Ultimately, the bald man felt utterly defeated, his spirit drained as he weakly suggested, "Let's get off at the next stop." The girl nodded, biting her lip, still unwilling to meet his gaze. Chapter 59. Bai Jing meets Lu Yuling. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Upon spotting Chao Kun approaching, she hurried towards him. "Chao Kun, are you all right?" As she spoke, she anxiously examined him from head to toe. Chao Kun smiled brightly and replied, "I'm sorry to worry you, and Bai, I'm perfectly fine." Seeing him unscathed, Bai Jing immediately shifted her expression, whispering, "You didn't do anything with that girl in the restroom, did you? If she reports you..." Chao Kun chuckled softly, placing his hands on her shoulders to ease her concern. "Don't worry, and Bai, that girl's moral compass was a bit off. I merely provided her with a proper lesson. An educational session on ethics. What could possibly go wrong?" "Really?" Bai Jing asked skeptically. "Then why do you smell like that?" "Oh, it's just the scent from the train's restroom. Trust me, everything is fine." With Chao Kun's assurances, Bai Jing felt somewhat relieved. Then, as if a thought struck her, she changed the subject. "Chao Kun, I never realized you were so formidable, defeating that guy with just 2 punches. That's impressive." Chao Kun laughed. "Were you startled?" Bai Jing shook her head, her eyes fixed on his. "At first, yes. It felt so brutal and violent. But now, I just feel a sense of security." "Of course," Chao Kun replied earnestly. "If I can't even provide you with a sense of security, what would be the point of my presence? I must ensure you feel completely secure." Despite Chao Kun's repeated reassurances, Bai Jing's heart remained uneasy. She still felt the odor was unusual. Even after the bald man and the young girl disembarked, her anxiety lingered. Finally, when the clock struck 4 in the afternoon and nothing had happened, her worries began to dissipate. As her tension eased, she leaned against Chao Kun's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. After all, they had discussed the developments and future of Shiha City late into the night. And if it weren't for her concerns about Chao Kun, she would have fallen asleep much earlier. At 5 in the afternoon, while Bai Jing was comfortably asleep, resting her head on Chao Kun's shoulder, he gently nudged her awake. "And Bai, we're here. It's time to get off." Hearing this, Bai Jing immediately opened her eyes. Although her mind was still hazy, she followed Chao Kun to gather their belongings and join the queue to disembark. 10 minutes later, as they stepped out of the train station, Bai Jing gazed around, her expression one of astonishment. Is this a third-tier city? How could it be so developed? In the distance, skyscrapers soared, adorned with massive billboards. Even compared to the bustling metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, this seemed no less impressive. Could this truly be a third-tier city? Just then, a group of people hurried past them, one lamenting, "I had plans to invest in real estate here in Haicheng 2 or 3 years ago, but my wife insisted against it, saying the prices were at their peak." Another replied, "Well, it's too late for regrets now. You should find a way to buy property. Old Jia got lucky. He bought a house in Yundong district for 50,000 yuan per square meter from a couple in urgent need of money. That's a steal. A few years down the line, the price will surely double, at least 100,000 yuan per square meter. He's hit the jackpot." Others chimed in, "Yes, we need to hurry and find a way to buy too." Once this special district is established, prices will soar to 100,000 per square meter without a doubt. Bai Jing, bewildered by the conversation about real estate that she couldn't comprehend, turned to Chao Kun with a look of incredulity. Chao Kun, I think we've gotten off at the wrong stop. This is Haiqing. Our next stop is Shihe City. Seeing Bai Jing's incredulous expression, Chao Kun smiled slightly and replied, We haven't gotten off at the wrong stop. The place we intended to visit is indeed Haiqing. What? Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. Haiqing, weren't they discussing Shihe City yesterday? As Bai Jing pondered whether it was she who had misspoken or if Chao Kun had misheard her, a voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Chao, over here. Bai Jing instinctively turned to see a woman dressed in a tailored suit, exuding a professional demeanor. Waving at them while briskly approaching, Chao Kun, standing beside her, returned the woman's smile and waved back. Do they know each other? Is she here to pick them up? At that moment, Bai Jing felt her mind was overwhelmed. They had clearly agreed to meet in Shihe City, but now it had changed to Haiqing. Moreover, Chao Kun appeared to have a friend waiting to receive them in Haiqing. When had he ever been to Haiqing? Suddenly, Bai Jing's perception of Chao Kun shifted, rendering him enigmatic in her eyes. Lu Yuling swiftly approached Chao Kun, first glancing at Bai Jing. Upon their first encounter, Lu Yuling's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Wow, what a stunning woman. That face, that figure, she is undoubtedly a beauty. Lu Yuling skillfully concealed her inner surprise, smiling at Chao Kun and extending her hand. Mr. Chao, it has been a while. Chao Kun chuckled and replied, Stop pretending. It hasn't been that long since we last parted. Lu Yuling's cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted. Isn't it said that one day apart feels like 3 years? By my calculations, it has been many years. As she spoke, Lu Yuling turned her attention to Bai Jing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This beautiful sister must be Bai Jie, right? You truly are 37? Surely, Mr. Chao isn't deceiving me? Your skin is so flawless. You can't be more than 30. You look even younger than me. Lu Yuling's words were not mere flattery. Bai Jing's complexion was indeed remarkable. In this regard, Chao Kun could certainly vouch for her. He was well acquainted with the nuances of skin health, and if judged solely by their appearances, Bai Jing did appear younger than Lu Yuling. Of course, this was not to imply that Lu Yuling looked aged, she simply embodied a normal youthful appearance. While Bai Jing possessed naturally good skin, though Bai Jing was unfamiliar with the woman before her and unaware of the current circumstances, she could still discern the compliments directed at her. A smile graced her face as she quickly replied, Oh no, my skin is nothing special, it's quite average. Not as nice as yours. With that, Bai Jing turned to Chao Kun, signaling him to make the introductions. Finally, Chao Kun introduced them, saying, This is Lu Yuling, a real estate agent I met while renting a place in Haiqing recently. He then added, And this is Bai Jing, I won't say much more. She's my closest female friend. With Chao Kun's introduction, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling were formally acquainted. After they shook hands, Bai Jing leaned closer to Chao Kun and quietly asked, You rented a place in Haiqing recently? Despite still feeling a bit disoriented regarding her situation, she was able to grasp the pertinent information. Moreover, Chao Kun's statement was quite straightforward. If she failed to catch that, it would indeed suggest a lack of awareness on her part. Yes, Chao Kun nodded calmly. It was during the holiday and I had nothing else to do. So I came to Haiqing and rented an apartment near Haiqing University. Since I had never lived in a dormitory, I was concerned about living with other boys. What if something happened and I accidentally harmed them? It was better to rent a place for myself. Upon hearing Chao Kun's explanation, Bai Jing's lips involuntarily twitched. What a way to put it. Accidentally harm them. If Chao Kun had said this before boarding the train, she would have been utterly incredulous. However, after experiencing the train ride, she now believed every word. She could hardly imagine that a muscular man could be reduced to a soft heap by just a couple of punches from him. She doubted that the freshmen at Haiqing University would have any better defenses. Since Lu Yuling had never witnessed Chao Kun's strength, she naturally did not accept his reasoning. What do you mean you can't get used to living with boys? She teased. I think you're just worried about not being able to date the ladies if you lived in the dorms. Chao Kun laughed heartily and playfully slapped Lu Yuling's rear. Or perhaps it's just you being the big sister. Lu Yuling's face flushed, and she playfully chided. Oh, stop being so childish. Let us hurry up and get on the train. After that, Lu Yuling took a suitcase from Chao Kun's hand and walked ahead. Meanwhile, Bai Jing cast a meaningful glance back and forth between Chao Kun and Lu Yuling several times. What is wrong, Bai Jie? Chao Kun asked with a serious expression. Bai Jing was taken aback, then chuckled. What? Now that I've left my hometown, my title has changed from Bai Yi to Bai Jie? Hey, It has nothing to do with your hometown. I've wanted to call you Bai Jie for a long time, Xiao Kuan said earnestly. With your youthful appearance and figure, you could hardly resemble an ant. Even if you were, you're far too young. I simply can't bring myself to say it. Besides, we are in Haicheng, a bustling metropolis. If I called you Bai Yi, I would certainly attract a crowd, and they'd look at me as if I were insane. Women, regardless of age, are typically unguarded against compliments regarding their appearance and figure. Xiao Kuan's words made Bai Jing feel a bit bashful, her lovely face turning pink. Thus, she quickly shifted the topic. All right, enough of those cheeky remarks. Initially, I thought you were an honest man, but it seems. What is the deal with Lu Yuling? What else could there be? Xiao Kuan replied nonchalantly. During the few days I was there, her husband happened to be away, and I had the time to get acquainted with her. Now, Bai Jie, let me take you to see the place I've rented. With that, Xiao Kuan grabbed a suitcase in one hand and took Bai Jing's hand in the other, striding off to catch up with Lu Yuling. At 6 in the evening, Xiao Kuan, Bai Jing, and Lu Yuling arrived at the apartment Xiao Kuan had rented near Haicheng University. Upon entering, everyone except Xiao Kuan was taken aback. Wow, this place is huge. Furthermore, it was tastefully furnished. The apartment was equipped with a television, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioning, everything one could desire. As Lu Yuling worked in real estate, she appeared merely surprised, while Bai Jing stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. My goodness! This place is exquisitely decorated. The flooring, the chandeliers, the wall paintings, the closets, everything looks far more upscale than my previous home. After exploring the apartment, Bai Jing was even more astonished. It featured 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with 3 sunlit bedrooms and 1 facing north, which had been transformed into a study. However, the most impressive aspect was that each of the 3 sunlit bedrooms came with its own air conditioning, wardrobe, and pre-purchased beds and mattresses. In fact, the mattresses were high-end Sealy products. She had heard of Sealy for many years but had never used one, as her home had always utilized budget mattresses costing around 8 or 900 yuan. Renting out such an exquisite apartment is quite extravagant, Bai Jing thought. Looking at Xiao Kuan. Xiao Kuan, this place must have cost you quite a bit to rent. It's not too bad, about 8,000 yuan a month. 8,000 yuan. Bai Jing's eyes widened in shock. In contrast to Bai Jing's astonishment, Lu Yuling remained notably composed, as she was aware that Xiao Kuan had plenty of money at his disposal. In just a few days, he had nearly made a fortune. With the 23.8 million yuan investment, the property's value had quintupled overnight. It had initially slowed down, but for reasons unknown, it began to surge again that morning, and the increase was rapid. By the time Xiao Kuan and Bai Jing arrived in Haicheng, the price had nearly increased 8-fold. What is 8 times 23 million? 190 million. Furthermore, this upward trend shows no sign of abating. The momentum remains robust. While she may not dare to assert much after tonight, it will undoubtedly exceed her predicted 9-fold. This is a certainty. Therefore, the 7 or 8,000 this month is hardly a significant amount to him. Observing Bai Jing's astonished expression, Xiao Kuan chuckled and remarked, there is no choice. This is the newlywed couple's marital home. They spent 400,000 just on renovations. If the husband hadn't been transferred out of town by his company, they wouldn't even consider renting it out. Besides, the house is spacious. A full 160 square meters, so this price isn't high at all. If it were in the city center, this apartment would easily command over 10,000 a month, wouldn't it, Manager Lu? Hearing herself addressed as Manager Lu again, Lu Yuling rolled her eyes playfully and said, Indeed, it's not expensive. If located in the city center, with this area and decor, it wouldn't be surprising to pay 20 to 30,000 a month. After all, it is the city center. As Bai Jing listened to Lu Yuling casually mention such figures, she felt her head spin. For such an apartment, a monthly rental of 20 to 30,000 is considered cheap? Oh my goodness. With my salary of just over 3,000 in Xia County, I could barely afford a month's rent for this place. This big city is simply uninhabitable. I should hasten back to my West River city. There. A mere 1,300 allows one to rent a decent studio apartment. What a stark contrast that brings forth a sense of happiness. With that thought, Bai Jing swiftly changed the subject. Xiao Kuan, it's settled then. I'll stay here for a day, but I must head to West River City tomorrow. The expenses in this big city are terrifying. I fear that after a couple of days of fun, I won't have the means to remain in West River City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuan laughed heartily and said, Sister Bai, what are you thinking? Now that you're here, do you believe I'll let you leave? Forget it. You're staying in Haicheng. As soon as Bai Jing heard that Chao Kun did not want her to leave, she became a bit anxious. She understood that he wished to keep her close, and truthfully, she didn't want apart from him either. However, they needed to consider practicality. The cost of living in Haiqing is exorbitantly high, and with her remaining savings of just over 5,000, she could hardly manage to survive here. Moreover, Lu Yuling was still around. Even if she went to West River City, Lu Yuling could still manage. If she truly missed her, they could adhere to their previous agreement and meet on weekends. Chao Kun, this isn't feasible, Bai Jing said with a wry smile. You know my situation. If I stay in Haiqing, I want to have the means to sustain myself. Why can't you afford it? Chao Kun countered. This large 4-bedroom house, though one room has been converted into an office, still boasts 3 spacious and bright bedrooms. Surely, 3 large bedrooms aren't insufficient for you, Sister Bai? Bai Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. She had been fixated on the high cost of living and rent in Haiqing, completely overlooking the possibility of residing at Chao Kun's place. Observing her slightly dazed expression, Chao Kun smiled and said, Sister Bai, regardless, I have already rented this house for a year. Whether I live alone or share it with you, the price remains unchanged. Furthermore, Manager Lu happens to need assistance. What job are you seeking? Wouldn't it be feasible to work alongside Manager Lu? As he spoke, Chao Kun glanced at Lu Yuling, who eagerly nodded and said, Exactly. As a real estate agent, I've always worked alone and have been seeking a partner, but I haven't found anyone suitable until now. Sister Bai, you would be better off joining me. My job is particularly relaxed. It's just the 2 of us. We can go out whenever we want, or stay in as we please. I'll be frank, Sister Bai, you want to find a more effortless job than this. Moreover, I can assure you that you will earn money. Without exaggeration, I guarantee you'll make at least 160,000 this year. Lu Yuling's final assurance was not mere flattery, it was backed by solid confidence. Chao Kun had already stated that he intended to sell all the properties in his possession this year. Given the current price surge in Yundong Special Zone, it was already a foregone conclusion that the properties he purchased would appreciate ninefold. By tomorrow morning at the latest, this transformation would indeed manifest. 8 times equals 190 million. 9 times would be 210 million. The 1.5 commission on 210 million amounts to over 320,000. Dividing that between the 2 of them would yield over 160,000 each. As long as Chao Kun ensured that they could sell everything this year, they would each secure a stable sum of over 160,000. Realizing that Chao Kun and Lu Yuling were both encouraging her, Bai Jing, even if somewhat naive, began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Chao Kun had already made arrangements for her behind the scenes. Whether it was her accommodation or employment, he had taken care of everything. With this thought, Bai Jing felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Unable to contain herself, she flung herself into Chao Kun's embrace. Wu Chao Kun, you are too good to me. I have nothing to repay you with. Wu who says you don't? Chao Kun chuckled as he gently ruffled Bai Jing's hair. At this moment, Lu Yuling grinned and said, How about this? I'll go buy some ingredients. Let us have hot pot tonight. With that, Lu Yuling discreetly excused herself. At 8 o'clock that evening, a sumptuous family hot pot feast commenced in the dining room. There was beef, lamb, pork, chicken wings, shrimp, oysters, bull penis, and lamb kidneys. The 3 of them gathered around the table, with an exhaust system specifically designed for hot pot whirring above, preventing the entire room from reeking of hot pot after the meal. Initially, Bai Jing felt somewhat reserved, but under Lu Yuling's enthusiastic hospitality, she quickly became comfortable. By the time the lavish hot pot dinner concluded, it was already 10:30 in the evening. At this hour, Lu Yuling had no intention of leaving. She had already video-called her husband, informing him that a good friend had come to Haiqing and she would accompany her for a couple of days. Initially, Lu Yuling's husband had expressed some skepticism. However, when Bai Jing appeared on the screen, smiling and waving, he immediately felt reassured. It turned out she was indeed a good friend, and one with such a stunning figure and appearance. What was there to be concerned about? Chao Kun also made an appearance, greeting Lu Yuling's husband and referring to him as bro normally. One might expect Lu Yuling's husband to feel a hint of wariness upon discovering Chao Kun's presence. However, he displayed no caution whatsoever and even generously transferred 5,000 yuan to Lu Yuling, encouraging her to enjoy Haiqing with Chao Kun and Bai Jing for a couple of days. This was primarily Bai Jing's doing. Her stunning looks and figure cast Lu Yuling in a somewhat ordinary light. It was akin to a swan being juxtaposed with a duckling. Everyone would naturally gravitate towards the swan. Yet, Lu Yuling's husband overlooked one crucial fact. There exists a type of person in this world who has no dietary restrictions. They can indulge in a lavish banquet or relish simple fare, regardless of whether one is a swan or a duckling. They would simply toss everything into one pot and stew it together. Moreover, there was no duckling here. Who could be considered the duckling? Lu Yuling? Not at all. She is a beauty herself. The next morning, when Xiao Kun finally emerged from his room, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling had already busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Remarkably, after just one night, the two had bonded as if they were true sisters, chattering away in an intimate manner. This was understandable, as they were not only comrades in arms but also kindred spirits sharing their innermost thoughts. From around 2 or 3 in the morning, Bai Jing had confided in Lu Yuling about her unhappy marriage and her rebellious daughter, expressing her frustrations and grievances. Lu Yuling listened intently, her teeth clenched and her demeanor tense. In fact, after hearing Bai Jing's story, she found herself pondering the purpose of marriage and motherhood. Even a woman as admirable as Bai Jing had reached such a juncture if she had chosen to remain single and childless. Perhaps she would be living a more carefree and joyous life. Consequently, Lu Yuling began to share her own marital woes. Although she had no children, she was burdened with a husband who earned little and possessed numerous flaws. In summary, he brought no financial stability and was lacking in the bedroom. The absence of both qualities rendered their union rather meaningless. Bai Jing wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Yuling's sentiments. What was the purpose of marrying a man who could not provide financially and was also deficient in intimacy? The two women deliberated on this matter for quite some time in the kitchen, but ultimately reached no conclusion. They decided to pose this question to the only man in the household, Xiao Kun. What indeed was the significance of marrying a man who could neither earn a living nor fulfill his duties in the bedroom? Upon hearing their inquiry, Xiao Kun furrowed his brow, realizing they had come to the wrong person for answers. Having spent most of his previous life in prison, he had no experience or understanding of such matters. In this lifetime, however, he was quite adept at making money and was performing well in that regard, leaving him at a loss for a suitable response. After contemplating for 3 minutes while smoking a cigarette, he finally delivered 6 words: do charity, spread warmth. Marrying a man who could not earn a living and was deficient in intimacy equated to engaging in charity and spreading warmth. What else could it be? Upon hearing Xiao Kun's response, both women felt a wave of disillusionment wash over them. So, they were merely engaging in charitable acts and spreading warmth? Lu Yuling, in particular, felt her defenses crumble. All her emotional barriers had been shattered by Xiao Kun's blunt words. She even contemplated returning home to divorce her husband on the spot. As for Bai Jing, she fared slightly better. After all, she had already severed ties with Wang Yifu and her rebellious daughter. Yet, despite this, she still felt a profound sense of loss. After all, those were remnants of her youth, now sacrificed on the altar of charity. What a fool she felt. How utterly heartbroken. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Yuling had not returned to work or home, instead enjoying excursions around Haicheng with Xiao Kun and Bai Jing. The trio visited various attractions, strolled along the beach, and dined at renowned eateries. Their days were filled with adventure, and their nights ended in restful slumber. Alongside their explorations, there was also shopping. Xiao Kun gifted Bai Jing and Lu Yuling each a set of cosmetics, one worth 15,000 and the other 17,000. This was not a matter of favoritism. Rather, the two women had different skin types, and professional beauticians selected the most suitable products for each. In addition to cosmetics, Xiao Kun purchased outfits for both, from top to bottom, averaging 18,800 each. Bai Jing felt a twinge of guilt over such lavish spending, yet she was undeniably thrilled. It was her first experience using such high-quality cosmetics and wearing such fine clothing. How could she not be delighted? Conversely, Lu Yuling was envious, for she was aware that in just these 3 days, the properties Xiao Kun had purchased had appreciated 15-fold. In other words, while Xiao Kun had done nothing, his assets had soared to 357 million. Just a short while ago, his worth had been a mere 24 million. This rate of earning was beyond comprehension. It was as if he had a money-printing machine at home. To make matters worse, while the rest of Yundong district had stabilized and prices had plateaued, the area where Xiao Kun had invested continued to rise. It was simply baffling. The property prices in that suburban area had even surpassed those in the heart of Yundong district. Lu Yuling could not fathom what kind of enchantment that place possessed. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Yuling parked the car in front of the train station. With only a few days left before the university semester began, Xiao Kun needed to return to Shi County, primarily because Wang Shanshan also had to go back. This was not due to any lingering feelings. Rather, Chao Kun was concerned about Wang Shanshan, who was currently staying at his home. He could not shake off worries about her. Would she remember to turn off the air conditioning, the gas, or lock the door? Although Chao Kun's wealth had rendered such concerns trivial, the house held sentimental value for him, as it was where he had grown up, steeped in memories that could not be quantified by money. Moreover, he was genuinely apprehensive about Wang Shanshan. If she forgot to turn off the gas and caused an explosion, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, he felt compelled to return and ensure everything was in order before the semester commenced. It was only a matter of a few days. "Bai Jing, please be careful on the road," she said, her eyes filled with reluctance, even reddening slightly. Her emotions were not solely based on genuine sorrow. Rather, she was once again moved. Although she had vowed never to accept Chao Kun's money, fearing it would taint their pure friendship, he had just transferred 100,000 yuan to her against her wishes. Someone who truly cares for you disregards your protests, ensuring you have the means to feel secure. Bai Jing was deeply touched by Chao Kun's gesture, tears welling in her eyes. What could possibly go wrong on the train? Chao Kun chuckled nonchalantly. However, just as he finished speaking, a thought struck him, causing his smile to vanish. Wait a minute. I'm taking the high-speed train, right? That could be problematic. It seemed that he had some peculiar affinity for misfortune when it came to trains. Chao Kun, may I have a word with you privately? Lu Yuling said with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at him. Clearly, she wished to discuss something that Bai Jing should not overhear. Bai Jing, however, was not curious. Despite their close relationship, some secrets remained undisclosed. For instance, she had her own secrets with Chao Kun that Lu Yuling was unaware of. With time to spare before the train departed, Chao Kun lit a cigarette and stepped aside with Lu Yuling for a private conversation. "What's on your mind?" he inquired. Lu Yuling appeared conflicted as she replied, "Chao Kun, are you aware of how absurdly your properties have appreciated? They've increased by an average of 15 times and continue to rise. Is that surprising?" Chao Kun smiled. "Surprising?" Lu Yuling widened her eyes in disbelief. "The entire Yundong district has stabilized, yet the area where you invested keeps climbing, even surpassing all others in the district. How is that normal?" Chao Kun regarded Lu Yuling, pondering her words seriously. "Perhaps you should consider a career change. Real estate does not seem to suit you." "Really? How many days have passed? How much have those prices surged?" Lu Yuling was astonished that she had not realized that area was destined to become the future center of Yundong district. With such poor insight, she should reconsider her career in real estate. Upon hearing Chao Kun's assertion that she should refrain from pursuing a career in real estate, Lu Yuling was engulfed in confusion. Having thrived in the industry for numerous years, she pondered why such a course of action was suggested. In response to Lu Yuling's bewildered gaze, Chao Kun felt a growing sense of exasperation. He realized that unless he directly elucidated the matter to her, she might remain oblivious indefinitely. Perhaps it would only become apparent to her once the Yundong Special Zone materialized, with towering skyscrapers rising majestically in its heart. With this thought in mind, Chao Kun crouched down and began to draw in the dirt with a stick. "Look, here is the location of Yundong district. What lies to the west?" After adjusting her fitted skirt, Lu Yuling adopted a half-kneeling position and replied, "To the west is the urban area of Haiqing. Is there room for development?" Lu Yuling shook her head. "Not anymore. That area has already been filled with towering buildings." "And what about the south and north?" Chao Kun continued to guide her with the stick. Lu Yuling squinted, sensing a revelation, and slowly articulated, "The terrain to the south and north is unsuitable. Both sides are flanked by mountains. Do you understand now?" Chao Kun tossed the stick aside and declared, "Whether to the west, south, or north, there is no room for expansion. Hence, if the Yundong Special Zone is to develop, it must extend where? To the east. And if the Yundong Special Zone develops eastward, where will its center be?" Lu Yuling stared blankly at the ground, and suddenly, she clasped her mouth in astonishment, looking up at Chao Kun in disbelief. "The center, you mean? The suburban area you purchased is actually the future center of the Yundong Special Zone." Finally grasping the concept, Chao Kun nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke with a smile. "Well, it seems all my efforts were not in vain. I thought you might not comprehend." Lu Yuling disregarded Chao Kun's teasing, her disbelief evident. "If that is the center, then how much will your properties appreciate?" Chao Kun raised 2 fingers. "I can't be certain of the exact multiple, but at least 20 times as a baseline. The property prices there were previously too low. Even a 20-fold increase would only amount to 150,000 per square meter, and this is merely the price for this year. Prices will continue to rise each subsequent year. Observing Chao Kuen's confidence, Lu Yuling's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Noticing her reaction, Chao Kuen quipped, "Don't tempt me like that. If you keep your mouth open, I might just have to fill it." Huh. Lu Yuling snapped back to reality, quickly closing her mouth and shooting him an exasperated glance. She continued, "So, are you really going to entrust us with the sale of these properties?" It was no wonder Lu Yuling posed such a question. The amount was staggering. Chao Kuen had originally spent 23.8 million on the properties, and a 20-fold increase would yield a staggering 476 million. The commission of 1.5 on that sum amounts to 7.14 million. This means that even if she and Bai Jing split it, each would receive nearly 3.6 million. This was no trifling sum. Many people would never earn that much in their lifetime. Lu Yuling harbored no objections to Bai Jing receiving this money. Given that Bai Jing was currently unencumbered by a husband or family, solely caring for Chao Kuen. However, Lu Yuling was married, and she lacked Bai Jing's beauty and figure. Was it appropriate for her to receive such a substantial amount? After all, this was essentially money given to them by Chao Kuen, since whoever he authorized to sell his properties would reap the rewards. Lu Yuling felt uneasy about taking such a large sum, believing it to be excessive. Chao Kuen, discerning her thoughts, merely smiled and took a drag from his cigarette. "Are you worried it's too much? Rest assured. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow into the fields of outsiders. If this hefty commission isn't going to you too, then to whom should it go? Besides, who would I willingly give money to when they neither please me nor make me comfortable?" Reassured by Chao Kuen's words, Lu Yuling felt a sense of calm wash over her. After a moment's thought, she continued, "Could you please hold off on selling for a while? I want to get a divorce first." Ah. Lu Yuling's declaration halted Chao Kuen mid-drag. "What do you mean? A divorce? Is this because of me?" He hoped not. He prided himself on having strong moral principles and despised the idea of disrupting someone else's family. Observing Chao Kuen's bewildered expression, Lu Yuling sensed a misunderstanding and hastily clarified, No, it has nothing to do with you. My decision to divorce my husband is solely my own. I feel you are right. If a man is only focused on making money and fails in other aspects, then my purpose in being with him would merely be to engage in charity work, offering warmth. Especially after witnessing Bai Jing's carefree and genuine demeanor, unrestrained by family ties. I find myself envious. I no longer wish to live with him. I want to return to being single. After listening, Chao Kuen nodded silently and said, "Stop beating around the bush, just be honest." Lu Yuling felt slightly embarrassed, letting out a nervous laugh. "The truth is, I don't want to share this money with him. I know how this money was earned. In essence, it's yours to me. But why should he get 1.8 million without lifting a finger? That's an astronomical sum, not just a mere 180 yuan. With my husband's monthly salary of around 7,000 yuan, it would take him 20 years to earn that amount. What if he were to take this money and then demand a divorce? I'd be losing 1.8 million for nothing, becoming a fool in the process. While feelings may betray, money never will. Thus, I want to ensure this money becomes my own asset. As long as it is earned after my divorce, he shouldn't get a single cent." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuen took one last drag from his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot. "I see. Handle it as you see fit. But you should act quickly. The properties here might not last long before they are sold. Soon, I will use these properties as bait to catch a big fish, and once that big fish bites, it will be time for me to sell." Lu Yuling was unclear about the terms catching a big fish or biting, yet one thing was unmistakable. Time was of the essence. It appeared she needed to begin her divorce proceedings immediately. Chapter 64. Encountering an inmate on the train as the departure time of the train approached. Chao Kuen embraced Bai Jing and Lu Yuling outside the station before striding inside. After watching him disappear from view, Lu Yuling and Bai Jing turned their attention to each other. Bai Jing smiled and inquired, "What were you discussing with Chao Kuen? You seemed quite animated." Since Chao Kuen had instructed her not to disclose any information regarding his properties in Yundong district, Lu Yuling decided to skip that topic entirely and moved on. "I told him I want a divorce." "A divorce?" Bai Jing was taken aback, her lips curling into a slight smile. "What? Have you grown weary of this selfless life of charity and warmth?" Lu Yuling playfully swatted Bai Jing, laughing. "Is that so wrong?" Bai Jing joined in her laughter before turning serious. "In all honesty, what prompted this sudden desire for divorce?" Lu Yuling pondered seriously for a moment and said, "In truth, most of it still revolves around money. This year, I am certain I will earn a substantial sum, several million, in fact, if I do not divorce. Half of that will belong to him, as per marital property laws. So, Sister Bai, do you think I should get a divorce? Moreover, is what I am contemplating unethical? Upon hearing Lu Yuling's words, Bai Jing became alert, fixing her gaze on Lu Yuling's eyes as she articulated each word. Darling, do not be foolish. If you can indeed guarantee several millions this year, then you must get a divorce. Are you genuinely considering giving your husband half of that? Do you think that is charitable? Look at me, I'm in my 30s, without a good brother. Can you imagine how difficult my life would be? Just a few days ago, I had a mere 5,000 yuan to my name. Thus, from my personal experience, I tell you, do not rely on your husband. Your own children may not be trustworthy either. A woman must have her own financial independence. Furthermore, have you considered that after giving him half, he might turn around and ask for a divorce? You might be acting out of affection, but what about him? Can you ensure he will reciprocate that sentiment? To take a step back, if you feel guilty about doing this, I have a suggestion. Divorce first, then remarry. Get the divorce, earn your millions while single, and that money will be entirely yours. Then, you can remarry him, and he won't be able to claim half of your earnings. Upon hearing Bai Jing's suggestion, Lu Yuling chuckled lightly. Let us be realistic. If I divorce, there's no way I would remarry him. After years of charity, I have had enough. Then why hesitate? Bai Jing laughed. Divorce. Are you truly planning to continue with this charity work, spreading warmth? Live for yourself. From personal experience, being someone who lives for oneself is something you will never regret. Look at my skin. I feel at least 5 or 6 years younger than before. It's exhilarating. In the dead of night, the high-speed train raced through the boundless darkness of the wilderness. Chao Kuan sat in business class by the window, snacking on treats provided by the attendant while gazing out into the endless night. To avoid being disturbed on this journey, he had specifically chosen business class. Although the fare was several times more than that of standard class, the cost was justified by the limited number of passengers. In standard class, 5 people occupied a row, whereas in business class, only 2 did, with ample space between rows, ensuring that even if fully booked, it was far less crowded than standard class. Fewer people naturally reduced the likelihood of conflict. As anticipated, there were only 3 individuals in the entire business class, seated quite far apart. There was no chance of a brawl, and even the beautiful attendant, tall and fair-skinned, around 173 meters, was there solely to serve them. To be precise, she was serving him, as the other 2 had reclined their seats and were sound asleep, leaving him alert and awake. Had he known the treatment in business class would be like this, he would never have chosen standard class. Just then, an announcement came over the intercom, stating that they were 5 minutes from the next stop, Guangsha West Station. Since it was still early for Shi County Station, Chao Kuan paid little mind, continuing to snack and gaze out the window. Shortly thereafter, the train began to slow down, eventually coming to a stop. Guangsha West Station had arrived. After a moment, the train slowly resumed its journey, and no one entered their carriage at this stop. This was quite normal. Business class was several times more expensive than standard class. Aside from comfort, it did not allow for early arrivals, rendering it a poor value. It was akin to luxury goods. Business class was marketed towards the affluent. As the train accelerated once more to over 300 kilometers per hour, just as Chao Kuan stretched and prepared to take a brief nap, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, sensing an aura of hostility. Unable to articulate how he felt this way, he attributed it to the 10 years spent in prison in his previous life, where he unconsciously developed this instinct. Thank goodness for this ability. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences many times over. Damn it. I have about an hour until I reach my destination. Nothing more should happen. Chao Kuan squinted at the frosted glass partition separating business class from first class, silently counting in his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Just as he reached 5 in his mental countdown, the frosted glass door between the 2 classes slid open. A man, approximately 175 meters tall, with disheveled hair and a rugged appearance, walked in. Upon seeing this man, Chao Kuan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What in the world? Why is it this mad dog? It was Zhou Qiang, a former cellmate from his previous life, both having entered the Haiqing second prison around the same time. However, rather than becoming allies, their relationship culminated in a violent confrontation, ending with Chao Kuan pulling out Zhou Qiang's lung in a fit of exasperation during one of Zhou's attempts to attack him. Chapter 65. A Kiss Indeed. In his previous life, Zhou Qiang met his end at Chao Kuan's hands. It was not a premeditated murder. It was born out of sheer frustration. Zhou was a superhuman, and a particularly aggressive one at that. During their time in prison, he was constantly embroiled in fights. Some might argue he had his reasons. But what reason could a superhuman have for wanting to harm others? Was this not enough justification? Chao Kuan, unable to endure Zhou's provocations any longer, ultimately retaliated during one of Zhou's assaults, resulting in his death. Now, encountering the man he had killed in his past life was surreal. In that moment, Chao Kuan felt a sense of disorientation. What did this reunion signify? Would he be forced to kill him again? However, that thought lingered in his mind for only a brief moment before he dismissed it. What a ridiculous notion. He was now merely an ordinary young man seeking to enjoy life, far removed from the idea of committing murder. Moreover, in a society governed by law, everything was in order. Additionally, having killed Zhou once in his previous life, it was absurd to think he would harbor such deep-seated animosity as to kill him again. As long as Zhou Qiang did not provoke him before his next stop, Chao Kuan had no intention of getting involved in such matters. Unfortunately, the other passengers in business class might not be so fortunate, for if Chao Kuan's memory served him correctly, Zhou Qiang committed his crimes within 12 hours before his capture. The location of his arrest was a train station, though he could not recall which one. What he did remember was that he had been apprehended by the police at a train station after killing 6 individuals in total, a family of 3 from his village, 2 passengers on the train, and a crew member. This aligned perfectly with his recollection. Since Chao Kuan could sense the murderous intent, it was evident that Zhou had just finished off the family and was still thirsting for more blood. After all, the only other people in their carriage were 2 passengers and the attendant, 3 individuals in total. Therefore, unless unforeseen events occurred, it seemed inevitable that the other 2 passengers and the attendant would meet their demise at Zhou Qiang's hands tonight. Zhou Qiang entered, his expression blank as his eyes scanned the room, locking onto Chao Kuan's. Chao Kuan smiled lightly, feigning indifference as he opened the water bottle and took a sip, then reclined his chair and closed his eyes. With just an hour until the stop, he decided to rest for a while. He hoped that Zhou Qiang would refrain from acting before he disembarked. As long as that was the case, he would remain unconcerned. After surveying the surroundings, Zhou Qiang seemed uncertain whether the timing was right, so he found a seat and lay down similarly to Chao Kuan. Fortunately, the attendant had also closed her eyes to rest. Otherwise, she would have surely come to check tickets and potentially chase him away, at which point Zhou Qiang likely would have acted. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 minutes until the station. Although Chao Kuan kept his eyes closed, he remained attentive to the sounds in the carriage. With 20 minutes remaining until Xiang County Station, he felt relieved. If he could endure these last moments, he would soon alight peacefully, marking this journey as the most serene since his rebirth, devoid of any unexpected events. Just as he contemplated this, a faint fragrance wafted over him, and a blanket was gently draped across his body. Opening his eyes, he was met with the tender smile of the attendant. "Apologies, Mr. Chao, for waking you. I've covered you with a blanket. Please continue to rest, and I will call you when we arrive," she said softly, her sweet smile stirring a pang of guilt within him. He instinctively grasped her wrist. Startled by the sudden grip, the attendant's cheeks flushed crimson. "Mr. Chao, is there anything you need?" she asked in a hushed voice. Chao Kuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Kiss me." "What?" The attendant's face reddened even more as she bit her lip, shyly responding, "That's not permissible, Mr. Chao. It's outside my service scope." "Come on," Chao Kuan insisted. "This way I'll have a reason to assist you. Otherwise, why would I help you, given our lack of acquaintance?" The attendant, confused, glanced at the 2 other passengers still asleep before finally, blushing profusely, she leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. "Is that satisfactory, Mr. Chao? That was my first kiss, so please let me go. If the supervisor sees us, I'll be reprimanded." Despite her bashfulness, Chao Kuan did not release her but rather instructed, "Move to another carriage and do not return to this one tonight. Also, do not approach that man at the rear of the carriage. Remember, do not seek him out." Taken aback by his warning, the attendant turned to look toward the rear of the carriage, where she finally noticed a man who had seemingly entered unnoticed and was now comfortably asleep. Alarmed, she thought, "What on earth? When did someone from the business class get in here? If the supervisor finds out, I will surely face severe consequences, maybe even a deduction in salary. Mr. Chao, I must attend to something urgent. I cannot speak with you any longer." The attendant hastily freed herself from his grip and hurried toward Zhou Qiang. Chao Kuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but sighed instead, and sat up. Damn, only 20 minutes left? I'm so close to a peaceful disembarkation. Why can't I just hold on a bit longer? The attendant approached Zhou Qiang, gently saying, Sir, please wake up. In truth, Zhou Qiang had never slept. Having just taken a life, the adrenaline and bloodshed left his mind in a heightened state of exhilaration and craving. As he opened his eyes sharply, the attendant felt an unexplainable chill run through her, sensing a profound danger emanating from him. Good evening, sir. May I see your identification or train ticket? She asked, her voice steady despite her unease. Zhou Qiang blinked as if just awakening, appearing momentarily dazed. Oh, the ticket? He replied, rising to rummage through his clothes. Just as the attendant anticipated he would produce his ticket, he instead withdrew a wooden stake, approximately 23 to 25 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide. One end sharpened and stained with red. Confounded, the attendant faltered, her mind racing. What was happening? As she braced for him to reveal a ticket, Zhou Qiang suddenly gripped the stake tightly, his expression shifting to one of malevolence as he lunged toward her. Frozen in shock, the attendant could only think, it's over. With the distance between them too short to evade, she braced for the inevitable, certain that the stake would pierce her heart. Why would he want to kill her? She had yet to marry or even experience a relationship. She lamented the loss of experiences she had yet to enjoy. And her mother would surely be heartbroken if she were to die. As these thoughts raced through her mind, just when she believed her fate was sealed, she felt a sudden tightness around her waist, and she was propelled backward. The wooden stake, which had been mere inches from her chest, was now out of reach. Once steady on her feet, the attendant gazed incredulously at the distance between herself and Zhou Qiang, who remained in a state of shock, still poised to strike. I'm not dead. Didn't he stab me? Go summon the trained police. I'll handle him. You are no match for him, Chao Kuan stated calmly. Having released the attendant, he spoke the truth. The disparity in strength between men and women was glaringly evident. Moreover, Zhou Qiang was an enhanced being. The attendant, despite her capabilities, stood no chance against him. In fact, it would take at least 2 or 3 men of equal weight to subdue him. Certainly, this situation is not uniform. Not all individuals of extraordinary strength exhibit such behavior. Some are even quite civilized and polite. However, Zhou Qiang undoubtedly belongs to the former category. To put it plainly, within this carriage, if Chao Kuan does not intervene, even if the other 2 passengers awaken and attempt to assist the flight attendant in confronting Zhou Qiang, they would be swiftly overpowered by him. The 2 sleeping passengers, both portly, would be akin to mere targets in the face of Zhou Qiang's ferocity, easily dispatched in a matter of moments. Noticing the flight attendant's stunned silence after his words, Chao Kuan realized she was momentarily dazed by fear. In response, he playfully pinched her on the backside, eliciting a sharp gasp from her. It was only then that she grasped the gravity of the situation and began to tremble with fear, realizing it was Chao Kuan who was her savior. Call for the trained police. I will handle this. She understood clearly, and thankfully, she was not paralyzed by fear. She rushed back to fetch the intercom to summon help. As Chao Kuan faced Zhou Qiang again, he was struck by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the previous day's events when he had seized Zhou's throat and nearly ripped his lungs from his body. He beckoned Zhou with a casual flick of his finger. Come, let me see what you can do. In truth, Zhou was already on the brink of losing control, and with that slight gesture from Chao Kuan, his eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman as he lunged forward, wielding a wooden spike. Suddenly, as Zhou approached within striking distance, Chao Kuan delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling backward. Zhou stumbled several steps before regaining his footing and charged again, only to be met with the same fate. This scene repeated itself at least 7 or 8 times. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to fear by now. However, Zhou only grew more exhilarated and ferocious, embodying the stark contrast between his kind and that of normal individuals. The more he fought, the more invigorated he became, as if a primal instinct had been unleashed within him, completely devoid of fear. When Zhou charged once more, instead of kicking him back, Chao Kuan targeted his knee. With a resounding crack, Zhou's left leg bent at an unnatural angle, causing him to crash to the ground, his assault on Chao Kuan thwarted in the process. Yet, Zhou remained undeterred, his gaze still wild. As Zhou bared his teeth and attempted to grab a nearby chair to strike again, Chao Kuan retaliated with another kick, snapping his right leg backward at the knee, rendering him unable to rise. Seeing this, Chao Kuan decided to take decisive action. Seizing Zhou's left arm and wrenching it with force, dislocating it with a sickening pop. And then, he turned to the right arm. In a state of utter agony, Zhou's limbs rendered useless, he was drenched in sweat yet refused to cry out, his eyes locked onto Chao Kuan with an unyielding resolve, as if he would not relent until his opponent lay dead. This defiance would have terrified any ordinary person, but for Chao Kuan, such a gaze bore no weight. Having encountered countless formidable foes in his past life, Zhou's demeanor was trivial in comparison, a mere nuisance. Chao Kuan approached Zhou, nudging the wooden spike away with his foot before squatting down beside him. "You foolish creature, I was just moments away from my destination. And yet you had to provoke trouble. How pathetic you are," he mused, patting Zhou's cheek. "Enjoy your time in prison, I assure you. You'll find it quite to your liking." Just as Chao Kuan prepared to rise, caught in a moment of relaxation, Zhou unexpectedly spat a mouthful of phlegm at him. However, Chao Kuan deftly evaded the projectile. "Foolish dog, I saw your throat moving and knew you were preparing to spit," he laughed, returning the gesture with a spit of his own. At that moment, the flight attendant appeared, charging towards him with a fire extinguisher, shouting, "Mr. Chao, don't be afraid. I'm here to help." Chao Kuan's expression darkened as he glanced at the wooden spike he had just kicked aside, now just 2 meters away, lying across the aisle. Surely, she could see it. Just as he thought this, she stepped right onto it. Murphy's Law struck again. Amid her startled cries, Chao Kuan narrowly dodged the flying extinguisher and lunged forward, catching the flight attendant just before she could crash to the ground. In the chaos, he grabbed onto something soft and pliable, managing to prevent her from falling flat. The flight attendant, not one to dwell on the incident, felt the unintended familiarity of his grasp but brushed it off. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Chao. I hope I didn't hit you." Initially, she had come to assist, yet nearly caused an accident herself. "No harm done," Chao Kuan replied with a smile. "Furthermore, there's no need for you to exert yourself. This individual is already subdued. Any further action may be deemed intentional harm. By the way, how soon will the train police arrive?" Not every high-speed train is equipped with police, typically. There are 2 to 4 officers on board, and they wouldn't exceed this number unless in extraordinary circumstances. "They'll be here shortly," the flight attendant assured him. "The chief officer is currently patrolling carriage 12 and has received my message." As she spoke, the automatic frosted glass door slid open, and 2 panting train police officers rushed in. The flight attendant promptly briefed them, while Chao Kuan chose to remain seated nearby, awaiting their inquiries. Following a brief interrogation by the officers, the matter would then be transferred to the local police station, as train police are not authorized to conduct investigations on board. When the train arrived at Shi County Station, the local police were already waiting to take Chao Kuan, the flight attendant, and Shou Qiang into custody. Since the flight attendant was both a victim and a witness, she too would be required to accompany them to the police station. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Chao Kuan emerged from the Shi County Police Station. The case had been relatively straightforward, bolstered by surveillance footage from the train, alongside a separate team of officers apprehending Shou Qiang. The incident involving the murder of 3 members of a neighboring family has already occurred. Just moments ago, another team of police discovered that Zhou Qiang had boarded a high-speed train, and they directly contacted the train. Upon understanding the situation, the train crew transferred the call to the Xia County Police Station. It was at this juncture that the Xia County Police learned that Zhou Qiang was burdened with 3 lives freshly taken, still warm with the remnants of life. As the case unraveled, and upon witnessing the brutal condition in which Chao Kuan had subdued Shou Qiang, the uncles present felt no remorse for the severity of his actions. In fact, they expressed relief that he had been restrained. Otherwise, had Shou Qiang unleashed his fury aboard the train, it was unimaginable how many lives could have been lost. One uncle even suggested that Chao Kuan should be nominated for a commendation for his courageous act in subduing a murderer on the train. Such valor must be rewarded. However, Chao Kuan brushed off the notion. 500 yuan and a banner? No thanks. The sentiment was appreciated enough. As the night deepened, and given the desolate state of the small county with little to no nightlife, Chao Kuan surveyed the empty streets, devoid of people or even a single taxi. In light of this, he lit a cigarette and prepared to walk the 40 minutes home, planning to ambush Wang Shanshan with a surprise. Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind him. "Mr. Chao." Turning around, he found the beautiful train attendant, her long legs accentuated by her fitted dress, approaching him with a radiant smile. "Hey, are you done?" he inquired. The attendant nodded vigorously, her gratitude evident. "Yes, it's all over. Mr. Chao, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed. That bald uncle reviewed the train's surveillance and told me that if you hadn't taken me away in time, Shou Qiang aimed for my heart, intending a lethal strike. So, thank you." With that, she bowed deeply to him. Chao Kuan had no doubt about her words. In his previous life, she had indeed fallen victim to Zhou Qiang. Not only her, but also two other passengers who had slept soundly, oblivious, until the police arrived to remove Zhou Qiang. Had Chao Kuan not been present, the three of them would have met the same grim fate that night. Thus, he had indeed saved the lovely attendant's life. However, even in saving another, it was important to remain courteous when receiving heartfelt thanks. Otherwise, it might come off as somewhat shameless. "Don't be so formal," he said, placing the cigarette between his lips and helping her straighten up from her bow. "What else with the deep bow? And besides, you did kiss me, so it wouldn't be fair for you to get away without any acknowledgement." Hearing this, the attendant's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her demeanor turned shy. "So, since your police department is all set, what will you do next?" Chao Kuan asked. No. She shook her head. "Our supervisor found out what happened and granted me a half-month's leave to recuperate and relax, paid leave." "Is that so?" Chao Kuan chuckled. "A half-month of paid leave? You certainly have good benefits. Do you have any plans for where to go?" I'm not sure," she hesitated. "But I definitely need a place to stay. I can't just wander the streets at this hour." "Mr. Chao, if I remember correctly, you got off at Xia County, right? You must be a local." Chao Kuan smiled and pointed at her. "Good memory." "Indeed, I am from Xia County. Just walk ahead, turn left. And after about 200 meters, you'll find the Orchid Blossom Hotel. It might not look like much, but it's the best hotel in our little county. I've stayed there before, and the cleanliness is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, the attendant nervously fiddled with her dress, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Well, could Mr. Chao perhaps accompany me to the hotel? I might feel a bit scared alone." Chao Kuan hesitated for a fraction of a second, then decided, "Forget Wang Shanshan. How could I resist the company of such a lovely lady?" He proclaimed earnestly, "Though we Xia County folk may be poor and inexperienced, we are undeniably warm-hearted. Since you've come to our county, it is my duty to ensure you feel safe. Let us go." With that, he extended his hand. The attendant smiled, biting her lip, and placed her delicate hand in his. Initially, she seemed uncertain, but after a few dozen meters, she intertwined her arm with his, and soon thereafter, her head rested on his shoulder. The following afternoon at 12:30, Chao Kuan emerged from the Orchid Blossom Hotel. After hailing a taxi to a restaurant and ordering several dishes, he quickly returned to the hotel. The lovely attendant, named Li Wanwan, a 23-year-old first-year train attendant, had never visited Xia County before and was unfamiliar with its culinary specialties. Thus, Chao Kuan made a trip to what he considered the most iconic eatery, placing an order. He refrained from bringing her directly to the restaurant, as she still found walking somewhat difficult. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after enjoying lunch with Li Wenwen in their hotel room, he left while she took a nap to recover from the previous night's ordeal. Fortunately, although he had been absent for a few days, his home remained relatively tidy, thanks to Wang Shanshan. However, the accumulation of takeout containers suggested she had not prepared a single meal, opting instead for expensive takeout, with dishes costing 70 to 80 yuan each. It was evident she was willing to spend lavishly on her meals. Chao Kuan, however, made no comment beyond suggesting she clean up the mess, as it was her money to spend. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was 6 o'clock. Chao Kuan emerged from his bedroom, adjusting his clothes in front of the full-length mirror while calling out, "Wang Shanshan, you need to watch your diet. You can't keep gorging yourself like this." "What is the matter?" came Wang Shanshan's voice from the bedroom. "You've put on weight. I can feel some softness around your waist." Chao Kuan was not particularly concerned about Wang Shanshan's weight. After all, she was the woman he sought to take revenge upon. And it would be amusing if she transformed into a 300 or 400-pound figure that no one desired. However, there was a larger fish waiting for him. So he couldn't allow her to let herself go just yet. At least for now, she needed to maintain her figure. Otherwise, if he failed to catch that big fish, he would have to devise a new plan, which would be quite a mental strain. As soon as his words left his lips, Wang Shanshan dashed out of her bedroom, barefoot and dressed in a nightgown. She gazed intently into Chao Kuan's eyes, her face etched with panic. "Chao Kuan, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I can feel the flab around my waist." Chao Kuan nodded earnestly. "To deceive you would be disgraceful. Just a few days ago, I could barely feel it, but now, it's unmistakable. You still haven't found a wealthy boyfriend. You cannot afford to be so indulgent. You must manage your figure. For which affluent young man would fancy a girl with a bulging waist? In this regard, you should take a cue from Aunt Bai. Her slim waist is genuinely enviable, devoid of any excess. Well, I want to be home tonight. You can figure out dinner on your own." With that, Chao Kuan lit a cigarette and stepped out of the house. Wang Shanshan's mind was consumed with the shocking realization of her burgeoning waistline, completely disregarding whether Chao Kuan was home or not. It wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes after his departure that she suddenly grasped the absurdity of the situation. Wait, how does he know that woman has no excess fat around her waist? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chao Kuan led an exceptionally fulfilling life, shuttling between the Orchid Flower Hotel and home. Meanwhile, Li Wenwen had only felt unwell for a day. Thereafter, she was up and about without issue. Thus, Chao Kuan not only traversed between the hotel and home, but also took Li Wenwen on excursions around their dilapidated little county. Consequently, he spent only a few hours at home each day, the remainder devoted to Li Wenwen. Wang Shanshan paid no heed to this, as she was fervently focused on her physical fitness. Chao Kuan's earlier remark about her waistline had struck her like a death knell, propelling her into a frenzy of exercise. She was acutely aware of her aspirations to leverage her physique and beauty to ascend the social ladder through marriage. To achieve this goal, maintaining a slender figure was an absolute prerequisite. Without a family background, financial means, or capabilities, how could she possibly attract a wealthy man if she lacked an alluring physique? Hence, Wang Shanshan could not permit any excess fat to mar her body. For 3 days, she exercised obsessively, entirely indifferent to Chao Kuan's activities. Even during the 3 to 4 hours he returned home each day, she chose exercises that maximized her calorie burn. Her determination to shed weight was relentless, seizing every opportunity to do so. The results were indeed evident. Within just 3 days, Chao Kuan could no longer pinch any fat from her abdomen. Be cautious on the road. Remember, if you notice any suspicious passengers in the future, call the train police immediately. Chao Kuan advised as he reluctantly embraced Li Wenwen at the Xia County train station. As a rundown little county, there was little to explore. After 3 or 4 days, Chao Kuan had exhausted all the places and delightful cuisines to share with Li Wenwen. Initially, Li Wenwen had hoped to stay with him until the start of his university term, as she had a half-month paid leave, ample time to spare. However, this morning, upon learning of her experience on the train, her mother insisted she return home to ensure her well-being. Considering her lengthy absence, she felt it would be somewhat unfilial not to visit her mother, ultimately deciding to make the trip home. I understand, Li Wenwen said, holding Chao Kuan tightly. You must take care of yourself. In 3 days, you'll be reporting to university, and I may not be able to accompany you. That's all right, Chao Kuan replied. It's merely a university report. You needn't accompany me. The priority is to spend time with your mother. Besides, it's quite convenient for us to meet. Aren't you often on the train line through Haicheng? In the future, when you arrive in Haicheng, you can switch trains and spend a few days there. Li Wenwen smiled, pursing her lips. Rest assured, I will visit you frequently. By the way, she glanced at Wang Shanshan, lowering her voice. Your roommate doesn't seem like a trustworthy person. Be careful not to fall for her deceit. Li Wenwen had formally met Wang Shanshan the previous night. With Chao Kuan staying out every night, Wang Shanshan, not being foolish, sensed something was amiss. Chao Kuan had been candid about the situation, even bringing Li Wenwen home for a casual dinner with Wang Shanshan. The primary intention was not to introduce them, but to allow Li Wenwen to familiarize herself with his home, regardless of how Li Wenwen perceived it. Chao Kuan felt that since she had shared her first experiences with him, it was only fair to invite her home for a meal, rather than letting her stay in a hotel indefinitely. Wang Shanshan had agreed not to interfere with their personal feelings, claiming to be merely a classmate temporarily residing with Chao Kuan due to family issues. However, she had forgotten to dispose of the trash that morning, leading Li Wenwen to discover some items in the bin. This made Wang Shanshan quite embarrassed, as she had just proclaimed her ordinary status as a classmate, only to have the trash contradict her. Li Wenwen, seemingly unconcerned, merely chuckled and even assisted in tidying the trash bin, replacing it with a new bag while kindly advising Wang Shanshan to dispose of such refuse promptly to avoid unpleasant odors. Overall, the trio's dinner, despite a touch of awkwardness, was quite pleasant. Hearing Li Wenwen's words, Chao Kuan's lips curled slightly. Why do you say that? Women's intuition, Li Wenwen replied. Really, trust me. I have a keen sense of whether someone is good or not. Your so-called ordinary classmate is certainly not a good person. Her moral standards are alarmingly low, and she might resort to actions you could scarcely imagine to achieve her goals. So, enjoy her company, but don't let her manipulate your feelings, understood? Chao Kuan recognized that some individuals possess a heightened sensitivity towards certain people and situations. For instance, he himself was acutely aware of danger, able to sense hostility. A former prison mate, despite having only a middle school education, could accurately predict economic trends based on domestic and international news. What surprised him was that Li Wenwen shared this innate talent. "And what about me?" Chao Kun inquired, intrigued. "Can you discern what kind of person I am?" "You?" Li Wenwen smirked mischievously, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. "You are, of course, my treasure." Hearing Li Wenwen refer to him as her treasure nearly melted Chao Kun's heart. Previously, he had always thought of the term treasure as something reserved for women or children. To apply it to a man, especially a man of his fortitude, seemed a grave insult. "Who are you calling a treasure? Do you believe I would spare your family?" Yet today, when Li Wenwen uttered the word treasure, he experienced an indescribable feeling that defied explanation. It was not an insult. It was a form of love and affection that defied description, an expression of passion taken to its utmost limit. It nearly plunged him into the depths of love, threatening to drown him within its embrace. Naturally, not everyone can utter the term of endearment baby with such fervor. It requires a genuine and profound love. Take Wang Shanshan, for instance. She could call it out 1,000 times in vain, for she lacks the emotional connection. Conversely, if a robust man were to call someone baby with genuine emotion, it could provoke a violent reaction. Chapter 70. The beginning of university. Chao Kun had once believed that, due to his past experiences, he would never develop feelings for anyone again. He could indulge physically but not emotionally. However, he was utterly unprepared for the moment when the door to his repressed emotions was kicked wide open by a pair of long legs. The act of unlocking his heart was astonishingly simple. With a smile, Chao Kun inhaled deeply and playfully slapped Li Wenwen's curvaceous backside. "All right, hurry inside. Otherwise, we'll miss the train. Remember, call me if you need anything, no matter what it is." Though these words seemed mundane, Chao Kun understood that from this moment on, he would protect Li Wenwen. In fact, she was the first person he would shield since his rebirth, a privilege not even afforded to Bai Jing. While Bai Jing treated him well and he held her in high regard, there were aspects that only Li Wenwen could provide that Bai Jing could never replicate. Thus, while he would not neglect Bai Jing, he would not envelop her with the same protective affection as he would for Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen seemed to sense the abrupt shift in Chao Kun's emotions, covering her rear while beaming with delight. "Well, I'm off. You must take care of yourself. I'll visit you in Haiqing when I have the chance. All right, stay safe. Now go on." Standing outside the train station, Chao Kun watched as Li Wenwen's figure disappeared from view before turning his attention back. At that moment, Wang Shanshan approached him, gazing at Li Wenwen's departing silhouette. "What exquisite legs she possesses. If only I had such a pair." Li Wenwen's long legs were undoubtedly a result of her height, but it was not merely her stature. Her body proportions were extraordinary. Standing at 1.75 meters, she was tall among women, yet not exceptionally rare. Chao Kun had encountered many girls of similar height, but none boasted legs as elongated as Li Wenwen's. At that height, her hips reached the midsection of others. It was as if her 1.75-meter height warranted legs belonging to someone 1.85 meters tall. Thus, it was no wonder Wang Shanshan envied Li Wenwen's legs. Although Wang Shanshan herself possessed an admirable figure and beauty, her proportions remained within the realm of normalcy. In contrast, Li Wenwen's legs were beyond the ordinary. They were indeed extraordinary. "How curious," Chao Kun teased. "Even you, the illustrious Wang, find yourself envious of another's physique?" Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes at him, reflecting, honestly, "If I had legs like that, my chances of marrying into high society would increase by at least 10. "Really? You hold Li Wenwen's legs in such high regard?" Chao Kun pondered. With an incredulous gaze, Wang Shanshan replied, "Do you not understand? My beauty and figure, while commendable, remain within normal limits. The highest score is merely 100. However, Li Wenwen's legs? They surpass the norm, scoring a full 120. So, tell me, who is rarer, someone like me or someone like her?" "Undoubtedly her." Chao Kun replied without hesitation. "You just admitted to being within normal limits while she is exceptional. Thus, it is clear that the extraordinary is far rarer." "Precisely." Wang Shanshan continued. "Scarcity breeds value. Even within high society, it is individuals like her who are less common, making them more desirable. After all, who wouldn't want something extraordinary?" Upon hearing Wang Shanshan's explanation, Chao Kun nodded in understanding. "Ah, so that is the case. I see your point." "So," Wang Shanshan added, "don't harbor any illusions. She is someone who could marry into high society. She is merely toying with you. Be aware of your situation, or you may end up hurt." Chao Kun dismissed Wang Shanshan's sardonic remarks. "You needn't worry about my personal affairs. Let us head home. Let us ride our bicycles." With that, he casually placed a hand on her shoulder, treating her as a comrade, and left without a care. In the final 3 days leading up to the start of classes at Haicheng University, chaos ensued. Wang Shanshan committed to an intense regimen to maintain her perfect physique, engaging in yoga, strength training, and aerobic exercises daily. Influenced by her dedication, Chao Kuan also began to exert himself, ensuring he pedaled for a minimum of 7 to 8 hours each day. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed, and the long-awaited day of university commencement finally arrived. At the Xia County train station, Chao Kuan, exhibiting gentlemanly decorum, assisted Wang Shanshan with her large suitcase as they boarded the train to Haicheng. He himself carried nothing, for Bai Jing had prepared everything he needed, from socks and underwear to clothing and bedding. Given the current back-to-school season, the train was packed, and they struggled to reach Wang Shanshan's seat. Her seat was in a 3-seat row in the middle, unoccupied, yet flanked by 2 freshmen sporting thick glasses. The unmistakable odor of someone's foot odor wafted through the air, rendering Wang Shanshan intolerant. Chao Kuan, where is your seat? Let's switch. I can't stand these two. Chao Kuan was busy placing Wang Shanshan's suitcase in the overhead compartment when he replied, Huh? Switch seats? I can't do that. I'm in business class, and it's confirmed under my name. Hurry and sit down. I need to return to my business class. With that, he strode away from the carriage. Wang Shanshan stood there, stunned, her mind racing. How could this man be so inconsiderate? He booked her an economy seat while securing a business class for himself? Did he not regard her as a person? Chapter 71. Lu Yuling's divorce struggles. Staring blankly after Chao Kuan's retreating figure, Wang Shanshan clung to the last vestige of hope. However, as his silhouette vanished completely, so too did her final glimmer of optimism. This man truly left her in economy class while he indulged in business class. Had he truly severed the ties of his 3 years of devotion so callously? Just as Wang Shanshan remained lost in her thoughts, a voice broke through from behind her. Excuse me, beautiful, could you please make way? A middle-aged woman, whose intentions remained unclear, urged from behind. Observing this, Wang Shanshan had no choice but to grit her teeth and reluctantly take her seat. The boys on either side, noticing the arrival of such an attractive and well-proportioned girl, instinctively leaned closer towards her. Consequently, the odor of foot odor intensified, overwhelming her senses. Struggling to suppress her urge to vomit, she retrieved her phone and messaged Chao Kuan. Are you a dog? How dare you leave me in economy class while you enjoy business class? How can you be so shameless? Soon, a response arrived from Chao Kuan. Dear Wang Shanshan, I kindly ask you to reconsider your choice of words and tone. Remember, you yourself stated that outside, we are merely ordinary classmates. So we should avoid any ambiguity or excessive intimacy to prevent misunderstandings. Thus, we are simply classmates at this moment. Moreover, as a premium business class passenger, it is quite generous of me to descend to your economy class to assist you with your luggage. This is already quite considerate, so please do not be ungrateful. Wang Shanshan felt a surge of anger upon reading his reply, yet she found herself unable to vent her frustration, for these were indeed her own words. Wang Shanshan had always been clear about her aspirations, to find a wealthy heir and marry into high society. The 4 years at Haicheng University represented her primary hunting ground. Hence, after their encounter the previous night, she had earnestly conveyed her expectations to Chao Kuan. Outside, they were merely classmates, devoid of ambiguity or emotional entanglements. After all, if a wealthy heir happened to take an interest in her, any intimate gesture from Chao Kuan could easily tarnish her image in the eyes of the potential suitor. To put it plainly, she desired to cultivate a pristine single persona, aware that no man would appreciate a woman who appeared too familiar with other men. However, she never anticipated that Chao Kuan would adhere to this principle so stringently, even on the train. Pondering this, she replied, Then why did you book me an economy class ticket? Why couldn't you get me a business class seat as well? Chao Kuan responded swiftly, Because we are merely ordinary classmates. He continued, Wang Shanshan, business class tickets are quite expensive. As ordinary classmates, it is already very generous of me to secure an economy ticket for you. Please do not be ungrateful, otherwise, I may have to start charging you, as an economy ticket costs several hundred. He added, Furthermore, I must rest now, as the business class seats are so comfortable that they tempt one to sleep. Farewell, and I wish you a pleasant journey. Staring blankly at the message from Chao Kuan, it took Wang Shanshan several seconds to muster the words, You dog. By 3:30 p.m., after enduring a 6 or 7 hour journey, the train finally arrived at Haicheng Station. Wang Shanshan, overwhelmed by the lingering stench of felt as though she herself had absorbed the odor. With a scowl, she dragged a suitcase that was nearly as heavy as herself, panting as she joined the throng exiting the station. Since Chao Kuen's last message, he had ignored all her attempts to contact him, as if he were allowing her to fend for herself. Frustration bubbled within her, for she had been the one to insist on maintaining distance. Finally, upon spotting a tall, handsome young man holding a welcome sign for new students at Haicheng University, Wang Shanshan's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had found her savior. She quickly donned a sweet smile and feigned a delicate demeanor. True to her expectations, when the young man noticed her, he approached with urgency, as if rescuing a drowning girl. "Beautiful lady, you must be a freshman at Haicheng University?" Wang Shanshan nodded eagerly. "Yes, and you are?" With a radiant smile. The young man replied, "I'm your senior in the second year. My name is Li Weiguang." Wang Shanshan promptly bent slightly and nodded. "Oh, it's a senior. Hello." Seeing her so obedient and stunning, Li Weiguang felt a flutter of excitement. "No need to be so formal," he said, confidently taking her suitcase. "Let me help you with that. We should head over there to gather with the others before we all head to registration. By the way, what is your name? Let us add each other as friends." Meanwhile, not far away, in a car, Chao Kuen had departed the train station. He was set to report to Haicheng University today, and Lu Yuling would undoubtedly be there to pick him up. Bai Jing had initially considered joining him but ultimately decided against it. Firstly, encountering Wang Shanshan, that troublesome girl, would be somewhat awkward. Secondly, she was busy preparing a grand feast at home, as Chao Kuen had only hastily consumed a couple of bites for lunch on the train. After a week apart, she was determined to treat him well and give him a warm welcome. "How is the situation with your divorce?" Chao Kuen asked from the passenger seat, leisurely lighting a cigarette. He felt in high spirits, not merely because of the university's opening day, but rather due to his uneventful and smooth train journey. "It's quite challenging," Lu Yuling sighed, driving. "My husband is unwilling to divorce." Chao Kuen nodded. "What do you see as the main obstacle?" "Emotions?" "What emotions?" Lu Yuling scoffed. "We're adults. Why engage in such pretenses? I believe the primary issue is money. If I hadn't earned that 350,000 yuan commission recently, he probably wouldn't be so adamant. Recently, I brought home 350,000 yuan in commission, which gave him the impression that I can earn substantial money. Moreover, with the Yundong district now designated as a special economic zone, housing prices have skyrocketed. So, in his eyes, I resemble a hen that lays golden eggs. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing Lu Yuling's words, Chao Kuen nodded in comprehension. The recent influx of 350,000 yuan had made her husband taste the sweetness of her earnings, coupled with the soaring property values in the Yundong district. He had no reason to consider divorce now that he was enjoying the fruits of her labor. Chao Kuen took a puff from his cigarette. "Indeed, it's quite a predicament. The 350,000 yuan you brought home essentially amounted to him receiving 175,000 yuan for free, having just tasted the sweetness. How could he possibly agree to divorce?" "Exactly," Lu Yuling said, somewhat frustrated. "If only I hadn't been so honest, and hadn't disclosed that 350,000 yuan to him." Thus, the current situation was quite complicated. He was resolute in not wanting a divorce. At this point, if she wished to separate, she would have to follow the path of living apart for 2 years before filing for divorce. However, this meant that it would take at least 2 years before she could finalize the divorce. "And you certainly can't wait that long to sell your properties, right?" Chao Kuen nodded. 2 years is definitely out of the question. I can barely wait a month." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's brow furrowed. "A month? That timeline is rather tight, isn't it? Not to mention, the housing market is likely to keep rising over the next month. Choosing to sell at this juncture isn't ideal. Why the rush?" Lu Yuling remarked that the area you have purchased is experiencing a steady rise in property prices, which have nearly multiplied by 7 times. You could certainly wait until the prices stabilize before making your move. "I cannot wait." Chao Kuen shook his head. "I need the funds for other investments. Besides, I have already capitalized on the highest surge. One cannot consume every opportunity. One must leave some for others." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling hesitated, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Chao Kuen glanced at her and smiled, saying, "Do not worry. Once I register at the university, I will take you to meet someone who can easily resolve matters concerning your husband. You need not fret about dividing the profits with him." Lu Yuling's eyes sparkled at his words. She acknowledged her earlier dismay when Chao Kuen mentioned she might have to wait a month. The thought of having to share the over 3 million she had gained with her husband was disheartening. as she would have to part with a substantial sum of 150 to 160,000. The mere thought of this caused her heartache. With that amount, what could she not do? How many young suitors could she attract? Now, hearing that Chao Kun had a solution to her predicament filled her with excitement. What is the solution? She asked eagerly. Do not rush, Chao Kun chuckled. I must first attend to my university registration. Half an hour later. At the entrance of Haiqing University, Chao Kun emerged from the car. The area was bustling with first-year students and their parents. He strode confidently into the campus, completing his task in under half an hour, as he merely needed to pay tuition and check his class placement. Unlike other students who were busy organizing their dorms and purchasing supplies, he bypassed the more complicated aspects of the process. 10 minutes later, in their rented apartment, Chao Kun and Lu Yuling entered. Spotting Bai Jing in the kitchen preparing soup, he stealthily approached and embraced her from behind. After a brief shock, Bai Jing responded warmly. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:30 at night. As Lu Yuling donned her shoes at the entrance, she asked, Must we leave so late? It is nearly midnight. Initially, she feared that Chao Kun had forgotten his promise to help her find someone regarding her husband, yet he was only now suggesting they seek assistance. Could we not have left earlier? Chao Kun adjusted his pants and lit a cigarette, replying, She may be busy. Is she? Lu Yuling inquired curiously. Who is she? And what does she do? She is a woman who works in nightlife, Chao Kun explained. I have only heard of her, so I will know more upon meeting her. Acknowledging his words with a nod, Lu Yuling chose not to press further and left the apartment with him. Half an hour later, in front of the Jin Ding KTV, Lu Yuling parked the car. She finally understood why Chao Kun had chosen this time to arrive. Jin Ding KTV is a renowned establishment, attracting clients who possess wealth and social standing. These patrons typically are not young, as they cannot endure late nights like the younger crowd, yet their spending power is substantial. Lu Yuling realized that arriving earlier would not have been wise, as they might not have encountered anyone important during the busy early evening hours. Chao Kun, are you certain this is reliable? As they approached the entrance, Lu Yuling grasped his arm anxiously. Chao Kun smiled reassuringly, patting her hand. Rest assured, I have reason to believe this individual is quite professional in her field. Despite spending a decade in Haiqing's second prison, Chao Kun was well informed about the local power dynamics. Since the prison housed many local offenders, he easily picked up on the undercurrents of influence without leaving its confines. The woman he intended to introduce Lu Yuling to was someone he learned about during his time in prison, Lu Hong, a woman adept at attracting men. It was said that no man could resist her charms for more than 3 days. While these were merely hearsay, he felt they were likely accurate, as multiple inmates had mentioned her name. Chapter 73. Appearance Fee, 100,000. Although Lu Yuling had heard of Jin Ding KTV long before, she had never visited this establishment. Being a non-franchised KTV prioritized entertainment over singing, and as a woman, her presence there felt somewhat inappropriate. If not for Chao Kun's company, she doubted she would have ever ventured into such a place. Soon, they arrived at the front desk. The attendant, appearing in her early 20s, was dressed in a pristine white blouse and a black skirt. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? We do not, Chao Kun replied with a smile, giving her a playful wink. By the way, is Lu Hong available? The attendant smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. Please hold on a moment. I will check. After a brief exchange, she returned, Sir, Lu Hong is currently free. Excellent. Please have her come to see me, Chao Kun instructed. Also, reserve a small room for us. Understood. The attendant winked and promptly made arrangements. Shortly, a tall woman in a qipao descended from upstairs, leading Chao Kun and Lu Yuling to a KTV room on the 3rd floor. After a few minutes of waiting, the door swung open, and a glamorous woman adorned with heavy makeup entered. Her long, wavy auburn hair and fiery red lips gave her an alluring presence. Good evening, gentlemen. You are not here for mere leisure, are you? Being experienced in her field, Lu Hong was adept at reading people. While Chao Kun's relaxed demeanor made it hard for her to gauge his intentions, Lu Yuling's proper appearance immediately suggested she was not there for casual entertainment. Chao Kun, still smoking, chuckled and gestured for Lu Hong to join him. You truly have an eye for character, Lu Hong. Shall we sit and chat? As she approached, her movements were graceful yet calculated, maintaining a professional demeanor despite the underlying tension. Lu Hong spoke up. Since you two gentlemen are not here for leisure, I find myself somewhat puzzled. What brings you to seek my assistance? Moreover, it appears we have never met before, have we? Chao Kun chuckled as he flicked away the ash from his cigarette. Dear Hongjia, there is no need for concern. We have come to you today with a request for your help. Request for my help? Lu Hong's expression shifted to one of surprise, yet she did not refuse. Instead, she inquired, what sort of help? Chao Kuan gestured towards Lu Yuling beside him and said, this is my dear sister. She has recently encountered some difficulties. She wishes to divorce her husband, but he is unwilling. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong sighed with a wry smile. I must say, boss, how could I possibly assist in such a matter? If her husband refuses to divorce, what can I do? Hongjie, Chao Kuan laughed. How could you possibly think you are incapable? Besides, my sister is truly pitiable. She hasn't had any intimacy with her husband for nearly 2 years. Given the state of their relationship, a divorce seems reasonable, yet he insists on dragging it out. As a woman yourself, you must understand how fleeting our youth is. It's one thing to endure a loveless marriage, but if this drags on, she may find it difficult to remarry or even to conceive in the future. Such a promising life should not be squandered by a bounder. Seemingly swayed by Chao Kuan's words, Lu Hong furrowed her brow and remarked, is it truly that egregious? Indeed. Chao Kuan replied earnestly, if we weren't utterly desperate, we wouldn't be turning to you, Hongjie. Furthermore, rest assured, we won't ask for your assistance without compensation. How does this sound? As he spoke, Chao Kuan held up 5 fingers, flipping them over to signify the amount clearly, 100,000. Originally, Chao Kuan intended to propose 50,000. But Lu Yuling insisted on increasing it by another 50,000. This was because, earlier that afternoon, he had made it clear that the property he was selling would be on the market within a month. If Lu Yuling had not finalized her divorce by then, her losses would be far greater than the 100,000. Thus, to ensure that Hongjie would expedite her divorce assistance, Lu Yuling willingly added another 50,000. Seeing the gesture from Chao Kuan, Lu Hong's lips curled into a smile. With such sincerity from the two gentlemen, it was evident that the husband was indeed a despicable man. Lu Hong had always held disdain for those who toyed with the lives of women. I will assist you. But I have one question, she said, turning to Lu Yuling. Is your husband capable in the masculine sense? Also, is he not homosexual? Lu Hong had her standards for such matters. First and foremost, the husband's capabilities needed to be adequate. If he lacked even the basic attributes of a man, then despite her skills at dealing with men, they would be rendered useless, akin to attempting to seduce a frail, elderly man confined to his bed. Secondly, he could not be homosexual. If he were attracted to men, her efforts would be counterproductive, and there was a risk of retaliation. Lu Yuling quickly shook her head, smiling. Rest assured, my husband is certainly not homosexual. While his masculine prowess may not be robust, I can assure you it exists. Lu Hong nodded with a smile. In that case, I feel at ease. Now, please enlighten me about his circumstances. For the next while, Lu Hong and Lu Yuling discussed the details surrounding Lu Yuling's husband. They covered where he lived, his usual activities, his occupation, appearance, and potential places to encounter him. In roughly 20 minutes, Lu Hong gathered sufficient information. Chapter 74. A terrifying capacity for alcohol. He was an ordinary man. Based on Lu Yuling's descriptions, his family background, job, and hobbies, Lu Hong concluded that her husband was quite unremarkable. Even from the photographs, he appeared exceedingly average, neither tall nor robust, with a plain appearance. Dealing with such a man, while Lu Hong could not claim absolute control, enticing him to a hotel room would certainly be manageable. I believe I have grasped the situation, Lu Hong stated. Your request is to expedite the divorce, correct? Yes. Lu Yuling affirmed, the sooner, the better. It absolutely must not exceed a month. I cannot guarantee that, Lu Hong replied without hesitation, shaking her head. What? You cannot guarantee it? Lu Yuling was taken aback. I've paid you 100,000, and you say you cannot guarantee it? Why should I spend that amount if you cannot assure me? As Lu Yuling grappled with her confusion, Lu Hong continued. Whether you and your husband can finalize your divorce within a month does not solely depend on my assistance. After all, he is a free individual with his own will, and I cannot dictate his choices. Thus, I can only provide support. At the latest, within a week, I will arrange to meet your husband at a hotel. I will inform you of the hotel name and room number, and then you simply need to call the police to report that someone is engaging in prostitution. Of course, it will not be prostitution. You will just inform the police as such. They will respond, and in doing so, they will serve as witnesses to your husband's infidelity, rendering any of his excuses futile. At that point, you can negotiate the divorce with him, presenting him with 2 options. The first option is to divorce immediately, splitting the assets evenly. If he agrees, the divorce can be finalized swiftly, certainly not taking a month. The second option is for you to sue for divorce on the grounds of his infidelity. However, you are aware that this route requires judicial proceedings, which would unlikely conclude within a month. Yet, I suspect your husband is unlikely to choose this path. Once you cite infidelity, the court will likely consider you the aggrieved party and award you a significant portion of the shared assets as compensation. For instance, if the couple has $1 million in joint assets, the judge might decree that you receive $800,000 while your husband receives $200,000. Your husband is certainly aware of this possibility, which is why I believe he will probably not opt for the second choice. Given the overwhelming evidence of his infidelity, you will assuredly be able to divorce him. It is merely a matter of timing. However, for him, it is a question of how much of the assets he will retain. In my experience, when a man realizes he cannot salvage his family, he will not cling desperately, but will rationally seek to protect his assets, as they represent his capital for future endeavors. Of course, it is also possible that your husband is exceptionally stubborn. If he refuses to divorce and insists on going through the court process, then I can offer no more than my support. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Lu Yuling felt a sudden clarity and admiration welling up within her. Now this is what I call professionalism. Initially, when she approached Lu Hong, she had a vague idea of the methods to force a divorce, but it lacked specificity. Now, after Lu Hong's enlightening explanation, the entire plan had crystallized into a clear course of action. She was confident that she could secure a divorce within a month. She knew her husband all too well. Once he realized the inevitability of their separation, he would undoubtedly strive to claim a larger share of their marital assets. All right, Lu Yuling said, as you suggested, just arrange for him to meet you at a hotel within a week, and the rest will be taken care of. Observing that Lu Hong and Lu Yuling had reached an agreement, Chao Kuan, cigarette in mouth, chuckled and clapped his hands. To celebrate our fruitful collaboration, I believe we should indulge in a drink. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's face lit up with joy. Indeed, I felt something was missing. It turns out we were too subdued. Boss, shall I bring in a few more girls for some excitement? Lu Hong had not forgotten her primary role as an employee of Jinding KTV. If Chao Kuan and his companions spent extravagantly that night, she would receive a commission. More girls? Chao Kuan replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? Lu Hong giggled, covering her mouth. At Jinding, we lack nothing but girls. Just wait and see. Saying this, Lu Hong spoke into the intercom, requesting several girls to come over. Just 3 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, and 6 tall, attractive young women entered in succession. Come, give a twirl for the boss and greet him. The 6 girls giggled as they circled around Chao Kuan, showcasing their figures, and then collectively bowed, calling, "Hello, boss." At that moment, Chao Kuan sat on the sofa, utterly speechless. In a daze, he felt as if he had transformed into Zhu Beiji from the Pilgrim's Progress, lost in a paradise of indulgence. What a life this is. Those 10 years I spent in prison were akin to a living hell. Boss, Lu Hong said cheerfully, leaning closer to him. Which one do you fancy? I can have her stay. Chao Kuan glanced at Lu Hong, furrowing his brow. What kind of talk is that? Now that they are here, how could we let them leave? Bring on the drinks. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's eyes sparkled with delight. All right, boss, drinks coming right up. Soon, servers began to deliver crates upon crates of beer and spirits into the private room. Before long, the air was filled with laughter, cheers, and the sounds of games being played. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling worked together to get the intoxicated Chao Kuan onto the bed. I assumed you two were merely going to discuss business and would return shortly, Bai Jing said with a bitter smile. How did it turn into a night of revelry, resulting in this level of drunkenness? How much did you drink? Faced with Bai Jing's question, Lu Yuling struggled to find an answer. Who knows how much we drank? There are bottles everywhere, a chaotic mix of drinks. In total, they had spent a staggering 160,000 yuan that night. Aside from Lu Yuling, Lu Hong and the 6 girls were sprawled on the floor, none of them sober. Chao Kuan had consumed the most, as 7 individuals, including Lu Hong, had taken turns playing drinking games with him, which equated to a 1 versus 7 scenario. Had it not been for that night, Lu Yuling would have never realized Chao Kuan's alarming drinking capacity. The amount he drank would have sent any other man to the hospital in dire need of emergency aid. In fact, it was uncertain whether he could have even been saved. Of course, Lu Yuling would not divulge any of this to Bai Jing. Whether it was the fact that Chao Kuan had spent 160,000 yuan in a single night, or that he had consumed such copious amounts of alcohol, or even the games he played with Lu Hong and the others, Lu Yuling chose to keep it all to herself. She feared that Bai Jing might overstep her boundaries. Just the thought of Chao Kuen's extravagant spending would likely lead Bai Jing to lecture him about the absurdity of their lifestyle. Such admonitions were not music to Chao Kuen's ears. After all, he possessed nearly 400 million yuan in real estate alone. He could spend lavishly on food and drink for the rest of his life and still have plenty left over. So whether he spent 160,000 or even 200,000 or 300,000 in one night, as long as he derived joy from it, it was sufficient. With so much wealth, why should he be subjected to scrutiny for simply wanting to enjoy himself? Furthermore, it was not Bai Jing's prerogative to lecture him about his spending habits. That authority belonged solely to his girlfriend or wife. Should Bai Jing fail to recognize her place and attempt to assume the role of a moral guardian, it was only a matter of time before she would no longer be by his side. Thus, to prevent Bai Jing from overstepping her bounds and inciting Chao Kuen's displeasure, Lu Yuling chose to gloss over many details regarding the KTV incident. Bai Jing, however, was not as oblivious as Lu Yuling presumed. After a brief inquiry, she refrained from pursuing the matter further and shifted her focus to Lu Yuling's impending divorce. Lu Yuling had no qualms about discussing her own affairs, so she candidly laid everything out. Essentially, she had paid 100,000 yuan to Lu Hong to seduce her husband, after which she planned to report him for infidelity. After listening, Bai Jing pondered for a moment before asking, "What if your husband resists Lu Hong's charms and remains faithful? Then I wouldn't pursue the divorce." Lu Yuling laughed. "If my husband is truly loyal to me in our marriage, then he must possess some redeeming qualities. Although he may lack ambition and wealth, his loyalty would allow us to continue our life together. However, the chances are slim, as Lu Hong is quite alluring. I doubt my husband's fidelity could withstand her charm." "Really? Lu Hong is that formidable?" Bai Jing questioned with skepticism. "You'll understand once you meet her," Lu Yuling replied. "Lu Hong's looks and figure are merely above average. Perhaps a score of 90, not exceptional. Yet, there is an innate allure about her. Every smile, every gesture exudes an undeniable charm. Have you ever heard the term born with a seductive bone? The first thought that came to my mind upon meeting Lu Hong was that very phrase. Compared to you, she may not be as beautiful or well-endowed, but she possesses a captivating allure that is simply irresistible. Is that so?" Hearing Lu Yuling's enthusiastic description, Bai Jing developed a strong curiosity about Lu Hong. "The way you describe her has piqued my interest. I would genuinely like to meet her when the opportunity arises." "You will have your chance," Lu Yuling assured her. "Lu Hong and your Kuen brother had a splendid time last night. They even shared a few drinks together. The way they looked at each other was almost electric, and they have added each other as friends. I suspect that once she completes her business with my divorce, she will seek out your Kuen brother." Upon hearing Lu Yuling's remarks, Bai Jing cast a bemused glance at the slumbering Chao Kuen. "Goodness. I initially thought he was just a naive young man, but it turns out he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, living it up wherever he goes. He even captivated a nightclub expert to the point of making her eyes glimmer with admiration. Does he truly possess such charm? It appears he does. Not to mention, his sculpted physique alone is enough to drive these nightclub women wild. After all, they are well acquainted with what constitutes true attraction." Time flew by, and soon it was evening. At that moment, Chao Kuen, who had been sprawled on the bed in deep slumber all day, finally stretched and opened his eyes. Lu Yuling believed he was intoxicated, yet in truth, he was merely slightly tipsy. Moreover, it was not solely Lu Hong and her companions who had urged him to drink. A significant part of the reason stemmed from his own desire to indulge. Ever since he had practiced the techniques from that unnamed tome, Chao Kuen could intuitively sense that his physique was growing stronger by the day. Ordinary alcohol could hardly induce any semblance of drunkenness. He had even experimented with potent spirits, consuming several bottles of a high-proof liquor, only to find that it merely lent a hint of inebriation to his speech. He was far from being truly drunk. In fact, he had even reached the state of mild intoxication. Seizing the opportunity the previous night, he had intended to test his current tolerance for alcohol. But little did he anticipate that he would drink incessantly until dawn, achieving a rare state of mild tipsiness. This was indeed a rarity. Furthermore, he possessed a keen sense that this slight inebriation could be entirely dispelled with a single round of the Rice Bucket 72 techniques, which transformed anything he consumed into energy absorbed by his body. Alcohol was no exception. Anything ingested could swiftly be digested and converted into energy through this technique. However, he was reluctant to do so, as he had spent a considerable sum of 160,000 on this fleeting state of tipsiness. It would be a shame to squander it with a mere round of the technique. Awakening from his slumber, Bai Jing pushed open the bedroom door. holding a new set of clothes prepared for Chao Kuan, and entered with a cheerful smile. "I thought you would sleep until nightfall." Chao Kuan chuckled heartily, springing from the bed. As he donned the clothes Bai Jing handed him, he inquired, "Has Lu Yuling gone home?" "No, she is in the living room playing your PS5. Bai Jing replied. "She has been arguing with her husband about a divorce and has decided to stay here for the time being." Chao Kuan nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way," Bai Jing continued, "a guy named Zhang Wei has called you several times. You were asleep, so I didn't answer. Do you want to return his call?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Wei, Chao Kuan paused momentarily in his actions, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he responded with a tone laden with significance. "Of course I will call back. He is my closest brother." Chapter 76. Another big dog comparison. The mention of Zhang Wei triggered a torrent of memories in Chao Kuan's mind, recalling the deeds of his other good friend. Two of his best friends had not only neglected to visit him during his incarceration but had also desecrated his grandfather's grave, scattering his ashes. While he could comprehend their desire to distance themselves from him, a convicted murderer, he could not fathom their actions. Not only could he not understand it, but he also could not accept it. His grandfather was the only family member he had ever cherished, the person he held in the highest regard. Thus, he would never tolerate the indignity of his grandfather's grave being disturbed, culminating in a fate where his remains were entirely lost. In his past life, had he been given the chance to emerge from the second prison of Haiqing, he would have ensured his two so-called friends paid dearly for their betrayal. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chao Kuan finished dressing and promptly returned Zhang Wei's call. The phone connected swiftly, and Zhang Wei's impatient voice rang through. "Hey, Lao Chao, what is going on? I've called you several times, and you didn't pick up." Chao Kuan replied jovially. "Oh, I truly didn't hear it. I played all night yesterday and just woke up now. Damn it. Hurry up and come over to Zhang's restaurant at the school gate. We're about to eat." Zhang Wei had chosen to arrive at Haiqing University a day later, as his parents were driving him to campus today. "Go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me." Chao Kuan insisted earnestly. "By the way, are uncle and aunt there?" "Yes, I just called you. You didn't answer. Hurry up." With that, Zhang Wei hung up the phone. Upon witnessing this, a cold smile crept across Chao Kuan's lips as he bid farewell to Bai Jing and Lu Yuling before striding out of the rental apartment. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Haiqing University, Chao Kuan entered Zhang's restaurant. At a table by the window, a boy of about 175 meters in height, wearing glasses, stood up and shouted, "Lao Chao, over here." Chao Kuan turned to see his long-missed friend Zhang Wei, alongside his parents. A radiant smile spread across his face as he walked over. Uncle Sun, Aunt Lu, first greeting Zhang Wei's father, Sun Ziqing, and mother, Lu Jimin. He boldly seated himself beside Zhang Wei. The Sun family had already begun their meal. Sun Ziqing and Lu Jimin paused their eating to smile at Chao Kuan and greet him. "Chao Kuan has arrived," Sun Ziqing exclaimed. "Quickly, go get some rice. This restaurant serves delicious dishes. Hurry while it's hot." "Indeed," Lu Jimin chimed in, adding meat to her bowl. "Chao Kuan, hurry and get some rice. The food here is truly delightful." Noticing only 3 dishes on the table and some residual broth, Chao Kuan barely suppressed the urge to upend the plates over their heads. Instead, responding with a cheerful, "All right, I'll get some rice right away." As he turned to fetch the rice, he silently chastised himself. Fool. What a complete idiot. In his previous life, he genuinely regarded Zhang Wei as a brother, and by extension, he held great respect for Zhang Wei's parents. Consequently, he had been played for a fool by the entire family. For instance, on weekends, Zhang Wei would call him, inviting him over for a meal of stir-fried chicken or stewed fish. Each time, Chao Kuan felt deeply touched. Therefore, whenever he visited, he always brought a bottle of wine worth 100 or so. If that were all, he would not consider himself the butt of their jokes. However, upon arriving at Zhang Wei's home, he found that the chicken or fish was nearly gone, often mirroring his current situation. At such moments, Zhang Wei would gallantly chide him for his tardiness, claiming they had been waiting for him for ages and had almost assumed he wouldn't show up. Chao Kuan would merely laugh and apologize profusely, disregarding the scant remnants of food before him. He believed that the bond between brothers was not defined by a single meal. Moreover, true brothers would not be so formal. If Zhang Wei's family genuinely intended to wait for him to begin eating, it would imply he was a guest rather than a brother. Clinging to this notion, Chao Kuan had unwittingly played the fool countless times for this family trio. Each time he dined at Zhang Wei's home, he would bring a bottle of wine worth 100 or so, yet he always ended up with mere soup. This did not even account for the times they dined out together. Sometimes, when the Sun family would gather for a meal, they would call him when they were nearly finished, inviting him to join them, precisely like the current scenario. Whenever Chao Kun arrived, only the remnants remained. Not only did he not mind, but he would also insist on picking up the tab, often managing to snatch it away from Sun Ziqing. At such moments, Sun Ziqing would lament, "I can't keep up with you young folks anymore." Each time, Chao Kun felt a swell of pride. Now, reflecting on it, he realized it was not that Sun Ziqing could not keep up. Rather, he was merely putting on a show, having never intended to pay. They had treated him like a complete dupe. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chao Kun continued to serve himself rice. In this family of large dogs, if you were merely treating me this way, I could still find it in my heart to forgive you. However, your son has crossed an unforgivable line by desecrating my grandfather's grave, leaving the old man to face a fate of complete obliteration. Therefore, do not blame me for my ruthless demeanor. After muttering these words to himself, Chao Kun turned around, a radiant smile once again illuminating his face as he strode towards Sun Wei's family. Before Chao Kun could arrive, Sun Wei's mother, Lu Jiamin, hastily stuffed the last piece of meat into her mouth. "Chao Kun, come, she called out, chewing as she enthusiastically lifted the plate. Scooping some wilted vegetable leaves and broth into Chao Kun's bowl of rice. "Eat while it's hot. You must try it. The flavor of this dish is truly delightful." Chao Kun suppressed the urge to punch Lu Jiamin, responding with a smile. "All right, Louis, I can manage on my own." He then took a large mouthful, his eyes widening in surprise as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, indeed delicious. Isn't it?" Lu Jiamin smiled. "Then make sure to eat plenty. We are all full, so there is no rush." Chapter 77. Luring Sun Wei into the trap. Faced with Sun Wei's family of three, Chao Kun felt a profound revulsion within. Yet he maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance. He even managed to consume 2 large bowls of rice alongside these 3 plates of soup. Although Sun Wei's family had finished their meal, they lingered at the table, engaging in casual conversation with Chao Kun without any intention of settling the bill. "By the way, Chao Kun, have you heard? It seems something has happened at Wang Shanshan's house." Suddenly, Sun Wei seemed to recall something, shifting the conversation to Wang Shanshan. Chao Kun was not surprised. After all, Xia County was a small place where news traveled swiftly. Moreover, since Wang Shanshan was a classmate of theirs, it was only natural for them to discuss her. "Yes, I heard," Chao Kun replied, wiping his mouth. "I heard that Wang Shanshan's father has apparently committed murder and has been arrested." Upon hearing about the murder, Sun Ziqing and Lu Jiamin, who had previously appeared so indifferent, suddenly became alert. "Murdered? Wang Shanshan's father?" Lu Jiamin exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes," Chao Kun nodded vigorously. "My goodness," Lu Jiamin gasped, covering her mouth. "What happened?" "I have seen her father. He doesn't seem like a violent person. How could he commit such an act?" Chao Kun shook his head, offering a wry smile. "I really don't know. I just heard that her father is in jail for murder." Not wishing to engage in further idle chatter with the family over this matter, Chao Kun casually conversed with them for a few moments before steering the discussion elsewhere. Eventually, they reached the familiar moment of fighting over the bill. Once again, as before, Sun Ziqing was unable to outmaneuver Chao Kun. He inevitably echoed his usual refrain, "I'm getting older. I can't compete with you young fellows." To which, Chao Kun merely chuckled. He had grown weary of wasting words on the family's pretentious banter. He was eager to witness Sun Wei's descent into despair and was curious about the expressions that would grace Sun Ziqing and Lu Jiamin's faces upon witnessing their beloved son's downfall. "Chao Wei, your father and mother are leaving now. You must take care of yourself while you are out here. And Chao Kun, you and Chao Wei are good brothers. You must look out for each other and ensure that no one bullies him." A little over 10 minutes later, by a Volkswagen near the school gate, Lu Jiamin sat in the passenger seat, reluctantly bidding farewell to Sun Wei and Chao Kun. "Mom, please stop being so verbose," Sun Wei replied. "I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." "Don't worry, Louis," Chao Kun said, casually patting Sun Wei on the shoulder. "Chao Wei is my good brother. As long as I am around, I won't let anyone bully him." With Chao Kun's assurance, the smiles on Lu Jiamin and Sun Ziqing's faces brightened significantly. "All right. It's getting late. We should be on our way. You two take care of yourselves, and call if you need anything." After a final round of admonitions, Sun Ziqing pressed the gas pedal, driving Lu Jiamin back to Xia County. Chao Kun and Sun Wei stayed behind, watching the vehicle disappear before finally withdrawing their gazes. Finally gone, with his parents no longer around, Sun Wei felt a wave of freedom wash over him. Suddenly, he turned to Chao Kun and asked, "Hey, by the way, which dormitory are you assigned to?" "Me? I'm not in the same building as you," Chao Kun replied dismissively. "Aren't you majoring in management?" "I'm in finance." Our dormitories are not in the same building. Not together, huh? Zhang Wei nodded, then sighed. Alas, the hard days are about to begin. I checked the recent weather forecast for Haiqing. It looks quite hot. It seems we're in for a rough time during military training. Every university conducts military training for new students upon their arrival, varying from a week to a month. Haiqing University is no exception. The first lesson for each year's newcomers is military training, lasting 10 days, which means that after the final day of registration tomorrow, the new students will commence 10 days of military training from the day after. However, Xiao Kuan would not be participating, as he had requested an extended leave of absence during his registration yesterday and would not attend military training at all. After all, he had come to university primarily to fulfill his grandfather's wishes and secondarily to experience university life. It is said that university life is fulfilling, and having not experienced it in a past life, he felt it would be a regret if he did not seize the opportunity in this life. As for academics and making a name for himself in school, those were not part of his plan. Especially regarding studying, it was something he had not even considered. Having spent 10 years in prison, he had nearly forgotten everything learned in school. Thus, his academic performance was destined to lag behind, and he was resigned to a lackluster university experience. His goal was clear: enjoyment. Therefore, participating in military training under the scorching sun was entirely contrary to his purpose for attending university. He would much rather spend that time playing games and enjoying life with Bai Jing and Lu Yuling in their rented apartment. Xiao Kuan laughed as he patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, saying, "No way, are you really considering participating in military training?" Zhang Wei paused, frowning. "Is it possible not to participate?" "Of course you can," Xiao Kuan replied, "as long as you get your instructor's approval for leave. I've already secured an exemption for the entire duration of military training." "No way," Zhang Wei exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Is that true? How did you manage that?" "I told them I have a heart condition and that high-intensity training could be life-threatening," Xiao Kuan explained. "Plus, I mentioned that I would need to undergo treatment at the hospital for some time. Upon hearing that, the instructor immediately granted me leave." Zhang Wei stared at Xiao Kuan in disbelief. "Is that really an option?" "Of course it is," Xiao Kuan said. "And with this leave, I don't even have to stay in the dormitory at night. Otherwise, do you think I woke up so late today? I spent last night out having fun and made nearly 10,000. As he spoke, Xiao Kuan shot an arrogant glance at Zhang Wei. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei instantly perked up. 10,000 yuan was no small sum for families of modest means. Especially after learning that Xiao Kuan had earned nearly 10,000 in a single night, Zhang Wei's eyes practically sparkled. He exclaimed, "No way, Lao Chao. You made nearly 10,000 in one night? What did you do to earn that? Want to know?" Xiao Kuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he suggested, "How about I take you out for some fun tonight?" Chapter 78, Brotherhood Stronger Than Plastic. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a modest 3-story building stood before them in the southern district of Haiqing, where a taxi came to a halt. This area was on the outskirts of the city, characterized by its low-rise structures, lending it a somewhat quaint, town-like atmosphere. Zhang Wei was the first to step out of the cab. His gaze fixed on the establishment before him, the Union Chess Room, his face a tableau of confusion. Was this merely a chess room? Could this be the venue that Xiao Kuan claimed could earn nearly 10,000 in one night? Turning back, he sought confirmation from Xiao Kuan, who had just settled the fare. "Hey, Lao Chao, this place you're talking about, where one could earn almost 10,000 in a night, can't possibly be this Union Chess Room, can it? It looks like an ordinary chess room." Xiao Kuan scrutinized the establishment and nodded. Indeed, from the outside, the Union Chess Room appeared to be just another typical chess room. Cards were played on the first floor, billiards on the second, while the third floor remained a mystery. However, unbeknownst to most, this chess room was anything but ordinary. According to Xiao Kuan's knowledge, beneath this seemingly innocuous 3-story building lay a hidden layer of activities. The upper floors, featuring chess and billiards, served merely as a faade to conceal the more clandestine operations taking place below. This establishment was under the control of a figure known as Wolf Brother. In the hierarchy of Haiqing's underworld, Wolf Brother was of a middling status, confined to the outskirts without the privilege to operate within the city's core. Yet, for the average person, he was still an imposing figure. This was evident from the businesses he owned. Besides the Union Chess Room, Wolf Brother also operated 2 KTV lounges, a hotel, a barbecue restaurant, and an arcade. Although all were situated on the city's periphery, they still exhibited considerable influence. His ventures extended into various illicit industries, including gambling, prostitution, and loan sharking. Moreover, Wolf Brother maintained a resilient presence, based on Chao Kuen's recollections from his previous life. He continued to thrive in the outer fringes for at least another 7 or 8 years, likely supported by powerful allies. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chao Kuen chuckled as he gave Sun Wei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Some things cannot be judged by appearances. Come, let us venture inside. As they entered, the spacious chess room appeared eerily quiet, perhaps due to the late hour or the sparse crowd, with only 5 or 6 tables occupied by players, the majority of whom were elderly. Observing this scene, even Sun Wei, an ardent enthusiast of card games, found his interest waning. What the hell? It's just a bunch of old folks. What's the point of playing with them? They move so slowly, it's hardly exciting. He turned to Chao Kuen, skepticism evident in his voice. Lao Chao, are you sure this is the right place? Can you really earn 10,000 here with these seniors? Do you really think they can keep up with an all-night game? Honestly, if they played through the night, they'd probably be out of commission by morning. Chao Kuen merely shook his head at Sun Wei's complaints, smiling. Why can't you exercise a little patience? We only just arrived. Just then, a striking woman in her 30s, clad in a qipao, approached with a serpentine grace, her smile radiant. Gentlemen, well, would you like to play? I can help you set up a game. Though Chao Kuen did not know her personally, he suspected she was Zhang Yunyan, Wolf Brothers' third mistress. He returned her smile, surveying the room before leaning closer to her, whispering, Madam, we seek something more thrilling, perhaps a trip to the underground? Zhang Yunyan raised an eyebrow, her smile unwavering. I'm afraid I don't quite understand. What do you mean by underground? We only have 3 floors, there's nothing below. Chao Kuen chuckled softly and leaned even closer, prompting Sun Wei to widen his eyes in shock at the intimacy of the moment. Is this the same Chao Kuen who had been pining after Wang Shanshan for 3 years, too timid to act? Ignoring Sun Wei's astonishment, Chao Kuen continued. I've heard tales of you and Wolf Brother for quite some time. My friend here has a penchant for games, and I thought it best to bring him here for a little enlightenment. I would appreciate your discretion, so I don't embarrass myself in front of him. Zhang Yunyan giggled, casting a glance at Sun Wei before whispering back, It seems your bond with your brother is indeed stronger than plastic. Chao Kuen simply smiled in response. Zhang Yunyan then gestured for them to follow her upstairs, her movements fluid and alluring. Sun Wei quickly sidled up to Chao Kuen, curiosity piqued. What were you two just discussing? You seemed rather cozy. Have you two struck up a connection? Chao Kuen, slightly exasperated, replied, She's the proprietress. She has a man. Don't jump to conclusions. Let us go upstairs. With that, the two followed Zhang Yunyan up to the 3rd floor. It resembled a large storage area, cluttered with discarded items, broken mahjong tables, old pool tables, and various other detritus. Zhang Yunyan led them to a solid wall equipped with surveillance cameras and pressed a button at the base. Moments later, the wall slid open, revealing a muscular man adorned with tattoos and wearing a tank top. As Sun Wei peered inside, he was astonished to discover that the wall concealed an elevator. Zhang Yunyan exchanged a few words with the muscular man, who then approached Chao Kuen and Sun Wei. Gentlemen, please hand over your phones and ensure you have no other electronic devices on you, as this could lead to misunderstandings. At this point, Sun Wei felt a twinge of hesitation, contemplating retreat. If it were solely his decision, he would have left. However, with Chao Kuen's calm presence beside him, he felt reassured and ultimately relinquished his phone, along with a Bluetooth headset. Chapter 79, Guaranteed Winning Service. Once Chao Kuen and Sun Wei had surrendered their phones, the muscular man produced a device resembling a security scanner. He meticulously scanned both men from head to toe, ensuring they carried nothing that could trigger a response. After confirming they were free of concealed items, he began inspecting their phones, satisfied that there were no hidden surprises. The muscular man smiled and gestured towards the elevator behind the wall. Gentlemen, please, you may proceed inside. Sun Wei hesitated, casting a glance at Chao Kuen and then at the muscular man, timidly asking, are you not going to return our phones? The muscular man grinned widely, Little boss. The phones need to be temporarily entrusted to me. Do not worry. They will be returned to you intact when you leave. Furthermore, should you require your phone for any reason during your stay, be it for a transfer or purchasing something, you may come to me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei glanced once more at Chao Kuen, who chuckled heartily. This is simply the house rule. Rest assured, your phones will be safe. With that, Chao Kuen stepped confidently into the elevator. In response, Sun Wei hurriedly followed, as if fearing that lingering too long would betray his trepidation. The muscular man entered behind them, verifying his fingerprint at the scanner before the elevator doors closed and descended slowly. Before long, the elevator came to a stop and opened to reveal a non-existent basement level. The room was about 10 square meters, occupied by a woman in professional attire and glasses, with an average appearance. In addition to her, the room contained a door leading elsewhere, 2 chairs, a surveillance computer, and a row of cabinets. At that moment, the surveillance computer displayed feeds from the first 3 floors of the gaming hall and the street outside. This meant that from the moment Chao Kuan and Zhang Wei arrived, through their entrance into the hall, and as they followed Zhang Yunyun to the 3rd floor, everything had been captured on camera. The muscular man guided them to the door and said with a congenial smile, "Gentlemen, I wish you a delightful evening." With a swift motion, he pushed open the door, revealing a grand hall. Inside, gaming tables surrounded by enthusiastic crowds were hosting intense gambling matches. Before they even stepped inside, they could hear the cacophony of cheers and shouts echoing from within. Big, big, small, small, pair of aces, caught in the fervor of the hall. Zhang Wei swallowed hard, clearly enamored by the atmosphere. Noticing this, Chao Kuan subtly smirked, patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, and they proceeded together into the hall. As they entered, the palpable excitement intensified. The patrons, animated and flushed, were clearly caught up in the thrill. Among them were both men and women, though the latter were in the minority. Suddenly, a woman at a nearby table leaped up with a shriek of joy, dancing atop her chair, thrusting her hips and twisting her body in an exuberant display. While lacking in grace, her enthusiasm was unmistakable. Chao Kuan, observing Zhang Wei captivated by the spectacle, leaned closer and said, "Zhang Wei, take a look around. I'll be right back." At that moment, Zhang Wei was utterly absorbed in the ambience and nodded eagerly. Chao Kuan then stepped away, turning back through the door they had entered. "Hey, little boss, what's the rush?" The muscular man, surprised to see Chao Kuan return so soon, raised an eyebrow. Chao Kuan smiled, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "I just wanted to ask, do you offer any guaranteed winning services?" "Guaranteed winning services?" The muscular man blinked in disbelief before bursting into laughter. "Little boss, do you even know where you are? Looking for a guaranteed winning service in a place like this? If such a service existed, it would have been snatched up long ago." A plain-looking woman, who had been watching the surveillance, chuckled softly without saying a word. Chao Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, replying, "Come now, let us not be so definitive. Besides, my idea of a guaranteed winning service merely implies a guarantee of winning, not necessarily a guarantee of profit. I'm willing to spend 500,000 to purchase a service that ensures a guaranteed win of 70,000. That's not unreasonable, is it? What? Spending 500,000 for a guaranteed win of 70,000? Both the muscular man and the woman stared at him, astonished. What kind of guaranteed winning service is that? You'd be losing 430,000. Realizing that Chao Kuan's intentions were far more complex than they initially seemed, the muscular man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Boss, could you clarify your intentions? What exactly are you suggesting?" Chao Kuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, "The gentleman who came in with me is my closest friend. His only passion is to indulge in a few games. If he could win a little while playing, it would make him even happier. Thus, I intend to invest 500,000 to secure a service that ensures he wins 60,000 to 70,000 over the course of a week or so, roughly 10,000 to 18,000 per day. Is that too much to ask?" The muscular man and the plain woman exchanged incredulous glances. What vendetta or grudge could prompt such a request? Those familiar with gambling know it can be addictive. Otherwise, the term gambling addiction wouldn't exist. Many have gone to extreme lengths to quit, some even resorting to drastic measures. Yet, gambling remains irresistible. However, to develop an addiction, one must first experience a taste of victory. If one's first foray into gambling results in a crushing defeat, how could they ever become addicted? Many casinos target a certain whale, ensuring they win initially to entice them, before gradually leading them to inevitable loss until they are utterly ruined. Thus, when Chao Kuan proposes to spend 500,000 for a service guaranteeing a win of 60,000 to 70,000, he is effectively signaling his intention to bury his friend in this gambling den. Chapter 80. 1 million, guaranteed for 8 days initially. When the muscular man saw Chao Kuan and Zhang Wei enter together, he assumed they shared a strong bond. It was only upon hearing Chao Kuan's request for a guaranteed winning service that he realized his misjudgment, and a significant one at that. Nevertheless, this was a personal matter between them, one he had no desire to meddle in. However, the matter of a 500,000 investment for a winning service was something he could not ignore. While not a fortune, it was still a considerable sum. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, the muscular man chuckled. It seems, little boss, you are quite devoted to your friend. Oh, no, Chao Kun shook his head with a smile. It's not so complicated. As my best friend, I simply want him to enjoy himself. There is nothing wrong with that, is there? The muscular man laughed heartily. Indeed. We brothers only wish for each other's happiness. However, I cannot make such decisions on my own. Let me consult with someone first. With that, the muscular man pressed a button on his earpiece. Yin Jie, could you come down? We have a matter that requires your input. After relaying this, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor, leaving Chao Kun in the surveillance room, where he could observe the muscular man conversing with Zhang Yunyun at the elevator entrance. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Zhang Yunyun grasped the situation and accompanied the muscular man into the elevator, descending to the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, she swayed her hips playfully and approached Chao Kun with a smile. Previously, she had remarked that the bond between him and his brothers was as fragile as plastic. It seems she had underestimated the depth of their camaraderie. Chao Kun chuckled lightly. Sister Yun, you must be aware of the situation. What do you think? Zhang Yunyun paused for a moment, contemplating, then replied, the price you proposed is rather low. You must understand that ensuring your good brother wins 10 to 18,000 every day for 7 or 8 consecutive days is quite a challenge. Moreover, this requires us to send professionals to guarantee his profits. In plain terms, it meant that the casino might need to resort to cheating to facilitate this. You must realize that if this were to be discovered by other guests, it would deal a fatal blow to our establishment. Who would want to come here then? Therefore, 500,000 is insufficient. It doesn't justify the risk. Chao Kun nodded in understanding. So, what amount does Sister Yun suggest? After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yunyun raised one finger. 1 million. If you wish to secure such a guaranteed win service for your brother, it must be at least 1 million, covering 8 days. Chao Kun did not even blink, smilingly affirming, all right, 1 million it is, as per Sister Yun's suggestion. Zhang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback, but her smile only deepened. This is intriguing. I am increasingly curious about the bond you share with your brothers. I truly wonder how such a profound friendship was forged. Could it be that he seduced your partner and betrayed you? Not at all, Chao Kun replied with a laugh. It's a long story. If Sister Yun is truly interested, I would be happy to share it with you another day. I shall await that, she said, her gaze lingering on him as she playfully licked her lips. Not long after, Chao Kun returned to the main hall. Having finalized the 1 million transaction with Zhang Yunyun and purchased 5,000 yuan in chips, when he located Zhang Wei at a gambling table, he was intensely focused, his neck veins bulging with excitement. Despite not having placed any bets, his fervor surpassed that of many who had. Hey Zhang Wei, what brings you here? Chao Kun inquired, feigning surprise as he clapped a hand on Zhang Wei's shoulder. Zhang Wei glanced back, half-heartedly responding, Oh, did you finish in the restroom? Yes, I did, Chao Kun replied, frowning. However, I think I might have eaten something bad. I'm feeling unwell and may need to visit the hospital. What? Zhang Wei's brows furrowed in concern, his reluctance apparent. How could that be? You seem fine. I'm not sure, Chao Kun shrugged. Perhaps I caught a chill while sleeping. How about you stay here and play while I visit the hospital? Upon hearing that Chao Kun intended to go alone, Zhang Wei's expression brightened immediately. All right, you go ahead. I'll manage here. Take these chips, Chao Kun offered, handing over the 5,000 yuan worth of chips. I just bought these, but I won't be able to stay tonight. You enjoy yourself while I rush to the hospital. Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly nodded, urging, Go on, get checked out. Without even seeing him off, Zhang Wei returned to the game. Observing this, a cold smile crept across Chao Kun's lips as he exited. Hey, boss, leaving already? Aren't you going to play a little longer? The muscular man asked, rising quickly upon seeing Chao Kun. His demeanor had shifted significantly since their first meeting, where he had underestimated Chao Kun as just another player. After witnessing him nonchalantly produce 1 million, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. It was rare to encounter someone who could face such an amount without flinching. No, Chao Kun replied, lighting a cigarette. I have 2 ladies waiting for me at home. The muscular man laughed heartily. Understood. As he opened the elevator and gestured for Chao Kun to enter first, Chao Kun remarked, By the way, please keep an eye on my brother. I wouldn't want him to be bullied here. The muscular man followed him in, using his fingerprint to close the elevator door, assuring, Don't worry, boss. In Wolf's territory, no one dares to stir trouble. At the very least, I guarantee your brother will enjoy himself for the next week or so, without a hair on his head being harmed. Hearing this, Chao Kun smiled. That's sufficient. A week is all I require. Beyond that, it's not my brother's responsibility anymore. After all, I'm merely his good friend. Managing him for a week is already quite generous. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. You're doing just fine, boss. A brother can only do so much. The rest he must navigate on his own. Thus, you must learn to let go and allow him to face the vicissitudes of life. Only then can he truly grow. Otherwise, you might spoil him. Upon hearing the muscular man's final words, Chao Kun erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. Chapter 81. Zhang Wei's expansion time flew by, and before long, a night had passed. The next morning, with dawn just breaking, Chao Kun received a message from Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had left. After a night of intense gaming, he successfully walked away with 18,000 yuan, a sum exceeding Chao Kun's initial expectations, nearly doubling it. However, this was understandable. Such an amount is inherently unpredictable, and even the casino staff cannot dictate precise winnings. Ultimately, winning a little more or less was inconsequential as long as the final outcome remained unaffected. It is worth noting that Zhang Wei did not leave voluntarily. The lower-level casino was closed during the day, and he departed only because it was shutting down. Otherwise, he would still be battling it out inside. After a brief chat with Zhang Wei, just as Chao Kun concluded their conversation, Zhang Wei called. Carefully, he stepped out of bed, gently covering Lu Yuling with a thin blanket before leaving the bedroom to answer Zhang Wei's call. Hello, Zhang Wei. What's up? On the other end, Zhang Wei's voice was noticeably more exuberant than before. Hey, Lao Chao, are you awake? Just got up, Chao Kun replied with a wry smile. I haven't even dressed yet. What is going on? Ha. Zhang Wei chuckled heartily. Stop sleeping. Get up and accompany me to sort out that medical record. I need to request a leave as well. In this sweltering heat, I have no intention of participating in military training. I must also seek permission from our counselor. Upon hearing this, the corners of Chao Kun's mouth lifted. Was he averse to the military training, or was he merely concerned that it would impede his card playing? Not wanting to confront the matter directly, Chao Kun replied with a grin, Come on, you needn't rush so early. At this hour, the doctors are still asleep. Where are you? I'll come find you, and we can grab a bite first. Sure, come find me, Zhang Wei said. I'm near the Yuha building. The mention of the Yuha building prompted a moment of contemplation for Chao Kun, and he quickly discerned its precise location. All right, wait for me there. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jing, who had risen early to prepare breakfast, approached with a set of clothes for him. What's this? Off so early? Chao Kun offered an apologetic smile and embraced Bai Jing, who was clad in lace sleepwear, before taking the clothes from her hands. As he dressed, he explained, Zhang Wei, my best buddy, heard I managed to get a medical record that exempts me from military training. Now he insists I help him secure one too, claiming it's too hot for him to participate. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing wore an expression of bemusement. She was aware of Chao Kun's situation regarding the medical record, as she and Lu Yuling had assisted him in obtaining it. At the time, Chao Kun was still in Shi County, far from the commencement of classes at Haicheng University. It was she and Lu Yuling who had made the trip to procure that medical record. Of course, she was merely a companion. It was Lu Yuling who knew the doctor well enough to facilitate the acquisition of a fabricated document. Unexpectedly, this had become a trend, with more and more individuals contemplating evading military training. As Bai Jing helped Chao Kun organize his attire, she remarked, Why is it that all you boys are so eager to skip military training? Yes, it is tiring and dull, but do not forget. It also presents an opportunity to meet beautiful women from different classes. You are now in university. It is time to consider finding a girlfriend. If you don't act quickly, by the end of training, all the good girls will be taken, and you will only be left with the leftovers. Chao Kun chuckled. Sister Bai, do you think I still need to find a girlfriend? Bai Jing's expression turned stern as she playfully slapped Chao Kun on the shoulder. Don't be ridiculous. How can you say you don't need a girlfriend? Without one, who will you marry and have children with in the future? So, get your priorities straight. A good friend is a good friend, and a girlfriend is a girlfriend. Do not conflate the two, and certainly do not mistake a good friend for a girlfriend. Moreover, a girlfriend should be a decent girl, at the very least, kind-hearted. Someone like my former friend, who is full of tricks and schemes, is certainly not worth the trouble. Furthermore, she must be pure as well. We have our standards. We want height and looks, and we can even take down a muscle-bound man with 2 punches. Is it too much to ask for a girlfriend who is clean and has not been tainted by other men? Bai Jing's admonishment only widened the grin on Chao Kuen's face. Yes, everything Sister Bai says is right. As he spoke, he pulled Bai Jing into another affectionate embrace. Sister Bai, I won't be having breakfast. You and Lu Yuling enjoy it. When she wakes up, please have her call that doctor and help me get a fake medical record. Bai Jing nodded. Understood. Stay safe on your way, and remember to eat something good. Don't indulge in unhealthy junk food first thing in the morning. Chao Kuen flashed an okay gesture at Bai Jing before striding out of the apartment. 1 hour later, in the southern district of Haicheng, near the Yua building, a taxi came to a halt. Spotting Chao Kuen emerging from the vehicle, Zhang Wei, who had been waiting for nearly an hour, rushed over. Dude, can you hurry up? I've been waiting for almost an hour. I had no choice. Chao Kuen replied with a wry smile. During the morning rush, taxis in Haicheng are in high demand. I spent almost 20 minutes just waiting for one. This city is far more bustling than our small county. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. True, once I have the money, I must buy a car. Otherwise, planning outings can be a hassle, sometimes requiring half an hour just to catch a cab. Chao Kuen couldn't help but smirk slightly upon hearing Zhang Wei's words. It seemed the profits from last night had inflated his ambitions. He was already contemplating car ownership. So, how was last night? Chao Kuen offered Zhang Wei a cigarette. Did you have fun? Zhang Wei's expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied, Fun? Not at all. I lost everything. That 5,000 yuan you lent me? I lost it all. Not enjoyable at all. I swear, I won't go back again. Noting Zhang Wei's obvious desire to swallow his losses, Chao Kuen merely increased his smile. Lighting his cigarette, he said, Oh, don't be upset. It was just a casual diversion. Losing is part of it. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to go back either. Now, let's grab some food. With a hearty clap on Zhang Wei's shoulder, the two made their way to a nearby breakfast joint. Chapter 82, The Campus Bell? As before, when with Chao Kuen, Zhang Wei wasted no time in ordering the most expensive items upon entering. Without a care for the taste, he ordered 5 baskets of crab roast steamed buns, each costing 40 yuan. Including the porridge, their breakfast totaled 230 yuan. Zhang Wei seemed oblivious to the thought of paying. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and stepped outside for a smoke. Chao Kuen, unfazed, devoured the last crab roe bun before cheerfully settling the bill. Hey, Lao Chao, you're certain that doctor's medical record will allow me to take leave, right? As Chao Kuen exited the breakfast shop, Zhang Wei approached, asking without a glance at the bill. Rest assured, Chao Kuen replied with a grin. Any counselor who sees your heart condition wouldn't dare let you participate in military training. If something were to happen during training, they would bear the responsibility. So, you can relax. You are guaranteed to secure that leave. Additionally, you ought to inform the counselor that you are undergoing treatment and will likely be in the hospital most of the time. This way, your leave will be legitimate. Because if you only request leave from military training, the counselor might let you skip it, but during the evening roll call, they will still check on you. I experienced this myself. Initially, I only asked for leave from military training. The counselor permitted me not to participate, but insisted I remain in the classroom to study. What kind of leave is that? Realizing this, I simply stated that I needed to go to the hospital for treatment. Only then did they grant me proper leave, allowing me to come and go as I pleased. Zhang Wei nodded in realization. That's right. If it's just about skipping military training, they might allow it, but won't let you wander freely. Luckily, I asked you. Otherwise, I might have made a mess of my leave request. Chao Kuen laughed heartily. Well, whether you ask or not, I would have told you anyway. Now, let's go find that doctor for the medical record. With that, Chao Kuen hailed an approaching taxi, and the two set off for Yundong District. 40 minutes later, in Yundong District, they entered a clinic that was larger than a typical outpatient facility but not quite a full hospital. Due to Lu Yuling's prior phone call, the process of obtaining the fake medical record proceeded smoothly. A mere 500 yuan red envelope to the doctor secured it. It is worth mentioning that this 500 yuan was also provided by Chao Kuen. Upon exiting the clinic, Zhang Wei beamed at the medical record in his hands. Feeling a surge of confidence. This must work, he exclaimed. Hand this over to your counselor, and they won't dare let you participate in military training, Chao Kuen replied. Zhang Wei chuckled, but then a frown crossed his face as he suddenly realized, wait, Lao Chao, won't this medical record lead my classmates to mistakenly think I'm sickly? I was hoping to find a girlfriend in college. If they really think I'm unwell, how will I ever find one? Chao Kuen scoffed. Are you foolish? Have you never heard of misdiagnosis? There are times when the wrong diagnosis is issued. Once military training is over, just say you were misdiagnosed and mistakenly received someone else's report. Did you actually plan to carry this medical record as a disguise for 4 years? Sun Wei chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. True, I might have been overthinking it. By the way, what are you planning to do next? I need to head back to school for a nap. Chao Kun, however, had no intention of returning to campus. It was the last day of freshman registration, chaotic and uninviting. Additionally, he had recently purchased a PS5 game that he had yet to complete. After being thoroughly defeated by a character named Tiger Vanguard the previous night, he had vented his frustration on Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. He needed to take the opportunity today to conquer the game. Yet, after a moment's thought, he decided to return to school. Bai Jing had made a valid point that morning. One must seek a girlfriend early, lest the attractive ones be taken by others once military training concluded. Thus, he intended to scout for any captivating new faces among the freshmen. Then I shall accompany you back to school, Chao Kun proposed. I have nothing else to do, and a stroll around campus sounds appealing. An hour later, near the entrance of Haicheng University, Chao Kun and Sun Wei emerged from a taxi. Sun Wei needed to request leave from their counselor and then return to the dormitory for some rest, so they parted ways shortly after entering the campus. As Chao Kun wandered alone, he found himself in the bamboo grove he once frequented. He wondered about the stunning girl he had encountered there. Despite having visited Haicheng University several times since that night, he had never seen her again. The thought that the enchanting girl might have merely been a visitor that evening filled him with an indescribable sense of regret. He should have at least obtained her contact information. Just as he contemplated re-entering the bamboo grove to relive that romantic night, two evidently new students walked past him. Well, our Haida's goddess is truly beautiful, simply stunning, one remarked. Of course, we've had the campus flower for 2 consecutive years. You think we're joking? She must possess remarkable qualities. The other replied. Indeed, I believe she will still be this year's campus flower. As long as she doesn't graduate, her position remains unchallenged. I agree. I can't believe she's personally recruiting for the Go Club. It seems this year's club will be overflowing with members. Unintentionally, their words caught Chao Kun's attention as he squinted. Intrigued. Campus flower? Goddess? When did such titles become so commonplace? He had conducted thorough research on the topic. In our country, the statistics were as follows. A's constituted 13. 9. B's 56. 9. C's 16. 7. D's 5. 4. E's 0. 8. F's 0. 1. And G's a mere 0. 003. This meant that among 100,000 girls, only 3 were the G caliber. This was not merely a rarity, it was an extraordinary find. If, in addition, one sought beauty and fitness, the odds were staggering. With a sense of skepticism, Chao Kun abandoned his pursuit of the bamboo grove and headed towards the main avenue of the university. During the start of each academic year, various clubs held recruitment drives, and Haicheng University was no exception. On his first day of registration, he had noticed the recruitment booths lining both sides of the main pathway, showcasing a plethora of clubs: martial arts, basketball, taekwondo, karate, cycling, calligraphy, crosstalk, dance, street dance, roller skating, and many more. There were easily dozens of clubs to explore. However, on that day, preoccupied with seeking leave, he had merely glanced at them and left without joining any. Not long after returning to the main avenue, Chao Kun began searching through the recruitment booths. A campus flower? A goddess? He was determined to investigate further. Nowadays, women seemed increasingly disingenuous. Merely possessing a trace of allure did not justify claiming the title of goddess. Did they not understand the significance of such an appellation? With a critical mindset, he continued along the main thoroughfare until he paused at a recruitment booth beneath a phoenix tree. His gaze became fixed, and after several seconds, a smile broke upon his lips. There, about 10 meters ahead, stood a striking girl with flowing black hair, clad in a white dress, registering a new student. To his surprise, it was indeed the very goddess he had encountered in the bamboo grove. How unexpected, he murmured to himself. At that moment, the sky appeared exceptionally blue, and the air felt refreshingly crisp, lifting his spirits. Clearly, there was no need for skepticism. He had already verified her authenticity. She was genuinely AG. As the goddess completed the registration for one new student and another approached, Chao Kun stepped forward, taking his place behind the newcomer. All right, I have noted your name, class. And contact information, the goddess said, her head lowered as she swiftly jotted down details. You can expect notifications for future activities from the Go Club. It's a great opportunity to meet new friends. The new student, evidently shy and introverted, blushed and fidgeted, unable to meet her gaze. Seeing this, Chao Kun felt an urge to intervene. Seriously? You're a grown man acting more bashful than a girl. What are you doing? Anyone would think you were being flirted with. You should be sent to Haiching's second prison for reformation. The men there would appreciate your delicate demeanor. Noticing that the new student had yet to leave, the goddess looked up with a smile and asked, "Is there something else you need?" The freshman fidgeted nervously, stammering, "Senior, may I add you on WeChat?" The freshman's soft and intermittent voice went unheard by the enchanting goddess, who furrowed her brow and inquired, "What did you say?" At that moment, Chao Kuan could no longer contain himself. "He wants to add you as a friend. He is trying to pursue you." Upon hearing this, both the goddess and the freshman turned to Chao Kuan in shock. The goddess, startled, widened her eyes and gasped in astonishment. In response to her astonished expression, Chao Kuan cheerfully waved and said, "Hey, senior, long time no see." He then seized the freshman by the shoulder, effortlessly lifting him from his seat and placing him aside before taking the vacant chair opposite the goddess. The freshman, feeling the strength of Chao Kuan's grip, said nothing and simply walked away. Observing this, Chao Kuan discreetly gave a thumbs up, appreciating the freshman's understanding of the situation. It was far better than encountering someone clueless, who might require a reprimand or two. Seeing the goddess still in a state of disbelief, Chao Kuan chuckled. "Hey, senior, regain your composure. Your mouth is agape." Finally snapping back to reality, the goddess gazed incredulously at Chao Kuan, stammering, "Why you? How are you here at Haiching University?" Chao Kuan paused momentarily and shrugged. "I'm here for college. I'm a new student at Haida this year." The goddess's eyes widened once more, her expression nearly unraveling. "So, you're a new student at Haiching University? Then what were you doing here a while ago?" Chao Kuan replied, "I was just visiting, getting familiar with the campus." "Is that a problem?" The goddess was at a loss for words, stammering, "I." Noticing her discomfort, Chao Kuan squinted and said, "Ah, I see. You never expected to see me again, did you? You treated me like a disposable item, didn't you? How could you do this to me? I think I might just report you to the school authorities." As Chao Kuan's voice grew louder and more animated, the goddess, flustered, rushed forward and covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Shoo, who is being a bad girl? What have I done? Can you lower your voice? If you keep shouting like that, you'll attract the entire faculty and student body." Chao Kuan looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, mumbling softly. The goddess glanced around and noticed several students were already observing them, feeling increasingly anxious. "If I let you go, will you stop shouting? Can we talk calmly?" Chao Kuan nodded in agreement. The goddess cautiously removed her hand from his mouth and, upon seeing that he had indeed quieted down, let out a sigh of relief and sat down, stammering, "Why, you're a new student this year? Doesn't it look like it?" Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow at her. The goddess pouted, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You really don't seem like one. You lack that youthful naivety of a student and instead come off as a street thug." Chao Kuan looked down at his hands and asked, "Are you sure I'm not some influential figure but merely a street thug? That can't be right. The most notorious gangster in Haiching has many subordinates under him. How could I appear like a thug when I have such powerful connections?" Seeing that Chao Kuan seemed genuinely concerned, the goddess chuckled lightly. "Well, it's not that. You just don't have that fresh, innocent vibe typical of students. When I first met you, I immediately thought you were someone from the streets. Perhaps someone who had been away from school for years." Chao Kuan nodded, acknowledging her observation. Indeed, he had been away from school for a decade, spending 10 years in prison where every day was a struggle for survival. If he had retained any youthful innocence, he certainly wouldn't have survived the harsh realities of prison life. However, Chao Kuan did not allow the goddess's words to distract him from the main topic. "So, you assumed I was a streetwise individual, thinking that after our encounter, we would never meet again, which is why you treated me as if I were disposable." Hearing this, the goddess's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "What are you talking about? Don't label me as such. It was a beautiful encounter. Neither of us is in the wrong, so please don't act so pitiful." She continued, "Besides, that was my first time. Do you know how precious a girl's first time is? No girl would use her first time to toy with someone else." Chao Kuan chuckled, but chose not to press the issue further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "So, what have you been up to these past few days? I've come back to the school several times since then but haven't seen you at all. I thought you really were from the streets." "Oh, me?" The goddess fiddled with her pen. "I went back to my hometown the day after that. Just returned yesterday." "Ah, so that's why I couldn't find you." Chao Kuan replied, intrigued. "But I'm still curious. What happened that night? You were alone, drinking and crying. What was bothering you?" Previously, when he had asked her this question, she had been reticent, perhaps thinking he was just a streetwise guy with whom she would have no further contact. But now, realizing he was her junior, and someone who might be a bit troublesome. She hesitated before finally relenting. She recognized that if she didn't answer, he would surely keep prying. Well, it's nothing really. I was just a bit upset after being insulted. Who insulted you? Chao Kuan inquired, narrowing his eyes. A self-important rich second generation, she replied, rolling her eyes. I took a summer job as a supervisor at a hotel, hoping to earn some extra cash to improve my situation. Coincidentally, that hotel is owned by his family. He had been pursuing me at school, but I had no feelings for him and turned him down firmly. When he found out I was working at his family's hotel, he started coming around frequently. One day, after drinking, he confessed his feelings again, and when I still rejected him, he got angry and said some very hurtful things. Chao Kuan nodded in understanding. What did he say? He accused me of pretending to be aloof and high-minded, suggesting I was merely looking to profit from the situation, and even told me to name my price. I was so furious that I quit right then and there. After that, I felt increasingly wronged, so I bought some alcohol and sat alone to drink, which is when I ran into you. Ah, I see, Chao Kuan replied, comprehending the situation. No wonder she had invited him into the bamboo grove that night. It was a reaction to her anger. The rich second generation's words must have struck a nerve. To prove she wasn't the type of person he accused her of being, she had chosen to spend time with him. Who is this rich second generation? Chao Kuan asked. The goddess looked at him, frowning. What? Are you thinking of confronting him? Do not jest. They are wealthy and influential, far beyond the reach of common folk like us. With a sly smile, Chao Kuan replied, What are you thinking? I merely wish to express my gratitude. Without him, the belle of the university, would not even glance my way. Isn't that reason enough to thank him? Upon hearing this, the goddess of the Go Club rolled her eyes dramatically and said, all right, the introductions have been made. Hurry along now. Don't impede my efforts to recruit new members for the Go Club. Wait, Chao Kuan interjected. I am here to join the Go Club as well. You haven't admitted me yet. The goddess of the Go Club sighed. What would you even do in our Go Club? You should join another club instead. The swimming club has events filled with beautiful girls in bikinis, quite the feast for the eyes. The basketball club is another attractive option, with tall and handsome members. If you manage to get on the university team, you could easily change girlfriends every 3 months. Then there's the yoga club, with more girls than boys. And during events, it's filled with ladies in form-fitting yoga attire, perfect for finding a girlfriend. So please, don't join our Go Club. It's exceedingly dull and lacks excitement. That won't do, Chao Kuan insisted stubbornly. First, admit me to the Go Club, and I promise to visit the other 3 clubs afterward. After all, one is not limited to joining just one club. The goddess of the Go Club stared at him, at a loss for words. Ultimately, she picked up a pen and began, name, class, contact information. Chao Kuan grinned. Chao Kuan, freshman, finance class 3, phone number 183x times x times x times x. She quickly noted it down and looked at him, exasperated. All right, you're in. We'll notify you about future events. Now go. Hold on, Chao Kuan said. We haven't added each other as friends yet. No personal friendships, the goddess replied firmly. Chao Kuan stood up abruptly. You're certain you want to add me? You really want to be a heartbreaker, don't you? Hearing his voice rise, the goddess hurriedly clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. All right, I'll add you. Just keep your voice down. Chao Kuan smirked and sat back down. It's much better this way. No need to act like a heartbreaker. Come on. Let me add you. With a puffed-up expression, the goddess finally handed over her phone and added Chao Kuan as a friend. What's your name? He continued. Su Jiao Jiao, she replied tersely. Chao Kuan cheerfully updated her contact with a heart emoji, to which Su Jiao Jiao responded with a hammering emoji. Unfazed, he asked, Shall we have lunch together? What do you like to eat? Su Jiao Jiao said, her face falling. Can we skip the lunch date? Chao Kuan narrowed his eyes, still wanting to play the heartbreaker. Su Jiao Jiao quickly relented. Fine. I like authentic North American tomahawk steak. A smile broke through as she said this. Chao Kuan nodded. Tomahawk steak? How rare. All right then, we'll meet for lunch later. I won't interrupt your recruitment any longer. I'll check out the swimming and yoga clubs. With that, he stood up and left. Su Jiao Jiao glared at his retreating figure, muttering, What a scoundrel. How dare he call me a heartbreaker? Chapter 85. An inconsiderate little brother. Despite her initial resistance to Chao Kuan's presence, Su Jiao Jiao found her mood inexplicably lifted after meeting him. Even when no one showed up to join the Go Club, a faint smile lingered on her lips, and she radiated joy. By 10:30, she could no longer contain her anticipation and called another member of the Go Club to take over her recruitment duties. She then returned to her dorm to prepare early. At 11:30 in the girls' dormitory, Su Jiao stood before her mirror, finally settling on a deep crimson lip color. As she hummed a tune while tying her loose hair into a ponytail, showcasing her youthful vitality and elegant neck, her phone rang. When she saw that it was Chao Kun, she first smiled brightly before adopting a reluctant demeanor. "Hello, what is it?" "Heartbreaker, it's noon. Time for lunch." Chao Kun's voice rang through. Su Jiao pouted, "You're calling me a heartbreaker again. Can't we skip it?" Despite having applied her makeup, her tone still conveyed reluctance. "Heartbreaker? Don't push it," Chao Kun replied. "You promised we would have lunch together. If you dare not show up, I'll tell everyone about your heartbreaker antics." Su Jiao's teeth clenched in frustration. "What have I done that is so heartless? I'm the one at a disadvantage here. Food, food, food. If someone asks treating, you can't refuse. Where are you?" Chao Kun chuckled. "Come to the school gate. I'll be waiting there." Just as Su Jiao was about to respond, the line went dead. Staring at her phone in disbelief, she thought, "Did he really just hang up on me? How brazen." In 3 years of university, she had always been the one to hang up on boys. This was the first time a boy had hung up on her. Frustrated, she patted her chest. "Just an inconsiderate little brother. Why should I be angry? I have a broad heart. Ha! No anger, no anger." After comforting herself, Su Jiao straightened her outfit and confidently left her dorm. A little over 10 minutes later, under the gaze of numerous new students and their accompanying parents, Su Jiao strode out of the gates of Haicheng University. A casual glance revealed Chao Kun waving to her from beside a taxi. Her previously proud demeanor shifted to that of a reluctant girl who seemed to have been wronged as she approached him. "Where are we eating?" Chao Kun smiled and opened the rear door of the taxi. "Get in first, and we'll talk." With a pout, Su Jiao climbed in, and Chao Kun took his seat on the other side. The taxi soon drove away. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Blue Flag Grand Hotel in Haicheng. Stepping out of the taxi, Su Jiao gazed at the imposing hotel, her brows furrowing. She turned to Chao Kun, exasperated. "Chao Kun, are you out of your mind? Why did you bring me here? Do you have any idea how expensive it is?" The Blue Flag Grand Hotel is the only 6-star hotel in Haicheng. And while Su Jiao was unsure of the exact prices, she had heard tales of its exorbitance. One of the most expensive presidential suites, costing 180,000 a night. The thought of such luxury was unfathomable to her. Thus, when she realized Chao Kun had brought her here, she felt utterly bewildered. To dine here? What about our future? If Chao Kun were a rich heir, it would be one thing, but judging by his attire, I cannot connect him with wealth at all. As an ordinary person, why not just find a casual place to eat instead of pretending to be affluent? In response to Su Jiao's inquiries, Chao Kun feigned innocence. "You said you wanted to eat North American tomahawk steak. I searched everywhere, and this place seems to have the most authentic one." Upon hearing Chao Kun's words, Su Jiao felt both warmth and concern. The warmth stemmed from the fact that although she had merely made a jest, Chao Kun had taken it to heart. It was a feeling of being valued, particularly significant since the person who acknowledged her was Chao Kun, with whom she had shared moments in the bamboo forest. Conversely, her concern was for Chao Kun, a man of unwavering straightforwardness. Why must he be so earnest? If others desired something to eat, why not simply indulge them? Would he truly take someone out for a lavish feast if they wished for a full man hanquanshi? Such a meal could cost a fortune. He could easily decide for himself, find a decent restaurant, and order a few dishes for a couple of hundred yuan, which would be perfectly acceptable. Su Jiao, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "I was joking about the North American tomahawk steak. I have no idea what it looks like. I was just speaking off the cuff. Why did you take it seriously? Let us go somewhere else. We can find a casual place to eat." As she spoke, Su Jiao tugged at Chao Kun, attempting to depart. Observing this, Chao Kun smiled and, without hesitation, pulled her back. "You've never tried it? Even better. Now that we're here, let us savor it." With that, he resolutely led her inside. "How is it? Is it delicious?" At the Blue Flag Hotel's third-floor restaurant, seated by the window, Chao Kun inquired with a grin as he watched Su Jiao pop a small piece of steak into her mouth. Although she had initially insisted on changing venues, she found herself reluctant to undermine Chao Kun's pride. Seeing his determination to dine here, she ultimately ceased her protests. Moreover, she was not one to rain on the parade. Since entering the restaurant, she had incessantly praised everything, from the ambience to the steak that was eventually served, filling the air with positive energy. Su Jiao's eyes curved into crescent moons as she chewed eagerly. "This is exquisite. Tender, flavorful, and juicy. Each bite seems to burst with flavor. I've never tasted such a delightful steak before. Chao Kun took a bite himself, nodding in agreement. Indeed. It is rich and succulent, though it falls slightly short of my senioress. Excuse me? Su Jiao paused, her cheeks flushing, and playfully kicked Chao Kun under the table. How can you say such things? This steak is so delicious, and you still can't keep quiet? Chapter 86. This woman. I must secure the duration of the meal, though not extensive, barely an hour, was sufficient for Chao Kun to warm up to Su Jiao. During this time, he learned not only about her family background and upbringing but also shared insights into his own. Su Jiao came from a challenging single-parent household, raised solely by her mother, an ordinary employee, which rendered their financial situation rather precarious. Consequently, throughout her university years, she strived to obtain various scholarships and engaged in multiple work-study opportunities to alleviate her family's burden. In contrast, Chao Kun's upbringing was markedly more comfortable. Although he had been raised by his grandfather and had never known his parents, he had experienced little hardship. When his grandfather passed away, he left him over 1,000,000 yuan in savings, ample to ensure a comfortable university education. Thus, financially speaking, Chao Kun was evidently more affluent than Su Jiao. Why don't you seek a wealthy boyfriend then? Chao Kun asked while enjoying dessert. With your aura as the goddess of Haida, finding a rich second-generation heir willing to spend on you should be quite effortless. Why endure the struggle with living expenses and tuition? Su Jiao pondered his question and retorted, why should I do that? While my current financial situation is indeed modest, I am not destitute. Besides, if I were to seek a boyfriend solely for monetary reasons, would I be pursuing wealth or love? My vision of love is not like that. Of course, I appreciate financial stability, but I would never compromise my body or emotions for money. That would make me feel degraded. I refuse to be that kind of woman. At this point, Su Jiao chuckled softly and continued, I'm not claiming any lofty ideals. I simply wish to be an ordinary woman with an ordinary partner. That would suffice for me. After listening to Su Jiao's heartfelt sentiments, Chao Kun found himself increasingly enamored with her. In this era, where materialism reigns supreme, young women like her, refreshing and genuine, are becoming exceedingly rare. Unlike those who merely profess to eschew materialism, Su Jiao's sincerity was palpable. She could easily attract wealthy suitors given her status as the belle of Haicheng University. If she desired a luxurious life, she could effortlessly pursue it. Thus, her genuine disdain for materialism set her apart from others who merely spoke of it. At this thought, an audacious notion emerged in Chao Kun's mind. This woman, I must claim. Surprised by her simplicity in matters of affection, he smiled and asked, what do you think of an ordinary guy like me? Su Jiao gazed seriously into Chao Kun's eyes before bursting into laughter. Actually, I have a rather positive impression of you. I don't know why, but when I first saw you, I felt an affinity. Otherwise, I wouldn't. You know. Oh? Chao Kun's face lit up. So, does that mean I could become your boyfriend? Absolutely not. Su Jiao playfully narrowed her eyes. Why not? Chao Kun questioned, bewildered. Because you have too many women around you. Su Jiao laughed, extending her delicate finger to tug a long, dark hair from Chao Kun's collar. Then, she plucked another from his waistband. Holding the two strands together, she paused, bemused. I thought these were from the same person. Turns out, they belong to two different women. With a sidelong glance at Chao Kun, she teased, my dear junior, you don't seem to be lacking in female company. Feeling slightly awkward, Chao Kun chuckled and took a sip of water, maintaining his composure. Senior, that's a misjudgment. Lacking women and lacking a girlfriend are two entirely different matters. Just because I have plenty of women around me doesn't mean I don't desire a girlfriend. I am quite cautious and loyal when it comes to romance, so I truly don't have a girlfriend. How about you consider me? As she watched Chao Kun's earnest demeanor, Su Jiao struggled to contain her laughter, biting her lip, nearly losing her composure. Throughout her 3 years of university, she had encountered her fair share of scoundrels, but this brazen yet seemingly sincere one was a first for her. The troubling thought crossed her mind. Could she actually be developing feelings for him? With a giggle, she asked, so, you really want to be my boyfriend? Is that even a question? Chao Kun replied, in the entire Haicheng University, aside from those who are homosexual, how many boys wouldn't want to be your boyfriend? Shuju smiled as she pressed her lips together, saying, let us discuss this later. You've just entered university. There is no rush to find a girlfriend. Besides, you're certainly not lacking in female attention. Perhaps among this year's freshmen, there is someone even more beautiful than I. Chao Kun gazed into Shu Jiao's eyes and nodded. You're right, senior. Your words hold wisdom. I shall take my time to explore. What? Shuji was taken aback, her gaze towards Chao Kun transforming into one of incredulity. This man, was he truly so brazen? Was he really that shameless? She rolled her eyes at him and stood up, declaring, "We've eaten enough and chatted enough. Let us head back to school." Seeing Shujio preparing to leave, Chao Kun quickly rose and grabbed her arm. "Wait. Why are you in such a hurry to return to school? It's only 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. If we go out now, we'll be scorched in no time. I've just booked a room upstairs with a big bed. Let us enjoy the air conditioning for a bit before heading back." Shujio couldn't help but laugh in irritation at Chao Kun's earnestness. "Let go of me. I refuse to go up there to enjoy your so-called air conditioning. You think that's all it is? Let go." Chao Kun clicked his tongue. "Senior, do you truly view me as someone unworthy of trust? Believe me, it's just air conditioning. I'm not going. Let go of me. I want to go. Come on, it's just air conditioning. What are you afraid of?" Despite her verbal resistance, Shujiao's body yielded slightly, lacking any intense opposition. Thus, Chao Kun effortlessly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into the elevator. Chapter 87. The brazen scoundrel. They had promised only to enjoy the air conditioning for a while. However, from 2 in the afternoon until 10 at night, they spent a full 8 hours in the room. Chao Kun had initially considered staying until the next day, as the room was already paid for and could be occupied until noon. Yet, Shujiao insisted on returning to her dormitory. Firstly, she had 5 roommates who were expecting her, and it would be difficult to explain her absence. Secondly, the freshmen would begin military training the next day, while she and her peers in the 2nd and 3rd years would officially commence classes. If Chao Kun were to make further advances in the morning, she would undoubtedly be late for class, which she wished to avoid, especially as she aimed to secure a scholarship that would alleviate her financial burdens. Ultimately, Chao Kun chose to leave the hotel with Shujio. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped in front of a small community near Haicheng University. "Are you sure you don't want me to take you back?" Chao Kun asked. "Please don't," Shujio pouted. "I don't want the school's forums and bulletin boards buzzing with news of me being escorted back by a man in the morning. Besides, you wouldn't want your reputation tarnished in the same way, right? It could hinder your chances with other girls at school." Chao Kun chuckled, pointing at Shujio. "You understand me well, senior. You care for my interests. I adore you." Saying this, he planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Shujiao's face flushed, and she playfully swatted him a few times. "Get away, you filthy rogue. Hurry and get out of the car. The dormitory will be locked soon. Don't waste my time. Go back and find your 2 lovely sisters." Earlier in the hotel room, Shujio had inquired about the 2 women with different hair colors that he lived with. Whether to commend Chao Kun for his honesty or criticize his straightforwardness was debatable, as he had divulged everything without reservation. Now, Shujiao was aware that he was living with 2 older women named by Jing and Lu Yuling. The revelation infuriated her. What did this scoundrel mean by that? Was he so confident in his hold on her that he wouldn't even pretend otherwise? Was he genuinely innocent and incapable of deceit? How absurd. He was living with 2 older women and yet claimed innocence. This was the epitome of shamelessness. Unlike other scoundrels who hid their misdeeds, Chao Kun was brazenly honest about his nature. How could Shujiao possibly express her anger? He openly acknowledged his flaws, behaving as if it were all perfectly acceptable. Chao Kun flashed her an OK sign, saying, "I'll get out now. Message me when you're back at the dorm." With that, he opened the door and exited the taxi. Shuji rolled down the window, admonishing, "Hurry back. It's late. Don't wander about." "Of course." Chao Kun replied cheerfully, waving as he watched the taxi carry Shujiao away to Haicheng University. 3 or 4 minutes later, a message suddenly pinged on Chao Kun's phone. It was from Shujiao, who had transferred him 3,800 yuan along with a note. "Dear brother, we aren't wealthy, so let us not develop extravagant habits. We must save where we can. This is part of my expenses from today. Also, I had a wonderful time today. Rest well, and when we have time, dinner is on me. Good night emoji." Seeing the 3,800 yuan Shujio had sent and her message, Chao Kun couldn't help but smile. What a wonderful girl. In comparison, Wang Shanshan seemed utterly despicable. He had truly been blind in his previous life to have wasted 3 years on someone like her. With that thought, Chao Kun returned the transfer to Shujiao, replying, "It was my first meal with you, senior. I can't let you pay. Next time, it's your treat. As for our future accommodations, I'll cover that." Shujiao replied almost instantly, "Go away, you scoundrel. There's no future for us. You promised it was just air conditioning. But you know very well what transpired. You deceitful liar." There will be no more encounters. Today is the last. Chao Kun chuckled at her message, not bothering to respond, and simply tucked his phone into his pocket. After another 7 or 8 minutes, the same taxi returned, and Chao Kun flagged it down. The driver, assuming Chao Kun was still concerned, said, "Young man, your girlfriend has safely entered the school. Rest assured, I'm a licensed taxi. She arrived safely." Chao Kun laughed, settling into the passenger seat and pulling out 2 cigarettes, one for the driver and one for himself. "Sir, you misunderstood. I need to go somewhere else. Please take me to the Imperial Bar." The Imperial Bar? The driver was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he glanced at Chao Kun. The Imperial Bar was one of the most famous establishments in Haicheng, known for attracting numerous foreign ladies, a hotspot for romantic encounters. Rumor had it that hundreds of couples formed there each night, supporting several nearby hotels. As the driver shifted gears, he earnestly advised, "Young man, if you have such a good girlfriend, don't squander your luck. You want to find someone as good as her elsewhere. Don't take your good fortune for granted." Chao Kun chuckled at the driver's misinterpretation. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he replied, "Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to the Imperial Bar to seek romantic encounters." "Not for romantic encounters?" The driver was skeptical. "Then why go there?" "To fish," Chao Kun stated seriously, gazing out the window. "There's a big fish waiting for me." The driver looked at Chao Kun in confusion, completely at a loss for his meaning, and decided to remain silent as he drove. 40 minutes later, in Haicheng, before the dazzling Empire Bar, Chao Kun emerged from a taxi. Observing the array of luxury sports cars such as Porsches and Ferraris that were as commonplace as regular vehicles in the vicinity, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. The presence of these opulent cars alone suggested that the Empire Bar was indeed a golden goose. The thought that such a lucrative establishment would soon be his own filled Chao Kun with an excitement that he could hardly contain. After watching 2 elegantly dressed women saunter into the bar, he strode forward with purpose. At the entrance, he paused before a burly bouncer resembling a bear. "Excuse me. I'm here to see Brother Xiong," he said. The muscular man scrutinized Chao Kun and grunted, "What's the matter?" "I need to borrow some money," Chao Kun replied. "How much?" the bouncer inquired. Chao Kun held up 4 fingers. "The plan is for 400 million, but how much Brother Xiong can lend me remains to be seen." Upon hearing this, the bouncer's expression twitched slightly. He pressed an earpiece and spoke into it. "Wago, someone wants to see Brother Xiong to borrow money. Asking for 400 million. Find out what Brother Xiong thinks." After relaying the message, the bouncer returned to his stoic demeanor. A few minutes later, the bouncer turned to Chao Kun and said, "Get ready. Someone will take you inside shortly." Before long, a thin man in his 30s, clad in a floral shirt, emerged from the bar. "So, you wish to see Brother Xiong?" The man scrutinized Chao Kun with a skeptical gaze, as he hardly resembled a wealthy heir. And given his youth, it was improbable he was a self-made millionaire. To demand 400 million, he must think this is a game. He couldn't possibly believe that one could simply borrow whatever amount desired without collateral. Chao Kun smiled and offered a cigarette to the man in the floral shirt. "Yes, I intend to borrow some money from Brother Xiong." The man glanced at the cigarette but did not take it. "Do you know the rules of borrowing money?" "Of course," Chao Kun replied confidently. "Rest assured, I have collateral." "Really? For 100 million? And you have collateral?" The man's demeanor shifted, his interest peaked. Nodding, he said, "Then follow me." With that, the man led Chao Kun into the bar. As they stepped inside, Chao Kun was immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere. The pulsating music resonated in his ears, and the expansive dance floor was teeming with people, moving rhythmically to the beat. Scantily clad women danced exuberantly, surrounded by men seeking their attention. The packed booths overflowed with an array of drinks, occupied by an eclectic mix of patrons looking for enjoyment. In an instant, Chao Kun understood why the bar was a favored haunt for the youth here. There were no burdens of work, life, or love. One could revel freely, unabashedly pursuing flirtations and connections without fear of rejection. Instead of entering the main area, Chao Kun followed the man in the floral shirt up the staircase to the 3rd floor, an area not open to the public. Shortly, they arrived at a room guarded by 2 imposing figures. The man halted and said, "Brother, if you wish to see Brother Xiong, we must conduct a security check first. I hope you understand." After a thorough inspection, confirming that Chao Kun carried only a phone, one of the guards confiscated it, turning it off and pocketing it. "Don't worry, you'll get your phone back when you leave. Now, let us go," the man in the floral shirt stated, pushing open the door and entering first. Chao Kun offered a polite smile to the guards before stepping inside. The lavishly decorated room was vast, where a man in his 40s, clad in shorts and a tank top, wielded a whip against a woman kneeling on the ground. The woman, her mouth stuffed with a towel and dressed in a revealing dress, bore the lashes in silence, her back marked with crimson streaks. This man was the one Chao Kun sought, Xiong Bufan, a businessman from export. Although labeled a businessman, his dealings in Haiqing were far from legitimate, including usury. What intrigued Chao Kun was precisely this usury. He aimed to secure as much high-interest loan as possible. For an ordinary individual, such a loan would appear unnecessary. But the truth was simple. Chao Kun had no intention of repaying it. Within a span of 20 days, Xiong Bufan and his core associates would meet their demise. The criminal underworld's scrutiny had long been upon him, and a crackdown was imminent. The night before the operation, he had received a tip-off and fled with his key members by yacht. However, a tempest struck, sinking the vessel and claiming the lives of all 57 aboard. With all key figures deceased and all incriminating evidence destroyed, there would be no trail to follow. Thus, the true motive behind Chao Kun's visit to Xiong Bufan for a loan was revealed, to gain without the burden of repayment. A fortuitous opportunity like this was not one to be missed. As the whip cracked, the woman's back bore the marks of her ordeal. And once Xiong Bufan had finished, he tossed the whip aside. A bodyguard stepped forward to assist the trembling woman, who, despite her injuries, remained silent, tears staining her cheeks. Xiong Bufan, with an impassive expression, lit a cigar and settled into a lavish chair, finally turning his attention to Chao Kun. "You wish to borrow 400 million? He asked in a heavily accented Mandarin. Chao Kun beamed, nodding eagerly. "Yes, Brother Xiong. A friend has introduced me to a lucrative opportunity that promises a stable threefold return annually. Thus, I am seeking to borrow some capital from you." It is no wonder that Xiong Bufan found himself amused. The statements made by Chao Kun were, quite frankly, exceedingly naive and rather foolish. A guaranteed method to triple one's earnings within a year? If such a path existed, why would his friend not pursue it alone? This scenario is akin to the online stock market gurus and investment experts who claim to share their wealth secrets and invite others to join them in amassing fortune. Would anyone truly willing to earn money share their secrets? If a lucrative opportunity existed, would it not be clandestinely exploited? Thus, upon hearing Chao Kun's simplistic remarks, Xiong Bufan was indeed entertained, though he refrained from exposing the absurdity of it all. After all, if he were to unveil the truth, how would Chao Kun manage to procure high-interest loans from him? A client capable of borrowing 400 million is, in Xiong Bufan's world, a rarity. With a smile, Xiong Bufan nodded, placing a cigar between his lips and taking a couple of puffs, gesturing for a seat. The man in the floral shirt promptly brought a chair and placed it beside Chao Kun. Chao Kun flashed a grin at Xiong Bufan before awkwardly settling into the chair. At that moment, a distance of at least 5 or 6 meters separated them, with 4 bodyguards positioned between them, indicating Xiong Bufan's keen concern for his safety. Slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke, Xiong Bufan squinted and said, "You wish to borrow 400 million from me. That is not an issue, however. Do you possess assets worth that amount? The loan I can extend depends on the value of your assets. If you have collateral valued at 400 million, I can ensure the funds are transferred to you within 3 days." At the mention of a 3-day loan disbursement, Chao Kun's excitement was palpable, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. "Brother Xiong, I have a number of properties. Recently, I invested in a batch of houses in Yundong District, originally intending to be a landlord. Unexpectedly, Yundong District was designated as a special economic zone. The prices of the properties have skyrocketed, and at current market rates, 400 million is definitely achievable. However, as the prices continue to rise, selling now would be a loss, hence my desire to borrow from you first." Properties valued at 400 million? Xiong Bufan pondered, one hand holding the cigar while he gestured with the other. A man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, stepped forward and approached Chao Kun. "Could you please provide your name and identification number for verification?" Chao Kun replied confidently, "I am Chao Kun." With Chao as in Chow Chow and Kun as in the character for to compare, he provided his identification number. The bespectacled man took note of it swiftly, then approached Xiong Bufan, dialing a number on his phone. "Hello, son, it has been a while. I hope all is well with you." Yes, everything is fine. I apologize for the late call. I have a matter to discuss. Brother Xiong has a client with properties and would like your assistance in verifying them. Take your time. No rush. Just be careful not to wake your wife." After about 3 minutes, the man continued, "Son, are you ready on your end? All right, I'll provide his name and identification. His name is Chao Kuan, Chao as in Chow Chow, and Kuan as in the character for to compare. His identification number is. Son, I would appreciate it if you could check for any issues regarding his properties in Yundong District, such as mortgages, and evaluate the market price. Thank you, Sunday. I won't hang up. I await your update. In the quiet room, the only sound was Xiong Bufan enjoying his cigar. Nearly 10 minutes passed before the bespectacled man spoke again. Son, I'm here. Please, go ahead. Ah, is that so? I understand. Thank you for your assistance. And I apologize for disturbing your rest. Please take care. After hanging up, the man leaned closer to Xiong Bufan, speaking without lowering his voice. Brother Xiong, Son has confirmed that Mr. Chow possesses a valuable portfolio of properties in Yundong District. There are no issues with the houses, and based on the current market. As he spoke, he leaned in closer to whisper something in Xiong Bufan's ear. Xiong Bufan nodded, turning to Chao Kuan with a broad smile. With a principal of over 20 million, you've managed to multiply it to 400 million. Brother Chao, your investment acumen is indeed remarkable. Chao Kuan, a tad embarrassed, quickly responded, Brother Xiong, please don't flatter me. I possess no real investment skill. To be honest, I merely stumbled upon good fortune. My initial intention was to be a landlord, generating income from rent. Who could have imagined Yundong District would suddenly become a special zone? It's as if fortune fell from the sky. Observing the slight pride in Chao Kuan's demeanor, Xiong Bufan burst into hearty laughter. Once the laughter subsided, he stated, I have verified your assets. There are no issues. I can lend you 400 million. You are aware of my interest rates, correct? It is 6% per month. Payable monthly. Should you fail to make a payment this month, the interest will be added to the principal, compounding into the next month. Chao Kuan nodded hastily. Rest assured. Brother Xiong, I am well aware of your terms. A 6% monthly interest translates to 72% annually. Thus, borrowing 400 million incurs a monthly interest of 24 million, amounting to 288 million annually, provided payments are made on time. Failure to meet the interest would lead to compounding, resulting in a far more daunting sum. Seeing that Chao Kuan accepted the 6% interest without objection, Xiong Bufan glanced at the bespectacled man. Is there a way to secure 400 million from the accounts? The man leaned in slightly, replying, Brother Xiong, the accounts in export are quite affluent. 400 million is feasible, given that Xiong Bufan's primary business dealings were of a clandestine nature. The majority of his assets were similarly hidden from view. Thus, when he borrowed, he never utilized earnings from legitimate enterprises. Such clean money was insufficient for his needs, let alone for lending to others. The funds he provided were generally derived from illicit means. Seizing the opportunity to borrow, he aimed to channel these funds through certain avenues, effectively laundering the money. It was precisely because he understood Xiong Bufan's lending practices that Chao Kuan sought his assistance. If Xiong were to lend him legitimate funds, Chao Kuan would not accept, as substantial transactions of this nature would inevitably leave a paper trail. Should authorities investigate Xiong Bufan's assets, they would uncover such dealings. In such an event, regardless of whether Xiong Bufan was alive or deceased, Chao Kuan would be obligated to repay the loan. In his previous life, Xiong Bufan had perished at sea, with all his personal assets confiscated. The confiscation of personal property implies what? It signifies that all his assets were claimed by the state. Consequently, the debt Chao Kuan owed Xiong Bufan would transform into a debt owed to the government. How could one owe the state 400 million and simply refuse to repay? Surely, one would not wish to remain in China under such circumstances. Therefore, Chao Kuan sought funds from Xiong Bufan, not merely due to desperation but also because of the unique nature of his borrowing arrangement. Chapter 90. All about romantic fortunes. Upon hearing the bespectacled man mention that 400 million could be procured from export, Xiong Bufan took but a moment to contemplate before arriving at a decisive conclusion. He instructed Lida Auction House to host an auction, allowing the funds from export to flow in through participation in the event, and asked the man to make the necessary arrangements. The bespectacled man nodded and replied, Understood. Brother Xiong, I shall handle it. Turning to Chao Kuan with a smile, Xiong Bufan said, Brother Chao, you may return and await further developments. I need to make some arrangements, but rest assured, the funds will be in your account within the next few days. Chao Kuan appeared somewhat bewildered and asked, Brother Xiong, am I just leaving like this? Xiong Bufan nodded with a smile. Yes, there is nothing more to discuss tonight. Any subsequent arrangements will be communicated to you. Chao Kuan hesitated before standing up. Then, I shall take my leave. Xiong Bufan affirmed with a smile. simultaneously taking a puff from his cigar. At this moment, the man in the floral shirt approached Chao Kun, gesturing toward the exit. "Mr. Chao, fret not. Since Brother Xiong has promised to lend you the money, he will certainly follow through. You may return and await further instructions." Chao Kun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. He offered a smile to Xiong Bufan before departing alongside the man in the floral shirt. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed since Chao Kun's meeting with Xiong Bufan. During this period, he had received no communication from Xiong, which stirred a sense of worry within him. He pondered whether Xiong Bufan had caught wind of something and lost interest in lending him the money. If that were the case, it would indeed be a regrettable turn of events. After all, securing the loan would mean a considerable profit. Had he known earlier, he would have been less greedy and sought the funds sooner. Although approaching earlier might not have yielded the full 400 million, even acquiring 300 million, 200 million, or even just 100 million would still be a gain. Aside from this matter, everything else proceeded smoothly. There had been significant progress regarding Lu Yuling's divorce from her husband. Lu Hong had successfully connected with Lu Yuling's spouse, and the two had exchanged rather revealing photographs. With a couple more days of heating up their relationship, Lu Hong would likely be able to entice him into a hotel room. At that point, Lu Yuling would simply need to await the news to catch them in the act with the police. Moreover, there was his good friend Zhang Wei. For 3 days, Zhang Wei had not contacted Chao Kun. However, he received daily updates about him through Zhang Yuyan, who was a mutual friend on WeChat. Ever since winning 18,000 on the first day, Zhang Wei had maintained a winning streak. He won 9,000 the next day, 13,000 on the third day, and 11,000 on the fourth day. After 4 consecutive days of substantial winnings, Zhang Wei's ego swelled. According to Zhang Yunyun, Zhang Wei had completely revamped his wardrobe, spending nearly 10,000 on clothes and shoes, a significant upgrade from his previous attire that cost only a few dozen bucks. Additionally, Zhang Yunyun had sent Chao Kun 2 rather alluring photographs, only to retract them shortly after, claiming they were sent by mistake. Chao Kun was not fooled. It was clear she was interested in him. Then there was the enchanting Su Jiaojiao. Since their 8-hour air-conditioned encounter at Blue Flag Hotel, their relationship had grown considerably closer. They conversed playfully every day on WeChat. Sometimes, when Chao Kun requested a more provocative photo, Su Jiaojiao would feign refusal but would eventually send something risque. However, with the new semester beginning, Su Jiaojiao, who was the president of the Go Club, had become quite busy with her work-study responsibilities, leading to their recent lack of meetings. As for Wang Shanshan, the notorious woman, she had seemingly vanished since arriving in Haiqing, leaving no trace behind. Nevertheless, Chao Kun anticipated that news from her would soon surface. After all, having tasted forbidden fruit, she was unlikely to resist for long. Yet, it was also possible that the first-year students were currently undergoing rigorous military training, leaving her too exhausted to reach out. Lastly, Li Wenwen, the tall and striking train attendant, had returned home to accompany her mother for a trip. But they kept in contact via WeChat. Just the previous night, they had video chatted, though Chao Kun inadvertently captured by Jing in the frame, inciting Li Wenwen's ire. She threatened to make him pay dearly during their next meeting, leaving Chao Kun startled and accidentally including Lu Yuling in the video as well, which only heightened Li Wenwen's outrage. Ultimately, she ended the video with a playful kiss. Chao Kun had also taken up a new hobby, smoking cigars. Ever since witnessing Xiong Bufan indulge in one, he had developed a keen interest in the practice. Cigars were convenient. Their size allowed for prolonged enjoyment, and they could be left unattended for long periods without extinguishing. One could simply take a few puffs whenever the mood struck, without the need to relight, making them far more manageable than conventional cigarettes. However, he was still in the early stages of exploring this newfound interest, seeking a flavor that suited his palate. Could it be that Xiong Bufan has truly received some troubling news by now? He mused. How is it that 3 days have passed without a single word from him? This is most uncharacteristic of that fellow. At 4:30 in the afternoon, on the balcony of his rented apartment, Chao Kun, clad in shorts and savoring a cigar, sighed in dismay. It felt as though he had a cooked duck slip through his fingers, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. He decided he needed to call Su Jiaojiao to vent his frustrations. Otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more he would become agitated, likely losing sleep over it. As he reached for his phone to message Su Jiaojiao, Bai Jing, dressed in a nightgown, appeared on the balcony. Chao Kun broke into a grin. Sister Bai, you're awake. Bai Jing smiled faintly, casting a playful glance at him. Where's Lu Yuling? He continued. That useless woman is still asleep, she replied, stretching languidly while gathering her hair behind her head. Honestly, I've never seen someone so inept. How can she still be sleeping at this hour? Chao Kuan burst into laughter, and Bai Jing joined in briefly before asking gently, what would you like to eat tonight? I can start preparing. Chao Kuan pondered for a moment, intending to suggest a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms when suddenly, his phone buzzed in his hand. He glanced at the unfamiliar number from Haiqing and, intrigued, answered the call, placing the phone to his ear. Hello, who is this? Mr. Chao, are you available at the moment? A familiar voice resonated from the other end, instantly lifting Chao Kuan's previously gloomy spirits. At the sound of that voice, he felt as though the very air around him had transformed into something sweet and fragrant. It was the bespectacled man, the one who had been by Xiong Bufan's side that evening, assisting in the verification of his assets. Ah, yes, I'm available, Chao Kuan replied eagerly. What can I do for you? Mr. Chao, the bespectacled man continued in his refined tone, if it suits you, I can come to pick you up. Brother Xiong is all prepared on his end. If there are no issues on your side, we can finalize the transaction tonight. Upon hearing that the transaction could be completed that very evening, Chao Kuan felt a surge of excitement and clenched his fists in exhilaration. He silently expressed gratitude to Xiong Bufan, thinking to himself, my apologies, old dog Xiong, for my impatience. You truly are the benchmark of the industry. Delivering as promised within 3 days. Well done. I commend you. Everything is perfectly fine on my end, Chao Kuan affirmed joyfully. Where shall we meet? Excellent. I will wait for you near the university entrance, the man replied. After concluding the call, Chao Kuan turned to Bai Jing and enveloped her in an enthusiastic embrace. She looked taken aback and gasped, what's happening? Nothing much, Chao Kuan said, releasing her with a satisfied smile. There's a fool eager to shower me with money. How could I possibly refuse? Really? Bai Jing exclaimed, incredulous. Is there really such a fool? Chao Kuan did not elaborate. Instead, while shedding his trousers, he said, Sister Bai, please fetch me some clothes. I won't be home for dinner tonight. Bai Jing, snapping back to reality, nodded vigorously. All right, I'll get you some clothes. She hurried to the bedroom, her curiosity piqued, but sensing from Chao Kuan's demeanor that it was undoubtedly good news. She refrained from asking further questions. Half an hour later, by the roadside near Haiqing University, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz van came to a halt. The door swung open to reveal the bespectacled man who had just called Chao Kuan. Seeing this, Chao Kuan wasted no time and stepped inside. The van's interior was empty save for the man, who held a glass of red wine and smiled warmly at him. Mr. Chao, would you care for a glass? He inquired. No, thank you, Chao Kuan quickly declined, appearing somewhat reserved. I'm not good with alcohol. I fear it might lead to complications. In truth, Chao Kuan harbored a deep-seated suspicion regarding the wine's contents. If it were merely ordinary red wine, he would have no qualms about consuming it in abundance. However, who could guarantee that this wine was indeed what it appeared to be? Drawing from his extensive experience in prison, he knew that individuals like Xiong Bufan were not to be fully trusted, for they were often embroiled in morally dubious enterprises. Placing faith in such characters could jeopardize his personal safety. He recalled a former cellmate who had dealt in addictive substances. Most people could hardly fathom how simple it was to ensnare someone in addiction. Just a hint of something in the drink, consumed unknowingly, could lead to a lifetime of dependency. Ultimately, one could lose everything, selling off possessions, and even resorting to heinous acts to secure funds for fleeting satisfaction. Although Chao Kuan currently possessed a robust physique, he would not gamble with his health, especially when it came to the insidious products associated with the underbelly of Xiong Bufan's dealings. The bespectacled man, upon hearing Chao Kuan's refusal, merely chuckled, not pressing him further. As the door closed and the vehicle began to move, he downed the wine in his glass and handed a bag to Chao Kuan. Taking it, Chao Kuan felt its weight, substantial and significant. When he opened the bag, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment, for inside lay 2 large pieces of jade, reminiscent of green glass, each akin to hefty bricks, glistening a vibrant emerald. Chao Kuan began to piece together the situation but feigned ignorance as he looked at the bespectacled man. Brother, what does this mean? Adjusting his glasses, the man smiled and said, These are your family's heirloom pieces, 2 antique jadeite imperial greens. Chao Kuan, feigning confusion, responded, Are these not just 2 pieces of green glass? With a disapproving click of his tongue, the man insisted, What glass? These are your family's invaluable jadeite. Chao Kuan finally grasped the situation, feigning enlightenment. Ah, yes, indeed. These are my family's esteemed heirloom jadeites. The man's stern demeanor softened, and he continued with a smile. You urgently needed funds, so you entrusted these to Light Auction House for sale. Chao Kun nodded vigorously. Understood, brother, and what comes next? The man elegantly crossed his legs and poured himself another glass of wine, saying, there is no further action required on your part. Simply deliver these jade pieces to Light Auction House and await the conclusion of tonight's auction to receive your payment. Chao Kun nodded again, parting his lips as if to inquire further, but ultimately refrained, embodying the essence of an unworldly novice.